Chapter 1. In the quaint town of Mihua, a serene place reminiscent of Gotham City, the scenery and public safety could easily rival that of the bustling metropolis of Los Santos. In this picturesque locale resides the high school detective Shinichi Kudo, often likened to a modern-day Holmes. Despite the sun being high in the sky, Shinichi Kudo remains sprawled in bed. However, the furrow in his brow and the dampness of his pajamas suggest that this high school sleuth is far from enjoying pleasant dreams. Suddenly, Shinichi's eyes fly open, and he springs upright, pressing his hands firmly against the sides of his head, murmuring to himself, "Not this dream again. What could it possibly mean?" For reasons unknown, ever since returning from his trip to New York, Shinichi has been plagued by dreams of the moment he turned his back on the silver-haired killer. As for what transpired afterward, he has no recollection, as if that segment of memory has been erased, leaving only this dream to replay incessantly in his mind. With a long sigh, he rises to stretch his limbs. Drawing back the curtains, warm sunlight spills into the room, instantly making Shinichi feel considerably more at ease. Ding-dong. Upon hearing the doorbell, Shinichi must reluctantly abandon his sunbathing and slip into his slippers before heading to the door. "Yawn, who is it?" Pressing the intercom button, he yawns and inquires. "Shinichi, are you up yet? It's you, Ran." Upon hearing the gentle voice from the intercom, Shinichi's mood brightens significantly, and he recalls his promise to take Ran to the tropical paradise, surmising that her unexpected visit must be related to this. "Ran, you needn't come so early. I promised to take you to the tropical paradise, and I assure you, I won't go back on my word." While grumbling playfully, Shinichi opens the security door without a second thought. However, upon seeing the figure standing at the entrance, he instinctively freezes. Before him stands not his childhood friend Ran, but a voluptuous woman clad in a black riding suit and helmet. Even the composed Shinichi cannot help but steal a few glances. "Who are you?" "Fila." Before he can finish his question, the mysterious woman suddenly delivers a punch to Shinichi's abdomen. Caught off guard, he feels a surge of pain, quickly followed by a wave of numbness coursing through his body. Within moments, Shinichi's body tilts backward. Just as the back of his head is about to make contact with the ground, the enigmatic woman swiftly catches him in her arms. "I'm sorry, my dear, but this is the only way to protect you." To Shinichi's astonishment, the woman does not inflict further harm. Instead, she crouches down gently while holding him and retrieves a reddened white capsule from her pocket. "Swallow this and be obedient." As she brings the capsule to his lips, Shinichi, despite not knowing what it is, senses that it cannot be anything good. With determination, he clenches his jaw tightly, refusing to open his mouth, no matter how hard the mysterious woman tries. "You really are a stubborn one. I'm in quite a hurry here." After several unsuccessful attempts, the woman shakes her head in resignation. Gradually lifting her helmet, she reveals enticingly soft pink lips, and in the next moment, she places the capsule in her mouth right before Shinichi's eyes. Seeing her actions, Shinichi internally breathes a sigh of relief, but then suddenly, without warning, the woman's lips press against his, merging with his. At that moment, Shinichi's mind goes blank, and even his tightly clenched teeth begin to loosen. Seizing the opportunity, the mysterious woman forcefully pushes the capsule down Shinichi's throat, and as she pulls away, she lightly taps his tongue, as if to punish him. Ugh! As the capsule slips down his throat, an unimaginable pain erupts within Shinichi's body. He curls up like a shrimp, racked with agony. Observing Shinichi's pained expression, the mysterious woman tenderly wipes the sweat from his brow and leans in close to whisper in his ear. "I know this is painful, but it's the best way to protect you. If you come to despise me for this, feel free to pierce my heart at any time, my dear silver bullet." Having spoken, the woman gently kisses Shinichi once more before laying him down softly on the ground and making her way outside. Just as she reaches the door of the Kudo residence, an astonished voice rings out beside her. "Who are you? Why are you coming out of the Kudo household?" Turning at the sound, the mysterious woman sees Ran standing a short distance away, looking perplexed. With a tone of surprise, the woman exclaims, "Oh, Angel, you arrived just in time. No need for me to search for you." Looking for me? What is it you want? Seeing the woman's evident excitement, Rand's already confused mind becomes even more bewildered, as she is certain she and the woman do not know each other. While Rand gazes at her in astonishment, the mysterious woman approaches a beautifully designed motorcycle and lifts a suitcase onto the seat. The contents of this suitcase are for that young man, and this motorcycle belongs to both of you. Please take good care of it and don't lose it. That young man? You mean Shinichi? Ah. Just as Rand's confusion deepens, a heart-wrenching scream from Shinichi suddenly pierces the air. In that instant, Rand feels her heart skip a beat. Shinichi. Ah. It seems the effects of the drug have already taken hold. I'll leave the rest to you, Angel. Please take good care of my dear Silver Bullet, and remember not to go to the tropical paradise today. Goodbye. With a playful gesture, the woman blows a kiss as she swiftly turns and flees. After covering about 50 meters, she vaults over a wall, and the next moment, the roar of a motorcycle engine fills the air, gradually fading away. What happened? What was that? Was that Shinichi's voice? At that moment, Dr. Agasa, who lives across from the Kudo residence, rushes out, scanning the surroundings. Spotting Rand nearby, he hurries over to inquire, Rand, what on earth just happened? Shinichi. Shinichi. Without answering Dr. Agasa's question, Rand bolts into the Kudo home. Upon witnessing the scene before her, her pupils dilate in shock, and she instinctively lets out a piercing scream. Ah, Rand, are you all right? Hearing Rand's shriek, Dr. Agasa rushes into the Kudo house, only to find Rand trembling on her knees at the entrance. Dr. Agasa hastens to her side, asking, What happened, Rand? What on earth is going on? Doctor, it's Shinichi. With trembling hands, Rand points forward, and Dr. Agasa instinctively follows the direction of her finger. Upon seeing Shinichi's current state, the nearly 60-year-old doctor feels darkness enveloping his vision. Shinichi, Shinichi, please wake up. I'm begging you, don't scare me like this. Uncertain of how long he has been asleep, Shinichi slowly awakens to the sound of a choked voice. Struggling to open his eyes, he is met with the tear-streaked face of Rand. Rand, Shinichi, you're awake at last. How do you feel? Is there anything wrong? Seeing Shinichi finally regain consciousness, relief washes over Rand's face, and she hurriedly inquires about his condition. With a faint voice, Shinichi replies, You idiot, of course I'm fine. You worry too much. Shinichi, you just called me an idiot. Do you know how worried I was about you? As she speaks, tears brim in Rand's eyes, her face a portrait of impending sorrow. I'm sorry, Rand. I was just joking. Please don't cry. Realizing he has misspoken, Shinichi instinctively reaches out to wipe away the tears from the corners of Rand's eyes. But when he extends his hand, he finds himself utterly bewildered. His hand is a considerable distance from Rand's face, unable to touch her directly. Moreover, upon closer inspection, he notices his hand appears small and delicate, nothing like that of a 17-year-old high school student. Staring blankly at his own hands, Shinichi Kudo exclaimed, What is wrong with my hands? Why does my voice sound so peculiar? Not only did he find his hands disconcerting, but he also realized that his voice had undergone a significant transformation. It now possessed a rather juvenile quality, akin to that of a child. Noticing Shinichi's apparent state of distress, Rand hurriedly reassured him, saying, Shinichi, please remain calm. Doctor, Professor Agasa, please hurry back. Shinichi has awakened. That's wonderful. Shinichi, you have finally come to. As the formidable Professor Agasa rushed in, Shinichi felt a surge of excitement and remarked, Doctor, your timing is impeccable. What has happened to my body? Shinichi, you need to calm down first. Professor Agasa, with a serious expression, gestured for Shinichi to compose himself, then produced a small mirror from his pocket and handed it over. Without hesitation, Shinichi snatched the mirror from Agasa's grasp. Upon seeing his youthful, childlike reflection, he was instantly overwhelmed. How have I turned into a child? Rand interjected, Shinichi, please remain composed. Professor Agasa added, There is no need to panic. Do not let your emotions take control, for impulsiveness can lead to folly. After a moment of contemplation, Shinichi reluctantly accepted the reality of his situation and quietly mused, So, I have reverted to my childhood appearance, correct? Rand nodded precisely. I have a photograph from our time in the cherry blossom class. You look just like you did back then. She retrieved her phone and began searching. Before long, she found the old photograph from their kindergarten cherry blossom class. The image revealed a striking resemblance between the young Shinichi and the current version, albeit the present Shinichi's gaze appeared more mature. At this moment, Professor Agasa chimed in, "Shinichi, before you regain consciousness, I conducted a thorough examination and discovered that something must have forcibly reversed the condition of your cells and physiological structure, resulting in your transformation into a child. It must be related to that capsule." Young Shinichi closed his eyes, attempting to recall the events leading to this moment. However, what surfaced in his mind were the delicately soft lips akin to those of a peach, accompanied by a nimble tongue, causing his cheeks to flush instantaneously. "Shinichi, are you all right? Why is your face suddenly so red?" Young Shinichi's unusual behavior did not escape Ran's notice, prompting her to lean closer and inquire. Flustered, young Shinichi stammered, "I'm fine, really. Perhaps it's just a result of my current anxiety." After all, when one is anxious, blood rushes to the face, causing it to redden. "Oh, I see." Though Ran sensed something was amiss, she opted not to press further. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she promptly recounted her earlier encounter with the mysterious woman. Upon hearing this, young Shinichi furrowed his brow. "In that case, we should quickly investigate what this unexpected visitor has left behind." "Shinichi, wait. You should at least change into some clothes first." "Clothes?" Young Shinichi was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected reminder, but soon realized that, having transformed into a child, his previous outfit would undoubtedly be ill-fitting. As Shinichi lowered his gaze, he found himself encircled by a white bath towel. However, in the blink of an eye, the towel suddenly slipped away, leaving him exposed in a most primal state before Ran and Dr. Agasa. "Shinichi, how could you be so outrageous? You're acting like a rogue." Although Kudo Shinichi was merely a child at present, this situation still had a profound impact on Ran, who blushed deeply and covered her eyes. "And no, I didn't want this to happen." In stark contrast to Ran's embarrassment, Shinichi was not faring much better. He hastily covered himself in a bid to shield his modesty and shouted at the chuckling doctor. "Agasa, doctor, stop laughing. Hurry and find my childhood clothes at my house." "Haha. All right, I'll go right away. But first, you should wrap yourself in the towel again, or you might catch a cold," with a mischievous grin. Dr. Agasa set off to retrieve Shinichi's old clothes, while Shinichi quickly re-wrapped the towel around himself and urged Ran to lower her hands from her eyes. "It's all right. Ran, you can put your hands down now." Ran slightly opened her hands, peeking through the gap to confirm that Shinichi had indeed secured the towel before finally lowering her hands. Nevertheless, her cheeks remained flushed, clearly still reeling from the unexpected incident. And it was just Ran. Shinichi was equally distressed. After all, revealing his most vulnerable self in front of his childhood friend was mortifying. After an extended silence, Dr. Agasa finally returned with Shinichi's childhood attire, thereby alleviating the awkward situation. "Thank goodness I listened to my mother and didn't throw these clothes away. Otherwise, I'd be in trouble now." After fastening the last button, Conan stretched his neck. Reflecting on the day's unusual events, upon seeing Shinichi dressed in a blue children's suit, Ran's eyes lit up, and she crouched down before him, curiously inquiring, "Shinichi, how come I've never seen you wear this before? This outfit suits you perfectly." "Hee," Shinichi responded with a resigned smile. "My mother insisted that wearing this would attract too many girls, so she forbade me from wearing it outside. But by the way, Dr. Agasa, where did you find this outfit?" Dr. Agasa scratched his head with a chuckle. "Hee, I just opened a random wardrobe and happened to find it. The material looked nice, so I took it." "Indeed, Ana Yukiko has a good eye." Ran nodded in agreement. Setting aside the matter of the clothes, the trio made their way to Dr. Agasa's garage, where, in addition to Dr. Agasa's beetle, there was the mysterious woman's motorcycle and a suitcase. Ran picked up the suitcase and placed it on the ground, stating, "This is the item left behind by that mysterious woman. She said the contents of this suitcase are for you, Shinichi." "For me?" Confused, Shinichi slowly opened the suitcase, and what he saw inside left all three of them stunned. Inside lay an assortment of innovative items, a stylish flashlight, a camera, a flip phone, and a uniquely designed belt, alongside a manual. "What on earth are these?" As he opened the manual, he was taken aback by the bold letters spelling "Fuis" on the first page, Upon turning to the second page, he was astonished to find a depiction of armor reminiscent of that worn by medieval knights. However, it was merely reminiscent, for the subsequent text elaborated on the extraordinary nature of this armor. Closing the last page of the manual, a grave expression settled on Shinichi's face. Although he could not ascertain the origins or implications of these items, it seemed he had unwittingly become embroiled in something significant. "Shinichi, are you all right?" Noticing her childhood friend's furrowed brow, Ran sensed his deep contemplation and her tone turned slightly anxious. Hearing the concern in Ran's voice, Shinichi quickly relaxed his expression and reassured her, "Don't worry, Ran, I'm fine. I'm just thinking about some things." He returned the manual to the suitcase, then shifted his gaze to the motorcycle. "So what is the story with this motorcycle? I've never seen one like it before." Ran appeared equally perplexed. "I'm not sure. The mysterious woman said this motorcycle is meant for the two of us, but I can't ride one. I learned to ride a motorcycle in Hawaii, but in this little body, I can barely handle it." Shinichi sighed, glancing down at his diminutive frame. "Hey, you two seem to be missing the point here." Dr. Agasa interjected, his demeanor suddenly serious. Clearly, Shinichi had caught the attention of some unknown entity or organization, and it was imperative that they take precautions. "Right? Let us call the police." Without a moment's hesitation, law-abiding citizen Ran whipped out her phone, ready to dial. However, just as she pressed one, Shinichi grasped her thigh to halt her. Don't ask why he didn't snatch the phone. His height was a disadvantage. "Shinichi, what are you doing?" Shinichi remained calm. "If we call the police, how do we explain this? Are we supposed to tell them that high school student Shinichi Kudo has been turned into a child by a mysterious person? They'd likely think it's a prank." Upon hearing this, Ran paused, her hand frozen mid-motion, just as Shinichi continued to analyze. "While I don't understand why she turned me into a child, she doesn't seem to have any malicious intent. If we call the police and escalate this situation, it might spiral out of control." That Ran's expression was a mix of turmoil. After some contemplation, she ultimately chose to lower her phone. Dr. Agasa stroked his chin thoughtfully. "If we consider it from that angle, the mysterious individual likely wants Shinichi to remain out of the public eye, which means he can't return home. Otherwise, who knows what dangerous individuals might come after him. Then let Shinichi stay at my house for the time being," Dr. Agasa suggested. Without hesitation, Ran took on this responsibility, catching the unsuspecting Shinichi off guard. "No, I object." Shinichi vigorously shook his head, openly opposing the proposal. After all, in his current state, if things went awry, he could drag Ran's family into danger, a scenario he wished to avoid at all costs. Despite his protests, the decision was made. However, Ran paid no mind to Shinichi's objections, adopting an unyielding stance, her fists cracking ominously. "Shinichi, I'm giving you two choices. Either come back home with me willingly, or I'll knock you out and take you home. You choose." As she finished her ultimatum, Ran took a deep breath and assumed a martial arts stance, ready for action. "Ran, you." Seeing her posture, Shinichi began to sweat profusely, acutely aware of her true strength. If she unleashed her skills on him, "I understand. I'll go back with you." A wise man knows when to yield, to avoid the impending physical punishment. Shinichi ultimately chose to comply. After all, resisting would likely change nothing. "That's a relief. I knew you'd be obedient." Ran's face broke into a gentle smile as she relaxed her stance. But amidst her happiness, she suddenly pondered, "How am I supposed to introduce you? I can't just say you're Shinichi, can I? If that were truly the case, my father would undoubtedly go insane." "What about this?" Shinichi rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. As the detective's mind raced at that moment, the torrent of names swirled through his mind, rapidly coalescing into various possibilities. After a couple of minutes, Shinichi looked up and slowly spoke. "How about the name Edogawa Conan? It's a combination of the names of two authors, Conan Doyle and Edogawa Rampo, and coincidentally, I've been reading their works lately." Ran, a bit exasperated, replied, "What a strange name. Can't you just keep the surname Kudo? Why must it be Edogawa?" "I have no choice. However, I believe that if I were to retain the surname Kudo, your father would indeed go mad." Shinichi, or rather Edogawa Conan, explained with a bittersweet smile. Ran pouted, clearly displeased. "How can that be?" "Whatever, as long as we can get by without any issues." Thus, arrangements for the name and residence were made. Additionally, for safety's sake, Dr. Agasa produced a pair of plain glasses for Conan to wear, hoping to conceal his true identity like a superhero. They hastily gathered some everyday items, along with a suitcase containing a belt. As for the motorcycle, it would remain temporarily in Dr. Agasa's garage, as it was of no use at present. Sometime later, at Dr. Agasa's doorstep, the well-prepared Ran and Conan stood together to bid farewell to the good doctor. "Doctor, I'll take Shinichi to my house now. If anything comes up, just give me a call," Ran said. "Doctor, please take care of yourself. Safety is paramount," Conan added, in response to their earnest requests. Dr. Agasa smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured. For I am destined to become a world-renowned scientist. Safeguarding myself is certainly within my capabilities. Would you like me to demonstrate my latest invention, the Thunderbolt? Goodbye, Doctor." Without waiting for Dr. Agasa to finish his sentence, Ran and Conan swiftly distanced themselves from him. After all, they were all too familiar with the doctor's inventions, either failures or extraordinarily dangerous weapons. How unfair to treat my painstaking inventions with such disdain. Seeing the two vanish in the blink of an eye, Dr. Agasa squatted in a corner, feeling somewhat aggrieved, and after a while, he stood up and entered the house. Once inside, Dr. Agasa's expression turned serious as he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Soon, the call connected, and he spoke in a hushed tone. "Yusaku, something has happened to Shinichi. You and Yukiko should return at your earliest convenience. Moreover, I believe it is time to reveal the truth to Shinichi." "Shinichi, what is it, Ran?" Hearing Ran call his name, Conan looked up to see her gaze fixed intently upon him. Ran suddenly halted, crouching down to meet Conan's eyes. Her expression was filled with complex emotions as she gazed at her childhood friend, who had reverted to a childlike form. After a long pause, she finally spoke. "Shinichi, do not be afraid. I will find a way to help you. You will surely return to your original self." Conan was momentarily taken aback by Ran's unexpected comfort, warmth flooding his heart. "Thank you, Ran, but I think it is you who should be afraid, for you are trembling quite a bit." Shinichi, having known each other for over a decade, Ran understood that he was teasing her. Nonetheless, she maintained her demeanor, swiftly pulling Conan into an embrace and spinning him around in playful punishment. "You naughty Shinichi, just wait and see how I punish you." Though it didn't hurt at all. Conan feigned agony and pleaded for mercy. "It hurts. Ran, please let me go." Just then, amidst their playful antics, a long black sedan sped past them. In that brief moment, Conan caught a glimpse of a flash of chestnut hair, and an inexplicable feeling washed over him, causing him to involuntarily cease his struggles. He couldn't shake the sensation that the owner of that hair had glanced at him too. "Are you all right, Shinichi? Did I use too much strength?" Ran asked, noticing Conan's sudden stillness and growing anxious. "I'm fine, Randa, don't worry, I just zoned out for a moment," Conan replied. Quickly regaining his composure, he jumped out of Ran's embrace, stretched, and smiled at her. "Thank you, Randa, I feel much better now. Honestly, you scared me." Seeing that Conan truly wasn't upset with her, Ran let out a sigh of relief and stood up, taking Conan's hand in hers. "Let's go home." Shinichi dung. Their hands tightly clasped, they headed towards the Muri Detective Agency. Meanwhile, the departing black sedan had its rear window slowly rolled down, revealing a stunning young woman with chestnut hair peering out to look back. The driver, noticing this, coldly remarked, "Shut the window, Sherry. If anyone sees your face now, you know what the consequences will be. I understand. I just felt a bit stuffy and wanted to get some fresh air." Mayano Shiho replied, her body imperceptibly trembling at the driver's warning. After explaining, she closed the window. The driver said nothing further, cranking the air conditioning to its maximum, instantly filling the car with a chilling atmosphere that made one shiver. In the back seat, Mayano Shiho suppressed the cold, pretending to be unfazed as she leaned against the window, observing the scenery outside. Yet, her mind continuously replayed the earlier scene. How intriguing. The gaze of a mere child is so remarkably mature. "Ran, are you sure we're not lost? I seem to remember your house being in a different direction." After walking a short distance hand in hand, Conan noticed unfamiliar landmarks and curiously inquired. Ran gently explained, "We haven't gone off course. I just need to buy some groceries before heading home. So this path leads to the market. I see." Reminded of this, Conan recalled that since her parents' separation, Ran had taken on most household responsibilities while living with her father, Muri Kaguru, including shopping and cleaning. Ran really works hard, Conan thought to himself with a tinge of sympathy. Suddenly, as they continued walking, the roar of a motorcycle engine erupted behind them. Conan instinctively turned to look. Spotting a rider on a racing motorcycle speeding towards them, hand outstretched toward their direction. "Armed robbery." The The thought flashed through Conan's mind, and he quickly pushed Ran down. Ran, get down, Shinichi. In that split second, the motorcycle zipped past them, narrowly avoiding them. Thankfully, Conan's quick reflexes ensured that neither of them was harmed. Are you all right, Ran? Are you okay? Conan asked anxiously. Ran, brushing off the dust, nodded. I'm fine, Shinichi. You don't need to worry about me. Seeing that Ran was merely dusty and unharmed, Conan finally breathed a sigh of relief. But just then, the motorcycle's roar echoed again. Conan looked up to see the reckless rider charging back toward them, seemingly unwilling to let go of the earlier failure. Damn it! Huh? As Conan pondered how to escape, Ran swiftly seized the back of his collar and pulled him aside, positioning herself to confront the approaching rider with fierce determination, just when they were about 10 meters apart. She leaped and delivered a powerful kick. Thud! Ran's flying kick struck the rider squarely on the side of the head, sending him soaring through the air in a parabolic arc. It was only upon crashing into the wall that it finally came to a halt. While the motorcycle, devoid of a driver, collided with a utility pole before ceasing its motion. With a sigh of relief, Xiaolan steadied herself upon landing, turning to face Conan with a gentle and amiable smile. How are you? Shinichi, are you all right? I'm fine, he replied, his gaze fixated on the motionless figure of the fiery rider sprawled on the ground, and the motorcycle beside it, emitting wisps of white smoke and rendered unrecognizable. A cold sweat trickled down Conan's forehead as he gained a deeper appreciation for Xiaolan's formidable combat prowess. Oh dear, that person is completely still. Could they be harmed? I should call for an ambulance right away. Seeing the fiery rider lying motionless, Xiaolan couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern, hastily retrieving her phone to summon aid. Just as she was dialing, the rider, who had appeared to be unconscious, slowly rose to his feet and removed his helmet, revealing an unconventional hairstyle reminiscent of a thunder god. The unconventional man glared at Xiaolan with gritted teeth. You wretched woman, I merely wanted to snatch some money from you. Yet you seem intent on taking my life. I sincerely apologize. I have no desire to harm you. However, our family's finances are quite strained. If you were to take my money, it would plunge us into a difficult period. In response to the unconventional man's fury, Xiaolan first bowed politely in apology, then articulated her plight, all the while adopting a defensive karate stance to convey her unwillingness to submit. Observing Xiaolan's stance, the unconventional man's fists clenched tightly, and he gritted his teeth. Very well, I shall not take your money. Xiaolan breathed a sigh of relief. That's good that I want your life. No sooner had the words left his lips than the man's pupils transformed into a ghastly gray, and strange patterns began to manifest upon his face. With a sudden contortion of his body, he morphed into a towering, 2-meter-tall mantis creature, its entire form cloaked in a chilling shade of gray reminiscent of bone. Mantis Ophion, a monster. Upon witnessing the transformation of the unconventional man into Mantis Ophion, Xiaolan, who harbored an innate fear of supernatural beings, let out a piercing scream. Seizing the opportunity, Mantis Ophion brandished the scythe-like appendages on its arms and lunged at Xiaolan. Watch out! At the critical moment, Conan rushed forward and tackled the startled Xiaolan to the ground, preventing her from sustaining any injuries. However, the utility pole behind them was not as fortunate, as it was cleaved in two by Mantis Ophion's strike. Run! Without a moment's hesitation, Conan grasped Xiaolan's hand and fled. As they stumbled away in a panic, Mantis Ophion pursued them leisurely, gradually raising its left arm, and in the next instant, its fingers transformed into tentacles that surged toward the pair. Just as the tentacles closed in on Xiaolan and Conan, a delivery rider fortuitously rode into the scene on an electric bike, unwittingly positioning himself between the two and the impending danger. In a shocking twist, the tentacles, propelled by inertia, surged directly into the delivery rider's mouth and nostrils. Ugh! Ugh! The unfortunate delivery rider, who had merely been passing by, was caught completely off guard, his body swiftly ensnared by the tentacles. As they continued to invade his nostrils and mouth, they rapidly made their way toward his heart. Having put some distance between themselves and the chaos, Xiaolan and Conan heard the commotion behind them. Just as they contemplated rushing back to assist, the tentacles relinquished their grip on the delivery rider, who collapsed to the ground, struggling to extend a hand toward them in desperation. Help me! Help me! Before he could finish his plea, his body transformed into a shattered, dark gray form, and in the next moment, he disintegrated into nothingness, leaving only his tattered clothing as evidence of his existence. Useless wretch. The shadow of Mantis Ophion morphed into the image of the unconventional man's bare torso, locking its gaze onto Xiaolan and Conan. Now, it is your turn, Xiaolan, run. Although Conan was uncertain of the unfolding events, a singular thought dominated his mind: to flee with Xiaolan as swiftly as possible. Fueled by the instinct to survive, they sprinted at an extraordinary pace, soon vanishing from sight. You cannot escape. Your efforts are futile. Yet such a hunt is rather enjoyable. Mantis Ophion stretched its arms and leaped 30 meters onto the nearest rooftop, its compound eyes commencing their relentless search. Shinichi, are you all right? Rest assured, I'm fine. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Conan began assessing their temporary refuge, an abandoned factory that had long since fallen into disrepair. Cursing under his breath, he thought, damn it, we must devise a plan quickly. Otherwise, we are in grave danger. However, formulating a solution proved daunting. Even Conan, hailed as the Sherlock Holmes of the Heisei era, found himself at a loss. After all, even Sherlock Holmes had never encountered Mantis Ophion. Noticing Conan deep in thought, Xiaolan was overwhelmed with guilt. I'm sorry. Shinichi, it's all my fault if I had allowed that man to take my money. None of this would have happened. I'm so sorry. Xiaolan, there's no need for you to apologize. That man was simply a dangerous ticking time bomb. Even if you had handed over your wallet, other victims would inevitably arise. He comforted Xiaolan, urging her not to dwell on the incident. Conan's eyes scanned their surroundings like a radar, hoping to find something of use. Yet, the derelict factory yielded nothing but discarded machinery and scrap metal, devoid of anything remotely salvageable. Cursed be this predicament. Faced with their dire situation, even Conan could not suppress his frustration, landing a fist against the wall beside him. Just as he grappled with feelings of helplessness, his peripheral vision caught sight of the suitcase in Xiaolan's grasp. In that instant, a surge of hope washed over him. He had not anticipated that. Even in their frantic escape, Xiaolan had retained her suitcase. Excellent, Xiaolan. We have a chance, huh? Taken aback by Conan's sudden shift in emotion, Xiaolan momentarily struggled to comprehend. But in the next moment, Conan snatched the suitcase from her embrace. Opening it, he retrieved a belt. According to the manual, donning this belt and following the prescribed steps would grant them unimaginable power. Perhaps this was their only means of escape. Xiaolan's face lit up with joy. That's wonderful. We are saved. Zing. Just as Conan and Xiaolan reveled in their newfound hope, the ceiling above them was suddenly pierced, and Mantis Ophion's head came crashing through. Found you. The hunt is over. No sooner had the words escaped its lips than Mantis Ophion descended upon them with alarming swiftness. I am not afraid of you. Though Xiaolan felt an instinctive trepidation in the face of Mantis Ophion's terrifying visage, she glanced at Conan, gritted her teeth, and secured the belt around her waist. Swiftly retrieving the Fui's phone, recalling the steps outlined in the manual, Xiaolan sprang into action. 555 enter. Transform. Raising the Fui's phone high above her head, she then inserted it into the slot on her belt. Error. Bang. However, the instant the phone connected, the belt emitted an English announcement and detached itself, sending Xiaolan crashing against the steel wall. Xiaolan, are you all right? Shinichi, you must flee. Ignoring the pain coursing through her body and the bewildering circumstances, Xiaolan instinctively urged Conan to escape. Just as Mantis Ophion advanced, its shadow once again revealing the image of the unconventional man's bare torso. Don't waste your efforts. There is no escape for you. As soon as the words left his lips, the Mantis Ophion swiftly cast aside the scythes on his arms, charging towards his prey like a predator of nature. Observing the relentless advance of Ophion, Conan hastily retrieved the fallen belt and Fui's phone from the ground, promptly initiating the sequence that Xiaolan had executed moments ago. After inputting the command with a decisive 555 enter, Conan gazed solemnly at the Fui's phone in his hand and declared, regardless of what you truly are, it is best that you fulfill your purpose now. Transform. Raising the Fui's phone high above his head, Conan forcefully inserted it into the belt slot, clenching his fists as he awaited the impending moment. Standby complete. With a resounding whoosh, unlike Xiaolan's gentle activation, crimson photon blood erupted from the belt, enveloping Conan's entire being. In the next instant, a dazzling red light illuminated the factory. Both Xiaolan and Ophion instinctively shielded their eyes. Fortunately, the brilliance of the red light was fleeting. After approximately 2 to 3 seconds, it dimmed, and Xiaolan along with Ofi Inuo simultaneously lowered their hands to their astonishment. Where Conan once stood now loomed a towering knight. With a streamlined helmet resembling that of a shark, a visor shimmering in golden light, and a body intertwined with red, silver, and black hues, even the red photon blood glimmered upon the knight's form. Kamen Rider Fois, Conan stretched out his hands, moving them in front of him, and he distinctly felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through him, accompanied by an exhilarating sense of burning passion. This feeling is indeed quite remarkable, Conan mused to himself. Be careful, Shinichi. Just as Conan was reveling in the newfound power within him, the revived Ofi Inuo lunged forward, scythe swinging fiercely. Xiaolan, who had been previously flung aside, urgently called out to warn him. Right. Startled by Xiaolan's shout, Conan lifted his gaze to see Ofi Inuo charging at him, and though the opponent's movements were not sluggish, they were sufficient for him to react. As Ofi Inuo leaped, Conan took a swift step forward. Accelerating towards his adversary, he unleashed a powerful punch that landed squarely on Ofi Inuo's cheek, sending him hurtling into a pile of debris at the far end of the factory. One punch KO. Did I just do that? Gazing down at his right fist, which had just delivered the blow, Conan's expression momentarily faltered beneath the helmet. Yet, in an instant, he regained his resolve, shaking off the tingling sensation in his hand before charging in the direction from which Ofi Inuo had been flung. Ugh! At that moment, Ofi Inuo, having just struggled to his feet from the debris, was unprepared for Conan, now transformed into Fois, who barreled towards him with a flurry of blows. Thwack! Thwack! Each punch Conan delivered was infused with tremendous force. Evidenced by the centrifugal motion of his body as he swung. It was clear that Ofi Inuo was bearing the brunt of the onslaught. Bang! With the final punch, Ofi Inuo was propelled once again. Conan, feeling exhilarated, seized 2 steel pipes from the ground and proceeded to unleash a barrage of strikes upon Ofi Inuo. Steel pipe advent. Watching Fois ruthlessly dominate Ofi Inuo beneath his feet, Xiaolan, who had been silently observing, felt a twinge of fear as she swallowed hard. When did Shinichi become so violent? At this moment, under Conan's relentless assault, the steel pipes in his hands could no longer withstand the strain and snapped in two. Without hesitation, he discarded the remnants and seized Ofi Inuo by the head, hoisting him up for an uppercut. Shellfish oil root. Bang! Ofi Inuo was helplessly sent soaring into the air, while Conan crouched slightly to gather momentum. Preparing to launch himself at the descending foe? The star player of the Titan High School soccer team possessed remarkable kicking strength, and to Conan, Ofi Inuo at that moment was akin to a soccer ball. Bang! The goal was scored. Ofi Inuo was sent flying, the new soccer star, albeit momentarily distracted from his focus. Ultimately, Conan's side kick connected with Ofi Inuo's head, propelling him across the factory to collide with discarded machinery nearly 100 meters away. No, it's impossible. I cannot lose. I have fought so hard to survive. After enduring a relentless series of strikes, Ofi Inuo somehow mustered the strength to rise once more. However, just as he took a step forward, his body was suddenly engulfed in azure flames. With a cry of utter despair, Ofi Inuo's feeble form collapsed to the ground, consumed entirely by the azure flames, reducing him to a pile of ashes. Reminiscent of the delivery boy from before. As Conan stood before the remnants of ash, he gradually lowered his fist from their combat stance. Is that really you, Shinichi? Just as Conan remained transfixed by the sight of Ofi Inuo's ashes, Xiaolan's anxious voice suddenly pierced the silence behind him. Instinctively, he turned to see her peering at him from a distance, her eyes filled with apprehension. Xiaolan, are you all right? Setting aside the events involving Ofi Inuo, Conan rushed to Xiaolan's side, meticulously checking for any apparent injuries. Relieved to find none, he exhaled deeply. With a hint of concern, Conan steadied Xiaolan, asking, "Are you feeling okay? Is there anywhere that hurts?" Upon hearing his caring inquiry, Xiaolan's heart felt a wave of relief wash over her. Though his hands and body were ice cold, the stubborn yet tender-hearted Kudo Shinichi remained unchanged. With a smile, Xiaolan shook her head gently. "I'm fine. How about you, Shinichi?" "Yes, I feel invigorated." Clenching his fists tightly, Conan strode towards a discarded forklift, effortlessly lifting the nearly 1-ton machine with sheer strength. With a swift spin, Conan released the forklift, sending it crashing through the factory's outer wall, creating a gaping hole as it flew outside. Incredible! Witnessing Conan's display of might, Xiaolan approached and tenderly caressed the exterior of Fui's armor, her mind swirling with confusion. But why am I unable to transform? It even flung me away. Conan gently shook his head. I'm not sure either. Perhaps it's a programming issue. That's possible. Xiaolan pondered thoughtfully, recalling that mysterious woman's words about the items in the box being meant for Conan. It seemed that this was the reason she had been unable to transform. Setting aside that concern for the moment, Conan retrieved the Fui's phone from the belt slot and pressed the end button. Whoosh! Once more, his body was enveloped in a radiant red light, and in the blink of an eye, Conan reverted to his original youthful form, the belt remaining as silent testimony to his transformation. Reaching out his hand towards Xiaolan, Conan flashed a charming smile. Shall we head out now, Xiaolan? It's getting late. Yes, it's about time to go home, but we must buy groceries first, gazing at the delicate hand before him. Xiaolan smiled and gently clasped it in her own, and together they departed the abandoned factory, hand in hand. By the way, Shinichi, what do you want to eat tonight? Just say it, and I'll prepare the finest dish for you. Anything will do. I enjoy all the dishes you make, Xiaolan. How annoying. Muri Detective Agency Charge. Let us seize first place. Donghai Emperor, you're the best. Ganbat. As he watched the horse racing broadcast on television, Kagoro Muri became so exhilarated that he began to pound on the table, the force of his excitement threatening to dismantle the very structure of his desk. Ultimately, the horse he had chosen, Tokai Tio, surged ahead by half a length, securing first place and sending Kagoro into a euphoric state reminiscent of a primal ancestor. Hooray! We've won. Hooray! For the next 2 weeks, our household finances are secure. I can indulge in beer to my heart's content. Hooray! Indeed, despite being a detective, Kagoro's primary means of sustenance now revolved around betting on horses, playing mahjong, and relying on Rant's lottery winnings. Fortunately, the detective agency was a repurposed part of Kagoro's home. Otherwise, the exorbitant rent in Tokyo could have proved disastrous. In truth, Kagoro's life had not always been so dismal. With his background as a former police officer and some connections within the police department, he had received numerous assignments. However, everything changed on that fateful day. On that day, the shadow of the high school detective Shinichi Kudo loomed over the Muri Detective Agency. With his exquisite reasoning skills, charismatic personality, and unforgettable good looks, many private detectives in Tokyo found themselves out of work or struggling for clients. Kagoro was fortunate, though, for he remained a proud private investigator, and his agency continued to operate. Yet, misfortune followed him as well. It had been over 6 months since he had received any substantial cases. The few assignments he did receive were either about infidelity investigations or locating lost pets, leaving him devoid of any true detective work. Just as Kagoro celebrated his newfound fortune, Ran entered the room carrying a large bag of vegetables, excited to share his good news with his beloved daughter. Kagoro eagerly exclaimed, "Ran, you arrived just in time. Your father has been on a winning streak today. I've made 3 successful bets in a row. Let us skip dinner tonight and go out for a feast." "Really, Dad? Can't you think about our finances for once? Betting on horses carries immense risks. One wrong move could lead to ruin," Ran replied, her heart heavy with frustration and concern for her father's gambling habits. Thankfully, Kagoro was not the type to wager his entire livelihood recklessly. He merely indulged in the occasional bet, thus avoiding immediate financial crises for the agency. With a charming smile, Kagoro responded to his daughter's concerns. "Oh, come now, Ran. I assure you, I exercise great restraint. How about this evening? I treat you to a sumptuous meal as a gesture of compensation." At this, Ran's expression turned playful. Just then, Conan, with an innocent look, bounded in from behind her, waving cheerfully at Kagoro. "Hello, Uncle." Upon seeing the unexpected arrival of Conan, Kagoro's expression froze, his smile fading as he slowly sank into his chair, rendered speechless. "What's wrong, Dad?" Ran asked, her concern growing. Kagoro remained silent for a prolonged moment before stiffly reaching for the landline on his desk, dialing a number, and then erupting into a panicked scream. "Something terrible has happened. Eri, a disaster. Our daughter has been bullied by that detective kid. Now, she has even got a child with him. I'm not drunk. The child is right here at home. Hurry over." Caught off guard by Kagoro's sudden outburst, both Ran and Conan stared at him wide-eyed in disbelief. "Dad, what are you talking about? Put down the phone." Ran exclaimed, rushing forward to seize the receiver. Yet Kagoro clutched it tightly to his chest, tears streaming down his face as he shouted, "Ran, don't be afraid. Daddy's here. If that detective kid doesn't give me an explanation, I'll sell everything and take him to court. That scoundrel must pay for bullying my daughter. Dad, you've misunderstood. I'm not dating Shinichi. Please, you don't have to come," Ran protested, trying to regain control of the situation. Kagoro, in a fit of hysteria, shouted into the phone, "Eri, hurry. I'm about to drag that detective kid out and chop him into pieces. Then I'll sue him. Calm down, Dad." Looking at the chaotic scene of the Muri family, Conan couldn't help but twitch his lips in exasperation, his eyes narrowing into a resigned half-moon shape. Thank goodness I'm no longer using the Kudo surname, or this would be impossible to explain. About 5 minutes later, Kagoro's wife, Eri Kisaki, barged through the door of the agency, her glasses reflecting a blinding light that only intensified the tension in the room. "Where is that child?" "Hello," Conan greeted nervously, recalling the times when he and Ran would play together, only to return home late and face Eri's ire, a memory that left a lasting impression on him. Eri's gaze quickly locked onto Conan, and after adjusting her glasses, she approached him, scrutinizing him carefully. Faced with the formidable presence of Eri, known as the undefeated queen of the legal world, Conan found himself paralyzed, beads of sweat forming at his temples. He indeed bore a striking resemblance to that child, with merely the addition of glasses. Before he could react, Eri swiftly snatched Conan's glasses off his face. That moment, both Conan and Ran gasped in alarm. "Look," he the spitting image of that detective kid when he was younger. "That scoundrel. How could he do something so despicable?" Kagoro shouted, losing his composure entirely. "Enough with the noise. Be quiet. What if you scare the child?" Eri scolded Kagoro sharply, causing him to fall silent, his head resting on the desk in despair. "Oh, the horror. How could he do such a thing to my precious daughter? At least give me a heads up to prepare myself." Kagoro lamented, tears of frustration streaming down his face. Sensing Kagoro's distress, Eri turned to Conan with a kind smile, saying, "Don't be afraid, dear. Although that mustachioed uncle has a rather peculiar personality, he's actually a very reliable person. Could you tell your grandmother when exactly your parents got together?" "Grandmother?" Conan's expression morphed into one of bewilderment. He never expected Eri, a typically serious woman, to have such imaginative thoughts. "Mom, what are you saying? Shinichi is just a child, and things aren't what you think." Seeing her astute mother fall into misunderstanding, Ran hurriedly interjected to clarify. However, Eri placed her hands on Ran's shoulders, speaking from experience. "Ran, there's no need to panic. Your father and I are not old-fashioned. You and Shinichi grew up together. Your bond must be quite profound, and it's only natural for things to happen. In fact, your father and I were quite similar back in the day. When your grandfather found out, he nearly had a heart attack. Men can be quite irrational at times." At this, Kagoro erupted, "Don't say such things in front of the child. I was peacefully asleep when you came out of the shower and started that. I was merely going along with you. That was because I was too tired to notice. Besides, you could have refused," Eri retorted, her face flushed with embarrassment, attempting to shift some of the blame onto Kagoro. Kagoro countered, "Why would I refuse, when the opportunity is right in front of you? Who wouldn't take a bite?" As this pair of parents began their familiar bickering, Ran felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, especially in front of her childhood friend. "Enough? Can you please let me finish what I was saying?" Xiaolan unleashed her ultimate skill, the Shaolin Lion's roar, to take control of the situation, judging by the circumstances. The effect was remarkably effective, at least managing to temporarily silence the Mori couple. Seizing this opportunity, Xiaolan hurriedly explained, "This child is named Edogawa Conan. He is a relative of Shinichi's, but Shinichi has unexpectedly received a case. Hence, I brought Conan back to live with us. May I ask, is that all right, father?" "Uncle, I beg you, please." Conan gritted his teeth, feigning a pitiful expression typical of a small child, all the while reminding himself that it was Edogawa Conan being adorable. Not Kudo Shinichi. TCH, what a troublesome high school brat, unable to even take care of his own relative. Upon learning the truth from Xiaolan, Kagoro let out a long sigh of relief and resumed his seat to read the newspaper. It didn't matter. After all, a mere child wouldn't occupy much space. He could stay here for now, but he would remember to ask that detective kid for a fee later. After all, he should have plenty of money. "What do you mean by that?" Eri Mizuno directly pierced through Kagoro's newspaper with a finger. The moment her finger withdrew, Kagoro's terrified and flustered eyes perfectly filled the gap left by the paper. With an unfriendly expression, Eri scolded, "To send our daughter to ask her childhood friend and classmate for a fee. How could you even think of such an idea? Do you realize that this could tarnish Xiaolan's image? Are you that short on money?" "And no, I was just joking, just saying it for fun." "Eri, please don't be angry," Kagoro stammered, his muscle memory kicking in as he instinctively began to apologize upon seeing Eri's displeased countenance. "Honestly, how have you not improved at all over the years?" Eri shook her head helplessly and then turned to face Conan and Xiaolan, smiling. "By the way, Conan could stay with me. It's quite lonely by myself. Conan, would you like to come with Annie? I can make you delicious meat soup every day." As soon as Eri's words left her mouth, the other three present began to sweat profusely. They all had some understanding of Eri's culinary skills, which could only be described as an unspeakable, grotesque, and twisted dark matter. Compared to her cooking, the top 10 tortures seemed trivial. It could even serve as poison. One could only wonder how Kagoro had survived her cooking in the past. "No need. Just let Conan stay with me. I can treat him like my own son. Please, don't subject the child to that." Kagoro leaped forward to tightly embrace Eri's slender waist, and then shouted to Xiaolan with a spirit of self-sacrifice. "Xiaolan, quickly take this brat upstairs to tidy up the room. I'll handle things here." "All right." Without any hesitation, Xiaolan seized Conan by the scruff of his neck and dashed upstairs, fearing that she would be left behind if she delayed even a moment. "Let go." Eri struggled mightily, but couldn't free herself from Kagoro's grip. Thus, she feigned a fierce expression and glared at Kagoro. Kagoro, in response, simply closed his eyes, choosing to ignore her, amused and irritated by his reaction. Eri shouted one. Whoosh. Instantly, Kagoro straightened his back, sitting up like a soldier at attention. Eri nodded in satisfaction. "Very well. Since the children don't want to eat my cooking, you shall eat it all today. Remember, don't leave a single morsel behind." "Eri, can we?" Kagoro's last two words were cut off as Eri, the lawyer, rolled up her sleeves and marched into the kitchen, carrying the groceries she had just purchased, followed by the sounds of sizzling and frying. Realizing he had no way to turn back, Kagoro quietly took out his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, this is Kagoro Mori. That I would like to make an advance appointment with a gastroenterologist in a hospital room. Additionally, please send an ambulance to the Muri Detective Agency in about an hour. Thank you." To A.S. Kagoro awaited his impending doom with the resolve of a warrior facing death. Xiaolan habitually returned to her room. Upon noticing Conan's bewildered expression, she couldn't help but blush. "Shinichi, I'm sorry about that. My parents are always like this." Conan smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. Besides, I feel like Uncle and Aunt Eri's relationship has improved quite a bit. Perhaps they'll end their separation soon. That's true. When that happens, our family can be together again." Xiaolan clasped her hands, her eyes filled with longing as if she could already envision the scene she had long anticipated. Seeing the girl's hopeful smile, Conan couldn't help but smile back. After looking around Xiaolan's room, he curiously asked, "By the way, Xiaolan, where do you plan to put me? I noticed there are only 2 rooms here." Xiaolan nodded. "Yes, one is my father's, and this one is mine, so..." At this point, Xiaolan appeared somewhat shy, but finally mustered the courage to say, "So Shinichi, you can stay in my room for the time being. If anything happens, I can look after you." "Nanny." Upon hearing Xiaolan's decision, Conan's body froze in place. But Xiaolan paid no heed, swiftly arranging Conan's belongings in her room and even meticulously cleaning them. Watching Xiaolan organize everything so methodically, Conan realized that any further resistance would be futile. Thus, he joined in, albeit reluctantly. Opening the suitcase in the corner, his gaze fell upon a belt and other accessories. And the detective's mind began to race with questions. Who could have given me this belt? And what about that monster? "Shinichi, come help me with the bedclothes. I'm a bit overwhelmed here," he called out. "Coming." After closing the suitcase and setting it aside, Conan jogged over to help Xiaolan. After a solid hour of work, Xiaolan's room was transformed with many of Conan's items, such as children's pajamas and a teddy bear pillow. Conan sighed. "Why do I have to use these? I'm already a 17-year-old high school student." "What are you talking about, Conan? You're clearly an incredibly adorable little kid." Xiaolan crouched down and gently poked Conan's cheek, enjoying the delightful, bouncy sensation. Once they finished tidying up, both Conan and Xiaolan felt a pang of hunger. They decided to head downstairs together to the office area. "Dad, Mom, what do you want to eat?" Xiaolan pushed the door open, only to find the office completely empty, with no sign of Eri or Kagoro. Xiaolon frowned in confusion. Strange? Where did they go? I think I know what happened. Conan sneaked over to the desk, then tiptoed to grab a note from the top. It read, Xiaolon, your father suddenly felt unwell. I've taken him to the hospital. You and Conan can order takeout to make do. After reading the last word, Conan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Uncle is really working hard. I hope everything is all right. Let us hope so. After all, Mom's cooking seems to have taken a turn for the worse. Xiaolon emerged from the kitchen, holding a pot that contained a rather unidentifiable purple liquid, which was bubbling ominously. Staring at the contaminated pot, both Xiaolon and Conan fell into a prolonged silence. Conan finally said, let us just throw that pot away and buy a new one tomorrow. I agree. I really don't dare to use that pot for cooking anymore. Having reached a swift consensus, Xiaolon lifted the pot to dispose of it when suddenly, the landline on the desk rang. Ring, ring, ring. At this hour, who could be calling? Setting the pot down, Xiaolon rushed to the desk to answer the phone. Hello, this is the Muri Detective Agency. Muri Detective, please come to my house quickly. My daughter has been kidnapped. The address is, upon realizing that the voice on the other end of the line belonged to the client, Xiaolon hurriedly began to explain, please hold on a moment. However, before she could complete her sentence, the client abruptly terminated the call, leaving Xiaolon at a loss, clutching the phone without knowing what to do. Observing this, Conan quickly grasped the situation and approached Xiaolon, inquiring, what did the client say? Xiaolon, biting her lightly tinted lips, recounted the conversation verbatim. The client said his daughter has been kidnapped, and he is seeking the help of Detective Muri. But, Dad, it's all right. I'm here with you. Upon hearing that a case had arisen, particularly a fresh kidnapping incident, Conan felt a surge of detective fervor coursing through him. His glasses shimmering with a glint of determination. In that moment, a single phrase illuminated Xiaolon's understanding of the elation that comes with finding hope in despair. Indeed, the renowned high school detective Shinichi Kudo was right here. His deductive skills would undoubtedly surpass those of her father, making the seemingly simple kidnapping case a matter of course. While they had the detective, there remained a pressing concern. Xiaolon voiced, but Shinichi, the client specifically requested Detective Muri to handle this case. Yet, you are just a child, and I am not a detective either. There's no need to fret about that, Conan replied. A playful smirk gracing his lips as he waved his finger, he continued with his analysis. Based on the content and timing of the call, the client must have been in a state of desperation, reaching out to us. Otherwise, upon hearing your voice, he would have immediately realized you are not a detective from the agency. He paused momentarily before giving Xiaolon a thumbs up. So, Xiaolon, you are now Detective Muri, and I will quietly relay all the clues I uncover to you. In doing so, we can successfully resolve this case. Well, given the circumstances, it seems we have no choice, Xiaolon conceded, nodding in agreement with Conan's plan. She swiftly set about retrieving her wallet to hail a taxi. After all, in a kidnapping case, time was of the essence. The sooner they could solve it, the better the chances for the victim's safety. As Xiaolon went to fetch her wallet, Conan, taking precautions, ascended the stairs to retrieve the Fui's belt from his suitcase, placing it into a children's backpack. If they were to encounter a desperate kidnapper, the power of the Fui's belt would serve as their last resort. Just as Conan tucked the Fui's belt into the backpack, he inadvertently noticed that several accessories seemed compatible with the belt. Consequently, the taxi sped through the night, soon delivering Conan and Xiaolon to the address provided by the client. Upon disembarking and paying the fare, they were greeted by a lavish courtyard, where a group of over 10 men and women stood by the main entrance. Among them, a middle-aged man stood out, his expensive suit and dignified demeanor marking him as the leader. Xiaolon inquired, is this the residence of M.R.Gucien? I am a detective from the Muri Detective Agency. Yes, I am M.R.Gu, the client who called. Detective Muri, you have finally arrived. It should be noted that the series did not specify Mr. Gu's full name, so this designation is a creative interpretation. I hope for your understanding. Just as Conan had deduced, M.R.Gu was entirely unaware of the operations at the Muri Detective Agency. He rushed forward, grasping Xiaolon's hands tightly, his emotions running high as he implored, Detective Muri, you must help. As long as you can bring my precious daughter back, I will pay any fee. I will do my utmost, Xiaolon replied, somewhat flustered by Mr. Gu's fervent demeanor, feeling as though she were being thrust into the role. Yet, upon reflecting, she recognized the intensity of his emotions was entirely justified, as the victim was his own flesh and blood. Taking a deep breath to regain her composure, Xiao Lan recalled Conan's earlier instructions in the taxi and spoke, "Please lead the way. I need to visit the scene of the incident for a preliminary analysis." "Of course, this way," Mr. Gu replied, guiding them deeper into the courtyard. They soon arrived at a back garden adorned with a rockery and pond. Gu explained, "It was here that my dear daughter, Jingzi, was kidnapped, Detective Mori. Please examine the area as you see fit. I am willing to demolish this place if it means finding a clue." "Understood." Xiaolan entered the back garden, feigning a thorough inspection to draw the attention of the Gu family and their staff, allowing Conan to search for genuine clues. With the eyes of over 10 members of the Gu household upon her, Xiaolan, feeling somewhat at a loss for what to observe, cleared her throat and, adopting an air of professionalism, asked, "Were there any eyewitnesses at the time, or who was the first to arrive at the scene?" "I was." An elderly gentleman in a butler's uniform stepped forward. My name is Asu. The housekeeper Dai was watching the young lady play with her ball when suddenly a masked man appeared and abducted her. He warned that if the company did not shut down for a month, the young lady's life would be. He faltered, unable to continue, but the implication was clear to all present. With righteous indignation, Xiaolan exclaimed, "How despicable! What kind of person would commit such a heinous act against an innocent girl?" Mr. Dagu, his expression grave, shook his head. "I have no idea, but in our line of work, we often encounter disputes. My company has had conflicts with several competing firms. Perhaps one of them harbors resentment. Was she taken from this location?" As Mr.Gu speculated on the identity of the kidnapper, Conan stepped toward the corner of the back garden. While he scrutinized the surroundings, a sudden fierce bark erupted nearby. Woof! Whoosh! A large hunting dog sprang from the bushes, lunging directly at Conan. "Watch out!" Xiaolan, startled, rushed forward to kick the dog away. However, the ensuing scene took everyone by surprise. The hunting dog locked eyes with Conan, its fierce demeanor instantly deflated, and it lay down on the ground, tail tucked between its legs, appearing utterly terrified. "Give me your paw." Woof! The dog obediently placed its paw on Conan's hand. "Roll over." Woof! The dog flipped onto its back, exposing its belly and panting in a submissive manner. "Good dog." Conan gently patted the dog's belly, praising it. Mr. Gu, astonished, exclaimed, "Young boy, you are remarkable. My giant dog never gets close to strangers. How could you tame it?" With an innocent smile, Conan replied, "Perhaps dogs just prefer me." "By the way, sir, does this big dog reside here?" Without hesitation, Mr. Gu affirmed, "Indeed, this back garden is where our giant dog usually stays to guard the premises." "I see." Conan maintained his childlike grin, though his glasses began to glint with a deeper reflection. Noticing this, Xiaolan pretended to appear calm, crouching beside Conan to whisper, "Shinichi, have you discovered something?" "Yes, this kidnapping case is quite intriguing." Conan leaned in and softly conveyed his findings to Xiaolan, who listened intently, eager not to miss a single word. Once she had committed Conan's deductions to memory, Xiaolan stood and addressed the crowd, specifically targeting the butler, Asu. "Asu, based on your description, we are currently standing at the site of the kidnapping. Correct?" Asu nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, the young lady was abducted right here by that mysterious man." With this confirmation, Xiaolan felt a surge of reassurance, turning to the other staff members to inquire, "In that case, I would like to ask everyone present, aside from the butler's shout, did anyone else hear any other sounds during the incident?" "No, I could only hear the voice of Butler Asu. Nothing else reached my ears. I happened to be nearby at the time, but when I rushed over, only Butler Asu remained." The servants of the Gu family exchanged glances, and ultimately, they all provided a remarkably consistent response. At the time of the incident, only Butler Asu's voice was heard. The prelude had been sufficiently laid. Xiaolan, adhering to Conan's earlier instructions, delivered a heavy punch. "If that is indeed the case, do you not find it exceedingly strange?" At that moment, Conan merely stood there and was nearly attacked by the behemoth. If the kidnapper had entered from outside, why did the behemoth remain utterly unresponsive? It didn't even let out the most basic bark. Upon hearing this, the Gu family members felt a sudden buzzing in their heads. Meanwhile, Butler Asu, the first to discover the scene, broke out in a cold sweat, involuntarily stepping back. "Excuse me, Butler, where are you going?" Butler Asu turned around only to find that Conan had somehow appeared behind him, his eyes filled with an unexpected maturity and sharpness that belied his age. The behemoth in question was an Alsatian, a breed known for its high loyalty and obedience, and it would never back down even when faced with a stronger opponent. If a kidnapper had indeed entered, the behemoth would never have remained indifferent. Although Conan's voice remained high-pitched and youthful, it now carried a palpable sense of pressure that made even the elderly butler Asu tremble. Conan continued, "Indeed, this kidnapping case is fraught with many inexplicable elements. However, once all the unreasonable factors are eliminated, only one truth remains." With a sudden gesture, Conan pointed at butler Asu, delivering his verdict as if he were a judge. "This kidnapping case is entirely fabricated. From beginning to end, it has merely been your solo performance." Thud. With Conan's final word, butler Asu's mental defenses finally crumbled, and he collapsed to the ground. The truth was painfully evident. "Asu, you old scoundrel." Gu Dashin furiously stepped forward, grabbing Asu by the collar and shouting, "White-haired, old fool, gray-bearded rogue, you have lived for 62 years only to commit such bestial acts. I have never encountered someone as shameless as you." Butler Asu hurriedly attempted to explain. "My lord, please calm your anger. Everything I did was at the young lady's request. I truly had no choice. Enough of your excuses. Quickly tell me where Jingzi is now. Otherwise, I will not let you off the hook." "I have placed the young lady in a private room at the Mihua Grand Hotel." Just as this farcical kidnapping case seemed poised to reach its conclusion, Xiaolan quietly crouched beside Conan and, somewhat displeased, poked the little detective's cheek. "Shinichi, you've gone a bit too far. We agreed that I would solve the case, yet you revealed everything yourself. Have you forgotten you are still a child?" Seeing Xiaolan's pout, Conan quickly clasped his hands together, offering an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, Xiaolan. It was a reflex I couldn't control." However, in response to the genuinely remorseful little Conan, Xiaolan continued to grumble softly. "Honestly, every time a case arises, you disregard everything else. When will you change this habit?" As Xiaolan aired her grievances, a maid rushed over, clutching a large mobile phone, shouting, "It's bad, my lord. The kidnapper is calling for ransom." "What?" Upon hearing this news, the people in the back garden were instantly taken aback. Xiaolan and Conan, who were responsible for solving the case, grew increasingly tense. What a joke. The kidnapper is clearly this old man. Gu Dashin cursed as he snatched the mobile phone. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to unleash his 30 years of experience in reproaching others. "Daddy, save me. Jingzi." Upon hearing the sobs from the other end of the line, Gu Dashin's anger dissipated instantaneously. A male voice then came through. "So, you confirm this is your daughter's voice? Whatever amount you want, just say it. I can give you anything. Just do not harm my daughter. I will pay you double." At that moment, Gu Dashin was too overwhelmed to ponder the situation. He could only hope that offering more money would ensure his daughter's safety. As expected of a corporate president. "You're quite straightforward. Prepare 5 million. Hand over the money, and I will hand over the person." "Daddy, I'm in the school warehouse where I can see the chimney." "You little brat, shut up." "Ugh. Jingzi. Jingzi." Hearing the commotion on the other end, Gu Dashin shouted desperately. However, the kidnapper callously hung up the phone. "How despicable. You actually have accomplices." Infuriated, Gu Dashin hurled the mobile phone away and then seized butler Asu by the throat, roaring in rage. Poor butler Asu, being over 60, had never faced such treatment and could only hoarsely explain, "No, I have no accomplices. I was merely following the young lady's plan." Conan interjected, "Butler Asu should be innocent. It appears that the real kidnapper has indeed made their appearance." Xiaolan urged, "Mr. Gu, please release butler Asu. If this continues, he will not be able to endure." Conan and Xiaolan quickly intervened to stop Gu Dashin. Otherwise, given butler Asu's frail constitution, Gu Dashin would have been liable for a charge of negligent homicide. At this moment, Gu Dashin was in a state of utter disarray, and without hesitation, he relinquished his grip on butler Asu. Turning to Xiaolan with a hopeful expression, "Muri detective, my daughter mentioned she is in the school warehouse where she can see the chimney. What should I do now? Should I call the police?" Faced with this barrage of questions, Xiaolan was at a loss for an answer. At that critical moment, Conan calmly took charge. "Uncle, do not rush to call the police just yet. It might provoke the kidnapper into making drastic moves. What you need to do now is re-establish contact with the kidnapper, find a way to buy time, and ensure the hostage's safety. Additionally, prepare a map of the surrounding area. The kidnapper likely initiated the abduction from the Mihua Grand Hotel." He cannot have gone far with the child, so we can use the Mihua Grand Hotel as the center for our search. Systematically checking the nearby schools, after hearing Conan's detailed plan, Gu Dashin's mouth fell open in astonishment, as if he could fit an ostrich egg inside. He never expected that this seemingly unremarkable little boy would exhibit maturity and composure far beyond that of an adult. In contrast, he felt somewhat inadequate. All right, I will prepare right away. Quickly regaining his composure, Gu Dashin hurried home to execute a series of arrangements according to Conan's guidance. Before long, Gu Dashin had arranged for 5 vehicles to transport everyone in the family who could breathe to the Mihua Grand Hotel, with Conan and Xiaolan naturally among them. God, Buddha, Taishang Laojun, please show your grace. Please ensure that Jingzi remains safe. In the passenger seat, Gu Dashin incessantly prayed to various deities, hoping for a miracle. Xiaolan, seated in the back, noticed this and offered comfort. Mr. Gu, please relax. Your daughter will certainly be safe, won't she? Shinichi, turning to see Conan resting his chin on his hand, gazing out at the swiftly passing scenery. Xiaolan noted that when the car passed a darkened building, a flash of inspiration struck Conan. Stop, screech. The driver, obedient, slammed on the brakes, causing everyone in the car to jolt forward due to the sudden deceleration. What happened? Xiaolan asked, holding her head in confusion. Nevertheless, Conan remained silent, instead leaping from the vehicle to survey the nearby power outage building. Gazing at the structure that loomed like a black rod against the horizon, Conan's glasses suddenly glimmered with reflected light. So that's it, I understand now. Shinichi, at this moment, Ran also jumped out of the car and hurried over to Conan's side. Ran, I have a rough idea of where the kidnapper and the hostage are located. We must act swiftly. All right, let's move quickly. Grabbing Conan by the nape of his neck, Ran took a deep breath, gathering her strength, and then inquired, which way should we go? That way. Okay. Following the direction Conan pointed, Ran accelerated and dashed forward, leaving Gu Dashin and his entourage staring at each other in bewilderment. Stop dawdling. Hurry up and follow, the driver awkwardly exclaimed. Sir, I pressed the brakes too hard earlier, and now the car is broken. Gu Dashin cursed vehemently. I curse your ancestors for 8 generations. How slow. Why hasn't anyone delivered the money yet? In the school warehouse, a middle-aged man with a sinister expression toyed with a dagger, occasionally peering through the crack of the door to observe the situation outside. In the corner of the warehouse, a young girl, resembling a doll in her cuteness, was bound and thrown into the shadows, her bright eyes brimming with tears, evoking immense pity. Baka, so annoying. It's unbearably dull. Without any warning, the middle-aged man suddenly erupted in fury, hurling the dagger across the room while violently smashing everything within his line of sight. Ugh! Witnessing the kidnapper's frenzied behavior, the cornered Gu Jingzi instinctively curled up in fear. After destroying everything he could see, the middle-aged man's cold gaze shifted towards Gu Jingzi. In any case, the money will arrive soon. You are of no further use to me, so I might as well send you on your way. Ugh! Ugh! Hearing the kidnapper's words, Gu Jingzi, huddled in the corner, shook her head in terror, tears streaming down her face like a broken dam. Seeing the little girl terrified to the utmost, the middle-aged man felt a rush of satisfaction within, akin to the high of a drug addict. Don't be afraid, little sister. I assure you, you will not suffer any pain. Soon, you will witness the most powerful force ever. As the last word fell, the middle-aged man slowly raised his left hand. Bang! Who goes there? Hearing a sudden voice from behind, the middle-aged man quickly turned his head, only to find Ran, one hand gripping Conan and the other clenched into a fist, charging towards him. With no chance to react, the middle-aged man was sent flying by Ran's punch, crashing against the far wall of the warehouse. After placing Conan down, Ran sternly reprimanded, How dare you lay a hand on a little girl? I'm going to contact my mother and have you prosecuted. Just wait and see. You'll be eating prison food for the rest of your life. Conan jogged over to Gu Jingzi, tearing off the tape from her mouth. You are Gu Jingzi, right? We are detectives sent by your father. Are you hurt? Gu Jingzi timidly shook her head. I'm fine. I just want to go home and find my dad. Don't worry. We'll take you home right away. Ran approached and began to loosen the ropes binding Gu Jingzi, just as everything seemed to be falling into place and they were preparing to leave. The middle-aged man, previously sent flying, slowly stood up. None of you can leave. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Conan and the others, his pupils turning entirely gray. as horrific patterns began to emerge on his face. With a whoosh, his body twisted in a visible transformation, and in the next moment, he morphed into a monster with a pufferfish head. Pufferfish Ophion. A monster. The moment she laid eyes on Ophion, little Jingzi shrieked in terror, immediately diving into Rant's embrace, trembling uncontrollably. Yet another creature like this. Seeing the middle-aged man transform into Pufferfish Ophion, Rant's expression darkened considerably. However, since this was not her first encounter with Ophion, she quickly regained her composure. Shinichi. Turning to Conan, she noticed he had already fastened his belt and was activating the Foi's phone. .555 inner. I'm counting on you. Ran. Take her to a safe place. After giving her instructions, Conan abruptly positioned himself in front of Ran. Raising the Foi's phone high above his head. Transform. Stand by. Complete. The phone clicked into the belt, and red photon blood instantly enveloped Conan's body. In the blink of an eye, Conan transformed into Kamen Rider Foi's. After shaking out his right hand to loosen up, Conan leaped forward, launching himself at Pufferfish Ophion, and they engaged in a fierce melee on the ground. Although Ran was filled with worry, she had to temporarily exit the warehouse to ensure Gu Jingzi's safety. Bang! Bang! Roar! Conan rained down several punches onto Pufferfish Ophion's face, delivering heavy blows, but Ophion withstood the assault, seizing an opportunity to kick Conan in the back, forcing him off. You're asking for death. Pufferfish Ophion extended his arms, and in an instant, a trident appeared in his hands. Roar! Now armed, Pufferfish Ophion felt emboldened, charging at the recently risen Conan. Realizing his opponent was advancing with a weapon, Conan quickly executed a tactical roll to evade. Precisely what Ophion had been anticipating, Ophion's strikes became even more ferocious, leaving Conan no chance to regain his footing. Damn it! I'm being overwhelmed. Recognizing his disadvantage, Conan gritted his teeth and made a decisive choice. This time, as Ophion lunged with the trident, Conan did not roll away as before. Instead, he slightly turned his body before pinning the front half of the trident under his left armpit, just before it struck him. Ugh! Seeing this, Pufferfish Ophion instinctively attempted to retract the trident. However, Conan, having seized the moment, refused to release his grip. The two were locked in a tug-of-war over the weapon, just as Ophion summoned all his strength to reclaim it. Conan suddenly let go, and the inertia sent Ophion stumbling backward. Opportunity! Conan charged forward, closing the distance to Ophion, and swung his fist with all his might. Bang! Ugh! A punch connected with Ophion's temple, causing a flurry of stars to fill his vision. And even his grip on the trident loosened. Disarm! This was the moment Conan had been waiting for. Seizing the trident from Ophion's hands, he swiftly countered with a flurry of strikes. Crack! Zing! Whoosh! Lacking knowledge of any trident techniques, Conan resorted to the simplest and most forceful attacks, akin to his previous punches. Ultimately, a thrust struck Ophion's abdomen, sending him crashing backward. It's time to end this. Tossing the trident aside carelessly, Conan flexed his right hand to loosen his muscles before sprinting towards Pufferfish Ophion. Roar! At this moment, Pufferfish Ophion was just rising, and as he did, he saw Conan, transformed into Foi's, charging at him. In a panic, Ophion crossed his arms defensively, only to have his legs morph into a fishtail. Floating in midair, Pufferfish Ophion's swimming mode. This could barely be considered a mermaid. May I ask if anyone feels a flutter? Whoosh! Without any prior warning, the spiny fish, Ophi Ino, transformed into a meteor and launched a direct assault on Conan. Its speed so astonishing that it left behind an afterimage. Crash! Ugh! With no space to evade, Conan was sent crashing out of the warehouse and onto the ground, leaving a sizable hole in the wall. That hurts, Conan grimaced as he clutched his chest, struggling to sit up. Although protected by armor, he still felt a painful sensation as if his internal organs had been displaced. Are you all right, Shinichi? At that moment, Ran hurried to Conan's side, helping him up, her face etched with concern. Are you okay, Shinichi? I saw you fly out just now in an effort to alleviate Rant's worries. Conan feigned nonchalance, stretching his limbs. I'm fine. I just wanted to experience the joy of free flight, and no need to worry about me. By the way, where is that child now? I'm right here. Conan suddenly felt a presence behind him and turned to see the young girl, Kyuko, hiding behind him, her eyes filled with worry. Noticing this, Conan gently patted Kyuko's head, his tone soothing. Don't be afraid. I will ensure you return safely to your father. Emichim. Kyuko nodded obediently. Whoosh! just as the atmosphere turned warm and joyful. The reckless spiny fish, Ofi-ino, charged once more. Be careful. Fortunately, Conan had been vigilant. Upon hearing the ominous sound, he quickly threw himself over Ran and Kyuko, using his body as a shield to protect them. Bang! Ran and Kyuko only perceived a fleeting shadow before a deafening crash resonated. The three of them looked up to see a classroom reduced to rubble from the impact of Ofi-ino, which would surely take at least a month to repair. It seemed many students would have to either leave early or start school late. How infuriating. Time to show you what I can do. Conan swiftly sprang to his feet, retrieving the Foe's cursor from his belt, inserting the command memory from the Foe's phone into the cursor. Ready. Upon hearing the prompt, Conan followed the steps recorded in his memory. Attaching the Foe's cursor to his right leg, then activating the Foe's phone at his waist and pressing the enter key. Exceed charge. As photon energy surged into his right leg, Conan felt an overwhelming power coursing through him. He could hardly wait to unleash this strength. Slightly bending his knees to gather energy, Conan fixed his gaze on the nearby debris, awaiting the moment to deliver a decisive blow to Ofi-ino. Whoosh! Just as the tension in the air reached its peak, Ofi-ino, buried under the rubble, could no longer contain itself and launched its attack, sealing its fate. Following Ofi-ino, Conan leaped into the air, spinning around, as the Foe's cursor on his right leg emitted a red conical pointer. Locking onto Ofi-ino, he swiftly adjusted his posture into a flying kick stance, his right foot glowing with red light. Boom! In an instant, Conan pierced through the body of Ofi-ino, its form ignited in azure flames, revealing a red emblem. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, Ofi-ino's body disintegrated into dust at a visible rate. Soon after, a strong wind swept through, carrying the scattered dust away without leaving a trace. Wonderful! We finally won. Seeing the victory finally achieved, Ran let out a sigh of relief. However, when she caught a glimpse of Kyuko beside her, her expression turned complex, and she cast a pleading look toward Conan, who had transformed into Foe's not far away. At that moment, Conan turned around, and as their eyes met, he instantly understood the worry in her heart. He stepped forward to Kyuko. Hello? Looking at the towering Foe's before her, especially recalling how he had effortlessly turned Ofi-ino to dust, Kyuko, merely 8 years old, found it overwhelming, observing the fear and uncertainty in Kyuko's eyes. Conan silently took out the Foe's phone from his belt and pressed the end key to revert his transformation. As his form flickered with red light, Conan revealed his true identity. Kyuko was astonished to discover that the mighty knight was actually a boy who looked much like herself. Just as she was about to ask something, Conan smiled and gestured for silence. Sho, I know you have many questions right now, but for your safety and that of your family, please don't ask anything. Let's pretend nothing happened, shall we? After all, if too many people know, even more terrifying things could occur than what happened today. Conan's tactic proved effective. Upon hearing his words, Kyuko's imminent questions abruptly ceased, and after a moment, she gently nodded. I understand. I will keep what happened a secret. Excellent. Thank you very much. Having resolved the matter effortlessly, Conan flashed a confident smile at Ran, who returned an approving gaze. Kyuko then cautiously asked Conan, May I know your name? I promise I won't tell anyone. Well? Conan appeared somewhat troubled, hesitating about whether to comply, when Ran subtly nodded. In that moment, Conan made his decision. I am Edogawa Conan, a detective. With his hands in his pockets, Conan struck a pose, introducing himself with undeniable charm. Witnessing this transformation in Conan, brimming with confidence and maturity, Kyuko's remaining fear dissipated, her eyes sparkling with admiration. You're so handsome. I really like you. The next moment, Kyuko threw her arms around Conan, playfully rubbing her cheek against his. Observing the child's exuberance, Conan inwardly mused about the fervor of today's youth, trying to extricate himself from her embrace. All right, it's getting late. Let's escort you home. Well, Kyuko suddenly blushed and lowered her head, then hesitated before uttering a surprising request. Conan, can you be Kyuko's groom in the future? I can ask my father to give you all our money. Clang. As Conan was stepping away, he nearly stumbled at her words, cold sweat pouring down his face. Are children today so mature? I can't even begin to fathom their thought process. Kyuko, such topics are still too early for a child, he remarked, as Ran promptly scooped up the expectant Kyuko in her arms, smiling at Conan. It's getting late. We should return now. Conan, when she spoke his name, Rand's voice was laced with a hint of jealousy. Clearly indicating her displeasure, Conan quickly adopted a childish demeanor, complying with Rand's words that, "Oh dear, I suddenly feel so sleepy. Rand, let us hurry home, that if we wake up too late, we might miss the morning special of Kamen Rider." In the end, Conan and Rand safely returned Kyuko to the vicinity of her father, Tanaka. When asked why she had conspired with the butler to orchestrate the kidnapping, Kyuko's response was utterly laughable. "Because my father has been too busy with work. I haven't spent time with him in ages. Thus, I implored Grandpa Isao to assist me in feigning a kidnapping incident. I am truly sorry." Kiriko, father acknowledges his missteps. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Dashin issued a decree to shutter the company for 3 months, granting all employees a fully paid leave of absence for the same duration, permitting them to pursue whatever endeavors they desired. Not content with this, Gu Dashin proceeded to acquire first-class tickets to Europe at an exorbitant price, taking his entire family along with their diligent servants for a vacation. With all expenses covered by Gu Dashin, that if such consideration was afforded to the workers laboring in his own household, it goes without saying that the two individuals who had saved his daughter's life, Xiao Lan and Conan, were rewarded with an irresistible sum as compensation. Upon returning in the taxi and tallying the rewards, Xiao Lan's worldview was significantly shaken. "Goodness, Mr. Gu's generosity is truly remarkable. This compensates for the office's 6-month closure and even leaves us with a surplus." All of this is thanks to Shinichi. Filled with joy, Xiao Lan wished to share this splendid news with Conan, only to find that the young lad had inexplicably fallen asleep, his hands still tightly clutching his bag containing the Fui's belt. Seeing this, Xiao Lan could not help but smile with a hint of exasperation. Alas, it seems today has worn him out. He ought to rest well. Draping her coat over Conan, she gazed tenderly at his slightly weary face, her heart swelling with emotions. Just yesterday, this little boy had been the renowned high school detective Shinichi Kudo, yet now he had transformed into an ostensibly ordinary and handsome elementary school student. Moreover, he had acquired a belt that granted him the ability to transform and had engaged in battles with Orphanok, even fighting twice in one day alone. Xiao Lan pondered within herself, "If all of this were to happen to me, would I be able to maintain my composure like Conan? You've worked hard, Shinichi. Take this opportunity to rest." Gently enveloping Conan in her embrace, she provided the little boy with a soft pillow. Silently watching over him as he slumbered peacefully, an involuntary smile of tenderness gracing her lips. Just as tranquility enveloped the scene, a sleek black Porsche rolled into the elementary school. The moment the car came to a halt, 2 tall men clad in black attire and hats disembarked. They were indeed a striking sight, indicative of a battle-worn style. The elementary school certainly had a flair for the dramatic. Slamming the car door shut, Vodka began to survey the surroundings, eventually halting at the spot where the Orphanok had turned to ash. Crouching down, Vodka inspected the remaining white ash on the ground, then reached out to taste it. Savoring the flavor. Indeed, it is Orphanok, and a rare primordial one at that. What a pity. After a brief moment of contemplation, he approached Jin to report, "Brother, how should we handle this? Clearly, this is an unnatural death of a primordial Orphanok." Jin remained silent, head bowed as he smoked. Upon finishing his cigarette, he nonchalantly placed his hands into his coat pockets and took his seat in the passenger's side, without a backward glance. "There's no need to concern ourselves. If it could be killed, it merely indicates insufficient evolution that I have no interest in expending energy on this matter." Vodka nodded, somewhat dim-wittedly. "Brother makes a valid point. Indeed, there is no necessity to care about the fate of such waste. Drive, brother." "What is it?" Jin shot Vodka a sidelong glance, only to find him grinning foolishly. "Brother, I finally have the chance to return to elementary school. I wish to do something to make up for my childhood regrets. Could you grant me a little time?" Facing the earnest request of his loyal subordinate, Jin did not immediately respond, but instead withdrew another cigarette and lit it anew. "Make haste. I shall not wait until I finish this cigarette." "Thank you, brother," Vodka exclaimed with excitement, removing his sunglasses, revealing the unique patterns of Orphanok on his face, allowing Vodka the freedom to act during this period. Jin retrieved a black phone from the glove compartment, dialing a number before placing it to his ear. "Tequila, you may proceed with your operations in the next couple of days. Return to Mingtian with the items we arrange for the morning of the next day." Morning Daily Report. Due to unknown reasons, Shuangxiao Elementary School has experienced a significant landslide, resulting in a 3-month delay for all students' return to classes. Students are encouraged to use this time to catch up on their assignments. Everyone, please commend Vodka for being such a good person on the public screen. Meanwhile, at Titan Elementary School, my name is Edogawa Conan. I look forward to your kind attention, standing at the podium. Conan smiled as he introduced himself, but internally he could not help but grumble. Damn you, Xiaolon. How dare you whisk me back to elementary school without so much as a word, under the pretense of helping me better conceal my identity. Mr. Kobayashi wrote Conan's full name on the blackboard and addressed the class. All right, students, from today onward, Edogawa-kun is one of us. Let us give him a warm welcome with our applause. Clap, clap, clap. The first-grade students had rather simple thoughts regarding the transfer student. They merely considered him an additional playmate, and with Conan's cute and handsome appearance, the applause from the girls was particularly resounding. All right, Edogawa-kun, please choose a seat you like and make yourself comfortable. We are about to start class. Okay. With his small backpack slung over his shoulder, Conan walked toward the seats, deliberately ignoring the empty spot in the front row and heading straight to the back instead. After all, he was not a genuine elementary student. So rather than endure the dull lectures, he preferred to find a place to slack off. Conan-kun, may I sit beside you? A cheerful voice called out, and Conan turned to see a little girl in a pink princess dress gazing at him expectantly. After observing the surroundings, Conan noted that the girl was seated right in front of 2 tall boys, one fat and one thin, effectively forming a firewall that perfectly suited his needs. Sure, Conan readily agreed. Sitting next to the girl, placing his backpack down, and retrieving the child-sized stationery that Xiaolon had prepared especially for him. Upon seeing Conan actually sit beside her, the girl's cheeks flushed slightly. And she softly introduced herself. My name is Yoshida Ayumi. I look forward to your kind guidance, Conan-kun. Conan nodded gently. Likewise. All right, students, it's time for class. Stand. Good morning, teacher. Good morning, students. Please take your seats. Mr. Kobayashi announced the commencement of the lesson, and all the students stood to greet him before settling down as he began to write on the board. Naturally, Conan paid little attention to the elementary school curriculum, resting his chin in his hand. Lost in thought as he opened the textbook, he then discreetly pulled out the FUI's manual from under the desk to peruse. Conan-kun, you must pay attention during class. Noticing Conan's distraction, Ayumi gently poked his arm to remind him. Leaning over to see what he was reading, the result was perplexing. The FUI's manual's contents were incomprehensible to a first grader, and after a brief glance, Ayumi began to question her own intelligence. At that moment, the 2 boys seated in front turned to Conan, admonishing him softly. Conan-kun, you should focus during class. How can you drift off? Exactly. If my mom finds out I wasn't paying attention, I won't get eel rice for a month. What is with these children today, so eager to intervene? When I was in elementary school, we all kept to ourselves, reflecting on the enthusiastic nature of today's elementary students. Conan hurriedly placed the FUI's manual back into his backpack, clasped his hands together, and quietly apologized. I'm sorry. I promise to pay attention from now on. If that's more like it, we will be keeping an eye on you. And you must keep your word. That is what a true man does. Satisfied with Conan's attitude of apology, the 2 boys in front finally turned their heads back to continue listening, in order to avoid further unnecessary troubles. Conan could only grit his teeth and endure the elementary school lessons. Nearly dozing off 5 times in the short span of 40 minutes, each time jolted awake by his desk mate, Ayumi. At long last, the class concluded, granting him a precious 10-minute break. Conan plopped his head down onto the desk, revealing half-closed eyes. Goodness, why does it feel so exhausting? I distinctly remember my elementary school days being quite carefree. Struggling to lift his head, he glanced at the clock on the wall, which indicated it was 9:15. With dismissal time set for 3:30 in the afternoon, Conan silently screamed in his heart. Less homework, shortened class durations. Of course, the day was not without its gains. At least Conan made a few friends, including his desk mate Ayumi, as well as the boys in front, Jinta and Mitsuhiko, with whom he found he could converse quite well. The reason Conan connected with these 3 youngsters was primarily due to the discovery that they shared a profound interest in reasoning and deduction. Thus, under Mitsuhiko's suggestion, just 3 minutes before class commenced, the Young Detective Club was officially formed, and Conan was forcibly pulled into this newly birthed group by the enthusiastic trio. Once again, Conan found himself speechless. Although not by his own volition, having 3 friends to converse with was certainly not a bad thing. However, It seemed the so-called Young Detective Club would consist of just these 3 members. Finally, after enduring several hours of torment, Conan was met with the sweet sound of the school bell signaling the end of the day. The dismissal bell rang like heavenly music. Goodbye. I'm off. Without a moment's hesitation, Conan dashed out of the classroom at breakneck speed. Phew. I finally escaped. Elementary school nowadays is truly terrifying. Leaning against the school gate, Conan gasped for breath, muttering complaints under his breath. So, how does it feel to be back in elementary school on your first day? Shinichi, Xiaolon. Conan turned to see Xiaolon had appeared by his side unbeknownst to him, wearing a teasing smile as she observed his disheveled state. Unable to restrain his grievances, Conan exclaimed, Xiaolon, you really put me in a terrible position. Why on earth did you make me return to elementary school? Do you have any idea how torturous my day was? How could that be considered harming you? At your age, you should be in elementary school, Conan. Hey. Gazing at Xiaolon's playful expression, Conan's lips involuntarily twitched. Perhaps it was merely his illusion, but he felt as though Xiaolon had taken advantage of him. Without giving Conan a chance to retort, Xiaolon suddenly pulled out a bag of raw pork from her backpack. Tonight, we're having hamburgers, just as a treat for you, Shinichi. What do you think? Faced with Xiaolon's proposal, Conan's lips curled upward slightly, and he responded, I want 2 bowls. Deal. Quickly reaching an agreement, Conan and Xiaolon set off hand in hand towards the Muri Detective Agency. At first glance, they resembled any other parents picking up their children. However, upon closer inspection, the glances exchanged between the taller and shorter figures revealed a deeper meaning. Yawn, Xiaolon, is dinner ready yet? I'm starving. Kagoro Muri lay weakly on the office desk, having just come from the hospital, desperately in need of some proper food to regain his strength. What? A stunning reader wonders where the beautiful lawyer Hayu Megure has gone. Well, the reason is quite simple. Kagoro has once again fallen into his old habit. While processing his discharge paperwork, he couldn't help but flirt with a pretty nurse. This infuriated Megure, who turned green with anger. On the way back, she kicked Kagoro out of the car halfway through their journey and drove off without looking back. Poor Kagoro had forgotten his wallet, so he had to walk 5 kilometers back, resulting in his current pitiful state. Here it comes, freshly cooked and fragrant hamburger patties, exuding the charm of a devoted wife. Xiaolon emerged from the kitchen, carrying a steaming pot of hamburger patties. Meanwhile, Conan skillfully juggled a plate, a bowl, and chopsticks as he exited. The moment Kagoro caught sight of the deliciously fragrant patties, he instantly felt revitalized, eagerly rushing to the sofa to rub his hands together. It smells so good. Finally, I can eat something normal. Megure's cooking is simply toxic. Here you go, Dad. Eat slowly. Thank you, Xiaolon, grabbing the bowl of rice from Xiaolon's hands. Kagoro began to devour it ravenously, mumbling between bites. So delicious. Truly, it's incredibly good. Observing her father behaving like a starving ghost in front of her childhood friend, Xiaolon couldn't help but lecture him. Dad, really? Can't you eat more gracefully? Our family isn't struggling to that extent, right? Kagoro swallowed his mouthful and replied, Xiaolon, you're still a child. There are many things you don't understand. Gracefulness won't fill your stomach. Nowadays, people are hardly different from animals. Have you ever seen predators like tigers or wolves chew their food slowly? If you eat too slowly, you'll always be hungry. After saying this, Kagoro continued to focus on his meal. However, it wasn't long before he wore a silly grin and handed his empty bowl to Xiaolon. Hee, thanks for your hard work, Xiaolon. Sigh, Xiaolon shook her head in resignation, accepting the empty bowl to refill it. Just as she was serving the rice, Kagoro suddenly expressed his thoughts. Wow, I never expected my precious daughter would also have a talent for detective work, solving a kidnapping case with such ease. Truly, each generation surpasses the last. By the way, Kagoro clapped his hands excitedly and looked at Xiaolon. Why don't you inherit Dad's agency? That way, I, the famous detective Kagoro Muri, can die a happy man. Everyone will look up to me, saying I'm the father of the renowned detective Ran Muri. Bang. I refuse. Xiaolon slammed her bowl down on the table with force, startling both Conan and Kagoro, who were caught off guard. I absolutely detest being a detective. Whenever there's a case, you rush out without a care for anyone else's feelings, all while aiming to be the next Sherlock Holmes. People like that are the worst. Venting her frustrations, Xiaolon handed her bowl to Kagoro without raising her head. Thank you. Kagoro trembled as he accepted the bowl and began to eat slowly this time. While Kagoro was startled by Xiao Lan's sudden shift in emotions, Conan dared not lift his head, as he could clearly see that Xiao Lan's gaze was fixed on him when she spoke those words. The atmosphere in the office became particularly tense as Conan and Kagoro exchanged furtive glances. However, neither of them could think of any way to quell Xiao Lan's anger, just as both Kagoro and Conan were breaking into a cold sweat. A savior appeared. "Hey, Xiao Lan, why didn't you wait for me after school? What has got you in such a rush?" The office door swung open, and a lively high school girl in a Titan-high uniform appeared at the entrance. This energetic girl was none other than the internationally renowned heiress of the Suzuki family, the second daughter, Sonoko Suzuki. "Sonoko, what brings you here?" Upon seeing her unexpected arrival, Xiao Lan stood up in surprise. While Sonoko approached her with a familiar demeanor, teasingly nudging Xiao Lan with her elbow, "Of course I had to come. You seemed so distracted during class today. Could it be that Shinichi confessed to you?" Upon hearing this, a blush suddenly crept onto Xiao Lan's cheeks. "In no way. Sonoko, please don't say such things. Yo. You still claim I'm talking nonsense? Xiao Lan, you're already blushing, confessing without even trying." While teasing Xiao Lan, Yuanzi casually surveyed the layout of the office. When her gaze inadvertently caught sight of Conan, who was focused on his meal, her smile abruptly froze, and she slowly crouched down beside him. "Oh no. This meddlesome Yuanzi won't uncover anything, will she?" At this moment, Conan was in a state of panic, burying his face in the bowl, pretending to be engrossed in his food. However, for Miss Yuanzi, this was hardly an obstacle. Tickle tickle. Yuanzi suddenly reached out and vigorously tickled Conan's underarm. Caught off guard, Conan burst into laughter, his face naturally lifting from the bowl. Seizing this opportunity, Yuanzi gently grasped Conan's chin and turned his face towards hers. After scrutinizing his features, she abruptly snatched off Conan's glasses, revealing his true visage hidden beneath. Yuanzi, taken aback, exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, Xiao Lan, when did you and Shinichi have a child? How could I be completely unaware of such a significant matter?" Splutter. The oblivious Kagoro, engrossed in his meal, sprayed the contents of his mouth onto the ceiling and then bellowed at Yuanzi, "What nonsense are you spouting? This little brat is just a relative of that detective. Kudo Shinichi, and has nothing to do with my Xiao Lan." Yuanzi furrowed her brow, somewhat skeptical that a relative, "But he looks just like him." She then pulled out her phone and soon found an old group photo from kindergarten, with a young Kudo Shinichi prominently positioned in the center. "Little brother, you better tell the truth. Your father isn't Kudo Shinichi, is he? Xiao Lan, save me." Despite Yuanzi being his childhood friend, Conan understood her personality well enough to know that explanations would only complicate matters. Thus, he swiftly took refuge behind Xiao Lan, peeking out with a pitiful expression. "Xiao Lan, who is this strange aunt? Can we call the police? Who are you calling an aunt? I'm only 17 this year." Yuanzi's temper flared up, and an ethereal flame seemed to flicker behind her. "Wah, so scary." Seeing this, Xiao Lan quickly stepped in to mediate. All right, both of you stop arguing. Yuanzi, don't be angry with Conan. He's just a clueless child." As she played peacemaker, Xiao Lan couldn't help but reflect on how Shinichi and Yuanzi used to bicker from kindergarten through high school. She never expected that even now, with Shinichi transformed into Conan, they would still find reasons to quarrel. Ultimately, after Xiao Lan's continuous attempts to suit the situation, Yuanzi's mood calmed down, though she scratched her head in confusion. "What a strange thing. Why did I get worked up over a little kid? Never mind, let's focus on the important matter." Temporarily setting aside her earlier concerns, Yuanzi magically produced several invitation tickets from her pocket. "Tada, Xiao Lan, have you heard of the Manton Paradise Gaming Software Company? I've heard they're launching international operations and are hosting a special reception tomorrow. The Suzuki Group is their largest shareholder, so I managed to get quite a few invitation tickets. How about we go together?" Xiao Lan's eyes lit up with excitement as she exclaimed, "Really? Thank you so much." Yuanzi, "No need for thanks. We're practically family. No need for such formality," flashing a bright smile. Yuanzi turned to the sipping Kagoro and invited, "Uncle, would you care to join us? I hear there will be many unreleased games to enjoy. I'm not going. Video games are exceedingly tedious. Only kids like you would find interest in them. I'd rather stay home and enjoy a few drinks." Kagoro flatly rejected Yuanzi's offer, downing his beer in one gulp before leisurely pouring another glass. However, a single refusal would not dampen Yuanzi's determination. She had at least 9 strategies to persuade Kagoro. Casually, she mentioned, "By the way, I've heard many celebrities will attend this special reception. Perhaps even the famous star Kaniya Yoko, maybe renowned singer Kuraki Mai, and the talented Itai Izumi will also be there. Since you're not interested, I must confess, I do have a deep love for gaming software, and this is a rare opportunity, so please allow me, Mori Kagoro, to accompany you. The sudden shift in Kagoro's demeanor was as if he had transformed. Now filled with sincerity and respect, reminiscent of a loyal retainer devoted to his master. Yuenzi clapped her hands in delight. Perfect. It's settled then. By the way, Yuenzi, can I bring Conan along? If both my dad and I go, he'll be left all alone at home. About that, Xiaolon pulled Conan from behind her and made her request. Yuenzi leaned in, resting her chin on her hand, scrutinizing Conan. Little brat, I don't think I've asked your name yet. With a gulp, Conan replied, I'm Edogawa Conan, and I'm 7 years old. Yuenzi nodded lightly before suddenly grinning mischievously. How about you call me Sister Yuenzi, and I'll take you to Manton Paradise to play games tomorrow. Conan wanted to refuse, but Xiaolon kept giving him encouraging looks. With no other choice, he lowered his head. Yuenzi Jie, can't hear you. Too quiet to even think about playing. Yuenzi Jie. Conan shut his eyes, gritting his teeth, and nearly shouted the 4 words, causing Yuenzi to burst into joy. Great. You've got spirit. I'll take you to Manton Paradise tomorrow. Just tell me what you want, and Sister Yuenzi will treat you. Just as Yuenzi reached the peak of her excitement, her stomach grumbled unexpectedly that, oh no, I'm hungry. Yuenzi clutched her belly and sat down, glancing at the clock on the wall that read 5 o'clock. Without hesitation, she took out her phone and made a call. Could you please cancel tonight's French dinner? I'll be dining at a friend's house. After giving her instructions, she hung up and earnestly clasped her hands. Pleading, Xiaolon, could you treat me to a meal? I didn't eat enough at lunch, and I'm starving. Just a moment. I'll get you some rice right away. Xiaolon dashed into the kitchen to prepare a hearty meal for Yuenzi, while Conan stood to the side, rolling his eyes internally. Hey, Yuenzi, what is going on in your mind? You're skipping a fine French meal to crash at a classmate's house for a simple dinner. Despite his inward complaints, Conan found himself rather fond of this side of Yuenzi. After all, she was backed by the entire Suzuki group, and even government officials had to give this young lady some respect. However, Yuenzi had none of the haughty demeanor often associated with wealthy offspring. She treated everyone around her with utmost sincerity, never using her family's influence to intimidate anyone. It was precisely because of this that he, Xiaolon, and Yuenzi had maintained their close friendship since their kindergarten days, sharing secrets and laughter throughout elementary and high school. Although they occasionally faced minor misunderstandings, they were hardly worth mentioning. Outside the Manton Paradise Company building, an organization member named Tequila was on the phone for final arrangements. Prepare everything and place it in the briefcase for tomorrow, then find a chance to hand me the number tag. As for the payment, you'll receive every penny, provided you complete the task successfully. After coldly delivering his warning, Tequila shoved the phone into his pocket and let out a dissatisfied snort. TCH, that insufferable Jin. Making me handle such trivial matters. One day, I'll pull you down from your pedestal. Gazing at the ceiling before him, Conan came to a realization. He was suffering from insomnia, and the reason behind it was rather simple. He was not alone. His gaze slowly shifted to the silhouette of Rand beside him, and a peculiar sensation akin to tiny claws scratching at his heart began to stir within him. He had fallen asleep in the car the previous day due to sheer exhaustion, completely oblivious to the events that transpired afterward. However, the present moment was different. His mind was surprisingly alert. To make matters worse, there was a subtle fragrance emanating from Ran, reminiscent of the freshness that follows a warm shower. Yet it was not the scent of shower gel, but rather a delightful essence of nature that was truly invigorating. But I'm sorry, Shinichi, I shouldn't have said that. Huh? Conan was momentarily taken aback by Ran's sudden apology. But after a brief moment, he recalled her words from dinner. Without overthinking, he responded, It's perfectly fine, Ran. Everyone has their own preferences, and that's completely normal. There's no need for you to apologize. Upon hearing Conan's comforting words, Ran instinctively curled up a bit more within her blanket. Shinichi, you still don't understand my point that I don't have a prejudice against the profession of detective. I simply don't want you to become some kind of modern-day Holmes from the Heisei era. Conan asked in confusion. Why not? After a moment of hesitation, Rand sat up and, with a complex expression, explained, I don't fully grasp how detectives solve cases, but I once read in literature class that the original ending the author intended was for Holmes and Professor Moriarty to fall off a cliff together, both meeting their demise. It was only later, under pressure from various parties, that the story of Holmes' return was pinned. I know about that too, but what does it signify? Seeing that Conan still did not comprehend her meaning, Rand's expression grew somewhat weary, prompting her to resolutely continue. Shinichi, have you ever considered that Holmes is a fictional character? If he were to encounter danger, his readers could reach out to the author for assistance. But you, Shinichi, are a living person, and if you were to face a life-threatening situation, I genuinely wouldn't know how to help you at this point. Rand's head had drooped entirely, her expression marked by an inner turmoil. Ha ha! To Rand's utter astonishment, Conan erupted into loud laughter, even shedding tears from his mirth, devoid of any gloom or displeasure. Rand, you are simply adorable. I never imagined that this was what you were worried about. Wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes, Conan smiled and elaborated. A detective is much like a shark. Once they catch a whiff of the bloodshed from a case, they will leap into action and never relent until the truth is unveiled. Moreover, I possess a treasure that even Holmes could not claim. That as soon as he finished speaking, Conan leaped from the bed, swiftly opening his backpack to reveal the Fui's belt nestled inside. Yet despite this, Rand's expression remained troubled. But even so, Conan interrupted her. Aren't you here, Rand? You possess combat abilities that far surpass Dr. Watson's, so you can certainly protect me, right? Huh? Caught off guard by Conan's words, Rand's fair face flushed a deep crimson as she stepped off the bed and gently enveloped Conan in her embrace. Thank you, Conan, but, Noticing Rand's sudden hesitation, Conan curiously lifted his head, only to feel Rand's arms suddenly tighten around him. With a mischievous grin, she teased, but Shinichi, what do you mean by saying I have combat abilities that surpass Dr. Watson's? Are you implying that I'm a tomboy? Conan's eyes widened in alarm. No, I absolutely didn't mean that. No more unnecessary words. Here it comes. Yami Kadasai, someone's abusing children. Save the kids. That night, the anguished cries of little Conan reverberated throughout the heavens. The following afternoon, outside the Manton Heaven Company building, guests who had received invitations queued to enter, and naturally, Conan and his companions were among them. I can't believe so many people are here. I'm feeling a bit anxious. As she observed the glittering and glamorous elites, Rand's heart fluttered with a hint of trepidation, especially since the dress she wore was once donned by Eri Kisaki in her youth. Rand's mind raced with nerves. Sonoko casually placed a hand on her shoulder and waved dismissively. There's no need to be so anxious, Rand. Those superficial appearances are utterly inconsequential. It's the inner qualities that truly mattered. She spoke. Sonoko deliberately patted the discount casual where she had hastily purchased, hoping to alleviate Rand's psychological burden. If Sonoko was reassuring, Conan and Kagoro were even more so, both clad in their usual blue suits. Resembling a father-son duo at first glance, after a brief wait in line, they finally succeeded in entering the reception area. Wow, Rand, look. This is the latest large gaming console developed by Manton Heaven. I heard it hasn't even been released on the market yet. Sonoko pulled Rand toward a shooting game setup, excitedly handing her a laser gun. Come on, Rand, let's set a record. All right. As the game prompt began, Rand and Sonoko launched into a flurry of vigorous actions, only to find themselves failing miserably at the very first level. Sonoko jumped up in frustration. The difficulty design is utterly unreasonable. It's impossible to clear. Rand quickly attempted to calm her down. Sonoko, please stay composed. Don't get angry. Let me take over. At that moment, Kagoro approached, taking the laser gun from Rand and Sonoko's hands before pressing the start button. The first enemy appeared on the game screen. Kagoro's gaze sharpened instantly. With a swift motion, his laser gun entered a state of invincibility. Pew pew pew. In a whirlwind of adept maneuvers, Kagoro dispatched the enemies on the screen before they even had a chance to react. And he wasn't merely relying on overwhelming firepower. Each bullet eliminated a single foe. Goodness, I never expected this uncle to be so formidable. He hides his talents well. Both Rand and Sonoko were taken aback. And even the seasoned Conan was left speechless, unable to fathom that this seemingly disheveled middle-aged man possessed such skills. Under the watchful eyes of Conan, Rand, and Sonoko, Kagoro effortlessly reached the final level, where the screen displayed a thug holding a female hostage, using her as a human shield. Upon witnessing this, Kagoro's pupils constricted sharply, and even the grip on his guns trembled slightly. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and steadied his aim with both hands. Bang! Kagoro shot the hostage in the shoulder, causing the game screen to display bold English words. Humph, it's just a game. Nonchalantly tossing the laser gun aside, Kagoro pretended as if nothing had happened and began to walk away. Seeing this, Ran called out, "Dad, where are you going?" "Isn't it obvious? I'm going to check if Miss Yoko has arrived. Otherwise, I wouldn't waste my time here," Kagoro replied, not bothering to look back as he waved his hand and headed towards the crowded hall. Watching her father leave, Ran couldn't shake an uneasy feeling, though she couldn't pinpoint what exactly seemed off. That in contrast to the perceptive Ran, the oblivious Sonoko failed to notice anything amiss. "Wow, I didn't realize Uncle had such hidden depths. By the way, Ran, are you feeling a bit thirsty?" Ran nodded gently. "I am a little thirsty." Conan immediately volunteered, "I'll go buy some drinks." "What would you like, Ran?" Sonoko placed her hands on her hips, casually responding. "Anything is fine. Just decide for yourself. I'll reimburse you after you buy it." "All right." With his task assigned, Conan promptly set off, his short legs moving swiftly as he left the gaming area in search of a vending machine. However, the adults surrounding Conan were exceedingly tall, making it nearly impossible for him to locate the vending machine. Just as he was on the verge of being engulfed by the crowd, a hand suddenly yanked him out of the throng. Before he could comprehend the situation, he found himself gazing up at a young male attendant who was smiling down at him. "Apologies, little brother," the attendant said. "I noticed you seemed to be in a bit of trouble. So I pulled you out. No problem." "Thank you, big brother," Conan replied politely. Then with an innocent smile, he asked, "Could you please tell me where the vending machine is? I can't seem to find it anywhere." "Oh, just walk straight ahead for about 30 meters and take a left. You will see it," the attendant informed him. "By the way, little brother, would you like to try this special tequila?" After enthusiastically answering Conan's question, the attendant picked up a tall glass from a nearby tray, filled to the brim with a rich yellow tequila. Conan chuckled and waved his hand, saying, "No, big brother, I'm still just a child. If my mother finds out, she would surely give me a good spanking. Goodbye." Waving goodbye, Conan turned to leave. "What a pity," the attendant mused. "This drink was specially prepared for you, my dear silver bullet." Upon hearing this, Conan froze in place, a deep sense of trepidation flashing through his eyes. The voice of the attendant was eerily identical to that of the mysterious woman who had fed him medicine just days prior. "Who exactly are you?" Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Conan slowly turned to face the attendant, who still wore a smile as he regarded him. The two stared at each other amidst the bustling crowd, oblivious to the throngs of people passing by. After a tense moment, the attendant took a gentle sip from the tequila, closing his eyes to savor the taste. This tequila, aged for 2.5 years, is quite decent. But alas, if it exceeds 4 years, the flavor diminishes significantly. Answer me, who are you?" Conan's voice rose in pitch, feeling dismissed by the attendant's nonchalance. The attendant merely shook his finger lightly. My dear, there's no need to rush. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that I mean you no harm. The time is not right for you to learn my identity. So you must remain in the dark for now. A cold smile crept across Conan's lips. Turning me into a child doesn't equate to not harming me." Noticing Conan's irritation, the attendant's smile widened. "Does it bother you, my method of administering medicine?" Suddenly, like a slideshow in his mind, Conan recalled that bewitching kiss, causing his youthful cheeks to flush red. The attendant couldn't help but laugh. "Ha. You blushing. How adorable. Could that have been your first kiss?" "I must say, I'm honored." Conan, feigning fierceness, retorted, "Don't change the subject. Quickly tell me your intentions, or I won't be so polite." As he issued his threat, Conan shifted his backpack to the front, unzipping it to reveal the Fui's belt inside. Now, my dear silver bullet," the attendant cautioned, "here's a piece of advice. Do not display your power in crowded places. Otherwise, not only you, but those connected to you will also be swept into this turmoil. What do you want?" Conan felt a surge of frustration, akin to a caged monkey in a zoo, subjected to the whims of the disguised attendant. "My little darling, do not be angry. Just look behind you." Although puzzled, Conan turned to follow the attendants, spotting a tall man in a black suit standing at the counter. 98, "Here is your briefcase. The man coldly accepted the briefcase from the staff, turning away without a glance. Yet, Conan felt an unsettling aura emanating from him, a faint scent of blood lingering in the air. Just as he pondered this, he suddenly felt warm breath near his ear, followed by 2 hands resting on his shoulders. "My dear silver bullet, be wary of individuals like him. The scent of that drink is exceedingly perilous. One misstep could plunge you into an abyss of darkness." After hearing the mysterious woman's warning, Conan clenched his fists and asked in a low voice, "One last question. Why do you call me Silver Bullet? What does it mean?" "That too shall remain a secret for now. However, as compensation, I can share another secret with you." Conan frowned. "What secret?" "That day was also my first kiss." Conan was momentarily taken aback, but when he regained his composure, he realized the mysterious woman disguised as the attendant had vanished without a trace. "What a peculiar person," he muttered under his breath. He then hurriedly sprinted in the direction the tall man had taken, finally witnessing him enter the restroom. "Let me see what your true nature is." Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Conan prepared to step into the restroom. Boom! Just as he crossed the threshold, a violent explosion erupted within, the force sending the unsuspecting Conan hurtling backward until he collided with the wall. Crashing to the ground, "There's been an explosion. Terrible attack. It's a terrorist attack. Run for your lives." The sudden explosion sent the guests into a frenzy, scrambling towards the emergency exit, completely unaware of a small figure moving against the tide. After a harrowing journey, Conan successfully infiltrated the restroom, which had been nearly obliterated. Damn it! How could it explode so suddenly? Conan scanned the area, his gaze drawn to a particular stall where a large hole had been made. Clearly the result of a violent impact. Oh no, could it be that the tall man is... Conan's mind raced with possibilities, prompting him to swiftly retrieve the belt from his backpack. .555 Enter transform. Standby complete. Whoosh. After transforming into foes, Conan instinctively flicked his right hand and quickly entered through the breach. Meanwhile, on the other side. "Yay, where are we headed?" "I have no idea. This is my first time here as well." At that moment, Sonoko and Ran were aimlessly wandering about. When the explosion occurred earlier, the two high school girls had initially been running towards the emergency exit. However, the sheer volume of people had inadvertently pushed them off course. Fortunately, they had clung tightly to each other's hands, preventing them from being separated by the crowd. As they searched for an exit, Sonoko, feeling guilty, said, "I'm sorry, Ran, I didn't expect something like this to happen. If I had known, I wouldn't have brought you to this dreadful place." "It's fine, Sonoko," Ran smiled, shaking her head. "You don't need to worry about it. I'm just a bit concerned about Conan and how he's doing." In response to Ran's concern, Sonoko reassured her, "Don't fret. That little brat is clever. He's probably out by now." As they exchanged words, Sonoko and Ran continued their search for an exit. Nowhere to run. Crash. Just as the two high school girls were searching for an escape route, a furious shout rang out, followed by a dull thud as something collided with the wall. Ran and Sonoko exchanged glances, curiosity evident in their eyes. Thus, the two high school girls stealthily made their way towards the source of the sound. Before long, Yuenzi and Xiaolan arrived at the corner, peering around to witness a burly man. Tequila, seething with rage as he seized a young man clad in a suit. You audacious fool. How dare you attempt to blow me up with a bomb? It's a misunderstanding. Please let me explain. I truly followed through with our agreement and placed the items in the briefcase, but how it turned into a bomb, I cannot fathom. I am innocent. You must believe me. Such words are futile. You must pay the price." As soon as these words left Tequila's lips, intricate patterns began to emerge on his face, and in the next instant, he transformed into the imposing figure of an elephantine Ophiuchus. The young man, upon witnessing this, fell into a state of panic, pleading for mercy. "Please, don't. I'll return the money. I swear I'll give it all back." However, no amount of pleading would sway the situation. The tusks on either side of Ophiuchus's head extended like tentacles, swiftly invading the young man's mouth and nostrils, reaching towards his heart. In mere moments, Ophiuchus retracted his tusks and released his grip on the man. "No." The man struggled, attempting to crawl away, but in the blink of an eye, his body morphed into a ghastly pale gray, disintegrating into a pile of ashes. Ugh! Hiding in the corner, Yuenzi and Xiaolan trembled in fear, hastily covering their mouths with their hands to stifle any sound. While Xiaolan managed to remain somewhat composed, having witnessed such horrors before, Yuenzi, a sheltered heiress, was entirely unprepared for this. Had it not been for Xiaolan supporting her, she would have surely collapsed to the ground. Xiaolan leaned closer to Yuenzi's ear and whispered, "Don't be afraid, Yuenzi. Let us quietly slip away without making a sound." That moment, Yuenzi, in a daze, could hardly respond, merely nodding fervently as she prepared to sneak away with Xiaolan's assistance. Suddenly, bang! Who is it? Just as Yuanzi and Xiaolan were mustering the strength to leave, an empty soda can rolled onto the ground from an unknown source. And Xiaolan, who was focused ahead, failed to notice it, stepping directly onto it with her high heels. The sound of the can startled the elephantine Ophiuchus, who turned back in alarm. Run, realizing they had been discovered. Xiaolan swiftly kicked off her high heels, hoisting Yuanzi onto her back, and began to sprint barefoot. Ophiuchus charged towards them, catching a glimpse of Yuanzi's hair as she rounded the corner. Don't even think about escaping. With a powerful sweep of his arms, Ophiuchus's lower body transformed into 4 stout elephant legs, towering nearly 7 meters high. Crash. Rather than merely pursuing them, Ophiuchus carved a path through the surroundings, swiftly reaching the spot where Xiaolan and Yuanzi stood. Roar. The earth-shattering roar of the elephant sent both girls stumbling backward in terror, while Ophiuchus advanced relentlessly. Whoosh, 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 bang. Just as Ophiuchus closed in on Xiaolan and Yuanzi, 3 laser beams struck his back, and a red figure descended from the sky. Landing before the girls. Upon recognizing that the newcomer was Fui's, Xiaolan nearly exclaimed his name, but noticing Yuanzi beside her, she quickly swallowed her words. Be careful and stay safe. Conan, transformed into Fui's, nodded slightly, raising his Fui's phone, now in explosive gun mode, and began to fire at Ophiuchus while attempting to lure him away from Xiaolan and Yuanzi. Fui's, don't run. Upon seeing Conan as Fui's, Ophiuchus appeared utterly astonished, dismissing Yuanzi and Xiaolan to sprint after Conan. With the environment returning to a semblance of calm, Yuanzi felt a profound sense of relief wash over her, turning to Xiaolan to inquire, Xiaolan, do you know that armored figure? No, I don't know him. But I'm just concerned. Shaking her head with a hint of guilt, Xiaolan quickly urged Yuanzi towards the exit, frequently glancing back at the direction where Conan and Ophiuchus had disappeared. Go, Shinichi, please come back safely. As Xiaolan silently prayed, at the same time, in Professor Agasa's garage. All right, the engine should be able to operate smoothly now. After closing the hood, Professor Agasa wiped the sweat from his brow, just as he was about to grab his toolbox and leave. He suddenly heard the roar of an engine. That's strange. I didn't insert the key. Professor Agasa puzzledly took the car key from his pocket, only to catch a glimpse of the motorcycle he had temporarily stored lighting up. What on earth? Virum. Before Professor Agasa could process the situation, the motorcycle shot out of the garage like an arrow, making a sharp turn and speeding away. It's driverless. Professor Agasa was taken aback, nearly dropping his glasses, and hurriedly pulled out his cell phone to dial a number that I need to call quickly. I must inform Shinichi of this news. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Manton Heaven Game Company, the police had arrived, cordoning off the area and beginning to question the fleeing guests. Let me in. My daughter Xiaolan is still inside. Please, let me in. Kagoro, calm down. It's too dangerous inside. You cannot go in. The officer leading the team was none other than Inspector Magyar, an old acquaintance of Kagoro's from his days as a detective. Kagoro seized Magyar by the collar, nearly shouting, It's precisely because it's dangerous that I must go in. My daughter Xiaolan is trapped in there. If anything happens to her, how will I explain it to her mother? Looking at Kagoro, who seemed on the verge of fury, Magyar felt a twinge of apprehension. He knew Kagoro too well. Should anyone dare to harm his family, even the mightiest would not escape unscathed. He quickly turned to a tall officer nearby, who was taking notes, and called out, Takagi, come over here. What's the situation inside the building? Officer Takagi jogged over, saluting, and reported. According to the bomb squad's observations from the first floor, explosions are still occurring intermittently on the upper levels, and the building is experiencing slight tremors. It's highly likely that there is more than one bomb. Then how many bombs are there? We estimate there might be several, perhaps around a dozen. Releasing Magyar, Kagoro grabbed Takagi and began to interrogate him loudly. Seeing Kagoro's increasingly fearsome expression, Takagi broke into a cold sweat. Stammering, the police, don't know for sure yet. This building is just too large. You better not let me find out who the idiot is that planted those bombs, or I'll have their skin peeled off. Just as Kagoro roared like a beast, he caught sight of a suspicious man in glasses among the crowd. The bespectacled man was evasive, fidgeting nervously, with visible beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Exuding an air of guilt, Kagoro's instincts kicked in, and he pointed at the glasses-wearing man, shouting, You there, the one in glasses, come here, the officer has questions for you. There were other men wearing glasses in the crowd, but only this suspicious one hesitated before turning to flee. Where do you think you're going? Like a leopard pouncing on its prey, Kagoro lunged forward, swiftly navigating through the crowd to tackle the bespectacled man to the ground. One hand gripping his neck while the other restrained him. Chokehold. This move is considered a banned technique in judo, as it can inadvertently lead to the opponent's suffocation. Speak. Why did you install so many bombs? What are your intentions? The bespectacled man yelled in desperation. I didn't do it. I only pretended to. I just wanted to blow that guy Nakajima to bits. I have no idea how it ended up like this. Still trying to resist? Kagoro tightened his grip, causing the man to roll his eyes back in a faint. Calm down, Maoli. Don't do anything foolish, Mr. Maoli. Please let him go. We, the police, need to interrogate him. Officer Megure and Takagi rushed in, attempting to pull Kagoro away. However, Kagoro remained as resolute as if he were bound by unbreakable chains of devotion, regardless of the officer's efforts. With fervent rage, Kagoro bellowed, "Not a chance. If anything happens to my daughter today, I'll make sure this scoundrel pays, even if it means I end up in prison, Dad." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Kagoro's fierce demeanor instantly softened. Following the sound, he saw Ran and Sonoko approaching, surrounded by a contingent of police officers. Ran, you're all right. Without hesitation, Kagoro released the bespectacled man and dashed towards Ran at lightning speed, allowing Officer Megure to swiftly move in to protect the man. Kagoro reached Ran in an instant, but when he noticed his dear daughter barefoot, his face paled in alarm. Ran, where are your shoes? How could you come out like this? Ran lowered her head and explained, I was in such a hurry that I took them off. I'm sorry. Dad. Kagoro comforted her. It's all right. It's all right that I'll buy you 10 pairs later, as long as you're safe at that moment. Sonoko suddenly interjected. By the way, Uncle, have you seen Conan? He separated from us earlier, and we haven't spotted him since. What? That little brat is missing. Kagoro's heart sank at her words, and he glared at the bespectacled man being loaded onto the ambulance. Bakayuru, you made my daughter go barefoot. Now you've put Conan's whereabouts in jeopardy. You filthy scoundrel, you're as good as dead today. Maoli, calm down. Get in. Yes. At Officer Megure's command, several officers wielding riot shields rushed forward, tackling Kagoro to the ground, allowing the ambulance to depart and preserving the bespectacled man's life. While everyone's attention was focused on the struggling Kagoro, a driverless motorcycle sped in from the distance, quickly scaling the building's wall like a gecko. Ugh! With a tactical roll, Conan evaded the onslaught of the monstrous creature. Zangolfino, who halted his advance and loomed over Conan. Moments later, Zangolfino's shadow transformed into a spectral image of a bare-chested tequila. Who are you? Why do you possess the Foi's belt? What is your connection to those ambushers? Without a moment's hesitation, Conan raised his hand and pulled the trigger, the laser beam striking Zangolfino squarely in the face. Conan coldly replied, I can't comprehend your words, but you'd better tell me who you are, or you'll face the consequences. You fool. If that's the case, I'll deal with you first, as long as I retrieve the Foi's belt. My position will surely surpass Jin's. With that, Zangolfino charged once more, his massive foot descending toward Conan. Yet, Conan executed his signature tactical roll to evade the attack. As he surveyed the countless craters marred into the floor, Conan affixed the Foi's marker onto his right leg and taunted, I suggest you prepare your bank account. This company's flooring isn't cheap, but be ready to face bankruptcy. Thud, thud, thud. Just as Conan was about to press the netter button, Zangolfino charged at him again, faster than before. With no alternative, Conan continued to evade with tactical rolls. However, just as he landed, Zangolfino charged once more, trapping Conan in a relentless cycle. Damn it, I must find a way out. I will surely lose in a battle of endurance, as Conan pondered while dodging. Suddenly a large hole was smashed into the floor-to-ceiling window, and he saw the motorcycle from Professor Agasa's house racing towards him. Nanny. Before Conan could process the situation, the motorcycle leaped into the air, transforming in a dazzling display. Kacha. In an instant, the motorcycle morphed into a towering robot soaring in midair. Mobile Pegasus. Battle mode. Da-da-da-da. After completing its transformation, Mobile Pegasus held its front wheel in its right hand and began raining down fire like an armed helicopter. Faced with the torrential onslaught, Zangolfino took a few steps back, and Conan was filled with elation. However, the next moment, several bullets struck Conan's vicinity. Conan ducked to the ground, covering his head, and shouted, You idiot! Where are you shooting? Are you blind? Seemingly understanding Conan's distress, Mobile Pegasus ceased firing and slowly descended beside him. You nearly hit me just now, you know. Frustrated, Conan punched Mobile Pegasus's armor and followed up with a kick to its chest, forcing the robot to stumble backward while emitting a series of digital sounds. Prepare to die. At that moment, Zengolfino charged again, and without hesitation, Mobile Pegasus scooped up Conan and flew high into the air, hovering while gesturing to the handlebar near its left side, as if urging Conan to pull it out. Though puzzled, Conan extracted the left handlebar from Mobile Pegasus. The moment he did, a blade composed of red photon blood materialized. Fui's blade looks impressive. Just as Conan scrutinized the Fui's blade in his hand, Mobile Pegasus unexpectedly released its grip, sending Conan plummeting towards Zengolfino below. Damn it, could you not give me a heads up? Gritting his teeth in frustration over Mobile Pegasus's actions, Conan swiftly retrieved the activation command he had inserted into the Fui's marker and inserted it into the Fui's blade before pressing the enter button on his Fui's phone at his waist. Ready. Exceed charge. After the charging prompt concluded, Conan grasped the hilt of the sword tightly, his body streamlined as he accelerated downward. Moo. As Conan descended, Zengolfino raised its front limbs, seemingly ready to stomp him down. It was a race to see who could move faster. Swish. Moo. Boom. Zengolfino's front limbs crashed heavily onto the floor, causing the entire building to tremble, while Conan emerged crouched behind Zengolfino. Whoosh. Ugh. Zengolfino's massive body revealed a red emblem, while azure flames enveloped it, indicating that Conan had emerged victorious in this duel. No. I haven't lost. Just wait. No matter who you are, the organization will eventually take care of you. Ah. With Zengolfino's anguished scream echoing, its body visibly crumbled into ash, merging indistinguishably with the surrounding dust. Your arrival was quite timely. Seeing Zengolfino finally vanquished, Conan shook his right hand to loosen his muscles before returning the left handle to Mobile Pegasus. Dee-dee-dee-dee. Mobile Pegasus emitted a series of digital sounds before transforming back into a motorcycle, approaching Conan while flashing its lights. Curious, Conan asked, "Are you inviting me to hop on?" The mechanical Pegasus once again activated its double flashers. Accompanied by the thunderous roar of its engine, no man could resist the allure of a motorcycle, not even Conan. Faced with the enthusiastic invitation of the mechanical Pegasus, he swiftly swung his leg over and mounted it. Gripping the handlebars tightly, Conan felt a surge of adrenaline coursing through him. This exhilarating sensation was far superior to the comfort of the vehicle he had experienced in Hawaii. Just as he began to recall the maneuvering steps he had learned in Hawaii, the mechanical Pegasus sprang to life. With Conan aboard, it crashed through the glass and soared outwards. Given that Conan was on the 26th floor, he exclaimed, "Are you insane?" startled by the sudden action of the mechanical Pegasus. Conan pondered what he should do next, but the tires seemed to adhere to the building's walls, gracefully descending to the ground before careening into a nearby grove with astonishing speed. That moment, Kagoro was still locked in a struggle with a throng of riot police, who had significantly increased in numbers since before, leaving no one present to notice the recent commotion. In the grove, Conan remained on the mechanical Pegasus, momentarily dazed. After all, leaping from the 26th floor was far more thrilling than a roller coaster. For a brief moment, he even questioned whether his heart had stopped. "Bakayuru, you nearly gave me a heart attack." He struck the dashboard in frustration and then dismounted, delivering a kick that toppled the mechanical Pegasus to the ground. "Could you at least give me a heads up next time? You almost scared the life out of me." After venting his frustration, Conan's emotions began to settle, and he helped the mechanical Pegasus back to its feet. "I truly apologize. I shouldn't have treated you that way. If it weren't for your timely arrival, I might have lost. I'm sincerely grateful to you." After bowing in thanks, Conan removed Fui's phone, deactivating his transformation and reverting to his youthful self. He then placed the belt back into his backpack and ordered the mechanical Pegasus, "Return to Professor Agasa's garage first. I will seek you out later. Now, I must hurry to find Rand." Having given his instructions, Conan slung his backpack over his shoulder and jogged towards the crowd outside the Manton Heaven building, while the mechanical Pegasus revved its engine and sped off in the opposite direction. Following police interrogation, the glasses-wearing suspect was identified as Takeshita Hiroyoshi. His intent in constructing and installing the bomb was to kill Nakajima Hideaki, the person who had been turned to ash by Tequila. The motive for his crime stemmed from an incident in university when Nakajima stole Takeshita's girlfriend, leading to an unfortunate accident that resulted in her death. Consequently, Takeshita harbored resentment and orchestrated the bombing. However, he maintained that he had only prepared one bomb, claiming ignorance regarding the subsequent noises emanating from the building. The police's bomb squad corroborated this, stating that aside from a few areas blasted by explosives, the majority of the damage appeared to have been caused by a heavy object striking the building. Despite numerous suspicious elements, the police ultimately concluded that Takeshita Hiroyoshi had committed murder using a bomb. Regardless of how many explosives were involved, the resulting injuries, property damage, and Nakajima Hideaki's death were sufficient grounds for him to face severe consequences. As for Conan and his companions, Ran, you've worked hard today. Open your mouth. Dad will feed you some fruit. Relax a bit. Randot, I'll give your feet a good massage. You've been running barefoot for so long. You must be exhausted. Inside the Muri Detective Agency, Conan and Kagoro wore nearly identical smiles as they attended to Ran. Conan prepared a basin of warm water for Ran's foot bath, complete with a massage service, while Kagoro brought a platter of fruit to feed her, in the face of the enthusiastic attentions from both the elder and the youth. Ran appeared somewhat uncomfortable, exclaiming, Dad, Conan, you really don't need to go this far. I merely ran a short distance barefoot. There's no need for such care. With a smile, Conan replied, You can't say that. Randot, it's been said on television that our feet are the most crucial part of the body. If they aren't well cared for, one could fall ill. Kagoro nodded vigorously in agreement. Exactly. Conan's absolutely right. Elders used to say the same when I was a child. Faced with the fervor of the pair, Ran could only shake her head helplessly, leaning back on the sofa to enjoy the pampering like a princess. After a while, the sound of a pressure cooker whistling erupted from the kitchen. Ran, just a moment. Dad is making some incredibly delicious pig trotter rice to make up for the distance you've covered. Kagoro swiftly thrust the fruit platter into Ran's arms and dashed into the kitchen. Ouch, so hot. Oh no. Hearing the commotion from the kitchen, both Ran and Conan exchanged exasperated glances, their eyes slowly meeting. Concerned, Ran asked, Shinichi, are you really okay? That creature was terrifying. I was scared you might. Conan smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry. Size isn't an advantage. Besides, look at me now. I'm perfectly fine if that's true. Ran sighed in relief upon seeing Conan in good spirits. However, she soon grew anxious again. By the way, Shinichi, Yoko also witnessed all of this. What should we do now? There's no need for concern. This issue is quite manageable. Conan reassured her calmly. Though Yoko tends to be carefree, she can discern priorities as long as we explain things clearly. It will be fine. Keeping it from her will only fuel her curiosity, as you well know, Ran nodded softly, and then suddenly whispered, Shinichi, do you really trust that Yoko will act as you wish? Conan shrugged. We've been bickering for over a decade, from kindergarten to high school. So, I know her personality quite well. Upon hearing this, Ran fell silent, lowering her head in thought. Ran, look at this. Huh. Ran instinctively raised her head, only to find the high heels she had discarded in her flight now in Conan's hands. Surprised, she exclaimed, Shinichi, where did you find these? I noticed you seemed to really like these shoes, so I sneaked back to look for them on my way back. And I was lucky to find them quite easily. Having briefly explained, Conan returned the shoes to our AN.AS. She gazed at the heels in her hands. A genuine smile blossomed on Ran's face, and she lifted her gaze to meet Conan's beaming expression. Thank you, Shinichi, but you didn't need to go through all that trouble. After all, no matter how precious the shoes are, they can't compare to, as she trailed off. A blush crept onto her cheeks, and she softly added, Shinichi, could you close your eyes for a moment? Sure. Without a second thought, Conan complied and closed his eyes, just as he wondered what Ran was up to. He suddenly felt a gentle touch on his cheek. Dada? Conan instinctively opened his eyes, only to be met with Ran's flushed face, and the source of the sensation on his cheek became evident. Realizing that Conan had opened his eyes, Ran's already rosy cheeks deepened in color, and she quickly distanced herself from him. Shinichi, you promised to keep your eyes closed. Why did you suddenly open them? In contrast to Ran's embarrassment, Conan was equally flustered, his words tumbling out as he stammered, I didn't expect you to be so bold, Ran, just as the two found themselves caught in a flurry of confusion. Kagoro emerged from the kitchen, his face darkened and trembling, and after exhaling a cloud of smoke, he spoke slowly, Sorry, Ran, the fire was too high, and this pot of pig trotter rice. I'll go buy a new one. In the blink of an eye, both Conan and Ran vanished from the living room at an extraordinary speed, leaving Kagoro to stand there, bewildered and and unable to gather his thoughts. It's just a bit burnt. It shouldn't be that urgent for the kid, should it? Turning his head to glance at the overflowing pig trotter rice, Xiao Wulong couldn't help but feel a tinge of melancholy on the tranquil streets of the night. Conan and Xiaolan walked side by side, yet both deliberately averted their gazes from one another. After all, the events that had just transpired were undeniably awkward. Shinichi, what is it? Xiaolan, her face flushed, whispered, could you please refrain from mentioning what just happened? Conan, equally blushing, nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I shall keep it to myself. Thank you. After a brief exchange, the two continued onward with their heads down, only to realize, when they finally noticed their surroundings, that they had become lost. Xiaolan, somewhat flustered, exclaimed, what should we do? Where are we? Conan reassured her, don't panic. We have been walking in a straight line, so we only need to turn around and retrace our steps. Upon hearing this, Xiaolan felt a sense of relief. All right, let us go, Dada. Just as Xiaolan and Conan turned to walk back, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from a nearby alley. Something's wrong. Hearing the sudden shriek, Conan's expression instantly turned vigilant, swiftly pinpointing the source of the scream. Xiaolan, call the police. I'll go check it out. Shinichi, without waiting for Xiaolan to respond, Conan dashed into the alley. In a flurry, Xiaolan stomped her foot in frustration and hurriedly pulled out her phone. How foolish of me. I could have called while running. After giving her head a firm tap, Xiaolan rushed into the alley after him. Meanwhile, deep within the alley, a young man with shifty eyes was sprawled on the ground. Desperately inching backward, before him loomed a creature resembling an octopus, pressing closer, while the ground around them was strewn with white ash, remnants of what were evidently once living beings. Whoosh! Ah! The octopus-like creature slowly raised its left hand, and its fingers morphed into tentacles that invaded the man's mouth and nose. Moments later, the tentacles retracted, returning to fingers. The man trembled as he touched his chest, then scrambled to his feet, rolling and crawling towards the alley's exit. Help! Help! In his frantic escape, he suddenly stumbled and fell, and in an instant, his body began to turn a ghastly gray. The next moment, he was consumed by ashes before Conan arrived, witnessing this horrific scene. Not again. Upon seeing the man turn to ash, Conan's pupils constricted sharply, his gaze shifting to the octopus creature nearby. At that moment, the creature was unaware of the small boy's presence, as it had turned its back. Gently lifting a large black snakeskin bag from the ground, Shinichi, are you all right? Xiaolan had reached Conan's side, and seeing the octopus creature, she quickly covered her mouth, though a faint sound managed to escape. The creature, preparing to leave, halted and swiftly turned to look back. Damn it! I forgot my belt. Noticing that the octopus creature had spotted them, Conan instinctively reached for his Fui's belt, only to realize he had rushed out without his backpack. Xiaolan, you need to get out of here. By this time, the creature had completely turned around. Without a second thought, Conan positioned himself in front of Xiaolan, using his small stature to protect his childhood friend. His eyes fixed on the octopus creature, Conan's expression grew increasingly fierce, his muscles taut as if ready to explode at any moment. Strangely, he felt an indescribable sensation stirring within him. Observing Conan's stance. The octopus creature took a step back, then suddenly swirled its cloak, disappearing without a trace. Whoa! With the creature gone, Conan's taut nerves finally relaxed, and he plopped down on the ground like a deflated balloon. Shinichi, are you okay? Xiaolan enveloped Conan in her arms, her voice brimming with concern. Conan mustered his strength to reply, I'm fine, just a bit tired. Thankfully, it didn't seem inclined to attack us. Otherwise, we would have been in trouble. Shinichi, what is it? It's nothing. I'm just glad you're okay. Xiaolan gently shook her head, swallowing her words that in truth, she wanted to express that Conan had given her an unfamiliar feeling, as if he had transformed into someone else, exuding a presence beyond that of an ordinary human. Xiaolan, let us visit Dr. Agasa's place first. I need to grab something. All right, let us head out. Shinichi, is that the motorcycle? As she gazed at the robotic form of the mechanical Pegasus before her, Xiaolan questioned whether she was still dreaming. After all, in her understanding, such a creation belonged only in the realm of science fiction. Conan reclined on the sofa, declaring, indeed, the manual states it's called the mechanical Pegasus. Equipped with an advanced intelligence system. It aided me immensely during my escapade at the Pantheon Corporation building. That's incredible. Xiaolan circled around to inspect the mechanical Pegasus, which mirrored her actions, tilting its head in curiosity. "Here you are, Shinichi. This is the device you asked me to create." Dr. Agasa rushed out from his lab, excitement radiating as he showcased his inventions: tracking glasses, a voice-modulating tie, a watch that fired tranquilizer darts, and a pair of powerful soccer shoes. "Thank you, Doctor. These will be immensely helpful." Equipping himself with the gadgets, Conan jumped off the sofa and began to adjust them. Xiaolan inquired with curiosity, "Shinichi, what are these items?" "During my last encounter at the Pantheon building, I encountered that enigmatic woman again." Analyzing her words, it seems she is affiliated with a mysterious organization. The drug that transformed me into a child must have been developed by them. Currently, all I know is that the members of this organization use wine names as code names. Thus, it is imperative to gather as many clues as possible. After tinkering with the voice-modulating tie, Conan spoke into it. Producing Xiaolan's voice, "With Dr. Agasa's inventions, I will assist Uncle in solving cases. This way, I can surely uncover more clues and ultimately revert to my original self." Xiaolan gasped in genuine admiration. "That's amazing. It sounds exactly like my voice, Dr. Agasa. You are truly a brilliant inventor." Dr. Agasa scratched his head bashfully. "Oh, it's nothing, just some playful gadgets, not significant inventions. By the way, Shinichi, there's something I would like to ask of you." "Curious?" Conan asked. "What is it, Doctor?" Dr. Agasa, slightly embarrassed, rubbed his hands together. "Could you lend me this motorcycle for research? If I can understand its structure, the next Nobel Prize will surely be mine." Virum. Upon hearing this, the mechanical Pegasus stomped its foot firmly, promptly brandishing its front wheel's machine gun in its left hand. "Whoa, mechanical Pegasus, calm down. Put the gun down. Do not fire. I was joking. I was wrong." Eventually, after a considerable commotion, the mechanical Pegasus relented and lowered its machine gun. However, this advanced intelligent robot clearly held a grudge against Dr. Agasa, refusing to remain in the garage no matter what. Thus, with no other option, Conan and Xiaolan had to take the mechanical Pegasus back to the parking area beneath the detective agency. Even purchasing a designated parking space for it.I in the dead of night, two shadowy figures cautiously approached the parking lot, rummaging around until they locked onto the mechanical Pegasus. "Boss, let us steal this vehicle. It looks expensive. Splendid. This motorcycle is truly magnificent. I am immensely fond of it." Two bumbling thieves seized their tools, intent on unlocking and absconding with the mechanical steed. To their astonishment, they discovered that this luxurious motorcycle was, in fact, not locked. Marvelous. Time to make off with the vehicle. Hi, ka-cha-ka. Just as the two inept thieves were about to take action, the mechanical steed transformed back into its robotic form with a swift and resounding clang. The leader of the thieves was taken aback. "What on earth is happening?" Duong. The following day, the Daily Morning Report proclaimed, two thieves, responsible for multiple car thefts, were apprehended this morning. However, they appear to have suffered severe external trauma and have been transported to Mitsai First People's Hospital for diagnosis. As dawn broke, the orderly Xiaolan gradually awakened from her slumber. While gently rubbing her eyes to regain her composure, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of Conan's small figure sprawled on the windowsill, beside a backpack containing the freeze belt. "Xiaolan, you're awake." Xiaolan nodded softly. Shinichi, how did you rest?" Conan turned his head in silence, revealing bloodshot eyes that bespoke his fatigue. Xiaolan gasped, "Shinichi, what has happened to you?" "Just a minor issue. I merely stayed awake all night," he replied blandly, resuming his vigil at the window. "I worry that the individual we encountered last night might come back. So I couldn't sleep. But Shinichi, this is detrimental to your health. How can you fight without energy?" Xiaolan hurriedly leaned beside Conan to peer outside. The street revealed no suspicious activity apart from the vendors and passers-by. Nervously, she asked, "Did you discover anything last night?" Conan rested his chin on his hand and shook his head. "No, but I can't shake the feeling that he may be lurking somewhere, watching us. We must locate him." Understanding Conan's serious demeanor, Xiaolan realized that no amount of persuasion would sway him. She silently picked up the tranquilizer watch from the bedside. By the way, Shinichi, how does this watch work?" Conan replied casually. "Press the switch on the upper left to activate the scope. Then press the switch on the upper right to fire the tranquilizer dart." "But Xiaolan, why do you ask?" Whoosh! Ugh! A sudden sting pierced his neck, and Conan felt darkness envelop him, succumbing to slumber almost instantly. "I'm sorry, Shinichi. But you truly need rest. Setting the tranquilizer watch aside, Xiaolon gently laid Conan on the bed and tucked him in. Sleep well, great detective, and have sweet dreams. With a gentle smile as she watched Conan drift off, Xiaolon left the room to prepare breakfast. Time passed, and Conan slowly opened his eyes, sitting up and rubbing his neck as he mumbled, "I never expected the tranquilizer meant for Uncle would end up being used on me. But its potency is indeed remarkable." As he stood up, he felt his legs wobble and his head spin, a testament to the tranquilizer's strength. Staggering out of the room, he found Xiaolon setting the dining table. "Shinichi, you're awake." Upon seeing Conan emerge, Xiaolan's expression radiated delight, and she hurriedly approached him, gently stroking the young boy's hair. "How was your rest, Shinichi?" Conan tapped his head. "Not bad. By the way, how long did I sleep?" Xiaolon glanced at the clock and replied, "Not long, just 5 hours. You must be starving now, so hurry and eat something." "All right." Guided by Xiaolon to the dining table, Conan eagerly began to indulge in the delicious meal. "Welcome back," exclaimed Kagoro as he swung open the office door, collapsing wearily into his chair. Xiaolon, concerned, asked, "Dad, what happened?" "Don't even ask. Officer Meguer said they arrested the former gang leader of the Italian mafia, Kavanna. Early this morning. I joined in on the interrogation, but the old fool wouldn't say a word. It's infuriating." As he spoke, Kagoro's frustration flared, and he slammed his fist on the desk. Conan, with innocent curiosity, inquired, "Uncle, what crime did that foreign criminal commit?" Kagoro replied nonchalantly, "What else? That scoundrel and his accomplices stole over 10,000 maple leaf coins from the Maple Leaf Bank, with the case reportedly worth at least 100 million yen. That's why Officer Meguer is taking this case seriously, hoping to recover those coins." Hearing this, Conan lowered his head, his glasses gleaming with a reflective light. "Uncle, if he's Italian, I might know how to make him talk." A short while later, in the police interrogation room, Kagoro remarked, "Say, Mori, is your method reliable?" "Well, it's a desperate measure, but we have no other options. Who knows, maybe this kid's approach will actually work." Through the specially designed glass of the interrogation room, Kagoro and Officer Meguer observed the imposing figure of Kavanna, the former Italian mafia leader, as Officers Takagi and Chiba earnestly attempted to persuade him. "Mr. Kavanna, I know you can understand us. We hope you'll cooperate for leniency. If you continue to be obstinate, we may have to take necessary measures. Be prepared for that." "Humph." Kavanna scoffed at the officer's entreaties, turning his head away dismissively. Realizing further discussion was futile, Takagi stood up and opened the interrogation room door. Moments later, Conan and Xiaolon entered, laden with bags. "Thank you for your hard work, Officer Takagi. We'll handle it from here," Conan said with a smile. With a grave expression, Takagi nodded. "All right, Chiba and I will be right outside. We'll intervene if anything happens." Xiaolon and Conan took their seats, and Conan flashed a charming smile at Kavanna. Seeing a child in the interrogator's seat left Kavanna puzzled, yet he remained haughty and turned his head away. Conan, undeterred, beamed even brighter and pulled out a pack of instant spaghetti, breaking it in half right before Kavanna's eyes. "Mamma mia, what are you doing?" Kavanna erupted into a fit of rage, but the handcuffs and shackles rendered him powerless. "Humph." Despite Kavanna's fury, Conan maintained his adorable smile and broke another piece of spaghetti. Italian expletive. "I will kill you." "Hold him down." Takagi and Chiba quickly restrained Kavanna, prying his eyes open to ensure he witnessed the unfolding events. After breaking all the spaghetti, Conan retrieved a large seafood pizza and a box of sliced pineapples. Upon seeing this, Kavanna let out a blood-curdling scream. "No, absolutely not. Mamma mia, never." Ignoring his pleas, Conan elegantly placed pineapple slices atop the pizza. With each slice laid down, Kavanna's cries grew increasingly desperate. One might have thought he was being subjected to a horrific fate. Approximately 2 minutes later, the entire pizza was adorned with pineapple slices, which Conan gently slid toward Kavanna. Staring at the pineapple-laden pizza, the former gang leader was reduced to tears. "You will go to hell. You are a devil, the Grim Reaper." However, Conan maintained his amiable smile as he took a box of authentic Italian pasta from Rand's hands, simultaneously producing a bucket brimming with the infamous number 42 concrete. Upon witnessing this, Kavanna's pupils dilated in shock, his voice trembling. "What are you planning to do?" This is what the police officers told me. They said it would taste particularly good." "Uncle, you should have a taste later," Conan replied, making a motion to pour the entire bucket of concrete over the pasta. "Stop. No. I'll tell you everything. Spare the pasta. It's innocent. Whatever you want, just come at me. I beg you. After a heart-wrenching outburst, Kavana collapsed to the ground in tears, pleading with Conan to spare the defenseless pasta. Outside the interrogation room, Kagoro and Officer Megure exchanged incredulous glances. Their expressions mirroring each other as they struggled to find words. Kagoro remarked, "Is this really all it takes? This is absurd." Officer Megure responded, "I find tomato pasta quite delightful. There's no need for such a dramatic reaction. Is there?" Ultimately, under the duress of Conan's unconventional interrogation methods, Kavana divulged the events leading up to his capture. It turned out that the accomplices from his bank heist had come to visit him, and he was apprehended after one of them reported his whereabouts to the police, as for the over 15,000 maple leaf gold coins he had stolen. Kavana swore on his family's traditional pasta and pizza that he suffered from mild amnesia. Thus, he had left a small note as a reminder of where he hid the coins. When asked about the note, Kavana claimed that his accomplices had taken it and that it was no longer in his possession. Initially, the police were skeptical, prompting them to order 10 large pizzas and plates of tomato pasta. Even when Kavana fainted from the pressure, he did not retract his statement, compelling Officer Megure to accept this as the truth. All units, mobilize. Additionally, contact Divisions 2 and 3 and conduct a thorough search of the entire Mahara town. We must recover that note containing the code. Understood. The remaining search efforts were left to the police. While Conan received a certificate of commendation, a bright red flower, and a complimentary lunch, he then took Rand's hand, and together they strolled back to the detective agency. On their way back, reflecting on Conan's earlier antics, Rand couldn't help but reveal a mischievous smile. "That I never imagined you could be so mischievous, Shinichi. That foreigner was once a gang leader, yet you managed to make him cry." Conan shrugged helplessly. "I was merely experimenting. My mom once starred in an Italian film, and I heard that a crew member ate a pineapple pizza in public and was subsequently blacklisted by the local mafia. Ever since, my mom has been too scared to film in Italy." "Indeed, the world is perilous." Rand sighed deeply. As they approached the detective agency, they suddenly noticed 3 small figures standing downstairs. Upon closer inspection, they recognized it was Ayumi, Jinta, and Mitsuhiko. Conan inquired curiously, "What brings you here?" "Conan, we finally found you," Ayumi exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she rushed over to Conan and handed him a piece of paper. Both Conan and Rand were taken aback by Ayumi's sudden action. Rand thought to herself, could it be that children today are so bold as to deliver love letters? For a moment, she felt as if her mind were enveloped in a field of wildflowers. With a beaming smile, Ayumi chimed, "Conan, take a look. This is a treasure map I discovered. Jinta and Mitsuhiko are too dim-witted, so I'm counting on you." Relieved by her words, Conan felt a weight lift from his shoulders, and Rand sensed a lightness above her head. "Let me see." Taking the paper from Ayumi, Conan examined its contents intently, only to find it devoid of any words, instead adorned with drawings of fish and clouds. At first glance, there seemed to be nothing suspicious about it. Seeing Conan's focused expression, Ayumi's eyes sparkled with admiration. "So, Conan, where is the treasure marked on this map?" Conan's mouth twitched as he asked. "Ayumi, could you explain why you believe this is a treasure map? What gave you that impression?" "Of course it's a treasure map. My instincts are never wrong. Absolutely. If we uncover these treasures, our junior detective league will surely become famous." Jinta and Mitsuhiko chimed in with enthusiasm, firmly convinced that this was indeed a legendary treasure map. "Ayumi, you mustn't allow Jinta and Mitsuhiko to disrespect Conan. Otherwise, I shan't acknowledge you," she admonished, hands on her hips like a little princess, before adopting a pitiful expression directed at Conan. "Conan, is this truly not a treasure map? Please, I implore you to take another look." Faced with Ayumi's pleading eyes, Conan was at a loss for how to convey the truth to her. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed 3 foreign men lurking nearby, seemingly monitoring the situation. Wait, the coded note. The foreign gang members wouldn't just happen to show up here, would they? A bold idea flashed through Conan's mind, and he quickly closed his eyes to compose himself before donning his signature innocent smile. "Ayumi, you were actually correct. This is indeed a treasure map. However, the treasure depicted here is not gold or jewels as in the movies." "What kind of treasure, then?" Ayumi and the others asked with curiosity. Clearing his throat, Conan began to concoct an elaborate tale. "The key information on this map consists of clouds, fish, and a tower. By combining these elements, the ultimate answer reveals itself." near a tower shrouded in clouds. One can catch an abundance of large fish. In other words, this is merely a coded message from a fishing enthusiast. Upon hearing this, Mitsuhiko became visibly dejected. Is that really a treasure? It holds absolutely no significance. Jinna scratched his head and muttered, "Fishing? Can you catch eels? If we could catch eels, that would indeed be a remarkable treasure." Ayumi tilted her head in contemplation. So, every time my dad catches a big fish, he makes sure to circle around Mahara. So perhaps this could be considered a treasure map after all, seeing that the three had completely shifted their focus away from the treasure map. Conan internally sighed in relief and discreetly slipped the paper into his pocket. By the way, the temperature will drop soon. How about we all go fishing with Professor Agasa? Absolutely. Let us go consult the professor right away. I want to catch a ton of fish. Children's attention spans are easily diverted. At that moment, the trio had completely forgotten about the treasure map and hurriedly dashed off toward Professor Agasa's house. Watching Ayumi and her friends depart, Conan felt a sense of relief wash over him. At that moment, Ran crouched down, smirking teasingly. "Shinichi, you truly are something else. Even a first-grade girl can't resist your charm." Her eyes are entirely focused on you. Conan, taken aback by Ran's expression, broke into a cold sweat and hastily raised his hands in protest. "It's all a misunderstanding. Ran, what do children at that age understand? We high school students. There's no need to get upset over this." "Humph, I'm certainly not upset. Absolutely not angry at all." As she spoke, Ran squeezed Conan's cheeks playfully, much like kneading dough. Faced with her playful temper, Conan could only surrender with a wry smile. "Stop it, Ran. We have important matters to attend to." At this, Ran paused her antics, her tone turning somewhat confused. "Important matters? What important matters?" As Conan surveyed his surroundings, he confirmed that the three foreign men were still monitoring the area from a short distance away. He hastily leaned in to whisper into Ran's ear, causing her expression to shift dramatically. Approximately an hour later, the three foreign men congregated outside a paused construction site. "Is the target here?" "Indeed. I saw that little brat walk in. The code diagram must still be on him." "All right, retrieve the code diagram from that brat." As he spoke, the apparent leader of the foreign men made a slashing gesture across his throat, prompting the other two to nod in agreement. After solidifying their plan, the trio boldly entered the building to search for Conan's whereabouts. "Are you looking for me?" "What?" Startled by the sudden youthful voice, the three foreign men turned to see Conan, not far off, gazing at them with a confident smile playing on his lips. "Or perhaps you were looking for this." As he finished speaking, Conan produced the code diagram from his pocket and waved it lightly. "That wretched brat. Hand over the code diagram immediately." One of the foreign men, without a moment's hesitation, dashed towards Conan, intent on seizing the diagram. Yet, Conan showed no inclination to evade, maintaining his smile, as if completely assured of his position. Just as the foreign man was mere inches away, Kagoro Muri sprang from the shadows behind Conan, executing a shoulder throw that sent the unsuspecting foreign man crashing to the ground. Bullying a little brat hardly showcases any prowess. "If you have the guts, face me," the renowned detective Kagoro Muri. "Uncle, be careful. He might have a gun," Conan quickly warned. "You insolent fools." The other two foreign men, witnessing the turn of events, swiftly drew handguns from their inner coat pockets. Kagoro, with remarkable speed, found the gun on the subdued foreign man, pressing its muzzle against the left side of the latter's temple while using him as a shield. In that tense moment, both sides found themselves locked in a standoff. Kagoro, with a serious demeanor, urged, "Put down your weapons and surrender. You might still have a chance at leniency. Otherwise, your companion will bear the consequences." As his words echoed, Kagoro disengaged the safety on the firearm. The captured foreign man, seeing this, broke out in a cold sweat and hastily called out to his companions, "Tom, Jerry, hi-oh-pa-me." Upon hearing their comrade's plea, the other two foreign men exchanged glances and spoke in unison. "You have him. It has nothing to do with us." "Exactly. If you're going to blow his head off, do it quickly. If he dies, we can split the spoils between us." "Damn it, heartless." The chilling words from the two foreign men left not only Conan and Kagoro stunned, but also the captive foreign man at a loss. Just yesterday they had vowed to share life and death, feasting together, and now they were so easily betrayed. "Tom, you're a coward. Jerry, I curse you." The crude insults from the Italian vernacular are left for imagination. Unfazed by their comrades' desperate outcry, the two foreign men stepped forward, inciting Kagoro, Hurry and shoot. That way, you won't die alone. Death won't be lonely. Kagoro, with a hint of mockery on his lips, replied, as the renowned detective Kagoro Mori. I have not sunk to the level of senseless slaughter, even against despicable gang members. Without a moment's hesitation, he tossed the gun aside. Disengaging the safety as the firearm clattered against the floor, a dazzling array of searchlights suddenly illuminated the two armed foreign men. What is going on? How blinding! The two foreign men could barely comprehend the situation when a cacophony of footsteps ensued as the lights dimmed slightly. They realized they were encircled by a multitude of riot police, with armed officers on the second floor aiming their weapons at them. Officer Magyar raised a loudspeaker, declaring, "This is the 1st Investigative Division of the Police Department. Immediately drop your weapons and surrender. We assure you of leniency. However, if you continue to resist, you will bear the consequences. Damn it." Realizing the futility of their situation, the two foreign men, despite their reluctance, complied and dropped their guns in the next moment. A swarm of fully armed riot police surged forward, pinning them to the ground. "Thank you for your hard work, Officer Magyar. You will surely receive commendation from above," Kagoro said with a smile as he handed over the subdued foreign man to the riot police. While Conan approached, presenting the code diagram to Officer Magyar. With an innocent smile, Conan remarked, "If we show this code diagram to that large foreign man, we should easily uncover the location of the gold coins." "Oh, I cannot thank you enough, Conan and young Mori. This will be a significant achievement for the 1st Investigative Division." Officer Magyar, nearly beaming with joy, took the code diagram from Conan's hands. He knew this case was of international significance. And now that it was resolved by his team, rewards would surely follow. By the way, young Mori, your contribution has been invaluable to this successful conclusion. Why not take this opportunity to report to the higher-ups? This could assure your reinstatement to the investigative division. Upon hearing Officer Magyar's words, Kagoro's eyes lit up momentarily, but he quickly waved his hands in a flustered manner. "Haha, Officer Magyar, you overestimate me. I am no longer suited for the role of a police officer. I prefer the life of a private detective. By the way, I just remembered something at home, so I won't disturb you any longer. Farewell." Before Officer Magyar could react, Kagoro swiftly grabbed Conan and dashed away, disappearing in a matter of moments. "Well," Officer Magyar sighed, shaking his head at Kagoro's vanishing figure. "You truly haven't changed a bit. Young Maura in 01 blamed you for that incident. Why persist in this stubbornness to resign?" "Brother, it's been nearly a day, and we still haven't reached Tequila. I fear the worst," reported Vodka anxiously from inside a black Porsche on the street, addressing Jin. After hearing Vodka's report, Jin calmly lit a cigarette, exhaling a puff of smoke. "His disappearance is inconsequential, but it seems we have adversaries emerging against us." Vodka gasped. "Adversaries? Are you referring to those FBI agents?" "Humph, merely a bunch of flashy rodents unworthy of being our foes." Except for that one individual. Seemingly recalling something, Jin's expression turned grave as he retrieved a burner phone from the glove compartment. After dialing a sequence of numbers, he held the phone to his ear. "I have a task for you. Find a way to obtain 1 billion yen. If you succeed, I can grant you and Sherry a bit more freedom, but if you fail, well, you know the organization's methods." "Don't forget that man was introduced by both you and Sherry. You must bear the consequences." Once Jin ended the call, Vodka cautiously ventured, "Boss, why complicate things? Why not just take direct action? If it were an ordinary pest, that might suffice. But the organization's higher-ups still require Sherry's research results, so we must proceed with caution." With a gentle flick, he removed the cigarette from his lips, shaking off the ash, revealing a gleaming set of bright white teeth. "And don't you think?" Offering the prey a glimmer of hope for escape, only to deliver a merciless bite in the end. Such a sensation is truly delightful. Indeed, my brother is a true brother. I am in awe. Although I may not fully grasp the nuances of what he is saying, it does not hinder Vodka's admiration, which flows like an unending river, just as Vodka was enthusiastically cheering. A sudden thought flashed through his mind. Thus, he hastily reported to his formidable brother, Jin. "By the way, brother, I heard that Absinthe has returned recently." Upon hearing this news, a flicker of confusion crossed Jin's otherwise stoic expression. Why is she back from filming in the United States? And why did she not report back to the organization immediately? Vodka, in his vet, replied, "I don't know. Absinthe left a message saying it had been a long time since she last returned." So, she wanted to take a stroll first, probably 1T report back until tonight. Humph. That woman is becoming increasingly audacious. That a glint of cold light flashed in Jin's eyes, and a cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth. If that is the case, let us return and prepare a grand welcome ceremony for Absinthe to your command, brother. Nodding eagerly to express his understanding, Vodka promptly drove off into the distance. Another bottle, Xiaolon. Quickly, fetch me another bottle. Kagoro slumped over his desk, taking a hefty swig of beer, and after finishing, he carelessly tossed the can into the corner, which was already piled high with empty beer cans. Xiaolon, with a worried expression, urged, "That's enough. Dad, you've had plenty. It's time to stop." Bang! Kagoro slammed his hand on the table and stood up unsteadily. "Who is drunk? I am not. I can still continue. Not satisfied at home. I want to go out and drink to my heart's content." Whoosh! Just as Kagoro prepared to step out, a slight sensation suddenly registered in his forehead, and the scene before him began to spin wildly. Oh no! Is the alcohol hitting me? After showcasing a dazzling display of unsteady steps, Kagoro promptly plopped down onto his office chair and fell into a deep slumber. Finally, peace descended, setting down the anesthetic watch. Conan removed the cotton from his ears, finally able to hear the sounds from outside. Xiaolon, with a hint of embarrassment, said, "I'm sorry, Shinichi. That I isn't usually like this. I don't know what's gotten into him today. By the way, Xiaolon, do you know why Uncle resigned from the police force?" Huh. Upon hearing this question, Xiaolon appeared momentarily stunned, then slowly shook her head. "That I can't quite remember, but I recall that Dad and Mom had a huge fight. And shortly after, they separated. It seems there must be some story behind this." Conan crossed his legs, resting his chin on his left hand as he began to ponder. Knock, knock, knock. Pardon the interruption. Just as Conan was deep in thought regarding what might have transpired with Kagoro in the past, the door to the office was gently knocked upon, and an elderly gentleman with white hair walked in. "Hello, I believe this is the Muri Detective Agency, correct?" Xiaolon quickly stood up to greet him. "Yes. This is indeed the Muri Detective Agency. How may we assist you?" The elderly gentleman nodded slightly. "Indeed, that is why I have come to visit unexpectedly. Conan, please, take a seat and enjoy some tea. Let us discuss matters." "All right, but what is the situation with this young man?" The elderly gentleman pointed at the inebriated Kagoro, his eyes filled with confusion. Xiaolon felt a bit embarrassed, but Conan stepped in to explain. "Uncle just finished working on a case overnight. So he is currently resting." "Yes, indeed, just resting to regain his strength." Xiaolon quickly followed up, then swiftly pushed Kagoro and his office chair into the restroom, locking the door with a smooth motion. "Now, ignoring that little incident, allow me to begin my tale." The elderly gentleman took a seat and started to recount his story. "My surname is Oki, and I currently serve as the director of the Miho Art Museum. Recently, one of our employees, Watanabe, has gone missing. As he spoke, Director Oki pulled out a photograph from his pocket and placed it on the table. Xiaolon and Conan leaned in to examine it, revealing a young man with shifty eyes. Gazing at the photo of Watanabe, Conan furrowed his brow. He couldn't shake the feeling that the person in the picture looked somewhat familiar. After a moment of scrutinizing the photo, Xiaolon lifted her head to ask Director Oki, "So, you wish for us to help locate Mr. Watanabe?" "Not quite. Watanabe is often unpredictable, reappearing after some time. What I truly wish to commission you for is this matter." The next moment, Director Oki produced a sheet of white paper, unfolding it to reveal letters cut from a newspaper. "Those who tarnish art shall face divine retribution and be unable to reincarnate. I shall follow the path of heaven and eradicate all demons and specters by tomorrow." The note was dated yesterday. To be honest, our art museum is on the brink of being sold to an international hotel due to financial issues. I suspect that perhaps a genuinely art-loving patron was dissatisfied, leading to these extreme actions. Xiaolon's expression turned grave. "This constitutes a threat. Have you considered reporting this to the police?" Director Oki's expression was troubled. "I actually intended to report it yesterday, but the owner of the hotel, who is acquiring our museum, claimed it was merely a childish prank. If I report it casually, it will only make us a laughingstock and tarnish the hotel's future value. Thus, I was compelled to seek the help of the Muri Detective Agency instead." Upon hearing this, Xiaolon and Conan exchanged glances and then turned their heads in unison toward the restroom, where the sounds of snoring were emanating. "Well, it seems Kagoro won't be of any help anytime soon." The date on the threatening letter is today, so we must. What a magnificent art museum. It must house countless precious artworks. Observing the grandeur of the Miho Art Museum, Xiao Lan and Conan couldn't help but express their admiration. However, they were not the only ones visiting the museum. This place is just mediocre. My warehouse is far larger than this. In stark contrast to Xiao Lan and Conan's admiration, Yoko, with her arms crossed, appeared bewildered, utterly failing to see what was remarkable about this art museum. Having encountered Yoko on the way and unable to shake her off, Xiao Lan and Conan exchanged weary glances. Xiao Lan, somewhat resigned, turned to Yoko. Yoko, you don't have to come along, do you? Conan and I are here for a commission. What about you? Haha, Xiao Lan. You're asking a question you already know the answer to. A smirk danced on Yoko's lips, and after confirming there were no onlookers, she placed her hands on her hips and leaned in closer to Xiao Lan. When are you going to give me an answer? I've kept my lips sealed and told no one. But I'm bursting at the seams with curiosity so, if it's not too much trouble, please tell me right now. Faced with Yoko's commanding presence, Xiao Lan felt beads of cold sweat trickling down her temples. Xiao Lan, Yoko, let us hurry inside. The director is already at the entrance waiting for us. Just as Xiao Lan contemplated how to gently inform Yoko, Conan piped up in a high-pitched voice, pointing in the direction of Director Oki, who stood outside the museum. I'm sorry, Yoko. We must go ahead. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Lan seized Conan and dashed toward the museum's entrance, leaving no opportunity for Yoko to react. Watching Xiao Lan and Conan recede into the distance, a fire ignited in Yoko's eyes. Very well, Xiao Lan. You have successfully piqued my curiosity. Today, come what may, I shall uncover the truth. In the next moment, Yuanzi dashed off in a burst of speed, pursuing the lead. My apologies, Director Oki, but my dear friend here is genuinely eager to take a look, so we've decided to accompany her along the way. No worries. The art museum welcomes all patrons who cherish art, and having an extra guest is certainly no inconvenience. In response to Xiaolan's apology, Director Oki maintained a warm smile and waved his hand dismissively, voluntarily assuming the role of a guide, and began to eloquently introduce each piece of art. This porcelain, reputedly from the land of Shenzhou, was discovered in the tomb of a European noble, suggesting it is a result of cultural exchange. I've read about it. It must be the legendary Silk Road, through which many artistic treasures from Shenzhou were exported to the world. Indeed, young lady, your knowledge is quite impressive. That moment, Xiaolan's scholarly instincts kicked in, attentively absorbing Director Oki's explanations while occasionally drawing parallels with her self-taught knowledge, which only served to brighten the smile on Director Oki's face even further. Listening to the barrage of technical jargon being exchanged between Director Oki and Xiaolan, Yuanzi felt her head spinning and inwardly grumbled. Honestly, they're giving me no chance to interject, and this is even more torturous than a classroom lecture. While she muttered to herself, her gaze fell upon Conan, who appeared utterly at ease, occasionally nodding in agreement. This little brat is truly formidable. He can absorb such tedious information with ease. Director Oki. Huh. There you are. Just as the trio was engrossed in the discourse, a booming voice suddenly echoed through the tranquil art museum. Following the sound, they saw a robust middle-aged man adorned in luxury brands striding toward them with purpose. Mr. Monica, what brings you here today? Upon noticing the ostentatious demeanor of Mr. Monica, Director Oki's facial muscles twitched momentarily. Nevertheless, he approached politely to greet him. Of course, I had to come and take a good look. After all, construction will commence soon, and who knows where all this junk will end up. Ha! Mr. Monica laughed heartily at the end of his statement, completely oblivious to the tension in Director Oki's tightly clenched palm. After exchanging a few brief pleasantries, Mr. Monica departed the exhibition hall without a backward glance. Director Oki turned slowly to face Xiaolan and her companions only after the man's figure had vanished from sight. My apologies, everyone, but I must attend to a matter and take my leave for a moment, Xiaolan replied. That's all right. We'll just explore the surroundings for now, and we'll contact you if anything arises. Director Oki nodded lightly. Very well. My office is at the end of the corridor. Just turn right. Unless it's something urgent, I'll be inside working. After issuing his instructions, Director Oki hunched slightly and exited the exhibition hall. It seems that Mr. Monica is indeed the big boss looking to acquire this art museum, Conan observed. Yuanzi scoffed dismissively. Big boss? He's just a real estate tycoon with a bit of cash. If he dares to act recklessly, I could buy his company with my pocket money in a heartbeat. Haha, as expected of the heiress of the Suzuki conglomerate, your words carry weight. Gurgle, gurgle. Ouch. A sudden tumultuous rumble erupted from Yuanzi's stomach, causing her face to pale as she clutched her abdomen. Oh no, my stomach hurts. I need to find a restroom. Even the daughter of a wealthy family can be caught off guard by such urgent matters. Gritting her teeth, Yuanzi followed the directional signs in the museum, hastening towards the restroom. Xiaolan, feeling concerned, said, Shinichi, I'm a bit worried about Yuanzi. Could you please go out and buy some antidiarrheal medicine? Leave it to me. Conan replied with an okay gesture, then made his way toward the exit. While Xiaolan headed to check on Yuanzi. On his way out, Conan inadvertently overheard a conversation between several museum staff members. That lazy fellow Wada has gone missing again. It's truly shameful. One remarked, by the way, many artworks have vanished from the museum recently, and during last night's inventory, one of the snake skin bags from the warehouse was missing. Have you heard the rumors? It seems Wada has been secretly selling off the museum's artworks. Could it be that he has run into trouble and ended up in Tokyo Bay? Buzz. Upon hearing the conversation among the museum staff, a flash of insight struck Conan like lightning. He quickly halted, retrieving the photograph he had carelessly stuffed into his pocket and scrutinizing it closely, staring at the shifty-eyed face of Wada in the picture. Conan suddenly recalled why it seemed familiar. He was the very person who had turned to ash before his eyes in that alley. Wait a moment, selling off artworks. Suddenly, a line of thought sparked in Conan's mind as he recalled the scene in the alley where the squid Ofino had cautiously cradled a snakeskin bag that emitted a crisp sound from within. Could it be him? An idea took root in Conan's mind, and he bolted toward the director's office. Ouch, that hurts. Yuanzi, are you all right? Is everything okay? The restroom stall door swung open, and Yuanzi stumbled out, with Xiaolan rushing in to support her, preventing her from collapsing. Thank you, Xiaolan. I don't know what is happening. My stomach just started hurting all of a sudden. Yuanzi said weakly. Hang in there, Yuanzi. I've sent Shinichi to buy some antidiarrheal medicine. You'll be all right soon, Xiaolan reassured her. Oh no, it's coming again. Yuanzi dashed back into the restroom stall, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. No, I can't take it anymore, Xiaolan. Quickly take my phone and contact my family's medical team. Tell them to rush over to save me. Xiaolan's eyes widened in surprise. Is it really necessary to be this dramatic? Though she felt a twinge of doubt, Xiaolan couldn't bear to see Yuanzi suffer any longer. She reached under the stall to grab Yuanzi's phone and began searching for the medical team's contact information, only to find dead battery. Just as Xiaolan finally located the medical team's contact, the phone screen went black, replaced by a flashing red battery icon. In a way, what do I do now? Caught in this unfortunate predicament. Yuanzi never imagined she would find herself in such a situation. If anyone she knew found out, they'd surely be laughing hysterically. Yuanzi, don't panic. I'll go look for a charging station. I'll be back shortly. Xiaolan, I'm counting on you. Yuanzi called out tearfully as she heard Xiaolan's footsteps fading away. After about 5 minutes, Xiaolan still hadn't returned, and Yuanzi felt her stomach discomfort easing slightly. This is strange. What's wrong with me today? Could I be cursed? It seems I'll have to visit a shrine or temple later, she mused, gingerly clutching her abdomen as she made her way out. Leaning against the wall for support, Director Okii, what have you brought me here for? There are matters I wish to confirm with you, Mr. Monica. Upon hearing an unexpected conversation nearby, Yuanzi's curiosity was instantly piqued, and she honed in on a partially ajar exhibition room. Driven by her inquisitiveness, she peered through the crack in the door and saw Director Okii and Mr. Monica inside. Can't this wait? My time is incredibly valuable, costing me tens of thousands per minute, Mr. Monica said impatiently. Mr. Monica, you are the one secretly buying and selling the museum's collection through Wada, aren't you? Upon hearing this, Mr. Monica's expression momentarily froze, but he quickly plastered on a forced smile. Director Okii, what are you implying? How could someone of my standing ever engage in such activities? You must be mistaken, must I? However, nearly all the individuals who dealt with Wada during the transactions are your employees, and even one of them is your bodyguard. Do you truly dare to claim you know nothing at this moment? Director Okii no longer exhibited the affable demeanor he had moments before. His slightly squinted eyes were now wide open in fury, radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure and authority. I felt an unsettling chill as I was scrutinized by Director Oki. Boss Monica, gritting his teeth with a menacing glare, declared, "Indeed, I did acquire some art pieces through dubious means. So what of it? If you, old man, wish to avoid a future of destitution and starvation, you would do well to pretend this never occurred. Understand?" Humphed in the face of Boss Monica's threats, Director Oki's gaze grew icy, and a peculiar pattern began to emerge on his face. Whoosh! Following a sudden contortion of his body, Director Oki transformed into the creature known as the squid. Ophiuchus, yet another monstrosity. Little Ran, peering from the doorway, was nearly frightened into a scream at this sight, but at the last moment, she managed to stifle her mouth at a monster. Having already encountered Ophiuchus once, Yuen was still taken aback. And the sight of Ophiuchus up close struck Boss Monica with such terror that he collapsed onto the ground, a palpable dread seeping from his very being. In the space where Ophiuchus stood, an ethereal image of Director Oki's bare upper body materialized, defiling art, lacking compassion for the wealthy. "I see you have chosen the path to your demise. I shall send you to meet Watada." Instantly, Ophiuchus raised its hands, its fingers transforming into tentacles that plunged into Boss Monica's mouth and nose, spreading ominously toward his heart. In a brief span of 2 to 3 seconds, the tentacles retracted from Boss Monica's orifices. "Don't come near me, you monster." With wide eyes, Boss Monica scrambled to his feet and bolted toward the gallery entrance. Ophiuchus, however, did not impede him but instead stood still, observing as the door loomed closer. A surge of hope filled Boss Monica's heart. He vowed that if he escaped, he would obliterate this gallery with explosives, leaving nothing behind. Just as he thought this, his hands suddenly turned a ghostly gray. Crash! In an instant, Boss Monica's body disintegrated into ash, and it was likely that even in his final moments, he could not have anticipated such a fate. Ying, stationed at the doorway, was left in utter shock. Witnessing a living man turn to ashes before her eyes, she covered her mouth tightly, terrified of being discovered by Ophiuchus inside. "Do not find me. Do not find me," Yuen fervently prayed while attempting to move as quietly as possible. Yet her trembling legs felt leaden, refusing to obey her commands. Crack! Just as Yuen attempted to flee, a sudden gust of wind swept through. The next moment, the gallery door split in two, and Ophiuchus stood mere steps away from her. Yuen could no longer contain herself and let out a piercing scream, bolting for her life. However, the fatigue from her earlier distress left her weak, and before she could take 2 steps, she fell to the ground. "That hurts." Struggling to rise, Yuen turned her head only to find Ophiuchus looming above her, gazing down with an ominous presence. The thought of becoming ashes herself drowned Yuen in despair, tears streaming down her face. No, I don't want to die. I haven't even experienced love yet." "Ying, get down." Just as Yuen sank into hopelessness, a powerful shout pierced her ears. Acting on instinct, she dropped to the ground and covered her head. Bang! Thud! 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 The sound of heavy metal colliding resonated nearby, followed by hurried footsteps. "Yuen, are you all right?" Yuen looked up to see Conan bravely standing between her and Ophiuchus, holding a beautifully crafted vase. "Yuen, are you hurt?" "Are you okay?" Conan inquired again. Yuen snapped back to reality and hurriedly replied, "I'm fine, that's good." Relieved that Yuen was unscathed, Conan raised the vase high and shouted, "This is a Yuan dynasty vase. If you don't come over, I'll smash it." No sooner had he spoken than Conan executed a sliding maneuver, darting behind Ophiuchus, and then sprinted away with incredible speed, empowered by his special shoes. "Stop!" Ophiuchus did not hesitate, abandoning Yuen to pursue Conan with full force. Within the blink of an eye, Yuen was left alone, still reeling from the shock. "Yuen, how are you?" Xiaoran. Just then, Xiaoran arrived and quickly helped Yuen to her feet. "I just charged your phone. The medical team is on their way. Hand me the phone." "Here." Taking her phone from Xiaoran, Yuen swiftly dialed a number and shouted into the receiver, "This is Yuen. All members of the Suzuki family's bodyguard team, mobilize. Location, Mihua Art Museum, at the fastest speed." At this moment, Conan's thoughts were simple. He needed to draw Ophiuchus away from Yuen and the others, not only to prevent innocent casualties, but also to ensure his transformation remained undiscovered. "But, Doctor, can't your invention be more reliable?" As Conan glanced back at the rapidly approaching Ophiuchus, he silently grumbled about Agasa's inventions, which had always been plagued with issues, and now seemed to be running out of power. At that moment, he had lured Ophiuchus into the natural exhibition hall, which was devoid of visitors, thus providing ample distance for his plan. Perfect conditions. Here, seeing Ophiuchus nearly grasp him, Conan threw the Yuan dynasty vase high into the air. Ophiuchus leaped to catch it. Seizing the opportunity, Conan swiftly strapped on the Fui's belt and activated the Fui's phone. 555 enter. Transformation. Standby complete. Whoosh. Red photon blood enveloped him, and Conan transformed into Kamen Rider Fui's almost instantaneously. After completing his transformation, Conan instinctively shook his right hand before charging at the freshly landed Ophiuchus. Faced with Conan's powerful punch, Ophiuchus merely turned its back in defense that Conan's fist struck Ophiuchus's back, but to his surprise, it felt as though he had hit a pillow. There was no tangible impact. Whoosh! Ugh! Just as Conan marveled at Ophiuchus's supple body structure, Ophiuchus suddenly spun around and released a cloud of black mist that enveloped Conan's head, rendering him unable to see and making it difficult to breathe. Bang! As Conan struggled within the black mist, Ophiuchus delivered a spinning kick that struck Conan in the chest, sending him crashing into a shark specimen. Though painful, this impact freed Conan from the suffocating mist. However, rather than pressing the advantage, Ophiuchus chose to place the vase on an empty pedestal and began to gently wipe its surface with its cloak. Having dealt with Director Okii, there was no need to continue this charade. I know you are not an irredeemably vile criminal. Conan rose to his feet atop the shark's head, then drew the Fui's phone, switching to the explosive gun mode, and aimed it at the octopus known as Ophi Inuo. Upon hearing Conan's words, Ophi Inuo paused in the act of wiping the bottle and slowly turned to face Conan. Wow! After a brief flash of white light, Ophi Inuo transformed back into the kind-hearted curator. Aoki, I apologize. I did not intend to frighten that young girl. It is just that after becoming Ophi Inuo, I found it exceedingly difficult to restrain myself. I can understand your feelings. Otherwise, you would not have let me and Ran go back in the alley. Jumping down from the shark specimen, Conan reverted from his night form back to his original elementary school appearance and shrugged. Reciprocity. Thank you. After politely responding, Aoki's gaze fell upon Conan's Fui's belt, and his expression instantly grew somber. To think they truly succeeded, even the final Fui's system in the plan has come to fruition. Surely the preceding steps must have succeeded as well. Listening to Aoki's mutterings, Conan's brow furrowed slightly. What are you talking about? What do you know, Aoki? In truth, Aoki is not my real name. My code name is Grappa, a type of Italian wine. Nanny. Upon hearing this name, Conan became instantly tense, recalling the mysterious woman's warning to be cautious of those who use wine names as code names. Concealing the Fui's phone behind him, Conan hesitated, contemplating whether to transform once more and take action. Child, do not worry. I can assure you that I have already distanced myself from the organization, or rather, they believe I am dead and have ceased their search for me. Seemingly sensing Conan's apprehension, Grappa's voice softened in reassurance, and he inquired, Child, could you tell me how you acquired the Fui's belt? I won it in a lottery. Not entirely trusting Aoki, or rather Grappa, Conan refrained from divulging the truth. Aoki, however, did not seem particularly surprised and simply found a spot to sit down slowly. Conan spoke in a low tone. What exactly is your organization? What is your purpose? And does your reference to Ophi Inuo pertain to these monsters? To the vast majority of ordinary people, they certainly are monsters. Yet, in the eyes of the organization, this is a glorious evolution, the future direction for all of humanity. The future of humankind should be Ophi Inuo. Upon reaching this point, Grappa sighed deeply, as if lost in reminiscence. I am one of the few fortunate ones. Nearly all of my former companions have turned to ashes. Yet, despite the many unsavory deeds I have committed for the organization, my strongest impression of it is the color black. As he concluded, Grappa's tone turned particularly grave, fixing his gaze intently upon Conan. Child, if you regret your choice, it is not too late. Removing the belt will allow you to continue enjoying life for the remaining time. However, should you choose to proceed, what awaits you is unimaginable terror and darkness. Even now, what you see is merely the tip of the iceberg. In response to Grappa's persuasion, a slight smile curled at the corners of Conan's lips, and his glasses glinted with reflected light. Sharks, The predators of the deep sea can effortlessly detect even the faintest trace of blood in the ocean and swiftly converge upon the scene. The same applies to detectives. As long as the truth lurking in the shadows remains concealed, they will never cease their pursuit. Much like a shark on the hunt, upon hearing Conan's words, Grappa's expression morphed into one of astonishment. And after a moment, he asked, "Child, who exactly are you?" Edogawa Conan, a detective. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Conan struck a confident pose, a smile brimming with self-assurance gracing his lips, his eyes radiating boundless passion and vitality. Grappa nodded gently, his eyes reflecting a sense of satisfaction. "Excellent, detective. I trust that the foes belt in your possession will undoubtedly serve a greater purpose. Thank you for your kind words, but before anything else, I would like to ask you, Aoki, to accompany me to the police and provide truthful information regarding the organization, as this may somewhat alleviate your sins." "No, it is too late. My time has come. And the moment of death belonging to Ofi Enuo is upon me." No sooner had he spoken than Grappa's body was suddenly enveloped by a surge of azure flames from within. Much like the Ofi Enuo on the verge of turning to a SHIT is finally over, the sensation of intense burning coursed through his body, yet Grappa wore a look of relief on his face. Mustering his last ounce of strength to shout to Conan, "Child, you may not realize it, but in truth, we are of the same kind." Upon hearing this, Conan hurriedly inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Thud. However, Grappa had already exhausted his strength and could no longer respond. His body ablaze with azure flames collapsed to the ground, soon transforming into a pile of white ash. Thus, Aoki, the curator of the Mihua Art Museum and former member of the organization Grappa, reached the end of his life. Gazing at the pile of ash before him, Conan's mind replayed Grappa's final words. "We are of the same kind. Perhaps I should take some action." Conan felt a pang of reluctance at the thought of Grappa's ashes scattered upon the ground, contemplating the need to gather them for a proper burial. Just as he was about to act, a sudden cacophony of footsteps and the roar of machines erupted from all directions. "This is it. Commence the air assault. Breach the door. Breach the door." Bang! Before Conan could comprehend what was happening, dozens of burly soldiers dressed as special forces descended, breaking windows and blasting through doors, storming into the Natural Exhibition Hall in a myriad of flamboyant ways. Upon closer inspection, Conan noticed that every soldier bore the name Suzuki emblazoned on their epaulets, making the truth all too clear. The corridor is empty. There is no one in the specimens. No one in the restroom. Nearly 100 special forces from the Suzuki family began a thorough search of the Natural Exhibition Hall, while Grappa's ashes were trampled underfoot, scattering into the air. Risking being crushed, Conan managed to snatch a small handful of ash in his hand. "Well, at least I have something to account for." Looking down at the ashes in his hand, Conan felt a sense of relief wash over him. "Conan, are you all right?" "Sister Ran, I'm here." Seeing Ran rush towards him in a panic, Conan waved his little hand enthusiastically in response. But just then, Yoko suddenly dashed around a drainage bin to avoid Ran, and the next moment she stood before Conan, her anxiety palpable. "You little rascal. Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere?" As she spoke, Yoko began to frantically pat down Conan, seemingly trying to locate any injuries. "Take off your clothes. Let me check." After a thorough examination, Yoko confirmed that Conan had no visible injuries. She then proposed a further check for internal injuries, causing Conan to blush and hug himself in embarrassment. "Sister Yoko, please. I'm really fine, and I'm easily embarrassed. Be obedient. Let me take a look." Seeing Conan's reluctance, the determined Yoko wasted no time and immediately took action. With a swift motion, she removed Conan's outer clothing. "Help! Sister Ran! Yoko, put Conan down. Children deserve their dignity too." Meanwhile, the special forces from the Suzuki family, witnessing this scene, were momentarily at a loss for words, ultimately opting to quietly gather their belongings and sneak away, fearing that they might attract Yoko's attention. After all, the working conditions in the Suzuki family were quite favorable, and they did not wish to jeopardize their lucrative jobs. Under the combined resistance of Ran and Conan, Yoko was compelled to abandon her plan for an internal examination of Conan. By the way, what about that creature with the octopus head? How dare it frighten me earlier? This time, I've brought my bodyguards along. If it has the guts, let it step forward for a showdown. I'll blow it to smithereens." Recalling her earlier disheveled state, Yuenji suddenly found herself stomping her feet in frustration. Completely oblivious to the faint white dust she was kicking up beneath her, the bead of cold sweat trickled down Conan's temple. And he quickly donned an innocuous smile as he explained, "Sister Yuenji, please calm down. That monster has been driven away and is no longer here." Driven away? Was it by someone clad in armor? Yuenji seized Conan's shoulders, her tone laced with agitation, to which Conan nodded in response. Yuenji was thoroughly exasperated. What on earth was happening? Is there truly no one who can provide me with an explanation? "Sister Yuenji, that night Big Brother asked me to convey something to you." With his hands tucked into his pockets, Conan spoke in a manner that belied his age. "I apologize for the fright you experienced. But this matter involves far too much. Even though you are the daughter of the Suzuki family, it remains the same. For your safety, and that of your family, I sincerely hope you can keep this secret. This is my earnest request, at this juncture." Conan quickly switched back to his lively childlike demeanor, chuckling. It seems I almost forgot about that. What a peculiar person, to make such an inexplicable request. I'm certain my mother will have a word or two to say about my unilateral mobilization of the bodyguards in a couple of days. Grumbling slightly, Yuenji inadvertently kicked the last remnants of white dust on the ground away, effectively obliterating any trace of it. Although Yuenji appeared quite dissatisfied, both Ran, who had grown up alongside her, and Conan understood that Yuenji had indeed absorbed the council. It was merely her vivacious nature that made her somewhat sharp-tongued. After a brief bout of venting her frustrations with flailing fists, Yuenji placed her hands on her hips and sighed. "These past few days have been nothing but a series of unfortunate events. Perhaps I should seek the help of a master in a couple of days. By the way, Ran, if you have no other plans, why don't you and Conan come over to my house today? My parents are abroad, and I'm dreadfully bored all by myself." "Sure, no problem. Yay, we're going to Sister Yuenji's house." Considering the considerable fright Yuenji had endured that day, both Conan and Ran felt it was indeed necessary to keep her company. "All right, please wait a moment." Yuenji retrieved a walkie-talkie from her pocket and confidently issued her command. "This is Yuenji. Withdraw all armored vehicles and tanks, and have the helicopter descend horizontally to take us back." "As you command, Miss Yuenji." The armed helicopter is currently searching for a suitable landing site. Haha, truly worthy of the Suzuki family's heiress. Even an armed helicopter is at her disposal, Conan and Ran mused inwardly, their lips twitching. Yet, simultaneously, they felt as if they had forgotten something important. "Conan, Ran, we're off. The helicopter is ready. Coming." Well, it's probably nothing of great significance, no need to dwell on it. Thus, Conan and Ran followed Yuenji aboard the helicopter. Meanwhile, at the Muri Detective Agency, bang, bang, help? Is anyone there? Why am I locked in the restroom? Ran, Conan, whoever it is, please let me out. I'm scared of the dark. Eri, are you there? In the suburbs of Kyoto, in stark contrast to the dazzling lights of urban prosperity, the outskirts appeared woefully dilapidated and desolate that a glance revealed no traces of youth, only a scant few elderly souls lingering on, barely attesting to the existence of human life. Virum, just as the elderly settled into their slumber, a powerful Harley motorcycle roared past, its engine's growl shattering the night's stillness. "I'm almost there. Open the door." Received. After a rapid journey, the mysterious woman on the Harley arrived at an inconspicuous mound, whereupon the ground suddenly opened, revealing a man-made tunnel. Virum, the mysterious woman deftly twisted the throttle and swiftly entered the passageway. As she did, the tunnel automatically sealed shut, reverting to its unremarkable appearance. Virum, approximately half a minute later, the mysterious woman emerged from the tunnel, and what lay before her was nothing short of breathtaking. The expanse was large enough to accommodate a football field, and the structure was primarily composed of steel plates, a testament to the vast wealth of its benefactor. "Welcome back, Absinthe." The moment the mysterious woman parked her motorcycle, Vodka stepped forward with a warm greeting. "Vodka, it's been quite a while. As she responded, the mysterious woman removed her helmet, revealing a cascade of golden hair reminiscent of rippling wheat, followed by a strikingly beautiful visage imbued with an air of elegance, faced with such a captivating beauty. It is unlikely that any man could maintain an unflinching heart. However, it was her prowess and cunning that truly instilled fear, even in an organization where killing was as mundane as eating. Many harbored trepidation towards her. A key member of the organization, she was known as the Chameleon, having accomplished many astonishing feats. Her name was Absinthe, also known as vermouth. Noticing Vodka was alone, Vermouth teased, "How curious that only you came to greet me. Aren't you and Jin inseparable? Have you two quarreled recently?" Vodka, flustered, quickly waved his hands. "No, no. How could I dare to argue with the boss? Absinthe, please don't jest." Observing Vodka's panicked demeanor, a sly smile crept onto Vermouth's lips as she playfully rested her hand on her chin. Thinking about it, that does seem plausible. Let me guess, Jin must be nearby, right? Click. The sound of a bullet being chambered echoed in the air, and Vermouth felt the cold touch of a gun barrel pressed against the back of her head. "Long time no see, Absinthe." "Heh, just as I suspected. Jin, you are indeed here." Despite the gun pressed to the nape of her neck, Vermouth displayed no signs of tension. Instead, she graced him with a beguiling smile and turned around without a hint of anxiety. Encountering Jin's perpetually icy expression, his gun still firmly in hand. "Not bad. Jin, you're wielding an M29 revolver. That thing could easily take down a buffalo." However, Vermouth gently nudged the gun barrel resting against her smooth forehead with her finger, then smiled alluringly. "But Jin, aiming such a toy at one of your own is rather inappropriate, don't you think? If this is meant to be a welcoming gesture for me, I must admit, I am not fond of it." Seeing Vermouth's nonchalant attitude, Jin's expression hardened. "Well, I must apologize, Absinthe, but the premise of this welcome is that you're one of ours. Do you truly believe you fall into that category?" "Oh, that's quite an amusing statement." Vermouth chuckled, her smile growing more enchanting, and then teasingly inquired, "From your tone, it seems you're doubting me. If that's the case, allow me to hear the basis for your suspicions." As if out of pity for a dying person, Jin wasted no time on pleasantries and cut straight to the chase. "First of all, why didn't you report back the moment you returned? Where have you been during your absence? And what have you been up to? Lay it all bare." Vermouth's lips curled into a slight smirk, and she delicately parted them to speak. "Jin, you've been in this country for quite some time now. Have you ever heard of the high school detective known as Kudo Shinichi, the so-called savior of the police?" Jin's tone remained icy. "Never heard of him. Just a high school kid, hardly worth my attention." "Do not underestimate this high school detective, Jin. From what I know, he has assisted the police in solving many difficult cases. He could pose a significant threat to our organization's forthcoming operations." Upon hearing this, Jin finally appeared somewhat interested, his voice tinged with curiosity. "Are you suggesting that during your absence, you dealt with that high school kid?" "Certainly, utilizing the latest drugs developed by the organization. And in order to avoid detection by the watchful eyes of the police, it required considerable effort on my part." Observing Belmode's expression, which radiated confidence, Jin hesitated momentarily before lowering his handgun slightly. "If that is the case, it indeed provides a plausible explanation." However, Jin suddenly shifted the direction of his speech, pressing the gun's muzzle once more against Belmode's forehead, accompanied by a voice imbued with an icy chill. "Regarding the incident involving the intruder from a while back, you must furnish me with a reasonable explanation for your absence from the scene at that critical moment, as well as how the assailant came to know the location of the belt. Who could have possibly leaked that information?" Upon hearing this, a smirk of derision crept upon Belmode's lips. "So, Jin, you suspect me, believing that I disclosed the organization's most vital secrets to outsiders, do you not? Is that not the case?" Jin's tone was laced with certainty, as if he possessed irrefutable evidence linking Belmode to the assailant. At that moment, anyone else would likely feel a measure of unease, but Belmode was no ordinary individual. "Ha!" Instead of fear, Belmode threw back his head and erupted into a rhythmic laughter. Jin furrowed his brow slightly. "What are you laughing at?" "I laugh at your lack of foresight, Jin, and at Vodka's limited intellect, for considering me a suspect." Belmode turned to Vodka, smiling as he inquired, "Vodka, how has your recent study been progressing?" Vodka, feeling a bit embarrassed, lowered his head and murmured, "I truly have been trying hard, but the math problems are just too difficult. I wonder if I will pass the next exam." Belmode replied, "Do your utmost, or you shall be destined to serve as Jin's driver for eternity." Vodka chuckled foolishly. "Hee, I actually think being a driver for the boss is not so bad. After all, it's the only thing I'm good at." Ignoring the lackadaisical Vodka, Belmode turned back to Jin with a hint of mockery in his gaze. "Jin, you must understand, it was that esteemed gentleman above who temporarily dispatched me abroad. It was not I who abandoned my post. As for how the assailant learned about the belt, even the FBI's mole nearly became our ally. It is certainly not beyond the realm of possibility that the information regarding the belt was leaked. Upon hearing this, Jin's expression darkened considerably, whether it was his own illusion or not. He felt as though Belmode was mocking him, yet infuriatingly, he had no evidence. The more Jin pondered, the more enraged he became, to the point where his hand gripping the gun began to tremble involuntarily. Noticing this, Vodka hurried over and pressed down on Jin's firearm. "Boss, the words of Absinthe hold merit. It's possible the FBI mole has gathered information. At this juncture, we should be more united. We must think twice before speaking words that could hinder our unity." In response to Vodka's counsel, Jin remained silent, allowing Vodka to keep his gun subdued. Vodka, seeing this, nodded towards Belmode. "You've had a long journey, Absinthe. Your room has been prepared, so please rest." "Thank you." Belmode graciously waved his hand before striding deeper into the base. Only after Belmode's graceful silhouette had completely vanished did Vodka dare to release Jin's hand. "Boss." Humph. With a cold snort, Jin freed his hand from Vodka's grasp, raising his handgun and pulling the trigger towards the wall. Bang! Bang! "Master, oh master, please alleviate my confusion. Why have I been so unfortunate lately, beset by calamities?" "Let me speak calmly first." In the living room of the Suzuki household, Sonoko sat in a chair, earnestly gazing at the monk before her, who, at that moment, appeared to be lost in thought, reminiscing about enjoying hot pot in the meditation room while humming a tune. Suddenly, a group of burly men had barged in, without a word, ensnaring him in a sack. After a tumultuous journey, he found himself in this place. Initially, upon learning he had been brought here for fortune-telling, the monk was somewhat reluctant. However, when he saw the box of cash presented by Sonoko, he immediately declared that fate had brought him here, and who better than him to undertake such an important task? Producing his divination tools, the monk began to heat a tortoise shell over the flames, simultaneously chanting incantations. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The winding river flows from the heavens, cascading into a sea of vibrant colors. As the last word left the monk's lips, cracks began to appear upon the tortoise shell, prompting him to hastily bring it closer for careful interpretation. Sonoko, visibly anxious, asked, "Master, what does it say?" "Oh dear. This is serious." After deciphering the information inscribed upon the shell, the monk looked up at Sonoko with a grave expression. "This is dire news, Miss Sonoko. The divination indicates you are currently at the nadir of your fortune, with a high likelihood of encountering danger." Sonoko's face paled at this revelation. "What should I do, Master? Can you assist me in breaking this curse?" The monk shook his head. "Alas, this is a matter of destiny, something beyond my ability to alter." However what? Sonoko urged eagerly. Sensing a potential turning point, she pressed for more information. The monk cleared his throat and began, "According to the interpretation of the divination, Miss Sonoko, while you may face peril, it is often the case that most dangers are merely illusions. This is due to the presence of a fated protector by your side. Should you forge a bond with him, your fortunes will surely turn, and you will no longer encounter threats." "Really? So it means I am about to meet my Prince Charming?" Sonoko exclaimed joyfully, but then quickly inquired, "But master, what characteristics does this prince possess? When will he appear?" Based on the divination, it appears that your Prince Charming is someone you already know, and he is quite extraordinary. It seems he is not an ordinary person, and he has a particularly strong romantic destiny." The following day, due to Conan's earlier assistance to the police in solving a case, Officer Takagi specifically represented the police department to present Conan with a banner and a certificate of merit. The school's leadership took this matter very seriously and convened a meeting for all students and teachers to hold a commendation ceremony, with Conan undoubtedly being the focal point. That I am grateful for the guidance of all my teachers and the companionship of my classmates. I shall strive diligently to become a high-quality resident of Baika, contributing to the future development of society. Clap, clap, clap. Following his speech, the entire audience responded with enthusiastic applause, and the school's photographer eagerly aimed the camera at Conan's face. As this was a living advertisement for recruitment, if the publicity was done well, next year's enrollment figures would surely soar. Everyone was elated, except for Conan. Seriously, why must I endure this torment? Though he maintained a forced smile. Deep within, Conan could no longer suppress his grievances. Finally, after 2 more hours, the commendation ceremony came to an end, Yet Conan's tribulations were far from over. Conan, you are amazing. You managed to help the police solve a case. I admire you so much. Conan, can you be my big brother? I'll give you all my pocket money. Conan, here is a letter I wrote for you. Please accept it to be why the time school ended at 3 in the afternoon. Conan had accumulated 2 big bags of snacks, a basket of fruit, over 20 students volunteering to be his little brothers, and a cabinet full of love letters. If not for the assistance of Ayumi and the others, Conan would likely have been unable to leave the school at all. Really, why are today's elementary students so precocious? They can't even speak clearly, yet they are writing love letters. Thankfully, Rand didn't come today. Otherwise, she would have surely teased him again that on the way back to the detective agency, Conan couldn't help but lament about his experiences that day. However, at that moment, Fuiza's phone nestled within the backpack suddenly rang. Do not find this unreasonable. It was designed with such a feature, and Xiaoyi had frequently utilized Fuiza's phone for calls, though it remains uncertain whether any fees are incurred. Upon answering the call and holding the phone to his ear, Conan took the initiative to speak first. May I ask who is calling? The next instant, the voice of Professor Agasa resonated from the other end. Shinichi, if you have a moment, could you come over to my place? I have a new invention I would like your assistance with. Without allowing Conan a moment to respond, Professor Agasa abruptly hung up the phone. Hello, Professor Agasa. What are you up to this time? I am quite exhausted today. With a weary sigh, Conan placed Fuiza's phone back into the backpack and then altered his course towards Professor Agasa's residence. Fortunately, Professor Agasa's house was not too distant. And after approximately 2 to 3 minutes of walking, Conan arrived at the doorstep. Ding dong. Professor, please open the door. As was customary, Conan pressed the doorbell to alert Professor Agasa. However, after a while, the door remained firmly shut. Conan, perplexed, wondered, what is going on? Professor? Ding dong ding dong. Once more, Conan tiptoed to press the doorbell. Yet still, there was no response. Hello there. Huh? Upon hearing an unexpected voice from behind, Conan instinctively turned around, only to find a magnificently adorned middle-aged woman had appeared behind him. Madam, may I inquire what brings you here? The middle-aged woman smiled and replied, Indeed, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you, Mr. Shinichi Kudo. Nanny, Conan was immediately taken aback, but just then, the door to Professor Agasa's house swung open abruptly. And Conan felt a force lift him off the ground, followed by his backpack being forcibly separated from him. Oh no, the belt is still in the backpack. Realizing that the assailant's objective was the freeze belt within the backpack, Conan swiftly reacted, attempting to reclaim it. However, the strength of a child proved insufficient, and as he merely extended his hand, he was unceremoniously thrown to the ground. Damn it. After being thrown down, Conan discovered that behind him stood a masked figure clad in formal attire, accompanied by a contraption resembling a futuristic mechanical warrior. The masked man then declared, Shinichi Kudo, your end is nigh. Submit to your fate. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. No sooner had the masked man finished speaking than the mechanical warrior swiftly drew a weapon from its waist and fired. Fortunately, Conan reacted swiftly, executing a slide to evade the attack. Damn it, when was I exposed? As he mentally cursed, Conan intended to make a hasty escape. Yet, alas, the only exit was obstructed by the middle-aged woman, leaving Conan entirely trapped. Submit without resistance. You have nowhere to flee. The middle-aged woman retrieved a handgun from her pocket. The dark muzzle ominously pointed at Conan. Damn it. Faced with a dead end, Conan decisively chose to escape by scaling the wall. However, just as he reached the corner and prepared to climb a tree, the mechanical warrior fired again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Conan heard the rush of wind by his ear, and when he looked up, he saw the large tree at the corner crashing down. Crash, cough, cough, so choking. In a fortunate twist of fate, Conan executed a desperate dive, managing to hide in the corner. Though he escaped injury, he found himself ensnared by the fallen tree, with no means of escape. Masked man, Shinichi Kudo, your resistance is futile. Come forth and accept your destiny. That portly old man has already set off before you, and it is time for you to join him. What have you done to Professor Agasa? Upon hearing this, Conan's heart sank, and he anxiously inquired. Humph, anyone who poses a threat to our organization's secrecy must be eliminated. You and that fat professor are merely the beginning. Soon, everyone around you will follow suit. So, you will not be alone, especially your childhood friend. Our organization will take good care of her. You scoundrel! At these words, Conan's fists clenched tightly, his blood boiling with rage. Meanwhile, the mechanical warrior slowly advanced, gun in hand. The next moment, a pattern emerged on Conan's furious visage. Howl, splat. A wolf's howl resonated, and the next instant, a claw pierced through the mechanical warrior's abdomen, followed by a figure leaping from the foliage to pin the mechanical warrior to the ground. Crack, snap. After a frenzy of biting and scratching, the mechanical warrior's condition was nothing short of horrendous, its form utterly disfigured, and all internal circuitry completely ripped out at that moment. The figure that had subdued the mechanical warrior slowly raised its head. A wolf, a pure white silver wolf, with sharp claws, powerful legs, and a short white tail trailing behind. Well, aside from the tail, the entire appearance exuded an air of majesty. Wolf of Finir. Woo. After rendering the mechanical warrior inoperative, Wolf of Finir crouched slightly, its gaze filled with murderous intent directed at the two individuals before it, as if poised to pounce and tear them apart at any moment. Stop, Shinichi. Calm down. Understood. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Wolf of Finir swiftly turned to look in the direction of the sound, spotting Professor Agasa hurriedly emerging from the garage. Professor Agasa anxiously exclaimed, Shinichi, do not act impulsively. This is all a misunderstanding. Yusaku, Yukiko, you two stop the charade. Nanny, Wolf of Finir could hardly believe its eyes as the mysterious man and woman who had been pursuing it shed their disguises. My apologies, little Shin, your mother did not intend to frighten you. It was all your father's idea. Yukiko, do not place the blame solely on me. You were positively delighted when I was applying your makeup. Mom and Dad, staring at the stunning couple before him. Wolf of Finir was plunged into profound self-doubt, and the next moment, a flash of white light enveloped him as he reverted back to Conan. Inside Professor Agasa's home. Oh, my poor first-generation mechanical guardian. Utterly destroyed, with tears streaming down his face, Professor Agasa collected the shattered pieces of the mechanical warrior, dejectedly raising his head like a defeated rooster. Yusaku Kudo gently placed a hand on Professor Agasa's shoulder, offering comfort. There is no need to be so despondent, Professor Agasa. This was entirely anticipated that I will transfer some funds to your account, enabling you to develop even more advanced robots. Alas, I am indifferent to my own plight. Rather, our primary concern should be Shinichi. Professor Agasa cautiously turned to the living room, where Conan sat in a daze on the sofa, gripping his thighs tightly, the intensity of which caused veins to bulge on his small hands. We are, in fact, kindred spirits. So, that was the meaning behind it all. Recalling the final words of Grappa in his last moments, a sense of self-mockery welled up within Conan that he never imagined he would also be one of the Finir. Though he could hardly remember the specifics of the experience, Conan could still recall the exhilarating sensation of dismantling the mechanical guardian, as if the destruction of life was an instinct inherent within him. Conan even questioned whether he might have devolved into an uncontrollable monster had Professor Agasa not intervened in time. My poor Shinichi. Observing her son's glum demeanor, Yukiko wiped her tears while embracing Conan. My poor child, you are truly unfortunate. It is all your father's fault for insisting on having you confront the truth prematurely. Oh, woe is me. Faced with Yukiko's tearful countenance, Conan replied with a hint of exasperation. Mom, your academic style is a bit too pronounced. This approach will not sway the judge's jaw. I can't believe you saw through me. Little Shin, upon observing, Yukiko promptly ceased her actions and playfully stuck out her tongue. Exuding a mischievousness reminiscent of a young girl, her demeanor was entirely uncharacteristic of a high school student's mother, resembling instead that of an innocent and carefree maiden. Naturally, only Conan was aware of the true terror that lay beneath the surface of his seemingly immature mother. Especially when he dared to mention her age. That I apologize, my son, for the fright I have caused you. However, the gun was modified in such a manner that it could not inflict harm upon a human being. So there is no need for concern regarding injury to this moment. Kudo Yusaku approached and gently patted his eldest son's head. Shinichi, I imagine you have numerous questions swirling in your mind, and you likely have gleaned some understanding of the situation. Correct? Upon hearing this, Conan's expression turned serious. Indeed, the creation of Ofano stems from a clandestine organization, and all members seem to bear code names derived from alcoholic beverages. Kudo Yusaku nodded in approval. Excellent, Shinichi. Your ability to grasp this information in such a short span of time demonstrates a marked improvement in your deductive skills. However, Do not let pride cloud your judgment. After imparting this admonition, Kudo Yusaku settled onto the sofa. Thus the Kudo family was neatly gathered together. He continued, "In truth, my initial encounter with this organization was prompted by the sudden and mysterious disappearance of several of my friends from Interpol. Following an investigation, I discovered the shadow of a secretive organization behind it all, responsible for both the drug that transformed you and the creation of Ofeno. Conan's countenance grew grave at this revelation. What exactly is the origin of this organization? Uncertain. All that is known is that this enigmatic group wields considerable influence, infiltrating the political and business realms of nations worldwide, and seems to have a hand in every significant event." As Kudo Yusaku spoke, a rare seriousness overtook his expression. The fact that this nearly infallible deductive genius was troubled by this organization speaks volumes about its formidable nature. Noticing the identical expressions of concern on the faces of the father and son, Yuxiko exasperatedly tugged at Kudo Yusaku's my dear husband. Should we not prioritize addressing our son's predicament before concerning ourselves with this mysterious organization? They are not going anywhere anytime soon. Kudo Yusaku winced at the sudden pain. Ouch. Please let go, my wife. I understand. Humph. Yuxiko huffed playfully, finally releasing her grip on his ears. Kudo Yusaku rubbed his reddened ear. He turned his serious gaze to Conan. Shinichi, now that you are aware of your identity as Ofeno, what are your thoughts? Do you wish to accompany your father and mother abroad to evade the storm? Or, no need to say more, I must remain here. Without a moment's hesitation, Conan resolutely stated his decision. If I were to simply flee, what would become of the people here? At least while I am present, I can save more lives. If I leave, there will only be more innocent victims. Have you truly considered this? Shinichi, upon receiving Conan's response, Kudo Yusaku's expression grew solemn. If you choose this path, you will be condemned to an endless struggle. Furthermore, I must inform you that Ofeno's lifespan may only extend slightly beyond 20 years. And with each transformation, that lifespan diminishes. Is this truly acceptable to you? For a brief moment, Conan appeared taken aback, but a smile soon graced his lips. Since the length of my life is predetermined, I shall endeavor to expand its breadth. If fighting is a sin, I am willing to bear the full weight of it until the very end. Truly, my son. Kudo Yusaku fell into a moment of silence, but then placed his hands on Conan's shoulders, beaming with approval. Witnessing the agreement between the two, Yuxiko's expression turned somber, as no mother wishes to witness the shortening of her child's life. Darling, she began, our child has grown. It is time to respect his decision. Moreover, even if we were to forcibly take Shinichi away, he would likely find a way to return. Rather than resisting him, it would be wiser to support him from the start. Ding dong. Dear, this is Zheng Express. Could you please sign for your package? Though slightly delayed, the delivery arrived safely, living up to its reputation. Upon hearing the unexpected arrival of the delivery person, Kudo Yusaku expressed genuine admiration before rising to collect the package. By the way, Shinichi, I have prepared a gift for you upon my return. Should you encounter a companion to fight alongside, please pass this on to them. After delivering this message, Kudo Yusaku stepped outside to sign for the delivery. With the family meeting finally paused, Professor Agasa hurriedly approached Conan. Shinichi, I need to draw a small sample of your blood for research. Perhaps we can discover a method to extend your lifespan. Would that be acceptable? No trouble at all, Professor. Without a moment's hesitation, Conan rolled up his sleeve, signaling Agasa to proceed. Agasa wasted no time, retrieving a syringe from his lab coat pocket and deftly inserting it into Conan's vein. In this rare moment of tranquility, Yuxiko silently stroked Conan's head, her gaze filled with concern and tenderness. Conan, perceiving his mother's emotions, deliberately adopted a cool and aloof demeanor in response, reminiscent of his childhood. Shortly thereafter, Kudo Yusaku returned, carrying a suitcase that bore a striking resemblance to the one containing the Fui's belt, save for a yellow circular X insignia. Conan inquired, "What is this?" "Like your Fui's belt. This is another belt imbued with similar powers, known as Caesar. Do you have a commission?" A middle-aged woman stood at the door of their office, and a returning Ran inquired warmly, "Do, it has been quite a while." Ran. Huh? That voice. Just as Ran felt an inexplicable familiarity with the middle-aged woman's voice, the woman revealed a strikingly beautiful visage, a blend of maturity and playful charm. Hi. Yuxiko greeted with a smile and a wave, causing Ran to cover her mouth in astonishment. Did Shinichi's mother? Aren't you abroad? Given the magnitude of the situation concerning my son, I felt compelled to return, regardless of my busy schedule. Otherwise, I would certainly refuse to care for the two of them in their old age. At this moment, Conan stepped forth beside Yukiko, casting a sidelong glance at her parenting choices. You really are amusing, little Shin. Yukiko chuckled softly, playfully pinching the soft flesh at Conan's waist, causing him to blanch in discomfort. Ouch. Ran, you're just in time. Shinichi has been under your care for some time, so Annie has a little gift for you. Yukiko approached Ran and presented her with a savings book. This is for you. As Shinichi has decided to remain and continue his efforts, so I entrust his care to you during this time. And this 10 million yen can be considered as compensation for your troubles. 10 million, Ran exclaimed, opening the book to reveal a leading digit of 1 followed by several zeros. The sight of such a fortune left her utterly flabbergasted. No. Shinichi's mother, you are far too generous. I cannot accept this. Please, take it back. Ran quickly attempted to return the savings book to Yukiko. Yet Yukiko moved with an agility that left Ran unable to grasp it, no matter how hard she tried. Ran, do not be so polite with Annie. 10 million is but a trivial matter. Besides, whether I give it now or later, it must be done, so why not do it now? Huh. Upon hearing this, Xiaolan was momentarily taken aback, her feet instinctively halting their movement. Seizing the opportunity, Yuzizi swiftly entered the car parked by the roadside. With a beaming smile, Yuzizi waved at Conan, saying, Xiaoxin, I'm leaving now. If you need anything, feel free to reach out anytime, and no matter how busy. Mom and Dad will always come back. Thank you, and please take care of yourselves while abroad. Then, as Conan approached, he pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, Mom, how did I end up becoming Aofi Yinuo? I seem to have no memory of that period. Well, Yuzizi mused, tilting her head adorably in thought. Yet, she quickly revealed her signature playful smile, saying, to be honest, I'm not quite sure either, so you'll have to find the answer yourself. Xiaoxin. Sighing, Conan acknowledged her words. Although he had anticipated this, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. After all, the loss of that memory weighed heavily on his mind. Xiaoxin, Yuzizi began. What is it? Mom? Conan turned to her, only to see her glance at Xiaolan before leaning in close to whisper teasingly. Hurry up, Xiaoxin. If it comes down to the worst-case scenario, I hope to raise a grandson or granddaughter just like you. Mom, what are you talking about? Flushed with embarrassment and anger, Conan shouted back at Yuzizi's unexpected bold words. Giggling, Yuzizi replied, Oh, Xiaoxin, you're just too adorable. No wonder Sharon likes you so much. Goodbye, with a carefree wave. She stepped on the gas and drove away. How outrageous, Conan muttered, feeling a mix of irritation and embarrassment as he watched the car fade into the distance. Just then, Xiaolan approached, looking anxious as she clutched the savings book. Xiaoxin, perhaps it would be better if you kept this money. I feel rather uneasy having it with me. Noticing her nervous demeanor, Conan smiled reassuringly. There's no need to be anxious, Xiaolan, since my mom entrusted the savings book to you. Just accept it'll save you from worrying about finances. But it's just too valuable, Xiaolan murmured, lowering her gaze. Meanwhile, Conan began fiddling with his phone. What are you doing, Xiaoxin? She inquired. Humph, that little brat actually managed to trick me this badly. I am going to teach that old man a lesson, Conan replied, a mischievous grin appearing on his face, his glasses reflecting a glint of light, as if dark energy loomed behind him. Xiaolan instinctively swallowed hard, her eyes widening. Xiaoxin's expression is quite terrifying. Half an hour later, Mr. Yuzaku, the submission deadline is approaching. Please hurry and submit your work. Shut it. I was here first. I should submit mine first. Then bring it on. Let us have a showdown. At that moment in the airport lounge, Kudo Yuzaku was frantically typing away, surrounded by a diverse group of anxious foreign editors, who were almost ready to erupt into chaos. Yuzaku could only accelerate his typing in response to the mounting pressure. That brat. How dare he pull such a stunt on his own father? Just wait until I get my hands on you. Nearby, in a CAF, Yuzizi shook her head in exasperation as she watched Yuzaku struggle with his work. Don't upset the old and the young, Yuzo. You should learn from this experience, considering how you've made your son suffer so much. In the following period, things became considerably simpler. With a generous offer of 10 million yen, Kagoro had no hesitation in agreeing to let Conan stay long-term. Had it not been for Xiaolan's intervention, Kagoro would have undoubtedly lifted Conan high in celebration. Since Conan's arrival, the agency's business had skyrocketed, with commission fees pouring in abundantly. Thus, it was clear that this was no mere temporary guest. He was practically a little fortune-bringer. Naturally, Kagoro could not be entrusted with the 10 million yen. Consequently, it was assigned to Xiaolon, who managed it, while Kagoro received only a small allowance each month. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, Kagoro lamented, "Isn't this a bit extreme? After all, I am the head of the family, Xiaolon. Can't you give your father a bit more pocket money?" A smirk graced Xiaolon's lips as she replied, "Sure, I'll just call Mom and see if she agrees. Please don't. If you tell Eri, I won't have a single yen left." And thus, Kagoro's campaign for a raise in his allowance ended in defeat. He could only find ways to take on more cases, such as the murder at the night festival, TV9, murder of the antique collector, TV17, and murder in the elevator, TV20, among a series of other cases. However, in the final moments of each, it was always Conan who used a tranquilizer to put Kagoro to sleep, solving the cases with his voice changing tied out. Of course, there were times when the tranquilizer would miss its mark. And during those moments, Xiaolon had to bear the brunt of the situation. After all, aside from the large bump on his head, Kagoro was no different from a tranquilized subject. Ultimately, he would just need to book a surgical appointment. Nevertheless, Kagoro earned the nickname Sleeping Kagoro due to his unique crime-solving style, carving out a novel niche in the market. However, peaceful times were destined to be fleeting. One Friday afternoon, Sonoko burst into the detective agency with great enthusiasm. "Xiaolon, we're flying first class to Izu Beach tonight. Come with us." "Sonoko, why on earth are we going to Izu Beach? And why are you dragging us along on the first-class flight to Izu Beach?" Xiaolon couldn't comprehend why her childhood friend had suddenly decided to whisk their entire family away without a word. "Humph, Xiaolon, you're unaware of my careful planning, but I, Sonoko, have consulted the stars and sought wisdom from various renowned masters. Ultimately, I have concluded that I am currently at a low point in life, prone to encountering calamities. Hence, I must seek my destined Prince Charming for protection." "Calamity? Prince Charming?" Xiaolon felt utterly bewildered by Sonoko's nonsensical ramblings. Noticing Xiaolon's confusion, Sonoko promptly shared the details of her recent fortune-telling, and Xiaolon's expression finally shifted to one of understanding. "What nonsense! I, the great detective Muri Kagoro, finally have some time to rest. Only to be dragged here for such a ridiculous reason that I truly don't understand how young people think these days." Muttering under his breath, Kagoro savored the perks of first-class travel, remarking on how the exquisite taste of the red wine was simply irresistible. "Uncle, you look absolutely dreadful," Conan remarked, seated beside him with a children's drink. Seeing Kagoro's disgruntled demeanor, Sonoko quickly seized the opportunity to be, "By the way, Uncle, Izu Beach is a famous tourist destination. There will be many fashionable young ladies frolicking by the shore, even in bikinis." "Ugh," Kagoro suddenly perked up. He abandoned the wine and stood with a righteous pose. "Let it be known that I have no interest in bikinis. It's mainly because you kids lack maturity. What if we encounter trouble? It's best to have me, the great detective Muri Kagoro, to ensure your safety." "Humph, then it's settled. Uncle. You're on duty," Sonoko replied with a triumphant smile, while Xiaolon and Conan simultaneously lowered their heads, attempting to act as if they didn't know Kagoro at all. How embarrassing. After a while of air travel, the plane finally descended at Izu Airport, and the group awaited their luggage. Sonoko checked her watch and nodded with satisfaction. "Perfect timing. After we drop off our bags at the hotel, we can still catch tonight's fireworks display. Hee, I shall not hold back regarding the enchanting beauties in swimsuits by the seaside." At this moment, Kagoro Muri is still lost in a myriad of fantasies involving various swimwear-clad ladies, with drool inexplicably trickling from the corner of his mouth. Observing this, Conan and his companions discreetly distanced themselves from him. "Excuse me, are you Kagoro Mori?" Just as Kagoro was indulging in his daydreams, a deep voice unexpectedly resonated beside his ear. Instinctively, he turned to see a middle-aged man with a rather hefty face standing next to him. Having appeared out of nowhere, "May I ask if you are Mr. Kagoro Mori?" Seeing Kagoro remain silent, the middle-aged man inquired again in a low-toned "I am Kagoro Mori. How may I assist you?" Although startled by the man's imposing demeanor, Kagoro managed to compose himself and respond to the inquiry. Meanwhile, Conan and the others had also taken note of the sudden appearance of the middle-aged man, their expressions turning tense. Particularly, Ran inhaled deeply, seemingly ready to spring into action at any moment. While Conan quietly activated his tranquilizer watch in preparation for a coordinated response, "It is indeed an honor to encounter you here." Kagoro and his companions were momentarily taken aback by the man's sudden display of excitement. My apologies. I am Koji Terabayashi, a detective from Chiba Prefecture. The name of Kagoro Mori, the finest marksman in the police force, is renowned throughout the realm. The middle-aged man exclaimed, hurriedly retrieving his badge from his coat pocket to confirm his identity. Kagoro, a former detective himself, recognized the authenticity of the badge, which eased his apprehension. However, he then asked, "Pardon my curiosity, but may I inquire how old you are, Detective Terabayashi?" With a smile, Detective Terabayashi replied, "I am still young. I am merely 28 this year, 28. Upon receiving this answer, Kagoro and the others nearly choked on their drinks, simultaneously marveling at how someone could appear so much older. Were it not for the birth date stamped on the badge, one could hardly believe that this man was indeed 28. After tucking away his badge, Detective Terabayashi, brimming with enthusiasm, grasped Kagoro's hand. "Kagoro-senpai, I am your most devoted fan. I still remember the first time you shot live ammunition, achieving the highest score in history. You are an idol to us rookie officers. And every time I take a shooting exam, I pray for your guidance. Well, I must say, it's quite an honor." Haha. Kagoro laughed heartily at the unexpected encounter with his little admirer. Detective Terabayashi then inquired, "By the way, Kagoro-senpai, is there anything of significance that has brought you to Aizu? If there's any way I can assist, please let me know." Kagoro chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. No, Detective Terabayashi, I appreciate your kind offer, but I am merely accompanying these children for a seaside holiday. There is nothing of great importance that I see." Detective Terabayashi followed Kagoro's gaze towards the group and, upon spotting Sonoko, his expression instantly soured. As if he had swallowed a fly, he quickly leaned closer to Kagoro and whispered, "Kagoro-senpai, may I ask if that girl with the short brown hair is also one of your companions?" Noticing the anxious look on Terabayashi's face, Kagoro felt a tinge of confusion but nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, this vacation was organized by the children that I am merely benefiting from my daughter's arrangements. Is there an issue?" Detective Terabayashi appeared troubled, yet ultimately steeled himself to make a decision. He then led Kagoro and his group to a less crowded corner. The situation unfolded as follows. 5 minutes later. "What did you say?" "There have already been at least 6 girls with short brown hair reported missing from the Aizu beach." Upon hearing Detective Terabayashi's insider information, Conan and the others erupted in alarm, prompting Terabayashi to gesture for them to lower their voices. Calm down. Please refrain from shouting so loudly." Kagoro, however, disregarded the caution and, filled with urgency, seized Terabayashi's collar, demanding, "Why was such an important matter not communicated? Are there any leads at all?" Detective Terabayashi sheepishly replied. "The reason for the lack of communication is that Aizu Beach is a vital source of local tourism revenue. Allowing such news to circulate would undoubtedly diminish the number of visitors. Thus, the relevant local authorities have suppressed the information. All we can do is increase patrols, but as of now, we have not discovered any leads that a group of scoundrels who only care about money. What do they consider human lives?" Kagoro exclaimed, his fury evident as he slammed his fist against the wall, not concealing his anger. This moment, Conan stepped forward and casually asked, "By the way, Detective Terabayashi, before those individuals went completely missing, there should have been witnesses. Did they provide any clues?" Detective Terabayashi shook his head in response. "Unfortunately, no. The foot traffic at Aizu Beach is simply too high to ascertain the exact time when those 6 girls disappeared. Even the companions who reported them missing cannot provide a definitive answer, which is why our investigation has stalled at this point." Terabayashi glanced seriously at Sonoko and advised, "Young lady, I strongly recommend you return promptly. It would be wise to wait until we uncover the truth before coming back. After all, life is precious, and one must cherish it." Ran, hearing this, was understandably alarmed and urgently urged Sonoko, we should heed Detective Terabayashi's advice and head back. "This place is genuinely too perilous." Sonoko's expression was conflicted, yet she resolutely asserted, "No, nothing ventured, nothing gained. My destined prince awaits me here. I cannot simply flee at this critical moment." Witnessing Sonoko's stubbornness, Ran momentarily found herself at a loss for words. She then leaned in close to Conan, whispering, "Shinichi, You must think of a way to persuade Sonoko to return with us. We can't risk staying here. Conan closed his eyes and gently shook his head. It's futile, Ran. You should know Sonoko's character well. Once she sets her mind to something, she won't relent until it's achieved. It's better for us to stay by her side than to risk her wandering off alone into danger. But, don't worry. I have taken precautions for safety. Noticing Rand's lingering concern, Conan lightly patted his backpack, the meaning clear. Seeing this, Rand finally sighed in reluctant acceptance and turned to Kagoro, saying, Father, let us accompany Sonoko and stay here. We can always return tomorrow night. After all, you have already indulged in quite a bit of that exquisite wine along the way. Conan also chimed in with a childlike tone. Yes, uncle, you are the illustrious detective Kagoro Mori. With you by our side, we are sure to return safely. Faced with the flattery from Conan and Ran, Kagoro quickly relaxed, placing his hands on his hips and exuding an air of pride. Very well, let whatever monsters or demons come forth. I, the esteemed detective Kagoro Mori, am not one to be trifled with. Having made up his mind, Kagoro bowed slightly to Detective Terabayashi. Thank you very much for your warning. Detective Terabayashi, we will exercise extra caution and hope you solve the case swiftly, allowing the tourists to enjoy their time at the beach without worry. Well then, I wish you all a splendid time. Kagoro-senpai, but please, be extra vigilant and never venture out alone. Seeing that Kagoro and his companions had made their decision, Detective Terabayashi could only sincerely advise them on safety. Providing his contact information, he urged them to reach out if any issues arose, but hoped they would not need to do so during this time. Thus, Detective Terabayashi watched as Kagoro and his group departed, then returned to his post to continue his undercover work. The following day, woo! The sea, gazing upon the breathtaking azure sea and the golden sands, Yuenzi, clad in her swimwear, eagerly sprinted towards the water, yearning to personally immerse herself in the allure of nature. Yet, amidst her excitement, she remained mindful of her purpose for being there. Where, oh where, is my destined Prince Charming? Yuenzi feigned swimming while her eyes continuously scrutinized the men around her, seeking her fated beloved. Hee, look at all these stunning beauties. Wow, what exquisite figures. Meanwhile, the second individual to venture into the sea. The second little Goro was equally preoccupied. Were it not for the constraints of the situation, his eyes would likely have been glued to the alluring women clad in refreshing swimwear on the beach loungers. Conan could not help but voice his curiosity at the sight of the almost comically exaggerated expressions of both little Goro and Yuenzi. Xiaolan, have you never wondered if you were perhaps switched at birth? Why do I feel that Yuenzi and Uncle share a deeper connection, while you and Uncle seem to have little in common? Prompted by his childhood friend, Xiaolan's expression turned slightly awkward, and I'm not entirely sure about that. But it's definitely impossible to have been switched. Yuenzi once told me she was born in a private hospital. That makes sense. Given her background, she could hardly have been born in a regular hospital. Unlike the other women present, who sported casual and breezy attire, Xiaolan was wrapped in a long bath towel, completely concealing her curvaceous figure. It was evident that this was a strong request from our Conan. The reasoning behind such a precaution was simple. It was certainly not out of jealousy. Absolutely not. It was merely Conan's desire to prevent any frivolous men from approaching Xiaolan, thus averting potential trouble. However, despite his efforts, an oblivious suitor approached. Hey beautiful, would you like to join me for lunch? My treat. Xiaolan promptly declined. Thank you for your kind offer, but I'm here with friends, so I must pass out. I'm really sorry. No worries, you can invite them along. The more, the merrier. Faced with such an insistent and bothersome individual, Xiaolan felt somewhat powerless at that moment. It was time for Conan to step in. Ugh. A portion of the pressure from Ofina's presence was released. Complemented by Conan's fierce expression, which immediately frightened the approaching man, who hastily retreated in a panic. What just happened? Observing the flustered man's hasty retreat, Xiaolan tilted her head in confusion, instinctively turning to Conan, who, at that moment, appeared to have shed his earlier menacing demeanor, resembling a harmless little boy sipping on his drink. I don't know. Perhaps he suddenly remembered he left the gas on at home. Xiaolan accepted this explanation without doubt, responding earnestly, Well, I hope nothing goes wrong. Sensing that his ruse had worked, Conan sighed in relief internally. Yet, he was soon engulfed by a wave of inner turmoil. Should he reveal the truth to Xiaolan? Lowering his gaze to his drink, Conan cautiously glanced at Xiaolan's smiling face before quickly averting his eyes once more. Perhaps it was best to keep silent. After all, revealing the truth wouldn't change the situation and would only serve to worry Xiaolan. Having made up his mind, Conan resumed sipping his drink, though his grip tightened slightly, causing the cup to develop faint cracks in the shallows. Yuanzi continued to glide through the water like a mermaid, searching for her destined prince among the throngs of oh many people. Who could possibly be my fated one? As Yuanzi scanned the area, she suddenly collided with someone, causing her movements to falter. And she choked on a few mouthfuls of water. Are you all right? Just as Yuanzi was about to plunge headfirst into the water, a hand pulled her up. Thank you. Wiping the droplets from her eyes. Yuanzi's gaze fell upon a fair-skinned, handsome man, and in that moment, her heart fluttered uncontrollably. What? Upon seeing the man seated beside Yuanzi, Conan and his companions let out a collective gasp of astonishment. Oh my. Your reaction is rather exaggerated, isn't it? The man, Dao Xiezhongyan, expressed his discontent, while Yuanzi gazed at the man beside her with starry eyes. Haha, I think it's quite normal. After all, that's just human nature. The man, slightly bashful, scratched his head, and then stood to introduce himself. Hello everyone, my name is Dao Xiezhongyan, just a humble beachgoer living nearby that I hope to get along well with you all. Seeing that the man had introduced himself, little Goro also stood to respond. My name is Mori Goro, and this is my daughter Xiaolan. This child is Conan, currently staying at my home. Hello, both Conan and Xiaolan chimed in unison. Mori Goro, are you the legendary sleeping Goro? Upon hearing little Goro's introduction, Dao Xiezhongyan hurriedly sought confirmation. Ahem, it is indeed I, the sleeping Goro himself. Little Goro cleared his throat and gracefully acknowledged his identity. Oh my, I never expected to meet you in person. It is truly an honor. After confirming little Goro's true identity, Dao Xiezhongyan eagerly shook hands with him, showering him with praise that flowed like a river, leaving little Goro momentarily bewildered. Haha, I didn't realize I was so famous. It's a bit embarrassing. As the two engaged in conversation, Xiaolan discreetly pulled Yuanzi aside to whisper, Yuanzi, don't you think this is a bit hasty? We still don't know anything about him. It's fine. Xiaolan, there's no need to worry so much. We can learn more about him later. I'm sure Dao Xie is not a bad person. In contrast to Xiaolan's cautiousness, Yuanzi remained carefree, as she felt that everything had aligned perfectly with her earlier divination, except for the fact that he was someone she already knew. Yet, she dismissed it, believing that divination could have minor discrepancies. And being close enough was sufficient. As the two groups formed their own little circles, Conan remained quietly observant, scrutinizing Dao Xie, who was conversing with little Goro. Perhaps it was his overthinking, but Conan sensed something inexplicable about Dao Xie. Even while speaking with little Goro, Dao Xie's gaze seemed to seek opportunities to glance at Yuanzi, though the angle suggested he was not merely admiring her face. No, it was impossible for anyone to genuinely be interested in Yuanzi. Every man who approached her had ulterior motives, drawn only by the Suzuki family's wealth. Yet, Yuanzi had yet to reveal her identity. So what could this mean? As an adversary with whom he had exchanged banter for over a decade, Conan truly found it hard to believe that anyone would approach Yuanzi without a motive. Thus, regardless of Dao Xiezhongyan's true intentions, he had become a focal point of suspicion for Conan. However, if Conan were to remove his biases, he might realize that Yuanzi's beauty was indeed remarkable, that it was merely the years of rivalry that had clouded their perceptions of each other. What a rare opportunity it is to meet the illustrious Detective Mori. Please, allow me to treat you to a drink. After an excited handshake, Dao Xiezhongyan quickly made his way to a nearby beverage stand, returning shortly with several cups of cold drinks. Please enjoy. Oh, Dao Xie, you are far too kind. I can't believe you're treating us on our first meeting. Little Goro feigned embarrassment while eagerly lifting the cold drink to his lips. Refreshing, observing little Goro's unguarded demeanor. Xiaolan and Conan exchanged glances, speechless, yet they too lifted their drinks in tandem. As Conan prepared to insert the straw, he suddenly noticed a faint handprint on the cup, as if it had been grasped by a hand dusted with white ash. How peculiar. There shouldn't be any white ash in this vicinity. Just as Conan pondered this mystery, a chilling scream echoed through the air. He and his companions swiftly turned their heads to see the nearby beverage stall and the surrounding coconut trees collapsing, leaving unprepared tourists scattered and injured. Xiaolan, call for an ambulance, Kagoro exclaimed, tossing aside his drink and rushing forward, with Conan closely trailing behind him. "How are you? Stay strong." After Kagoro rushed in, he immediately helped the nearest injured person, who appeared to have been struck on the head, blood flowing profusely from the wound. "Help! Help! Uncle! Over here!" Conan waved to Kagoro from beside the fallen beverage stand, where over a dozen tourists were trapped beneath heavy timber. Some already unconscious. "Damn it! What on earth is happening?" Kagoro hurried over, attempting to lift the timber. However, despite his utmost effort, he could barely budge it. "It's so heavy." "Let me try." Just as Kagoro was about to lose his grip, a pair of strong, dark arms appeared just in time to support the timber. Kagoro and Conan turned to see a bespectacled, dark-skinned young man who had seemingly materialized out of nowhere, and they soon noticed the muscles in his arms bulging. With a casual lift, he effortlessly flung the nearly 100-pound timber far away, freeing those trapped beneath. That moment, Xiao Lan rushed over, reporting, "Dad, I've called the ambulance. It will arrive shortly." "Well done, Xiao Lan." Hearing that help was on the way, Conan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yet, as his gaze inadvertently swept toward the base of a broken tree, he noticed that the fracture was remarkably smooth and even, clearly indicating it had been cut intentionally. Could it be? A sudden thought struck Conan, prompting him to swiftly inspect the other fallen trees, all of which exhibited the same clean cuts. "Xiao Lan, where's Yuanzi?" "Huh?" Upon hearing Conan's inquiry, Xiao Lan turned around. Realizing that Yuanzi and Doxy were nowhere to be seen, despite having been nearby just moments ago. "I don't know. They were here when I arrived. How could they have suddenly disappeared?" Before Xiao Lan could finish, Conan dashed toward the beach chair's position, where he found a trace of white ash at the spot where Doxy had been sitting, faintly exuding the scent of Ofino. "This is bad. Yuanzi is in danger." In an instant, Conan understood everything. No wonder Doxy had approached Yuanzi. It was all part of his sinister scheme. "Damn it!" Gritting his teeth, Conan hastily grabbed a handful of ash from the chair and brought it to his nose. The advantages of being a wolf Ofino becoming evident in no time. He pinpointed Doxy's approximate location and swiftly seized his backpack containing his belt, sprinting toward his destination with utmost urgency. "What on earth is going on with that kid?" Observing Conan darting away, the bespectacled, dark-skinned young man appeared puzzled, instinctively wanting to follow him. "Ajing, come help. There are still people trapped." "I'm on my way." Realizing assistance was needed, Jingguojin turned back to lend a hand. While the gears of fate subtly shifted once more, the scenery here is delightful, a veritable paradise. Wouldn't you agree, Miss Yuanzi? Doxy smiled as he slowly turned around, finding Yuanzi leaning against a large tree, her eyes brimming with fear. Just moments ago, as Yuanzi intended to join Xiao Lan in visiting the injured, something had suddenly flown into her nose, paralyzing her body and leaving her at the mercy of Doxy. "Miss Yuanzi, please don't blame me. Blame your short brown hair instead. Just obediently accompany those girls on their journey to AT." That moment, Doxy's expression shifted from gentle to one of deep madness and cruelty. Realization dawned on Yuanzi. This man, whom she had mistaken for her Prince Charming, was the mastermind behind the recent series of disappearances, and judging by Doxy's tone, those brown-haired girls who had vanished were likely already victims. Yuanzi wished to flee, to weep, but her paralyzed body rendered her immobile, leaving her helplessly watching as Doxy approached. Why? Why is this happening? This is so different from what was promised that I don't want to die. I've never even been in love that I want to go home. The more Yuanzi pondered, the more despair enveloped her, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. "And I hate you. God, I absolutely despise you." Thud. Ugh. Just as Doxy was about to reach Yuanzi, a stone fell from the sky, striking him squarely in the eye and causing him to stagger backward in pain. "Yuanzi, are you all right, little brat?" The next moment, a breathless Conan arrived before Yuanzi, appearing somewhat disheveled, panting heavily and even barefoot, a testament to how desperately he had run. Without pausing to catch his breath, Conan urgently placed his hands on Yuanzi's shoulders, asking, "Yuanzi, are you okay? How do you feel?" With every ounce of her remaining strength. Yuanzi managed a slight nod. Seeing this, Conan finally breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he had arrived just in time. "You despicable little brat. Are you seeking death?" Covering his bleeding left eye, Doxy glared furiously at the suddenly emerging Conan, his face morphing into the twisted visage of Mushroom Ofino. Indeed, it is Ofino, Upon witnessing Doxy's true identity, Conan's gaze sharpened. Meanwhile, Yuenzi was utterly panicked, unable to comprehend that she had encountered Ofino once again. Hadn't it been said that such occurrences should come in threes? Don't be afraid. I'm here. Just as Yuenzi was engulfed in fear, Conan spread his arms, shielding her behind him. For a moment, Yuenzi found herself momentarily stunned by Conan's small stature, and a vague memory suddenly flickered in her mind that don't be afraid. Hide behind me. Years ago, beneath a golden sunset, a young boy had stood protectively before her. Unbeknownst to Conan, who was focused on the threat of Mushroom Ofino, Yuenzi was lost in her thoughts that I cannot transform in front of Yuenzi. I must lure Ofino away first. With this resolution, Conan began to unleash his sharp tongue. Humph. I thought you were a formidable adversary, but it turns out you are just a big mushroom. A cowardly mushroom at that. What did you say? The mushroom Ofino was instantly infuriated, and Doxy's bare upper body shadow loomed ominously. Excellent. I've got him. Seeing that the mushroom Ofino had stepped into his trap, Conan added fuel to the fire. Have I said something incorrect? Only daring to strike unprepared women. If you're not a coward. What are you? Even a red umbrella lying down after a meal is more impressive than you'd, he concluded. Conan swiftly picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it with precision. Striking the mushroom Ofino squarely in the face, you're seeking death. Provoked by Conan's taunts, the mushroom Ofino charged at him with murderous intent, while Conan hurriedly sprinted toward the nearby woods. It must be said that Conan's plan was effective. The mushroom Ofino didn't even glance at Yuenzi, instead pursuing Conan into the forest, disappearing from sight in no time. Meanwhile, Yuenzi, still paralyzed, could do nothing but watch helplessly from her spot. Little brat Conan. You must be okay. In the depths of the forest, it was nearly time. After confirming that he had ventured deep into the woods, Conan suddenly came to an abrupt halt, swiftly retrieving the Fui's belt from his backpack. Just as Conan drew out the Fui's phone, preparing to input commands, Mushroom Ophion charged towards him, seizing Conan and slamming him against a tree. Ugh! The impact against the massive trunk elicited a pained cry from Conan. You little brat, if you're so clever, then flaunt it. With Conan pinned firmly against the tree, the shadow of Mushroom Ophion materialized, revealing a spectral image of a bare upper body. If you have any last words, speak them now. Once you embark on your journey, you shall know no regret. Gritting his teeth against the pain radiating from his back, Conan lowered his head, a slight smirk curving at the corners of his mouth. Fool. Do you truly believe you are the only Ophion here? Nanny? Whoosh. Before the Taoist could react, Conan abruptly lifted his head, a pattern unique to Ophion emerging on his face, as a burst of white light enveloped him, transforming him into Wolf Ophion. Without a moment's hesitation, he broke free from Mushroom Ophion's grasp and delivered a swift claw strike to his opponent's face, instantly leaving deep gashes. Soul-shattering iron claw. Ha! Ha! Denying Mushroom Ophion any chance to respond. Wolf Ophion unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, reducing Mushroom Ophion to a mere spectacle of sparks flying from his body. Ultimately, with one final, powerful claw, Mushroom Ophion soared into the air like a rocket before crashing down. Wait! I have my reasons. Realizing the battle had reached this critical point, Mushroom Ophion understood he was no match and hastily raised his hands and surrendered. It was that brown-haired woman who deceived me and took everything from me. Surely, you can understand. Hypocrite. The shadow of Wolf Ophion revealed Conan's bare upper body, as he coldly regarded the fallen Mushroom Ophion. No matter your reasoning, it does not excuse your murderous actions. Moreover, to achieve your goals, you entangled so many innocent lives. Thus, you must pay the price. As Conan's spectral form vanished, Wolf Ophion raised his claw, poised to strike. Seeing the determination to kill, Mushroom Ophion ceased his futile pleas and released a cloud of spores towards Wolf Ophion. Whoosh! Ugh! Quickly, Wolf Ophion shielded himself with his arms and performed several backflips to evade the spore explosion, while Mushroom Ophion seized the opportunity to scramble to his feet and escape, driven by the instinct to survive. He dashed away, covering considerable ground in no time. The spores in the air dispersed with the wind. Wolf Ophion let out a deep growl, and in an instant, his legs transformed into the hind limbs of a wolf. Wolf Ophion's combat form. Zoom. A flash of silver streaked past, and in the blink of an eye, Wolf Ophion appeared before Mushroom Ophion, who had halted mid-run. The next moment, his entire body ignited in azure flames. Turning to gaze at the ashes left behind, Wolf Ophion sighed heavily. Then, enveloped in a burst of white light, reverted back to Conan last. It was over, but it had caused me such pain. Gently tapping his back, the ache from the impact made Conan wince. Yet, rest was not an option. He collected the fallen Fui's phone and belt, placing them back in his backpack before leisurely making his way out of the woods. Thus, this renowned tourist destination returned to tranquility, allowing all visitors to enjoy their time without concern, even though no one knew the astonishing truth behind it all. So, that mysterious figure appeared and eliminated the monster. Right? Yes, exactly. You are spot on, Yoko. At this moment, in the best hospital in Aizu, Conan, clad in a patient gown, sat on the bed recounting his prepared story, while Ran and Yoko listened intently. However, Yoko's expression reflected considerable confusion regarding Conan's narrative. After all, it was all too coincidental. Whenever Ophion appeared, Fui's would inevitably follow. Despite her doubts, under the seamless interplay between Conan and Ran, Yoko ultimately had to settle for the explanation of mere coincidence. Noticing Yoko's lingering perplexity, Ran quickly changed the subject. By the way, Conan, how are you feeling now? Does your back still hurt? Conan nodded with the innocence of a child. It's not as painful anymore. How about you, Yoko? Yoko, with a sense of pride, replied, Need I say more? I'm destined for good fortune. That trifling anesthetic powder was nothing. Yay! Yoko, you are amazing. Conan clapped his hands in celebration, feeling a sense of relief. He had been worried that the spores from mushroom Ophion might harm Yoko, but thankfully, it was just a temporary immobilizing anesthetic. Had it been anything worse, Conan would have regretted his momentary carelessness for a lifetime. Speaking of which, you've got quite the nerve to divert that monster all by yourself. I must admit, I have a newfound respect for you. Recalling the scene, Yoko couldn't help but smile, instinctively slapping Conan on the back. Ouch, Yoko. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Ran. Conan, lie down and rest. I'll go fetch a doctor. With the assistance of Yoko and Ran, Conan finally laid down on the bed to rest, while Ran called for a doctor to examine him. To be frank, Conan had sustained serious injuries. His vertebrae had nearly cracked, and for an ordinary person, he would likely not survive or be paralyzed for life. However, perhaps due to Conan's connection to Ophion, the healing of his spine was progressing at a barely perceptible rate. Unaware of this, the doctor could only marvel at Conan's good fortune. Doctor, the situation isn't too grave. We'll conduct some rehabilitation therapy shortly. And with a period of rest, he should recover without significant issues. Thank you, doctor, for your efforts. Ran stood and bowed to the doctor, then turned to Yoko with gratitude. And thank you, Yoko. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. This won't cause you any inconvenience, will it? Yoko, with a nonchalant demeanor, crossed her arms. Not at all. This room was prepared just in case that so. It's not an abuse of power on my part. Besides, if that little brat hadn't risked himself to save me, I would have turned to ashes by now. So the hospital is a trivial matter. Indeed, the hospital where Conan was staying was funded by the Suzuki Foundation and with the order from the heiress. The hospital staff dared not delay. They provided the best room, the finest medicine, and the most skilled doctors to attend to Conan. Sigh. I won't be going on any more trips. I only encounter troublesome events. Conan, weary, lay on the bed with a crescent-shaped gaze. Unable to suppress his complaints, grumbled at that moment. A powerful sound of gastrointestinal movement resonated within the ward, and the next moment, both Ran and Yoko fixed their gazes on Conan, whose face turned crimson with embarrassment. Don't know. I didn't eat enough this morning, and now I've exhausted too much energy. Noticing Conan's discomfort, Ran quickly intervened. I'm suddenly feeling a bit hungry. I'll go buy something to eat. Yoko, what would you like? Yoko smiled and waved her hand. The usual will do. Whatever you eat, I'll have as well. Our tastes are quite similar, though Yoko could easily have any nearby 5-star restaurant deliver food. She understood that Ran preferred not to owe her too much. For instance, the last time Yoko suggested going skiing together, Ran had promptly declined, citing her limited allowance as the reason, even though UNG insisted that she would cover all expenses. It did not sway Xiaolan's sentiment. Thus, in order to preserve the bond of over a decade between them, UNG occasionally acquiesced to Xiaolan's decisions, albeit only in matters of trivial finances. All right, I'll be back shortly. As she watched Xiaolan depart the hospital room, UNG turned to Conan with a mischievous smile reminiscent of a little devil. Hey, Sister UNG, what are you up to? Startled by UNG's inexplicable antics, Conan immediately felt a shiver run down his spine. After all, having known each other for over a decade, he was well aware that UNG was not the delicate type. She possessed considerable strength. Little Conan, it seems we are the only ones left here. With a wicked grin, UNG suddenly leaned in close to Conan at that moment. Her face was mere inches from his, and Conan could even feel the warmth of her breath brushing against his face. It was, quite surprisingly, the first time they had been this close since their kindergarten days. Come clean, little rascal. Are you truly Kudo Shinichi's illegitimate child? Looking at UNG's exaggeratedly inquisitive expression, Conan felt his previous concerns were somewhat misplaced. After all, there was no way this nosy girl could uncover anything. He quickly adopted a childlike demeanor, pretending to be innocent. Sister UNG, what are you talking about? How could I possibly be Shinichi's illegitimate son? The ages just don't match up, do they? In truth, it was indeed a valid point. After all, this little rascal was in the first grade, while Shinichi was 17, so the age difference was quite significant. With this thought, UNG let out a sigh of relief, then patted her chest and uttered some nonsensical reassurance about not having to worry about lineage. What a strange woman. UNG continued her bewildering behavior. Conan rolled his eyes internally, but soon a wave of fatigue washed over him, causing him to yawn involuntarily. Noticing this, UNG expressed concern. What's wrong? Are you tired? A bit, Conan replied, gently rubbing his sleepy eyes. After all, he had gone through quite an ordeal, and his energy had been significantly depleted, making weariness inevitable. Observing that Conan seemed unable to perk up, UNG promptly pulled the blanket up around him and then removed his glasses. If you're tired, you should rest properly. After you wake up, have something to eat. It will help you recover more quickly. Okay. With a weak reply, Conan closed his eyes, and before long, the sound of steady snoring filled the air. He really does resemble him. Supporting her chin with her hand, UNG gazed at Conan's sleeping face. The usually boisterous UNG was surprisingly quiet at this moment, as memories of their childhood flooded back to her mind. Taking her back to their kindergarten days. Woof woof. Oh, so scary. Faced with a large dog barking ferociously from behind the fence, little UNG sat down in fright. Just then, an unexpected savior appeared. Don't be afraid. It's just a big dog that's been locked up. There's nothing to fear. With tears in her eyes, little UNG replied, but it's still so scary. Just hide behind me that I'll take you past it. Okay. Under the protective shadow that exuded a sense of security. Little UNG eventually left the alley unscathed. Once free, she felt a bit embarrassed about her earlier display of fear. Without a second thought, she wiped away her tears and, with her hands on her hips, threatened, you promised not to tell Xiaolan and the others about this, or I will never forgive you. All right. I promise I won't say a word. No. That's not enough? We need to seal the deal with a pinky swear. If you break the promise, you'll have to be my pet dog forever. You're ruthless. The other party wore a rather helpless expression, but still extended their pinky to seal the promise. Pinky swear. For 100 years, we must never change. Whoever breaks it will be a little flower dog. The following day, news of little UNG crying over the big dog spread throughout the Sakura class. And an infuriated little UNG actually brought a dog leash to threaten the other party. Had it not been for the intervention of teachers and both families, who knows how the situation would have escalated. Memories faded away. What a liar, making promises they can't keep. Although a significant amount of time had passed, UNG still felt a swell of indignation, her gaze eventually settling on Conan's sleeping face, a playful smirk appearing at the corners of her mouth. A little puppy doesn't sound too bad. After all, I'll only be 28 in 11 years, so there's plenty of time. After lying in bed for a full 2 days, Conan's spine had finally healed completely. Despite Xiaolan and UNG's astonishment, Conan merely smiled and explained that he naturally had a robust constitution, which accounted for his rapid recovery. Once Conan had fully recovered, the group boarded their return flight. However, Kagoro seemed particularly reluctant to leave, even clinging to the railing and expressing his firm resolve. Beautiful women in lovely swimsuits and delicious sake. I don't want to go yet. Let's stay a few more days. No. Dad, you need to listen. It's time to go home. I refuse. Ultimately, under the influence of a tranquilizer administered by Conan, Kagoro was dragged onto the return flight by Xiaolan, bringing this chapter to a close. 3 days later, Moonshadow Island. Such a charming name. Indeed, it sounds like a wonderful spot for moon gazing. Observing the name in the travel brochure, Xiaolan mused with an artistic flair, and Conan readily echoed her sentiments. However, contrary to their joy, Kagoro stood at the bow of the boat, wearing a deeply aggrieved expression as he lamented, "How ridiculous! I, the famous detective Kagoro Mori, am summoned to such a bizarre little place." "What a strange client," Xiaolan reassured him. "What is so bad about it? We can solve the case while enjoying the local scenery. Besides, didn't you receive a handsome payment of 500,000 yen? Conan leaned closer to Kagoro, adopting a cute expression. "By the way, uncle, could you show me the message from the client? Here you go, but be careful not to damage it." Distracted, Kagoro handed over the message without further ado. The moment Conan received it, he eagerly tore it open to read. "On the next full moon night at Moonshadow Island, shadows will once again disappear. Please investigate the cause. Signed, Aso Keiji." The text on the message was clipped from a newspaper, making it impossible to deduce the sender's age, gender, or any other information from the handwriting. Generally, this method is only employed in threatening or blackmail letters, as it minimizes clues. The fact that the sender chose this method to communicate suggests that the request may not be a simple one. "Aso Keiji, I must find out who you are, to resort to such tactics when entrusting my uncle." With this thought, Conan felt the detective fervor within him ignite, his glasses reflecting the light as he became increasingly animated. Standing beside him, Xiaolan shook her head in exasperation. "Honestly, Shinichi's detective obsession has flared up again that I wonder when he will outgrow this habit." After approximately half an hour, the boat carrying the three finally docked at Moonshadow Island. Without wasting a moment, they hurried to the local residence center to inquire about Aso Keiji, only to receive an unexpected answer. "What did you say?" "Aso Keiji died 12 years ago." The receptionist's face turned pale with fear. "Yes, 12 years ago, after killing his wife and daughter, Aso Keiji set his house ablaze, ultimately sitting at the piano, playing Clair de Lune, until the flames consumed him entirely." With that, the trail of clues came to an abrupt halt. The trio sat on a park bench, trying to gather their thoughts. How infuriating! Who dares to toy with me? Who orchestrated this prank? Glaring at the message in his hand, Kagoro was ready to tear it to shreds in a fit of rage. However, just as he was about to take action, Conan intervened. "Uncle, wait a moment, if this is merely a prank, wouldn't that be rather unreasonable? After all, 500,000 is no trivial sum." AI Hybera chimed in beside him. "Indeed, Dad. Could it be that this Mr. Keiji friend is the one who made the request, but is unable to appear for some reason?" Upon hearing the persuasive words from the two, Kagoro's expression suddenly grew quite peculiar. "How come you two are so in sync? It's as if you've conspired together." "Humph." AI and Conan exchanged glances, and then broke into smiles simultaneously. Kagoro thought to himself, for some inexplicable reason, he suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to strangle the little brat. Suppressing the inexplicable impulse that arose within him, Conan, resting his chin in his hand, slowly said, "That does make sense. That let's take a stroll around the island first and see what clues we can uncover." "All right." Conan and AI expressed their agreement. The three of them then commenced their investigation on the island, unknowingly arriving at the civic center. "Kuroiwa, you bastard. Brothers, the situation is urgent. Take out the village chief. Kuroiwa, damn you. Give us a straight answer. Do you agree or not?" "Kuroiwa, I curse your ancestors, a lowly fisherman like you, who couldn't even make it as a class officer in school. How dare you flaunt your authority here?" At that moment, outside the civic center, a cacophony of voices erupted, with hundreds of villagers gathering to protest, brandishing slogans. The scene could simply be described as vibrant and bustling, teeming with life. Kagoro, witnessing the uproar, couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, it's quite lively here. Is there some event happening?" Conan, with a wry smile, replied, "It's obvious that it's not. What kind of event would be so violent? And the insults are quite harsh. Indeed, it's rather unpleasant to hear. Conan, you mustn't listen. It would be troublesome if you picked up any bad habits," AI admonished, squatting down to cover Conan's ears. Her serious yet adorable expression made it hard for Conan to stifle a chuckle. "I'm already a sophomore. I'm not a child anymore. Listening to a few words is no big deal." Just then, an elderly protester suddenly turned pale, clutching his chest before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. "Someone has fainted. Quick, help." Upon witnessing the emergency, The concerned trio rushed over to assist the old man. Kagoro anxiously asked, "Sir, are you all right? Do you have any medication?" However, the unconscious elder showed no signs of response, his complexion growing increasingly worse. Seeing this, Kagoro shouted to AI, "AI, call for an ambulance. He seems to be in critical condition." "All right, I'll do it right now." AI quickly took out her phone, preparing to dial the emergency number. "No need to bother. I'm a doctor." "Huh?" Hearing the sudden voice, the trio instinctively turned to see a young woman approaching. That I anticipated that such an incident might occur, so I was already prepared, taking the elderly man from Kagoro's hands. The young woman retrieved a bottle of medicine from her pocket, poured out 2 pills, and placed them in the old man's mouth for him to swallow. Before long, the old man's complexion improved somewhat. The young woman instructed, "Please help move him to the shade over there. He has a history of heart disease and fainted due to the heat. He just needs to rest. Not a problem. Leave it to me." Without further ado, Kagoro lifted the elderly man and carried him to the nearest shade to recuperate. "Thank goodness. I almost thought something terrible was about to happen," AI sighed in relief. Then bowed to the young woman, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance. Otherwise, we wouldn't have known what to do." The young woman smiled. "It's nothing that a doctor's duty is to treat patients. However, judging by your accents, you don't seem to be locals, do you?" "Yes, we are from Tokyo. My name is Ran Mori, and this is my father, Kagoro Mori, while this child is Conan," AI confirmed, proceeding with the introductions. "Oh, so you're from Tokyo? How coincidental. I was born there as well. I'm sorry I forgot to introduce myself." The young woman cleared her throat and formally introduced herself. "My name is Narumi Ase, the only female doctor on this island. I hope you all will be kind to me." Kagoro smiled and nodded. "Hello, Dr. Ase. But speaking of which, what exactly is going on here? Why are so many people gathered?" Sighing while looking at the throngs outside the civic center, Dr. Ase replied, "In a few days, it will be the village chief's election. The current chief, Kuroiwa, has proposed allowing factories to discharge polluted water into the sources. Consequently, the villagers are quite unwilling and are hoping to replace him during this election. It's been going on for about a week now. It's just a tedious election. No wonder it's so noisy." After understanding the situation, Kagoro felt somewhat bored, as he had witnessed plenty of elections before. For instance, recently, the United States was having elections too, with a 60-something-year-old man competing against an 80-something-year-old man, and it was quite a spectacle. In comparison, the election on Tsukikage Island seemed rather mundane. At that moment, Conan stepped forward, innocently asking, "By the way, Dr. Ase, do you know a person named Keiji Asu?" "I'm sorry, but I only returned to the island 2 years ago, so I'm not very familiar with some matters." Dr. Ase gently shook her head, indicating her lack of knowledge. However, Conan noticed a fleeting glimmer in her eyes as she spoke. Though the movement was subtle and nearly imperceptible, it did not escape Conan's keen observation. What could this mean? Is Dr. Ase concealing something? Although filled with doubts, Conan chose not to reveal his suspicions directly, but quietly marked her for future reference. Kagoro, naturally, was oblivious to this exchange and instead began to scrutinize the note he had received with a furrowed brow. What a headache. Where can I find someone who knew him, given that he died 12 years ago? Excuse me, but is the Keiji Asu you mentioned the pianist who perished in the fire 12 years ago? Dr. Ase suddenly recalled something and hurriedly interjected. If the Keiji Asu you are referring to is indeed the musician who died 12 years ago, I've heard that the current village chief, Kuroiwa, and the candidate, Mr. Kawashima, were childhood friends of him. That if you seek them out, you should be able to gather some information. Upon hearing this, Kagoro was filled with elation. "Oh, that is fantastic. Finally, a lead. Where can I find village chief Kuroiwa and the others?" "They're in the civic center." Dr. Ase pointed toward the civic center still surrounded by protesters, then explained, "Today marks the 2nd anniversary of the late village chief, Mr. Kamayama's death. That a memorial service is being held at the civic center. If you wish to inquire about Keiji Asu, I might be able to facilitate an introduction, as I am also on the list of attendees for the service, and I performed the autopsy on Mr. Kamayama back then. That if that's the case, I can't thank you enough." Kagoro expressed his gratitude with repeated bows, completely unaware of the peculiar glint in Dr. Ase's eyes. Sometime later, at the civic center. "What? You say it was Keiji Asu's signature that brought you here?" The current village chief, Kuroiwa, turned pale with terror upon learning the reason for Kagoro's visit. The expressions of some attendees at the memorial service also grew increasingly anxious. Yes, indeed, that a client who signed as KG Isu requested my presence here. Seemingly to entrust me with something that A.S. Xiao Wulong spoke, he produced the note, which was swiftly seized by village chief Hakai, upon noticing the postmark from Tsukiyo Island. The chief could no longer contain his fury. How outrageous! Was this scheme you're doing, Kawashima? How dare you resort to such despicable tactics, you scoundrel? How could you slander me? Why on earth would I do something like this? Seeing Hakai publicly humiliating him, the next candidate for village chief, Kawashima, was filled with indignation that he stormed over and grasped Hakai by the collar. Since you're accusing me, do you have any evidence? If not, be wary of a defamation suit. Hakai sneered coldly. Do you think I'm unaware? You exploit your wealth, masquerading as a benefactor, distributing oil and eggs to the villagers. In truth, you're merely soliciting votes through these vile means. This felt oddly familiar. It reminded me of my childhood when such antics occurred in my village during the dead of night. Kawashima's expression soured upon hearing this, but he quickly retaliated. And what's wrong with my generosity? At least I'm spending my own money. Unlike you, a heartless scoundrel who allows factories to discharge polluted water, driving our island's fishermen into unemployment. Outrageous. I have the endorsement of international experts. The wastewater we discharge is beyond reproach. It's even drinkable. Kawashima erupted in anger. You shameless wretch. If you're so confident, why don't you drink it in front of everyone? Hakai fell momentarily silent, but soon gritted his teeth and replied, I refuse to drink. If you dare me, I wouldn't want to lose face. I'd use your face as a doormat, with words exchanged. The two elderly men, both nearing 50, engaged in a fierce scuffle, gripping each other's necks with relentless tenacity. Stop, stop. You mustn't fight like this. It won't kill anyone. If you want to brawl, take it to the dance studio. Fortunately, at this critical moment, the secretaries of the two elders intervened, pulling them apart, thus sparing the onlookers from witnessing a spectacle. Having observed this scene, Xiaolan remained in a daze for quite some time before leaning closer to Conan and whispering. Shinichi, were these two really childhood friends? They seem more like enemies. Conan shrugged, his expression calm as he replied, Who knows? In the face of absolute interests, false friendships often crumble, even turning into enmity. Many of my mother's co-stars have become estranged over time. All for the sake of vying for more screen time. Xiaolan fell silent, her expression growing increasingly complex. Following this brief interlude, the memorial service for the late former village chief, Kamayama, finally commenced. Conan and his companions solemnly took their places alongside the other attendees. Next, a high monk began to chant for the departed. On the first day, we arrive at the gates of the underworld, the soul of the deceased, tears unceasing. O Buddha! Alas, my husband! Why did you leave so soon? You heartless wretch! Leaving me with our 8-month-old son crying alone. As the monk recited the incantation, Kamayama's widow wept bitterly, her sorrowful visage evoking deep sympathy. What a tragedy! You heartless one! You were away for 3 years on business. And when you returned, our son was left wailing. How could you abandon us? Wait, something seems off. Why does the photograph of former Chief Kamayama glow green? Perhaps it's best to refrain from meddling in others' affairs. Let the couple resolve their issues in their dreams. Excuse me, I need to use the restroom. Half an hour into the memorial, Kawashima excused himself under the pretense of needing to urinate, and Hakai seized the opportunity to mock him. How long has it been since you went to the bathroom? With stamina like that, you still aspire to be village chief. Perhaps you ought to see a doctor about your kidneys. Humph, Kawashima scoffed disdainfully, slamming the door behind him as he left. Once Kawashima's footsteps faded away, Hakai turned to his male secretary and commanded, Go fetch me a fresh adult diaper. This one is completely saturated. The male secretary complied. The memorial continued for roughly another half hour, ultimately concluding with 3 bows from the attendees. Ding ding ding. However, just as calm returned, a piano melody resonated throughout the venue, the renowned Claire de Lune. The very piece performed by Asoke during the fire years ago. What is happening? Who is playing the piano? This tune sounds oddly familiar. Where have I heard it before? Wait, there is indeed a piano in the community center. But Hakai's secretary, Hirata, suddenly appeared alarmed. Speak quickly, Hakai snapped. Irritated, stop dragging your feet. The piano in the community center's music room is the very one used by Mr. Aso just before his demise. What did you say? The villagers from Tsukiyo Island were instantly taken aback. Where is that music room? Tell me at once. In stark contrast to the panicking islanders, the outsider Xiao Wulong remained composed. Grabbing Hirata and demanding the location of the music room, ILL lead the way. Startled by Xiao Wulong's intensity, Hirata regained his composure and guided him and his companions to the music room. While the haunting melody continued, ultimately ceasing at the end of the first movement, crash, Xiao Wulong forcefully swung open the door to the music room, revealing a shocking scene. Kawashima, who had left earlier, lay drenched over the piano, his expression one of lifeless despair. Cursed, it's the curse of Asoke. He has returned. Ah. Among the crowd, a disheartened middle-aged man shrieked upon witnessing the scene, fleeing without a backward glance. Xiaolan, call the police. Right away. Expertly retrieving her phone, Xiaolan called the authorities. Approximately an hour later, Officer Magyar arrived with his team, commencing the necessary procedures for an autopsy, after securing the body in a bag for transport. Officer Magyar presented the findings. The deceased is named Kawashima Hideo, aged 57. The cause of death was drowning, with evidence suggesting he was forcibly submerged in seawater. Our investigation indicates that the seawater responsible for Mr. Kawashima's drowning originated from the waters outside the community center. After relaying the details, Officer Magyar's gaze settled on Xiao Wulong, his tone laced with resignation. By the way, Mori-san, why do you keep appearing at the scene of the crime? How many times has it been now? Feeling slightly embarrassed by Officer Magyar's insinuation, Xiao Wulong scratched his head and chuckled. Perhaps it's the fate of a detective to always arrive at the scene in a timely manner. More like you're ensnared by death itself. You should consult a master soon. With a shake of his head, Officer Magyar proceeded towards the music room. Let us take statements from the others and see what clues we can uncover. Officer Magyar, wait, I'll accompany you. Thus, Xiao Wulong followed Officer Magyar out of the music room. Shortly after, Conan and Xiaolan stealthily entered. Shinichi, is it appropriate for us to be here? This is the crime scene. Xiaolan expressed her concern. Conan smiled, producing equipment that don't worry. I'm prepared with gloves and shoe covers, so we won't disturb the scene. I see. Shinichi, your foresight is truly commendable. Just average, really, once they don their gloves and shoe covers. Xiaolan and Conan officially stepped into the music room. Conan's attention was immediately drawn to the grand piano, and he took a seat, scrutinizing it intently. Seeing Conan's actions, Xiaolan looked puzzled. Shinichi, what are you doing? Conan did not respond immediately. Instead, he gently pressed down on the piano keys, and in the next moment, exquisite notes sprang forth. Something was amiss with this piano. After pressing several keys, Conan's expression turned grave as he rendered his judgment on the instrument. Ran, momentarily perplexed, inquired, what seems to be the problem? The notes produced are undeniably accurate. Conan elucidated, it is precisely because of that accuracy that it feels wrong. This model of piano requires regular tuning. If it had truly remained untouched for 12 years, the notes would not sound so precise. Upon hearing this, Ran's eyes widened in sudden realization. So, you mean to say, Shinichi, that someone has been secretly tuning this piano? It seems there is more to it than that. Conan replied as he leaped off the chair and began to gently tap around the piano. Eventually, when he struck the bottom of the piano, a hollow sound resonated sharply. There's a hidden compartment. Ran, lend me a hand out, of course, she replied, swiftly crouching down to open the concealed compartment beneath the piano. Conan reached inside and felt something granular. What is this? Withdrawing his hand from the compartment, he discovered several grains resembling white crystals, akin to salt. Bringing them to his nose, he was immediately assaulted by a strong, pungent aroma. Cough, it's drugs. Are you all right, Shinichi? Seeing Conan cough violently, Ran hurriedly patted his back to alleviate his discomfort. What is going on? At that moment, Dr. Narumi happened to pass by the piano room. Hearing the commotion inside, he quickly entered to inquire. Upon seeing Dr. Narumi, Ran instinctively spoke. Dr. Narumi, you've arrived just in time. This piano is covered in dust. It's choking me. Before she could finish her sentence, Conan grasped her arm with urgency and, adopting a childlike tone, began to complain while hastily resealing the hidden compartment. Although Ran was somewhat puzzled by Conan's actions, she instinctively followed his lead. Conan, really, you were told not to touch this piano. You're such a disobedient child. With a pitiful demeanor, Conan apologized. I'm sorry, Sister Ran. I realize my mistake. All right, Ran, don't blame Conan. Children his age are naturally curious. And it's normal for them to act this way. It was unclear whether it was the seamless cooperation between Ran and Conan or Dr. Narumi's naivete. But he showed no suspicion and instead spoke in Conan's defense. After smoothly evading scrutiny, Conan feigned nonchalance and asked, "By the way, Dr. Narumi, haven't the police already taken statements? Is your part finished?" With a smile. Dr. Narumi explained, "Not yet. The officers who came are insufficient in number, and my turn is last out. I just went to the restroom, as long as I remain in the civic center during this time." "All is well. I see," Conan replied with an endearing smile, though a flicker of something unnoticeable passed through his narrowed eyes. Meanwhile, in the civic center's reception room, a distressed man, who had previously fled in a frenzy, was fervently insisting to Officer Magyar, "I'm innocent. Please believe me." His agitation was so extreme that two officers had to restrain him. Officer Magyar wiped the saliva from his face and, maintaining his composure, explained, "Calm down, Mr. Nishimoto. This is merely a routine inquiry. If you are truly innocent, the police will not trouble you." "All right, I understand," Nishimoto muttered, his head bowed, anxiously gripping his thigh. Once Nishimoto finally quieted down, Officer Magyar began his questioning. "First, I would like you to explain why, upon discovering the body, you screamed and ran away to you know something? A curse. It's the curse of Keiichi Aso. First Koriyama 2 years ago, now Kawashima, and next." Just as Nishimoto rambled on as if possessed, the Civic Center's intercom suddenly blared to life, playing Clair de Lune, but this time it was the second movement. "What is going on? Who is playing this piece?" Officer Magyar stood up, loudly inquiring. However, everyone in the reception room exchanged glances, filled with confusion and bewilderment. Upon hearing the music, Nishimoto's face turned pale with terror as he clutched his head, muttering, "A curse. Keiichi Aso has returned. It's this piece. Damn it. Who is playing tricks?" The irritable Kagoro could not tolerate the situation. After finding out that the broadcasting room was on the second floor, he dashed upstairs at full speed, arriving at the door of the broadcasting room in no time. "Bang! Get out here!" he bellowed, but as he pushed the door open and beheld the scene before him, his expression froze in shock. The current village chief, Kuroyama, lay lifeless over the control panel, a knife gruesomely embedded in his back. Blood splattered across the walls. Moments later, Officer Magyar and his team sealed off the scene. The deceased, Taro Kuroyama, aged 56, served as the village chief of Tsukikage Island, having succumbed to excessive blood loss from a stab wound to the carotid artery. After detailing the situation at the scene, Officer Magyar rubbed his temples in frustration. "Another victim right under our noses. This is nothing short of a provocation. Officer Magyar, look at this. The piano music from earlier must have come from this," Kagoro said, producing a tape recorder from a corner. Upon pressing the button, the second movement of Clair de Lune began to play. Kagoro's expression turned serious as he pulled out a note. "Officer Magyar, while I lack definitive evidence, I suspect this matter may be connected to the person who commissioned it." Noticing the name at the bottom, Officer Magyar's brow furrowed deeply. "Keiichi Aso? Who exactly is this individual? A man who died 12 years ago. A musician who played Clair de Lune as he perished in a raging fire." Conan, with his hands in his pockets, slowly approached the broadcasting room door, followed closely by Ran and Dr. Narumi. "You little brat, what are you doing here? Get away from this place." Upon seeing Conan emerge, Kagoro instinctively shielded the corpse behind him. Barking orders for Conan to leave the seemingly fierce Kagoro, Conan casually rested his hands behind his head and replied, "Uncle, don't you find it strange? Why does the murderer always play Clair de Lune after each killing? And why is it played separately? Don't you think that's odd?" Thwack. Without hesitation, Kagoro delivered a resounding slap to Conan's face. "What's so strange about that? Perhaps it's just the killer's habit. And playing music after committing murder doesn't imply anything. Ran, take this little brat away immediately. This is no place for a child." "All right, Dad. Don't be angry. I'll take Conan out right away." Understanding that Kagoro meant well, Ran quickly lifted the dazed Conan to carry him out. "Not good. Officer Magyar, there's been an incident." At that moment, a police officer rushed in, breathless, reporting, "Mr. Nishimoto has escaped. He attacked our officers and fled through a broken window." "What did you say?" Everyone present was taken aback, and Officer Magyar immediately ordered, "What are you standing around for? Deploy all officers for a thorough search. We must find him, even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground." "Understood. Shinichi, I'm so sorry. Are you still in pain? Please don't be angry with my dad." Outside the civic center, Ran gently stroked Conan's head, repeatedly apologizing, and of course, Conan didn't take it to heart. After all, little Goro's fists lacked the formidable strength of Ofuino. Noticing the guilty expression on Xiaolan's face, Conan smiled reassuringly, saying, "It's all right, Xiaolan. There's no need to dwell on it. I'm fine now, if you don't believe me. Just look at my head." Indeed, once it was confirmed that the large bump on Conan's head had truly vanished, Xiaolan finally sighed in relief. She promptly retrieved the beverage she had purchased earlier from the convenience store, opened it, and handed it to Conan. "Shinichi, you must be thirsty. Have a drink and take a rest." "Thank you, Xiaolan." Despite expressing his gratitude with a smile, Conan did not accept the drink from Xiaolan's hands. Instead, he pulled out a new one from the shopping bag, opened it, and presented it to her. "Shinichi, what is this? You haven't had anything to drink either, so you must be thirsty as well. Please, have some." Upon understanding Conan's gesture, Xiaolan, who had initially been puzzled, broke into a smile. "Thank you." Shinichi. In the next moment, they exchanged drinks and began sipping slowly. The taste of the beverage was undeniably delightful, sweet enough to lift one's spirits. As Xiaolan observed Conan savoring the drink, a smile crept across her lips. Strangely, she felt that Conan was far cuter now than Shinichi had ever been, just as Xiaolan was reveling in her thoughts. She suddenly recalled something and hurriedly said to Conan, "By the way, Shinichi, I ran into an old police officer while buying the drinks, and I learned some things from him." "What did he say?" Setting his drink down momentarily, Conan listened attentively to Xiaolan's discoveries. The old officer mentioned that the late former village chief, Kamayama, along with the village chief, Kuroiwa, Mr. Kawashima, and the escaped Mr. Nishimoto, all grew up together with Mr. Keiji Asa. Furthermore, when Mr. Asa self-immolated in the Great Fire, it was these four who reported it to the police together. At this revelation, Conan's gaze sharpened, realizing that 3 of the 4 witnesses had died under mysterious circumstances. Should this be deemed mere coincidence, it would be utterly incomprehensible. As he pondered this in silence, Conan continued, "Xiaolan, did that old officer provide any additional information?" "Let me think." Xiaolan rested her chin on her hand, contemplating for a moment before continuing. "The officer mentioned that Mr. Asa seems to have a son. However, he fell gravely ill during childhood and was sent to a hospital in the big city for treatment. No one knows where he is now. A son." Hearing this astonishing news, Conan became overwhelmed with excitement, inadvertently crushing the drink can in his hand, as a bold hypothesis began to form in his mind. "Conan, Xiaolan, so this is where you are." At that moment, Dr. Narumi unexpectedly passed by. Upon seeing Conan and Xiaolan seated on the bench, he instinctively waved to greet them. Dr. Narumi, seeing the suddenly appeared doctor, Conan hurriedly retrieved a drink from the shopping bag and jogged over to present it to him. "Dr. Narumi, it's sweltering today. Please have a drink to quench your thirst." Looking at the enthusiastic Conan before him, Dr. Narumi bent down with a smile, saying, "Thank you, Conan, but I'm not really in the mood for a drink right now." "Wah." Upon hearing this, Conan immediately donned a pitiful expression, his eyes shimmering, as if he might burst into tears at any moment. "Conan, please don't cry. I'm sorry, I'm just so thirsty right now." "Thank you for the drink, I'll gladly accept it." Seeing Conan so distressed, Dr. Narumi became visibly flustered. He quickly accepted the drink from Conan's hands and began to gulp it down. In no time, he had emptied an entire can. After finishing, Dr. Narumi held up the empty can in front of Conan, showcasing it. "Delicious." "Thank you, Conan. I've finished it all." "Thank you, Dr. Narumi," Conan replied, his face lighting up with a satisfied smile. "All right, I must head back to the clinic to work now, so I can't stay and play with you. Goodbye." Gently patting Conan's head, Dr. Narumi walked towards the clinic. As he passed a trash can, he crumpled the empty can and tossed it in, continuing on his way without noticing the glint of light reflecting off Conan's glasses behind him. In the deep of night, the villagers of Tsukikage Island maintained their traditional lifestyle, rarely venturing out after dark, preferring to handle matters during the day. Meanwhile, Officer Megure and Kagoro, having exhausted themselves from the daytime search, were now completely worn out and unable to move. In summary, Tsukikage Island was nearly deserted at this hour. Though exceptions always exist, the site of the former Asa family had been shrouded in rumors since the Great Fire 12 years ago, said to be haunted by the ghost of Keiji Asa. Consequently, no one dared to renovate or restore the site. leaving it in its devastated state. At that moment, Nishimoto-kin, who had escaped from the civic center during the day, staggered to the ruins of the Asa family home. He then knelt down with a thud, immediately beginning to bow repeatedly. Thud, thud. I'm so sorry. Truly, I am. I never intended to do such a thing back then, but they three said that if I didn't cooperate, they would burn me along with you. I really didn't want to die. Please spare me. As Nishimoto-kin continued to bow and plead for forgiveness, a dark muzzle slowly emerged from the underbrush. In the next moment, a tranquilizer dart flew out, striking him in the backside. Before he could comprehend what had just happened, Nishimoto-kin felt the world spinning around him, and in the blink of an eye, he collapsed onto the ground, fast asleep. Rustle, rustle. Once Nishimoto-kin had completely succumbed to sleep, a small figure emerged from the grass. Clutching a length of rope, as it approached Nishimoto-kin, the figure clenched its teeth tightly and prepared to tighten the rope around his neck. I advise you to reconsider. Nishimoto's continued existence holds far more value than his demise. At the sound of the unexpected youthful voice, the figure froze in place, unable to move. That I know you are not a remorseless criminal. Otherwise, you wouldn't have summoned your uncle from so far away. Perhaps you, too, are yearning for someone to intervene, aren't you, Dr. Narumi? As the last word fell, the figure's form was suddenly illuminated, revealing Dr. Narumi's shocked and fearful expression. He slowly turned to see Conan standing a short distance behind him, hands tucked into his pockets. Conan, what are you doing here? Rest assured, I came alone. Let us have a proper conversation, shall we, Dr. Narumi? No, perhaps it would be more fitting to address you by your original surname. Asa. Upon hearing this, Dr. Narumi's initial fear morphed into sheer astonishment, and he instinctively took 2 steps back. But how do you know? Due to the drink. You habitually crumpled the can before tossing it into the trash. Such behavior is considered quite rude for a woman. Thus it is typically exhibited by men. This is an instinctual action that showcases a man's strength and cannot be deliberately concealed. Dr. Narumi's expression shifted to a rueful smile. So that's it. I never expected you to test me in such a manner. Conan, who exactly are you? Edogawa Conan, a detective. Conan withdrew his hands from his pockets and introduced himself with a maturity that far surpassed his years. A little detective, you say? Quite remarkable. Dr. Narumi chuckled wryly before discarding the rope onto the ground. You are correct, young detective. I am indeed Asa Keiji's son, Asa Narumi. Due to illness, I received treatment at a hospital in Kyoto, and never anticipated that my entire family would encounter such tragedy. The root of the matter appears to be drugs. I inspected the piano situated in the music room, and its underside had been deliberately hollowed out. It seems the piano was utilized as a means to evade customs inspections. Conan, with both hands reinserted into his pockets, began to articulate his deductions. In certain countries and regions, narcotics can be legally and inexpensively sold. I suspect that the 4 individuals, including Mr. Nishimoto, enlisted Mr. Asu to seize opportunities abroad, clandestinely bringing back drugs for them to sell and reap substantial profits. However, one day, Mr. Asu expressed his unwillingness to continue such dealings, which subsequently led to the devastating fire 12 years ago. Dr. Naruse turned to gaze upon the still unconscious Nishimoto-kin, his fists clenched tightly. Indeed, I disguised myself as a woman solely to uncover the truth from 12 years past. When I arrived on this island 2 years ago, I found the village chief, Komiyama, who, upon learning that I was the son of a Tsukeiji, was so frightened that he confessed everything. He then succumbed to a heart attack and died, prompting me to devise this plan of murder. At this juncture, Dr. Naruse closed his eyes and exhaled deeply, revealing a rather complex expression that I do not wish to take a life. I have continually endeavored to dissuade myself from doing so. Yet, the thought of my parents and younger sister being mercilessly consumed by the flames causes me to lose control. By the time I regained my senses, I found myself amidst the corpses of Kawashima and Kuroiwa. Conan, with a grave expression, stated, Dr. Naruse, I recognize you as a good person. All the villagers on this island hold you in high regard. Both your medical skill and character are commendable, so I implore you to cease this course of action. Should Mr. Nishimoto testify, your family's case will be reopened, and the truth will ultimately be revealed, allowing the souls of your family to find peace. Not a problem, young detective, but one must pay the price for their misdeeds. Dr. Naruse once again donned his characteristic gentle smile, and in the next moment, he turned on his heel and fled, Behind the Isu residence lay a precipice. "Father, mother, sister, I am coming home." Dr. Naruse quickened his pace towards the cliff, a blissful smile of liberation gracing his face, as if he could already envision his family. Just as Dr. Naruse drew nearer to the edge, Ran executed a backflip and landed before him, swiftly delivering a punch to his diaphragm. Ugh! The intense pain radiating from his diaphragm caused Dr. Naruse to lose control of his body, collapsing directly into Ran's embrace. Indeed, your deductions were spot on that Dr. Naruse truly intended to take his own life. Certainly, for the driving force sustaining him thus far has been the pursuit of truth and vengeance. Now that his objective has been achieved, it is entirely logical for him to act in such a manner. Conan approached slowly, as Ran carefully laid the incapacitated Dr. Naruse upon the ground. Regrettably, Dr. Naruse, a detective's duty is to uncover vital evidence to secure a conviction, not to employ reasoning to compel a criminal to end their own life. Such actions are beneath the dignity of a true detective. Dr. Naruse sighed, closing his eyes and ceasing to resist. "You have worked hard, young detective. Now, please summon the police. I am willing to accept any charges, preferably leading to a reunion with my family. Is this truly appropriate, Shinichi?" On the return flight, gazing at Dr. Naruse standing on the shore, Ran inquired of Conan, who sat beside her, her tone tinged with complexity. Conan glanced back at Dr. Naruse on the shore and then rested his chin in contemplation, responding slowly. "There is nothing inappropriate about it. I cannot even begin to fathom the depths of despair that Asukeiji must have felt at that time. Moreover, Dr. Naruse is a highly skilled physician. Allowing him to treat the villagers as a form of penance is far more beneficial than confining him in prison to await trial. In fact, just the previous night, Conan and his companions had brought Nishimoto Ken back for questioning, only to discover he was a drug-addled fiend, speaking nonsensically and rendering him an unreliable witness. Thus, the police were still unable to investigate the case surrounding the Isu family from 12 years ago. However, it was indeed true that Nishimoto Ken had been consuming illicit substances, and a significant quantity was later found at his residence, likely resulting in a life sentence or similar repercussions. Ultimately, Conan opted to conceal the truth, through a ruse involving Kagoro falling asleep and inadvertently attributing the murder to Nishimoto Ken's drug-induced madness. After all, he was not lacking in criminal charges, although Ran harbored no objections to Conan's actions. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. After all, her upbringing instilled in her the belief that all evildoers must face justice. This, Conan merely offered a single statement, leaving Ran at a loss for words. When justice cannot be served, revenge is the only form of justice. After pondering this for a considerable time, Ran ultimately buried the truth of this case deep within her heart alongside Conan. Days passed in relative tranquility, devoid of any heinous crimes such as murders or robberies. During this period, Kagoro only took on minor cases like locating lost pets or investigating infidelity. Everything appeared serene and idyllic. Save for Conan, who was the exception. For Achu, Shinichi, do not move. Let me check the temperature. 39.8 degrees. Shinichi, you have a high fever. Upon observing the thermometer's reading, Ran exclaimed in astonishment, while Conan's face flushed crimson, and his nose ran uncontrollably. The once vibrant young detective now resembled a sickly child. How could this happen? How can someone like Shinichi catch a cold? This is simply unfathomable. Seeing Conan's listless demeanor, Ran hurriedly retrieved an ice pack and placed it upon his forehead to help reduce his fever. She then leaned closer to Conan's ear, asking, "Shinichi, is there anything you would like to eat? How about I prepare a bowl of hot porridge for you?" "No, I just want to sleep for a while. I feel dizzy," Conan weakly replied before closing his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, Ran sat beside him, gripping his feverish hand tightly, her eyes filled with concern. Finally back. At that moment, Kagoro burst through the door, panting heavily. Upon seeing Conan resting on the sofa, he quickly turned to Ran, inquiring, "How is that little rascal doing?" "Conan has a persistent high fever and just fell asleep." After hearing Ran's explanation, Kagoro approached Conan and placed his hand on Conan's forehead to gauge his temperature. Upon feeling the heat radiating from him, Kagoro's expression turned grave. That he is quite warm. It seems this is no trivial cold. Ran, visibly anxious, asked, "What should we do now? Should we go to the hospital?" Kagoro shook his head. "I just checked every hospital in Mahara. They are all overflowing with patience. If we take him now, he might end up catching something even worse. After contemplating for a moment, Kagoro instructed Ran, please retrieve some cold medicine from the first aid kit, and ensure that this little rascal eats something before taking the medication. Otherwise, he might feel worse. That I'll try to reach out to find a doctor. Okay, I'll take care of it. Without a moment's delay, Ran dashed into the kitchen to prepare porridge, while Kagoro picked up the phone to seek assistance. Officer Meguiar, it's me, Kagoro. Is there any available medical personnel at the police department? Even the forensic experts are busy. Never mind then, sorry for bothering you. Eri, do you know any doctors? Conan is, well, he might have a fever. Hurry and take some medicine. Kagoro reached out to several people, but the responses he received were either busy or out of town, leaving him stressed as he chain-smoked an entire pack. However, despite failing to contact a doctor, Conan's temperature gradually decreased over time, which was a small consolation. 37.5 degrees. It's finally dropped a bit. Glancing at the thermometer, Ran sighed in relief, then brought a bowl of hot porridge to Conan's lips, offering him a generous spoonful. Open wide. I'm not a child. Seeing the playful expression on Ran's face, Conan felt as though he were being teased. Nonetheless, in his current state, he could only obediently comply and open his mouth to consume the warm porridge. Good boy. Keep going, Xiaolon. You are indeed formidable. After a full quarter of an hour, Conan finally managed to consume a bowl of porridge, and in doing so, he regained some of his strength. Children can be quite troublesome. They fall ill so easily. Perhaps you should practice karate with Xiaolon. It might help you build some stamina. Seeing that Conan's condition had finally improved, Kagoro felt an immense weight lift from his heart, yet he could not resist a little tongue-in-cheek remark. Knock, knock, knock. Someone has arrived. Upon hearing the knocking at the door, Xiaolon hurriedly got up to answer it, only to find a girl of similar age standing at the entrance of the detective agency. Excuse me, is this the Maoli Detective Agency? The girl asked, her words laced with a distinct Osaka accent. Xiaolon paused for a moment before responding. Yes, this is indeed the Maoli Detective Agency. May I inquire if you have any commissions? No, I don't have a commission. It's just, the girl leaned in to peek inside the agency, and then inquired, is there a boy with very dark skin who came here? A high school student around my age. Xiaolon decisively shook her head. No, as of now, no one has come by to make any commissions. Upon hearing Xiaolon's answer, the girl's expression turned perplexed. How strange. I clearly set off before him. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Xiaolon contemplated for a moment and then invited, are you perhaps meeting a friend here at the agency? If you don't mind, please come in and rest for a while. However, I must warn you that there is a child inside with a fever, so I hope you want to be put off. The girl quickly waved her hands. No, it's perfectly fine. I'm the one intruding unexpectedly. I hope you want to be upset. Thus, the girl entered the agency and rested for a short while. After serving her a cup of hot tea, Xiaolon asked, by the way, may I know your name? Oh, my name is Toyama Kaze, but my friends just call me Kaze. You can call me that too. I look forward to your guidance. After her introduction, Kaze eagerly extended her hand toward Xiaolon. Xiaolon promptly reciprocated, introducing herself. Hello, Kaze. My name is Maoli Lan, but you can simply call me Xiaolon. Alright, Xiaolan.it must be said that girls share an abundance of common topics, despite it being their first meeting. The two high school girls conversed as if they were longtime close friends, almost sharing the stories of their ancestors. Meanwhile, Conan and Kagoro seemed to fade into the background, as if cloaked in invisibility, completely overlooked by Kaze and Xiaolan. By the way, Kaze, judging by your accent, you must be from Osaka, right? How did you and your friends decide to meet here at our agency? Kaze's face flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Actually, I secretly came here by myself, but I didn't expect to arrive first. Xiaolon looked puzzled. Secretly came here? What do you mean? Just then, a breathless voice echoed, drawing the attention of everyone in the agency. A boy with dark skin and a baseball cap leaned against the doorframe, gasping for air. All right. Is Kudo Shinichi's woman living here? Come out and meet me. Kudo Shinichi's woman. Are you referring to me? Xiaolon blushed deeply, pointing to herself, her mind struggling to comprehend the situation. However, the question seemed somewhat redundant. There were only 3 people in the Maoli Detective Agency, and since Eri rarely visited, who else could it be but Xiaolon? Hey, Heiji, what on earth are you doing? Kaze, what are you doing here? Seeing Kaze unexpectedly at the Maoli Detective Agency, Heiji was so astonished that he momentarily lost his ability to speak. Kaze, with an air of authority, approached Heiji and shouted, "Why can't I come? What's your excuse for running off to Tokyo without even a word? If it weren't for Annie telling me, I wouldn't have known where to find you." Truly a chatty ant. Thus, the scene unfolded, with Heiji aiming for a grand entrance only to be mercilessly subdued by Kaze, who dragged him to the sofa in the agency. "Kaze, what on earth is going on? You set off later than I did, yet here I am, the first to arrive." Heiji, looking quite dejected, explained, "Don't even mention it. The train I took encountered an unexpected incident, causing several hours of delay. After disembarking, I followed the navigation, only to end up in a ditch. This outfit is brand new. Serves you right for sneaking off without telling me," Kaze said with a hint of schadenfreude. Watching the two bicker, Xiaolan felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity that in an impulsive moment. She asked, "Are you two childhood friends?" "Huh?" At this unexpected question, both Kaze and Heiji were taken aback. Kaze quickly pressed down on Heiji and blushed as she explained, "Well, it's mainly because our fathers both work at the Osaka Police Department, so we've known each other since childhood. There's absolutely nothing inappropriate between us." MMM. Heiji seemed eager to say something, but his strength paled in comparison to Kaze, who had studied Aikido since childhood. Finally, after a considerable delay, Heiji managed to break free from Kaze's grip. "You idiot. Kaze, what nonsense are you talking about?" "How am I talking nonsense?" Stop. Can you both cease this verbal sparring for a moment?" Seeing the two about to continue their back and forth, Kagoro hurriedly stepped in between them, his expression darkening as he turned to Heiji, issuing a grave inquiry. "By the way, what did you mean by that comment earlier? Why did you say my daughter is that detective kid's woman? If you can't provide a satisfactory explanation, beware of not leaving this agency." By the end of his statement, Kagoro's face had turned as dark as charcoal, his hands cracking ominously as he glared at Heiji, creating considerable pressure on him. "Uncle, please calm down. I found that information from your daughter's class group chat. All her classmates refer to her as Kudo's wife, which is why I thought so." Upon hearing such an astonishing revelation, Xiaolan's face turned as red as a teapot, and when she inadvertently glanced at Conan, a plume of smoke seemed to rise from her head. As for Conan, his situation was no better. His once mature eyes had transformed into bewildered dots, and the fever that had just subsided threatened to rise once more. Feeling dizzy, he thought, "What is going on? Why is my face so hot?" Heiji, noticing Conan's unusual state due to their face-to-face proximity, immediately inquired. Kagoro responded nonchalantly, "This kid suddenly developed a fever. It seems his temperature is rising again." "A fever? How coincidental. I happen to have a special medicine for colds." Heiji rummaged through his backpack and soon produced a bottle wrapped in old newspaper. He then grabbed a cup from Kagoro's desk and filled it with a generous amount of the clear liquid. "Here, drink this, and you'll be cured in a days." Conan accepted the cup and, without a moment's thought, tilted his head back and gulped it down. The instant the liquid hit his throat, an intense spiciness surged forth, igniting a fiery sensation within his stomach. "Ah, what's wrong, Conan?" Seeing Conan curl up in pain, Xiaolan instantly snapped back to her senses and hurriedly embraced him. "What did you give him?" Xiao Wulong picked up the cup that had fallen to the ground. He then leaned in and inhaled deeply. Instantly assaulted by a familiar aroma as a seasoned drinker since adulthood, Xiao Wulong immediately realized that Conan had just consumed a high-proof spirit. "Baka, how could you give such a thing to a child?" "Are you out of your mind?" Hattori Heiji explained. "Don't worry. This is an imported liquor called by Gond. I've heard that locals drink it when they're unwell to alleviate their symptoms. I spent quite a bit of my pocket money to acquire this bottle. But it's still alcohol. Children shouldn't be allowed to drink it." Without a moment's hesitation, he delivered a powerful punch that sent Hattori Heiji sprawling to the ground, then turned to bow apologetically to Xiaolan. "I'm sorry, Xiao it's my fault for not keeping an eye on him, but I'll handle this right away." Following her brief apology, he unleashed a furious barrage upon Hattori Heiji, akin to a masterful noodle-cutting technique. "Stop it. Don't hit him anymore. Silence. Who told you to do such a thing to a child? Today, I'm not only going to deal with you. When we get home, I'll tell Uncle and Annie." As soon as the words left her lips, he commenced a vigorous Aikido training session with Hattori's bag, creating a scene of sheer spectacle. Knock, knock, knock. But is this the Muri Detective Agency? You Haven Tea turned into a wrestling gym. Have you? The occupants of the living room turned to the source of the voice and beheld a middle-aged woman dressed in luxurious attire, evidently making an effort to conceal her face. As if fearing recognition, seizing the opportunity for business, Xiao Wulong hurried to greet her. I apologize for the inconvenience. I am the renowned detective Muri Xiao Wulong. May I inquire about your request? So, you are Muri Detective Xiao Wulong. I have heard of your reputation. However, you appear somewhat different from what I had imagined. Removing her sunglasses, the middle-aged woman revealed a pair of cold, piercing eyes. She then introduced herself. My name is Tamura Ka. The wife of diplomat Tamura Kunihiro. I have a very important task that I wish to entrust to you, Detective Muri, and I hope you can assist me in resolving it. You will certainly be compensated handsomely for your efforts. In essence, Tamura Ka sought Muri Xiao Wulong's assistance in investigating her nominal son, Tamura Takayoshi's fiancée, Katsuragi Yukiko. The term nominal was used because Tamura Ka was the second wife of the diplomat. Thus, Tamura Takayoshi was not her biological child, making certain matters more delicate to address. However, when Xiao Wulong inquired about the reasons for the investigation, Tamura Ka explained that she had reservations about her prospective daughter-in-law's character and integrity. Despite Katsuragi Yukiko having no blemishes on her record, familiar with such investigative requests, Xiao Wulong was, however, disinclined to accept this case at the moment. After all, his home was currently in disarray, and Conan was running a fever, leaving him with little inclination to take on an investigation. Upon learning of Xiao Wulong's concerns, Tamura Ka's solution was rather straightforward and blunt. She tossed 2 large stacks of cash from her handbag. This is a deposit. There will be more upon successful resolution. You need not worry about the boy. We have a dedicated doctor in the Tamura household, if you are willing to accept this commission. I can have the doctor prepared immediately. May we depart now? Honestly, why must both of you accompany me? On the drive to the Tamura residence, Xiao Wulong couldn't help but voice his frustration to Yi and Hattori Heiji, who were squeezed into the back seat. In response, the duo from Osaka provided their respective explanations. Heiji stated, as the foremost high school detective in Kansai, how could I possibly miss out on a case? I must be the first to solve it to prove my deductive skills surpass those of Kudo. Shinichi. He chimed in. It's all because of Heiji that Conan ended up like this. So, I at least want to accompany him to alleviate my guilt. After a lengthy discussion, it became evident that both of their concerns remained fixated on him. At that moment, the burning sensation in Conan's abdomen had slightly diminished. However, he still felt lightheaded, and the world around him seemed to shimmer. Due to his hazy consciousness, he found himself cradled in Xiaolan's arms. She sensed his small movements and quickly reassured him. Hang in there, Shinichi. Once we arrive, the doctor will treat you, and you'll feel better soon. Everything will be all right. Although the scene before him had grown blurry, Xiaolan's nearly tearful expression of worry remained strikingly clear. To ease her concerns, Conan mustered a smile. In the passenger seat, Tamura Ka observed this exchange in the rearview mirror, her heart filled with a complex mix of emotions. The child was gravely ill, and yet his parents were absent. How could they be considered fit guardians? Yet, she felt unqualified to cast judgment. After approximately 15 minutes, Xiao Wulong finally pulled up to the Tamura family's residence, an elegant 3-story villa. It was evident that this diplomat appreciated the finer things in life. Follow me, Tamura Ka said as she opened the door and stepped out, with Xiao Wulong and his companions closely trailing behind. Creak. Mom, are these your friends? Just as Tamura Ka was about to enter, the door swung open from within, revealing a pair of young adults linked arm in arm. From the young man's address to Tamura Ka, it was clear he was the diplomat's biological son, Tamura Takayoshi, and the young woman was unmistakably Katsuragi Yukiko, the very fiancée Xiao Wulong had been commissioned to investigate. Tamura Ka's voice was devoid of warmth as she replied. Indeed, an old friend I haven't seen in ages, and it just so happens that her family and friends are here as well, so I invited them along. After her curt response, she cast a cold glance at Katsuragi Yukiko, her tone now frigid. What are you doing here? Sensing the unfriendly demeanor directed at her, Katsuragi Yukiko felt somewhat awkward but managed to greet politely. Hello, and I just wanted to pay you a visit. Especially since this is the season for colds. I'm perfectly fine. There's no need for you to concern yourself. Tamura Ka interjected impatiently, cutting her off mid-sentence, leaving Katsuragi Yukiko at a loss for words. At that moment, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the unconscious Conan in Shaolan's embrace. Is this child unwell? Perhaps I should take him to a room for examination. I received first prize while studying at the medical university and have diagnostic experience. As she spoke, Katsuragi Yukiko reached out to take Conan from Shaolan's arms. However, Tamura Keika swiftly grasped her hand and pushed her back. You need not overstep that. I've already contacted a doctor. Your level as an intern is not needed here. I will take this child to a room to rest, and unless necessary, you are not to disturb him. After delivering her curt reprimand, Tamura Keika strode ahead. Leading the way, Katsuragi Yukiko, having been unjustly berated, felt utterly aggrieved, with tears welling in her eyes, though she held them back. Beside her, Tamura Takeyoshi, witnessing his fiancée's distress, quickly enveloped her in an embrace, casting a fierce glare at Tamura Keika's retreating figure. What arrogance from a second wife! One day, I will make sure you end up in the worst nursing home, suffering for your actions. Entering the Tamura household amidst such a harmonious scene made Xiao Wulong feel a pang of regret. However, with the doctor still elusive, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and face the situation. Thus, Xiao Wulong and his companions entered the Tamura residence, not forgetting to greet Tamura Takeyoshi and his fiancée. Just as Xiao Lan carried the unconscious Conan inside, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. That scent, that sensation, it was the aroma of Ofenino. Conan, what are you doing? Summoning all his strength, Conan broke free from Xiao Lan's grasp and dashed towards the second floor. Propelled by the scent of Ofenino. Moments later, he halted before the door of a room. This is it. After confirming the location, Conan tiptoed to open the door when suddenly, bang! The door was suddenly thrust open from within, sending Conan crashing against the wall before he fell heavily to the floor. Amidst the chaos, he faintly perceived the sound of hurried footsteps, and with great effort, he lifted his head, catching a glimpse of a fleeting figure in the corridor. Struggling to rise, Conan felt an intensifying burning sensation in his abdomen, and the world around him began to spin. Just then, a cry for help pierced the air. Help me! Straining to look in the direction of the voice, Conan beheld a portly middle-aged man seated on the ground, his face marked by terror, only to witness him disintegrate into a pile of ash moments later. Unfortunately, the misfortune did not end there. A sudden gust from the open window of the study swept through, scattering the ashes throughout the room until not a trace remained. Curse it! Conan exclaimed in frustration, realizing he was a step too late. And he slammed his fist heavily onto the floor. Yet, in the next instant, a loud buzzing filled his mind, and all at once, the world around him faded to darkness as he lost consciousness. The missing individual was named Da Zhongsun, 54 years of age, and a diplomat by profession. Following a preliminary investigation, Officer Mu turned to Kagoro and his companions, inquiring, "So, you came here in search of Conan?" Only to discover that the diplomat Da Zhong, who should have been in the study, has vanished. Kagoro nodded in affirmation, responding, "Indeed, that is correct, Officer Mu. May I ask, does the diplomat usually spend this time in the study?" Da Zhong Guishan confirmed, "Yes, my father typically listens to music in the study at this hour. This is known to the whole family." At that moment, Kagoro added, "By the way, it seems we heard someone calling for help on our way up." I believe that must have been the diplomat's voice. Officer Mu, stroking his chin in thought, remarked, "That is indeed peculiar. According to the information we have, the diplomat weighs at least 200 pounds. What means could the perpetrator have employed to abduct him in such a short span of time? If that child were conscious, he might provide us with some clues." Da Zhong Gongjiang, with a complex expression, lowered his head, his hands tightly clenched together. By the way, what is the condition of Conan?" Officer Mu asked. "If all goes well, he holds the key to solving this case," Kagoro replied. "He still has a high fever. The doctor Mrs. Da Zhong summoned is currently diagnosing him. Xiaolan and he are in the room watching over him. Let the boy rest. I am quite adept at solving cases." Hattori Heiji confidently stepped forward, adjusting the brim of his baseball cap. Officer Mu, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the young man with dark skin, asked, "This foreign friend, your Mandarin is quite fluent. How long have you been an immigrant?" Hattori, filled with indignation, retorted, "What foreign friend? I am a bona fide Asian. My dark skin is inherited from my father. Can you not see clearly before speaking?" "My sincerest apologies," Officer Mu said sheepishly. "It's quite all right. You are not the first to think this way. I have grown accustomed to it," Hattori replied, taking a deep breath to calm himself before introducing himself. I am Hattori Heiji, a somewhat well-known high school detective in the Kansai region. Thus, I would like to assist in the investigation. Officer Mu hesitated. Is that necessary? We have the police and Kagoro here. Ah, Officer Mu, you may not know, but my father is the head of the Osaka Prefectural Police, Hattori Heizo. Therefore, I possess considerable investigative experience and shall not be a burden. In that case, you may join us. Officer Mu relented, having not anticipated this Osaka native's impressive background. Meanwhile, in another room, Conan lay weakly in bed, coughing, his pajamas drenched in sweat, while the doctor conducted a diagnosis with a stethoscope beside him. Observing Conan's discomfort, Xiaolan asked anxiously, "Doctor, is Conan going to be all right?" Removing the stethoscope, the doctor's expression turned grave. "The fever is quite severe. I will prescribe some cephalosporins to see if it helps. If not, we will have to contact the hospital for further diagnosis." Xiaolan nodded repeatedly. "All right, I understand." After receiving the medication from the doctor, Xiaolan and He worked together to administer it to Conan. After a while, Conan slowly opened his eyes. Xiaolan, filled with joy, exclaimed, "Conan, you're finally awake. How do you feel? Is there anything uncomfortable? So thirsty." Conan rasped out 2 words that "I'll get you some water right away." "Conan, hold on. I'll be back soon," he said, rushing out of the room to fetch water. Once he had left, Conan suddenly reached out, gripping Xiaolan's arm tightly. "Xiaolan, there is an Ofino in this house. He is the murderer, and everyone is in danger." "What?" Xiaolan exclaimed, her voice tinged with panic as she quickly asked, "Shinichi, what should we do now?" "Don't panic, Xiaolan. Quickly return home and fetch my backpack. The belt is inside it." "Hurry." Conan coughed violently as he spoke, and seeing him in such a weakened state, Xiaolan felt torn but ultimately knew she had to act. "I understand, Shinichi. You rest well. I'll return as quickly as possible." After placing Conan back on the bed and covering him with a blanket, Xiaolan hurriedly dashed outside. Just as she exited the Dajong residence, the roar of an engine echoed. "Virum." Xiaolan instinctively turned towards the sound, only to see the motorcycle form of the Kamen rider Deno speeding towards her, with a backpack containing the Fui's belt on its seat. "Kamen rider Deno?" Screech. The motorcycle came to a sudden halt in front of Xiaolan, the tremendous inertia causing the backpack to fly into her arms. "Thank you," Xiaolan exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected gesture, but nonetheless grateful that in response, the Kamen rider Deno revved its engine, gazing at the motorcycle. A new spark of hope ignited within Xiaolan. She hurriedly approached the Kamen rider, earnestly pleading, "Could you please help us? Shinichi is too weak to continue fighting. Can you think of a way? You can understand what I'm saying, right?" In response to her plea, the Kamen rider's headlights flickered a few times before it slowly reversed to a concealed spot near the entrance. "It must have understood me," Xiaolan thought, though uncertainty gnawed at her. Nevertheless, she had no time to dwell on it, and clutched the backpack containing the belt as she re-entered the Dajong residence. After Xiaolan departed, the Kamen rider suddenly emitted a series of electronic beeping sounds, and its headlights began to glow faintly red. Meanwhile, in the Dajong family's study, all members had gathered. Elder Dajong Liguang, eldest son Dajong Guishan, matriarch Dajong Gongjiang, butler Koike Fumio, and Dajong Geishan's fiancée, Ikatsuraji Yukiko were all aware that the diplomat Dajong would typically be listening to music in the study. After scanning the faces of the Dajong family, Officer Mu spoke up. "I would like to ask each of you what you were doing at the time of the incident. Please cooperate with our police work." "What do you mean by that? Are you implying that one of us might be a criminal?" "This is absurd. Sir, how could I ever harm my father? Although I have performed dissections in medical school, I would never bring harm to anyone." The request for assistance in the investigation from Officer Mumu immediately incited vehement protests from the Dachuan family. However, to say the entire family protested would be somewhat inaccurate. The elderly patriarch, Dachuan Liguang, did not react as intensely. This was not due to his enlightened perspective, but rather because, "What? Eggs are on sale at the supermarket. Whose are they? I'll go buy some." Officer Takagi interjected, explaining, "Elder, it's not about the eggs being on sale. We would like your cooperation in the investigation." "Tea? Would you like some tea, sir? I have plenty of tea here." Officer Takagi was sweating profusely, but still leaned in to whisper in Dachuan Liguang's ear, "Sir, we don't want tea. We need your assistance with the investigation." Dachuan Liguang suddenly understood. "Oh, I see, I see. Seeing this, Takagi let out a sigh of relief, but the next moment, Dachuan Liguang grabbed his arm and began to lead him out. I don't understand you young folks. Do as you please with your tea. Go get some tea leaves from me. No, sir? Hey. Officer Takagi wished to resist, but worried about inadvertently harming the elderly gentleman. Thus he was helplessly dragged away. In the end, Officer Takagi received a bag each of the treasured Longjing and Dahongpo teas from the elder, which could be considered a small reward. Officer Mumu remarked. This elder Dachuan is already 82 years old, nearly blind, deaf, and with a limp. It would be exceedingly difficult for him to commit a crime. Officer Mumu nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Let us exclude the elder from suspicion. After this brief interlude, the interrogation resumed, with everyone being questioned from the lady of the house, Dachuan Keika, to the butler, Koike Fumio. Meanwhile, as the police conducted their inquiries, Hattori Heiji was akin to a police dog, meticulously searching the ground for any clues that it was strange. Why was there so much dust in this study? Logically, this should be the most meticulously cleaned place. Hattori was quite puzzled by the dust everywhere, but did not give it much thought, as it could easily be explained by lazy servants or the weather. After a thorough search, Hattori rose and looked toward the still interrogated Dachuan family, a confident smile forming on his lips. Kudo Shinichi. It appears I have triumphed in this deduction contest. That moment in the room. Achu. Conan, are you all right? Is it a bit chilly? Seeing Conan sneeze, Ayumi hurriedly pulled out 2 tissues to help him wipe his nose, and then Ran quickly offered him a cup of warm water to help him warm up, while retrieving the thermometer he had tucked under his arm. It's already 37 degrees. His temperature has finally dropped. After seeing the number on the thermometer, Ran let out a sigh of relief and gently stroked Conan's head. Thank you for your hard work, Conan. I hope you recover soon. Thank you. Conan managed a weak smile. Just as he was about to say something more when a sharp pain suddenly surged through his heart. Ugh. Conan, what's wrong? Due to their proximity, Ran easily noticed Conan's distress and hurriedly inquired. Ran, gritting his teeth to endure the pain in his heart, Conan tightly grasped Ran's arm and leaned closer to whisper, Take Yumi out. I need to be alone for a moment. Quickly. Huh? All right. Although she did not comprehend Conan's meaning. Ran promptly stood up, finding an excuse to take Ayumi outside. As the door closed behind them, Conan could no longer bear the agonizing pain in his heart and curled up like a shrimp. It hurts. It feels like my heart is about to burst. Am I going to die? Conan clenched his fists tightly, his body tensing to its limit, seemingly attempting to combat the pain in that manner. While Conan was fully engaged in this battle with his pain, he failed to notice the back of his pajamas had torn open, and at that moment, the butler, Koike Fumio, emerged from the backyard of the Dachuan residence carrying a large bag of garbage. Given that the other servants were absent, it fell upon him, the head servant, to handle such tasks. How diligent of you, Koike. You are personally taking out the trash. Hearing a voice from behind, Koike quickly turned to see Hattori leaning against the wall. A slight smirk on his face as he observed him. It's the young detective. What can I do? The other servants have all clocked out, so I have to take care of this myself. I can't leave the garbage lying around overnight. Koike removed his gloves, explaining with a kindly smile to Hattori. Gazing at the amicable Koike, Hattori chuckled softly and raised his head, saying, Indeed, your timing is quite fortuitous. If the servants were present, it would certainly disrupt your plans, wouldn't it? The criminal behind the disappearance of the Dachuan diplomat. At this statement, Koike's expression instantly darkened. However, he quickly regained his composure and smiled, saying, What are you talking about, young detective? How could I possibly be the criminal in this case? You must be mistaken. Although I am still unclear about your motive, you are the only one in this household with the opportunity to commit this crime. Hattori began to lay out his reasoning. Madame Dachuan Keika entered with us. Dachuan Takayoshi and Miss Katsuragi Sachiko were also at the entrance, so none of them had the opportunity. As for the elder Dachuan Liguang, it goes without saying that his physical condition is insufficient to support such actions. Thus, the only one with the means to commit this crime is you, Koike. Upon hearing this, Koike's face grew increasingly grim, and Hattori immediately concluded that his deduction was correct, continuing, I believe your original plan was to abduct the Dachuan diplomat and relocate him somewhere. However, unexpectedly, a little boy appeared at the study door. forcing you to hide the diplomat and then attack the boy to escape. Therefore, I must ask you to honestly reveal where the Dachuan diplomat is, so that the police may consider leniency in your sentencing." In response to Hattori's persuasion, Koike displayed a disdainful smirk. "Humph. Where is he?" "He is everywhere. I didn't have the time to hide that big fellow." Hattori frowned upon hearing this. "What do you mean by that? Aren't you looking for that scoundrel Dachuan? I'll take you to find him now." Whoosh. As soon as the words left his mouth, a unique pattern appeared on Koike's face, which then transformed into a monstrous form. "What?" Seeing Koike morph into a creature, Hattori, despite his calm demeanor, was startled. But he quickly regained his composure. "Don't think you can scare me with tricks." Hattori scanned the area and noticed a steel pipe leaning against the wall. "What's with the steel pipe at the diplomat's door?" "Take this." Hattori seized the steel pipe and, drawing upon his years of kendo training, charged at the monstrous form. Whack! The steel pipe struck the creature's head, but it bent without effect, and the creature appeared unharmed. Thud! Ugh! The creature swung its arm forcefully, knocking the pipe from Hattori's grasp, and then delivered a punch that sent Hattori flying. That Dachuan Conan is a complete scoundrel. He pretends to be harmless and helpful while secretly engaging in nefarious deeds. After sending Hattori Heiji flying, the shadow of the insect-like ovener transformed into a spectral image of Koike Fumio's bare upper body, his expression brimming with palpable rage that I could have been a diplomat back in the day. Yet that scoundrel, Takamura Isamu, maliciously framed me, leading to my disgrace and expulsion from school. In the end, I was even cast out of my home, forced to wander. Meanwhile, he later pretended to be a good person, compelling me to serve as his butler. If it weren't for his drunken slip of the tongue last time, I might still be oblivious to his deceit. As he voiced his grievances, Ovener slowly approached Hattori Heiji, looking down upon him and declaring, "Since you are so eager to meddle, I shall allow you to experience the same despair as Takamura Isanade." As soon as he finished speaking, Ovener directed his hands towards Hattori Heiji. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Ovener was about to strike, 3 laser beams suddenly shot forth, striking the unsuspecting Ovener directly, forcing him to stagger back a few steps. Virum. At that moment, the powerful roar of an engine echoed through the night, and the mobile Pegasus drifted in, swiftly transforming into its robotic form. Bang, bang, bang. Without uttering a word, the mobile Pegasus unleashed a flurry of farmer-esque fists, sending Ovener flying amidst a shower of sparks, ultimately delivering a decisive blow that sent him soaring through the air. What on earth is this? Hattori Heiji struggled to rise from the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed upon the mobile Pegasus. He wanted to ascertain whether his eyes were deceiving him. A motorcycle had transformed into a robot. "Hey, you fool, why did you send him flying?" At that moment, a breathless and weakened voice emerged, prompting Hattori Heiji to instinctively turn around and see Fui staggering from the shadows, propped against a wall. Completely bewildered, Hattori Heiji was now a picture of confusion. "Who are you? A super cop? A future warrior? You needn't ask. Just pretend nothing has happened." With that, Fui switched his blasting gun back to his belt and approached the mobile Pegasus, placing his hand upon its chest. In the next instant, the mobile Pegasus reverted to its motorcycle form. Autopilot, track target. After mounting and getting into position, Fui issued a simple command, and almost simultaneously, the mobile Pegasus reacted, speeding towards the direction where Ovener had been sent flying. Interesting. It seems the situation is becoming quite engaging. Watching Fui speed away, Hattori Heiji, having regained his senses from the shock, felt a rush of excitement rather than fear. Perhaps this is the nature of a detective, forever chasing after the unknown truth with the fervor of an adventurer. Adjusting the brim of his baseball cap to the back of his head, Hattori Heiji took off running with all his might. Meanwhile, 800 meters away, Ovener struggled to crawl out of the pit. Just as he attempted to catch his breath, the roar of the mobile Pegasus's engine echoed once more. Soon, the mobile Pegasus, carrying Fui, arrived at a position not far from Ovener. "Who are you? Why are you targeting me?" "Cut the chatter. I'm in a hurry." In the face of Ovener's furious inquiries, Fui didn't even lift his head as he donned the Fui's camera on his right hand, inserted the Fui's driver into the camera, and pressed the enter key. Ready. Exceed charge. After completing the energy charge, Fui collapsed weakly onto the seat of the mobile Pegasus, panting heavily as he provocatively beckoned Ovener with his finger. "Come at me." "You asking for death?" Feeling deeply insulted, Ovener was instantly enraged. his skin exuding a foul odor that rendered the surrounding air unbearable. In the next moment, Ovener, reeking with malodorous fumes, charged forward like a rabid dog. As Ovener closed the distance, Fuiz mustered his strength to stand and assumed a fighting stance, ready for the impending clash. Just as Ovener was a mere step away, Fuiz executed a graceful dodge, evading the attack, and thrust the Fuiz camera against Ovener's abdomen. Boom! A gentle breeze swept through, and the environment fell into an eerie silence. At that moment, Hattori Heiji, endowed with a superhuman physique, arrived just in time to witness the confrontation between Fuiz and Ovener. What in the world is happening? Wiping the sweat from his brow, Hattori Heiji stared in shock at the battlefield, and in the next instant, he witnessed a scene he would never forget. Ovener erupted into blue flames, and with a howl of agony, he was reduced to ashes. After vanquishing Ovener, Fuiz took a deep breath to steady himself, then removed the camera from his hand and reattached it to his belt. Seeing the situation finally clarified, Hattori Heiji could no longer contain himself and hurriedly approached Fuiz, asking, "Who on earth are you? What just happened?" Upon hearing the voice behind him, Fuiz quickly turned around. The red glow emanating from his body added an air of intimidation in the darkness. Even though Hattori Heiji had mentally prepared himself, he still felt a twinge of nervousness. However, just as Hattori Heiji was on high alert, Fuiz suddenly lost his balance and collapsed to the ground, gasping heavily. "Hey, are you all right?" The sudden turn of events caught Hattori Heiji off guard, but instinct propelled him to rush forward and assist Fuiz. "That sound seems to be coming from over here. What a foul odor. It's like a latrine that hasn't been cleaned in over 20 years. I feel like I'm going to be sick." Just then, a flashlight beam cut through the distance. Accompanied by the voices of Officer Magyar and others, evidently drawn by the commotion of the earlier battle, Mobile Pegasus immediately conceal V-room at Fuiz's command. The Mobile Pegasus revved to full power and sped away, disappearing without a trace in no time. "Don't speak. I'll explain later." Turning to Hattori Heiji, Fuiz cautioned him before removing the phone from his belt and reverting from his transformed state. "Officer Magyar, Hattori, what brings you here? And who is this person you're helping?" Just then, Officer Magyar and his team arrived, shining their flashlights towards Hattori Heiji and the person he was assisting. Officer Magyar, how disheartening. You've forgotten me after such a brief separation." That voice, hearing the incredibly familiar, confident tone, Officer Magyar and his companions were momentarily stunned, only to see the mysterious figure slowly lift his head, revealing a handsome yet slightly pale face. Shinichi, upon seeing the true identity of the individual, screamed in surprise, while Hattori Heiji, supporting Kudo Shinichi, donned an expression of shock. "Is it really you, Shinichi? How did you end up here?" After a brief moment of disbelief, Ran dashed forward to support Shinichi, her heart aching at the sight of his pale visage. Observing Ran's worried expression, Kudo Shinichi forced a smile to reassure her, whispering, "Ran, you needn't be afraid. Although I'm not sure what transpired, it seems that I have temporarily returned to my original form. However, how long I can maintain this state is uncertain." Kudo Shinichi and Ran exchanged hushed words. The others present gazed at the suddenly reappeared Kudo Shinichi with curiosity. Among them, Kazuha thought to herself, "So this is Kudo Shinichi. Indeed, a striking figure who could overshadow any flaw. It seems that I must devise a way to assist Pinksy in maintaining his skin. Perhaps his appearance could improve even further. I must ask, what on earth has happened to you? You vanished without a trace for such an extended period, only to reappear so suddenly." Witnessing his precious daughter so closely associated with Kudo Shinichi, Mori Kagoro's face turned nearly as dark as charcoal. However, Xiaolon, visibly displeased, turned to reprimand him. "Dad, why are you shouting so loudly? What if you scare Shinichi?" Kagoro, infuriated to the point of grinding his teeth, found no other recourse than to take it out on Takagi beside him. Takagi, bewildered, thought, "What have I done to deserve this?" Officer Magyar interjected, "But speaking of which, how is it that you, Kudo, find yourself here? Is something amiss?" "No, it's merely that Conan sent me a message indicating that you might be in trouble, and I happened to be nearby, so I thought I'd come to assist," Kudo Shinichi replied. After a brief exchange, he turned slightly to Hattori Heiji beside him. "However, I did not expect to arrive only to witness this dark-skinned detective being assaulted by the perpetrator of this incident. Until you all arrived, we had only just managed to drive him away together, am I not correct?" "Indeed, You are correct. I was just attacked by the butler, Koike Fumio, who has also confessed to having caused the death of Ambassador Tamura. Though still reeling from the recent events, Hattori Heiji hastily followed Shinichi's lead. Officer Megure exclaimed, "What? Where did he run off to? I shall gather my men and pursue him." "Wait, Officer Megure, before we track down the true culprit. Please allow me to solve another case," Hattori interjected. Megure looked perplexed. Another case? What other case? While Officer Megure was still in a state of confusion, Kudo Shinichi, with Shaolan's assistance, leaned against a large tree and asked the Tamura family, "Excuse me, does anyone have a photograph of Mrs. Tamura from her youth? I believe I do. That a few days ago, my father mentioned wanting to use it for their wedding anniversary, so I developed a copy." Tamura Takayoshi swiftly responded, emerging from his grief to sift through a stack of photographs until he found one that matched the request, which he then handed to Kudo Shinichi. "What do you need this for?" Without directly answering Takayoshi's question, Kudo Shinichi called out, "Everyone, please gather around and take a good look at this photograph of the young Mrs. Tamura." The request left everyone present looking bewildered. Nevertheless, they eventually approached Kudo Shinichi in small groups. Focusing intently on the image of the youthful Mrs. Tamura, the photograph depicted her as a completely different individual compared to now, exuding an elegant smile and an air of sophistication that could easily make one's heart flutter at just a glance. Kazuha scrutinized the image for an extended period, yet despite her aching eyes, she could not discern anything out of the ordinary. "It's just an ordinary photograph," she remarked. "Wait, it looks somewhat familiar." Mori Kagoro, possessing an unusually keen sensitivity towards women, seemed to have recognized something, abruptly seizing the photograph and presenting it to Katsuki Sachiko. He alternated his gaze between the photo and her face. "She looks remarkably similar, as if carved from the same mold." Indeed, the youthful Mrs. Tamura in the photograph bore an uncanny resemblance to the present Katsuki Sachiko, especially when smiling, displaying a striking resemblance of about 90%. Kudo Shinichi remarked, "Mrs. Tamura, the story has reached this point. I believe it is more appropriate for you to explain, though if you prefer, I am willing to assist, and no need to trouble yourself." "Thank you," Mrs. Tamura replied, her expression complex as she lowered her head. Clenching her fists tightly. "Of course, she would resemble me, for Sachiko is my biological daughter." "Nanny." The revelation sent a shockwave through everyone present, erupting in a cacophony of exclamations, the loudest among them being Tamura Takayoshi. After all, the stepmother turned out to be the mother-in-law. What they initially thought to be an exaggeration turned out to be a stark reality. "Sachiko is the daughter of my late husband, Yamashiro, and at that time, both Yamashiro and Tamura were diplomats in the same department. One day, Yamashiro was reported for misconduct and imprisoned, later succumbing to illness while incarcerated. At that point, Tamura approached me, expressing his desire to live together, even going so far as to divorce his first wife. That I was genuinely moved by this. Thus, after entrusting Sachiko to Yamashiro's relatives, I married Tamura and have lived with him ever since." "Mom," Katsuki Sachiko said slowly, stepping forward to face Mrs. Tamura, gazing into the face that mirrored her own youth. Mrs. Tamura, with her weathered features, rarely smiled as she grasped her daughter's hand. "That I am sorry, Sachiko. For all these years, I have failed you as a mother." "Yes, Mom, please instruct me." While it would be disingenuous to claim that Tamura Takayoshi could remain unfazed by her stepmother-turned-mother-in-law, she realized that regardless of the circumstances, the title of mom was unavoidable. Moreover, the dilemma of whose family to visit during the new year was now resolved. "Takayoshi, I know you are a good child. That I entrust Sachiko to you. Do not be like your father, an irresponsible man." Takayoshi promptly assured, "Rest assured, Mom, I will treat Sachiko well, and we will take care of you together." "Very well." Looking at the two young individuals before her, Mrs. Tamura displayed a smile of satisfaction and contentment as the scene unfolded in joyous harmony. Officer Megure and others offered their enthusiastic applause. Once the clapping subsided, Officer Megure turned to Kudo Shinichi with anticipation. "What a delightful conclusion, Kudo. So, can we now go apprehend the culprit?" "Over there," Kudo Shinichi replied nonchalantly, pointing in a direction without lifting his gaze. "I in an instant." Mori Kagoro, along with Officer Megure and all the police personnel, dashed away at breakneck speed. "The criminal shall not escape. All evildoers shall face justice. Surrender at once." Cough, cough. Following the departure of Officer Megure and the others, Kudo Shinichi began to cough violently. even collapsing to the ground. Shinichi, are you all right? Noticing that Kudo Shinichi's condition appeared to worsen significantly, Xiaolon hurriedly enveloped him in her arms, gently patting his back to provide relief. Cough, cough. Thankfully, Xiaolon, seeing Kudo Shinichi unable to suppress his coughing, Mrs. Tamura approached, concerned. Do you require assistance? I have a doctor at home who can treat you. Thank you for your kindness, but this is nothing serious. Taking a deep breath to temporarily quell his cough, Kudo Shinichi leaned closer to Mrs. Tamura and whispered, if I am not mistaken, your late husband Yamashiro was framed by Tamura Kunihiro, resulting in his demise in prison. Correct? Were you not planning to avenge yourself today? Upon hearing this, Mrs. Tamura froze momentarily, but soon nodded gently that in truth, I invited Detective Mori to clear my name, but I did not anticipate being a step too late. Cough, cough. In that case, let us consider this matter as if it never occurred. It is crucial to live in the present, for you still have many things to accomplish and debts to repay. Mrs. Tamura nodded in agreement. I understand. Thank you. Cough, cough. Very well. Please excuse yourselves for now. I have a few matters to attend to. Observing Kudo Shinichi's severe coughing fit, Mrs. Tamura felt a twinge of concern. However, she ultimately acquiesced and led her family home. Hattori Heiji remarked, by the way, Kazuha, could you fetch something for me? I seem to have accidentally left the talisman you gave me last time in my study. What? Heiji, how could you leave such an important item there? Honestly, with a dissatisfied stomp of her foot, she expressed her displeasure and hurriedly ran in the direction of the Dazhuang family. Alongside, Hie's figure became nearly indistinguishable. Hattori Heiji turned his gaze towards Ran and said, I will take Kudo Shinichi to the nearest hospital for a diagnosis. I shall return shortly. No sooner had he spoken than he swiftly assisted Kudo Shinichi to his feet, preparing to depart. Observing this, Ran quickly grasped Kudo Shinichi's other arm. There's no need for you to trouble yourself. I have already contacted a doctor. I can take Shinichi to the hospital myself. As a girl, it would be inconvenient for you. So let two capable men handle the situation. Really, it's unnecessary. Just as Ran and Hattori Heiji engaged in a tug-of-war over Kudo Shinichi, the latter, the object of their contention, weakly interjected, it's too late. There's no time. With the final word, Kudo Shinichi's body suddenly emitted a white vapor and began to shrink at a visible pace. Within 2 or 3 seconds, he transformed back into Conan. This, Hattori Heiji stared in astonishment at the unconscious Conan sprawled on the ground. However, the next moment, Ran's fist came hurtling towards him. Seriously, Kudo, your girl is a bit too violent, isn't she? She attempted to knock me out without a second thought. If I hadn't clarified things, I might have met my end prematurely. At that moment, the room bore witness to Hattori Heiji, now disheveled, replacing the tissues in his nose. The trash can was filled to the brim with bloodied tissues, a testament to the severity of Ran's strike. Upon hearing Hattori Heiji refer to Ran, Conan, lying on the hospital bed receiving in 4, felt his face flush with embarrassment and turned away, muttering, Don't spout nonsense. Ran is not my girlfriend. Oh, right. Once you two hold a wedding. She'll be your girlfriend, correct? Ignoring Conan's reddened cheeks, Hattori Heiji teased with a mischievous grin before reverting to the matter at hand. So, to summarize, a mysterious organization has transformed you into a child using an unknown substance. And then someone provided you with a transforming belt, ultimately leading you to battle those creatures called Orphanok, correct? Conan nodded, affirming, that is precisely it. Hattori Heiji scratched his head in bewilderment. Honestly, it sounds like something from a science fiction novel. How did you end up in such a predicament? I wish I knew, Conan sighed, gazing helplessly at the ceiling. That being said, this device is truly remarkable. Opening Conan's backpack, Hattori Heiji pulled out the Fui's belt and examined it closely. After a moment, he flashed a charming smile at the bedridden Conan. Kudo, how about we discuss this? It must be inconvenient for you to wield these as a child. Let me take your place. I am a skilled practitioner, having won several kendo championships, and I promise I won't let you down. In response to Hattori Heiji's subtle intentions, Conan displayed a mischievous grin reminiscent of a little devil. All right, then you can give it a try. Fine, I won't hold back, Kudo. The naive Hattori Heiji, not thinking too much, proceeded to follow Conan's instructions for transformation. 555 netter. Transform. Striking a rather dashing pose, Hattori Heiji inserted the Fui's phone into the belt. And the outcome was predictable. Error. Bang! Ah! Without any surprise, Hattori Heiji was propelled against the wall by the belt. Kudo, you've set me up. You fool. It's your own greed that led to this. How could you think it would be so easy to transform without considering the implications? Rising from the floor and stretching out, Hattori Heiji picked up the Foi's belt and grumbled. So, how does one transform? I can't possibly turn into a child like you, can I? There's no need for such complexity. Just transform into an orphanok. Just transform into an. Hattori Heiji initially failed to grasp the concept, but soon found himself frozen in disbelief, staring at the bedridden Conan. Kudo you? Indeed, I am also an orphanok. Without any concealment, Conan boldly admitted his greatest secret. The atmosphere in the hospital room fell into a profound silence, and upon witnessing Hattori Heiji's shocked expression, Conan smirked playfully. What's the matter? Are you scared? A bit, but not excessively, as I believe you are quite unique. Curious, Conan asked. What makes you think that? Intuition. Upon hearing Hattori Heiji's response, Conan couldn't suppress a chuckle, and Hattori Heiji simultaneously broke into a smile. The understanding between the two young detectives reached its peak at that moment. By the way, Hattori, could you please keep my secret? Hattori Heiji smiled and made an oka gesture. No problem. I am known as the tight-lipped Prince of Osaka. I will definitely keep this to myself. Thank you. Conan nodded in appreciation, but then added, also, please keep my identity as an orphanok confidential, even from Ran. Hattori Heiji, puzzled, asked, why? You've already told her about turning into a child. It wouldn't be such a big deal to disclose this too, would it? Conan shook his head gently, his expression serious. You don't understand. If Ran were to find out, she would undoubtedly worry. I don't want to burden her with unnecessary concerns. I can handle some matters on my own. Hattori Heiji sat silently beside the hospital bed and then playfully tapped Conan on the head. You fool. Taking on so much alone will wear you out. So let me, the high school detective from Osaka, accompany you if I ever get the chance to visit Osaka. I promise to treat you well. After speaking, Hattori Heiji extended his left hand towards Conan. Let us look out for each other. Kudo Shinichi and little Edogawa Conan. Likewise, without hesitation, Conan extended his small hand and shook hands with Hattori Heiji. By the way, Kudo, when did you start suspecting that Mrs. Dajwang is actually Miss Katsuki Yoshiko's biological mother? When Miss Katsuki initially wanted to take me away, Mrs. Dajwang's action of grasping Miss Katsuki's hand rather than pushing it away signifies a protective gesture. I believe Mrs. Dajwang was concerned about Miss Katsuki getting infected by me. I see. The renowned high school detective Kudo Shinichi truly lives up to his reputation. I concede in this reasoning contest. Fool, there's no such thing as winning or losing in reasoning. In this world, the truth always remains singular. After an exchange of words, the two young detectives forged a deep friendship and acknowledged each other's deductive abilities. Believing that they would become close brothers who would rely on one another for life, in contrast to the mutual admiration shared between the two boys, the friendship between Ran and Hiei was rooted in their many commonalities, such as appearing quiet and demure, yet possessing overwhelming strength, and their constant concern for a certain great detective nearby. On the way back, Ran expressed her concerns. Shinichi, is it really appropriate for you to do this? What if that fellow Hattori Heiji discovers your identity and inadvertently lets it slip? Gazing at Ran's worried expression, Conan smiled reassuringly. Ran, you need not worry. Hattori is reliable, and besides, his family has some connections in the Osaka Prefectural Police. He might even help us uncover that mysterious organization. Indeed, upon witnessing Conan's expression brimming with confidence, Ran decisively opted not to dwell excessively on the matter at hand. She swiftly shifted the conversation, saying, by the way, Hiei and I have agreed that if we ever have the chance to visit Osaka, she will personally host us. I am quite curious about the delights that Osaka has to offer. After a moment of contemplation, Conan replied, in Osaka, Takoyaki and Osaka Castle are quite renowned. If we have the opportunity, let us have Hattori and the others guide us around. In stark contrast to the cheerful banter shared by Ran and Conan. Kagoro, who walked ahead, displayed a noticeably low spirit, his expression resembling that of someone suffering from constipation. Damn that detective kid. He returns just to whisk away my daughter, and that detestable criminal managed to escape so swiftly. We've searched for nearly an entire day without finding him. What a dreadful job. While grumbling and complaining, Kagoro and his companions finally made their way back to the office. just as Kagoro was about to retrieve the key to open the door. He was taken aback by the scene before him. The office door lay on the ground, as if it had been struck by a battering ram. Kagoro ran, "Call the police. Our office has been burglarized." "No, it's been robbed by a grand thief. The door has been dismantled." Upon hearing Kagoro's frantic cries, Ran and Conan, who had just reached the bottom of the stairs, halted in their tracks. Conan then glanced at the mecha horse parked in the shed. As if struck by a realization, Ran, "Didn't you mention before that the backpack was delivered by the mecha horse?" "Yes," Ran replied, somewhat dazed, as she began to comprehend how the mecha horse had managed to retrieve the backpack from the room without a key. After a brief silence, Conan gently tapped Ran's arm and advised, "Let us get a spare key made for the mecha horse later. Otherwise, it could be quite troublesome if we need to break down the door again." "Understood. I will take care of it shortly." Just as Conan and Ran discussed arrangements for the office's door, the mecha horse in the shed began to gently sway its head, though its intentions remained unclear. Fortunately, the mecha horse had been cautious, merely dismantling the door without damaging any furniture or other items. Otherwise, Kagoro would surely have exploded with rage. After finally resolving the door issue, that night, as Ran tossed and turned in bed, she pondered, "Shinichi, how did you revert to your original self?" "About that?" Conan sat up, resting his chin on his hand deep in thought, before suddenly exclaiming, "Could it be due to that bottle of white liquor? I felt something unusual in my body after drinking it." Upon hearing this, Ran's drowsiness evaporated instantly, and she bolted upright, excitedly asking, "Does that mean if you drink enough, Shinichi, you can completely revert to your original self?" Conan could not provide a definitive answer to Ran's speculation, only ambiguously suggesting there might be a possibility, but the odds, however, before he could finish, Ran leapt barefoot from the bed and soon returned with the bottle of white liquor. "Come on, Shinichi, drink more and see if it works." Without waiting for Conan's response, Ran poured a full glass and presented it to him. Unable to refuse, Conan took the glass and downed its contents in one go. "So spicy?" Ran eagerly inquired. "How does it feel? Any signs of reverting?" Conan blushed, saying, "It seems not, but I feel a bit tipsy. Is this just one glass?" "Shinichi, don't get drunk yet. I'll find some peanuts as a side dish. Eating while drinking should help you not get too drunk, right?" Thus, that evening, Conan consumed an entire bottle of white liquor along with a plate of peanuts. However, aside from waking up with a hangover, he felt no other effects. The next day, with a still dizzy Conan and the remaining white liquor, Ran sought out Professor Agasa to explain the situation. After exhausting all methods except dissection, Professor Agasa finally provided Ran with a definitive answer. It appears he has developed a tolerance. Much like the body produces antibodies after recovering from an illness, Shinichi's body has built up resistance to this liquor, rendering it ineffective now. Ran felt somewhat disheartened. How could this happen? I thought Shinichi could finally return to his original self. Professor Agasa reassured her. There's no need to be too disappointed, Ran. This is at least a discovery. Once I thoroughly analyze the components of this white liquor, I might be able to create a special antidote to restore Shinichi's former state. All right, then I leave everything to you, Professor Agasa. Dada. Hee, I am Sherlock Holmes. Conan, still reeling from the effects of the alcohol, pointed towards the sky with one hand while sporting a silly grin. At the end of the school day at Teton Elementary. "Conan, have you taken up dancing recently? Why does your walking style seem so peculiar?" observed Ayumi, noticing Conan swaying side to side as if performing a dance. Conan, however, appeared particularly pale. "What dancing? I'm merely recovering from a hangover." The chance to revert back just slipped away, while inwardly lamenting. Conan forced a smile and explained, "Something like that. I saw an interesting dance on television yesterday, so I'm just trying to mimic it. Is that so?" The naive Ayumi, entirely trusting, nodded in agreement. A moment later, Jinta and Mitsuhiko rushed out of the classroom, and thus the four of them set off home together. "Conan, little rascal, over here." Just as they stepped out of the school gates, a luxurious stretch limousine screeched to a halt before them. In the next moment, Sonoko poked her head out of the window, beaming as she waved at Conan. "Sonoko, what brings you here?" "Of course, I came to find you, little rascal. What else would I be doing?" After stepping out of the car, Sonoko playfully tousled Conan's hair into a mess, then turned to assess the other three children, asking, "Are they your friends?" "Yes, we were just heading home." Yes, he answered nonchalantly. Conan helplessly tried to fix his disheveled hair. "Honestly, How childish to still enjoy pranks at this age. Sorry, little rascal, but you need to come with me for a bit. Going home can wait. Without allowing Conan a moment to react, Sonoko pulled him towards the car. Conan was bewildered. Wait. No way, Sonoko. At least let me call Rand first. No need. Rand and the others have already arrived and I came specifically to pick you up, so get in. Sonoko lifted Conan into the car and climbed in alongside him. The next moment, the limousine sped away from Teat-An Elementary. As they watched the car drive further away, the three kids stood in place. Momentarily stunned, Mitsuhiko remarked, I think I've seen that kind of car in magazines. It's the style used in Hollywood to transport big stars that it must cost at least over 2 million. 2 million, Jinta exclaimed. How many servings of eel rice could that buy? Ayumi pouted, somewhat displeased. Honestly, Conan has no resistance to mature older girls. He got whisked away so easily. Meanwhile, inside the car, sorry little rascal. Originally, I intended to pick you up by helicopter. But in the end, I feared it would cause too much commotion, so I had to settle for a car. While apologizing, Sonoko pulled a bottle of grape juice from the car's mini-fridge and handed it to Conan. Thank you. Taking the grape juice with both hands, Conan began to survey the car's interior. Although he wasn't an expert in automobiles, he had seen similar stretch limousines due to his mother's past as a top-tier celebrity. I estimate this car starts at 3 million, but knowing the Suzuki family's lavish style, this one must be even pricier. Sonoko casually remarked, Oh, it's nothing special. It's worth about 8 million or so. Hee, as I guessed. It truly is the affluent Suzuki consortium. The corners of Conan's mouth twitched slightly as he took a gentle sip of grape juice, instantly feeling a refreshing sweetness that was utterly delightful. While savoring the juice, Conan inquired with curiosity, Yuenzi, what on earth has happened? Why did you call for me as well? Well, the situation is indeed rather serious, as it seems our Suzuki family has caught the attention of a very notorious thief, who has even issued a premonitory notice in advance. Upon mentioning this, Yuenzi's expression grew somewhat grave. A thief. Upon hearing this news, Conan was momentarily taken aback, not because the Suzuki family was targeted by a thief, given their stature. It would be quite a feat to remain unnoticed, but rather due to the fact that the Suzuki family's security team was no trifling matter. Most of them had military backgrounds, some even having served on foreign battlefields. Their arsenal was no less impressive. Machine guns and submachine guns were practically standard issue, not to mention the cannons, tanks, and armed helicopters. With such equipment, even Li Yunlong would dare to take on the Huabei. In summary, attempting to steal from the Suzuki family would be akin to occupying Paris before France's surrender. Yuenzi continued, Yes, I believe he is known as Phantom Thief 1412, rumored to be a middle-aged gentleman in his 40s. Yet, according to some witnesses, he hardly resembles a typical thief. Instead, he is described as a gentleman who descends from the night, and to this day, no one has seen his face. That I am truly curious about what kind of handsome visage he possesses. Not long after, Yuenzi succumbed to her infatuation. Meanwhile, upon hearing the name of the notorious thief, Conan fell into a contemplative silence. Had he heard of Phantom Thief 1412 before? When could that have been? Hey, what are you thinking about, little brat? Are you feeling jealous? Huh? Conan, caught off guard, looked up to see Yuenzi covering her lips with a mischievous smile. You are quite the interesting little fellow, since we still have some time before we reach our destination. Why don't we indulge in something entertaining? Yuenzi, what are you planning to do? Upon seeing Yuenzi's wicked grin, Conan began to sweat profusely. Having grown up together as childhood friends, he was all too familiar with Yuenzi's unpredictable nature. If it weren't for his quick feet during the kindergarten leash incident, he might have truly been in trouble. You need not fear, little brat, I shall not harm you, provided you cooperate. No sooner had she spoken than Yuenzi pounced like a hungry tiger. Yamit! Conan's cries echoed through the air. Half an hour later, the vehicle slowly arrived at the jewelry museum, where Kagoro and Ran were indeed waiting for them. Hey, Ran! Yuenzi greeted as she stepped out of the car, prompting Ran to rush over in response. Thank you so much, Yuenzi, for bringing Conan along. But why are you sweating so much? Didn't you come by car? Well, this little brat was quite the handful, but in the end, Yuenzi triumphed. Waha! Upon seeing Yuenzi's exuberant laughter, Ran tilted her head in confusion, but the next moment, she understood the situation. Conan, you. Hearing Ran's voice, she instinctively turned to look, only to find a doll-like princess emerging from the vehicle. At that moment, Ran began to doubt her eyesight. That you, Conan? The doll-like princess nodded pitifully, then took out a tissue to wipe off the whitening powder from her face, finally revealing Conan's true appearance. Ran, I have endured so much on this journey. Recalling the ordeals he had faced during the half-hour car ride, Conan felt tears welling up. How could a manly boy like him be dressed as a girl? Moreover, it wasn't just the change of clothes. Who could explain why there was a wardrobe in the car? As Rand gazed at the transformed Conan, she stifled her laughter. No, it was more of a sympathetic reaction, as she crouched down to gently pat Conan's head in comfort. Then couldn't help but complain to Yuenzi. Yuenzi, this seems a bit excessive, don't you think? Conan is a boy, yet you treat him like a doll. Yuenzi muttered softly, I didn't intend to, but the moment I saw that little brat's face, I couldn't resist. It would be such a waste not to do something. Rand shook her head in disbelief, realizing that even if Shinichi Kudo had turned into a child, these two playful adversaries would still find ways to bicker. In the next moment, Rand took out her phone and positioned herself and Conan in front of the camera. Conan, what are you doing? Conan, don't misunderstand that I simply think you look quite adorable like this. So I wanted to take a photo for memories. Click, click. The sound of the camera echoed incessantly, like gunfire. Leave a spot for me. Yuenzi, of course, would not miss such a splendid opportunity. She hurriedly made a peace sign and squeezed into the frame, joining Rand to enjoy the spectacle of the princess version of Conan as the backdrop, completely disregarding Conan's exasperated expression. This is a travesty, Conan roared silently in his heart. Finally, after nearly filling the phone's memory, Rand and Yuenzi reluctantly released Conan, allowing him to change back into his original clothes. As he changed, Conan quickly surveyed his surroundings, discovering that the once exhibition-only jewelry museum had been transformed into something resembling a military fortress. Not only were tanks and armored vehicles stationed in readiness, but there were also over a dozen armed helicopters circling above, and astonishingly, trenches and barbed wire had been set up on the ground. One might think a battle was about to commence. Yuenzi, isn't this a bit exaggerated? It feels like we're preparing for war. Yuenzi, upon hearing this, placed her hands on her hips with a serious demeanor. Not exaggerated at all. After all, this jewelry exhibition features our Suzuki family's treasured heirloom. If something were to go awry, my father would surely commit seppuku in an instant. Conan tilted his head in confusion. Heirloom, the Dark Star, the world's largest black pearl. Ever since my great-grandfather acquired the Dark Star, the fortunes of the Suzuki family have soared, developing into what we are today over 3 generations. Just as Conan was pondering this, a voice filled with elegance and grace suddenly echoed through the air. Turning toward the sound, he saw an elegantly dressed noblewoman approaching. Upon seeing the noblewoman, Yuenzi was momentarily taken aback. Mother, what brings you here? Indeed, the noblewoman was none other than Yuenzi's mother, Tomoko Suzuki. To personally inspect the preparations, of course. Our family's heirloom must not suffer even the slightest mishap. Tomoko Suzuki cast a cursory glance at the museum's outer defenses before gesturing toward a nearby open area. Set up 3 anti-aircraft guns there to prevent Phantom Thief 1412 from escaping via a glider. Understood. In an instant, over a dozen armed security personnel began deploying the anti-aircraft guns. As the guns were being set up, Tomoko turned to Ran and offered an elegant smile. I apologize, Ran, for not having the chance to properly host you. However, given the significance of this matter to our family, I hope you can understand. After speaking, Tomoko Suzuki gave a slight bow to express her apologies. Ran quickly replied, Aunt, you are too kind. Please don't worry about me. I hope my presence doesn't cause you any trouble. You are still as considerate as ever. No wonder Yuenzi and your friendship has endured through the years. A faint smile graced Tomoko's lips as her gaze shifted to Conan. You are the Edogawa Conan living with the Rand family. Correct? I've heard Yuenzi mention you. Hello, Aunt. Tomoko Suzuki slowly crouched down, scrutinizing Conan before suddenly speaking. You bear a striking resemblance to that child from the Kudo family. If not for the age difference, I would almost suspect you to be Shinichi Kudo's illegitimate son. After all, that boy has quite the charm with the opposite sex. Hello, is this a compliment or a jab? Faced with the words of Tomoko Suzuki, Conan could only respond with a childlike, innocent smile to evade the situation. Fortunately, Tomoko Suzuki did not press Conan further. After finishing her statement, she stood up and announced, All right, let Sonoko take you around the vicinity for a good look. Just remember not to trouble those who are working. Understood, Conan and his companions replied obediently, then turned to leave. By the way, Sonoko, the son of the World Bank president, is about to celebrate his 18th birthday and has invited us. Could you find some time? Sorry, Mom, but I have been quite busy lately. You and Dad can go without me. Goodbye. Understanding her mother's implication, Sonoko quickly devised an excuse to decline and then grabbed Ran and Conan, sprinting away in a flurry. In no time, they vanished without a trace. Tomoko Suzuki shook her head in exasperation, always clamoring to find a Prince Charming, yet when the moment of truth arrives, she runs away faster than anyone else. And to think she believes in fortune-telling. Tomoko sighed with the resignation of a mother. Meanwhile, in a corner, huff, I must be dead tired. Hiding here should suffice, right? Like a wild dog after a mad dash. Sonoko panted heavily, while Ran and Conan were not as carefree, though they too gasped for breath. Huff, Sonoko, why did you run so fast? I almost tripped just now. Sorry, Ran, but I had no choice if I didn't run fast enough. My mom would definitely make me go on blind dates with those wealthy young masters, and I definitely don't want that. After a considerable time, the trio finally managed to stabilize their breathing. Then Conan suddenly spoke up. By the way, Sonoko, didn't you mention that Phantom Thief 1412 left a foreboding letter? Could I take a look at what it says? Sure, go ahead, but I doubt you'll understand it. It's written like a code. Even my dad and the others can't figure it out. Sonoko rummaged through her pocket and soon retrieved a crumpled letter, handing it to Conan. When the moon separates us, I shall heed the call of the night and the stars, and with the wave's invitation, I will come to claim it. After perusing the riddle-like message in the letter, Conan fell into deep contemplation, his brain cells working furiously. Noticing Conan's furrowed brow, Ran and Sonoko exchanged a glance, then instinctively each took one of Conan's hands and led him outside. Hey, what are you doing? Conan, let us take a stroll around. Perhaps we might stumble upon something, Ran suggested. Yes, I'll take you to see my family's heirloom, the Night Star Pearl. It will surely widen your horizons, you little rascal. Thus, Conan was forcibly taken on a tour of the entire museum, where he also beheld the Suzuki family's heirloom, the Night Star Pearl, roughly the size of an adult's half palm that appeared dark and unassuming, but actually radiated a brilliant luster. On the rooftop of the Cupido City Hotel, at precisely 12:28 Creek, Conan gently pushed open the iron door and stepped outside, his gaze scanning the surroundings like a radar. Excellent. If my deductions are correct, this is indeed the location where Phantom Thief 1412 is set to appear. Ding ding to AT that moment. Conan's phone suddenly rang, prompting him to hastily retrieve it from his pocket and answer. Hello, Dr. Shinichi. I've gathered all the information regarding Phantom Thief 1412 as you requested. Even your father's notes contain records about him. Conan was taken aback. Even Dad's notes mention him? Yes, according to your father's notes. This Phantom Thief 1412 first appeared in Paris 18 years ago. However, he mysteriously vanished for a decade thereafter. Yet today, 8 years later, he has reemerged, operating solely within our country's borders. Conan's brow furrowed slightly. So the earliest recorded appearance was 18 years ago, meaning Phantom Thief 1412 must be quite seasoned. Moreover, there are numerous descriptions of Phantom Thief 1412 in the media, such as the Lupin of Hazor the Magician under the moonlight. However, only your father's codename for him has gained widespread recognition. What codename? Conan inquired eagerly. Your father became quite fascinated with this Phantom Thief 1412, who toyed with the police of various nations as if they were mere children. Finding the number 1412 cumbersome, he simplified it to Kid. Indeed, hence everyone refers to this Phantom Thief 1412 by that alternate name. Crash. Just as Conan was intently listening to Dr. Agasa's information, a rustling sound behind him caught his attention. He turned swiftly, his pupils narrowing in astonishment. A white top hat, a flowing white cloak, and a man exuding almost flawless elegance descended gracefully onto the rooftop, as if he were a magician announcing the commencement of a performance under the moonlight. Phantom Thief Kid. Unbeknownst to Dr. Agasa on the other end of the line, he directly recited the code name of Shinichi Kudo as Phantom Thief 1412. Phantom Thief Kid. Gazing upon this moonlit magician, Conan felt a subtle pressure within him, a sensation he had not experienced even during his first confrontation with Alfei. Little boy, why are you still here so late? Don't your family worry about you? The voice of Phantom Thief Kid was surprisingly soft and gentle, almost as if it possessed a magical power capable of stirring one's soul, as though he held absolute control over the situation. Phantom Thief Kid gracefully approached, and Conan seized the opportunity to scrutinize the true visage of Phantom Thief Kid. With no superfluous movements, the single-lens glasses and backlighting perfectly concealed his features. However, this Phantom Thief Kid appeared quite young. Possibly in his 30s or even his 20s. After formulating a rough assessment of Phantom Thief Kid in his mind, Conan swiftly switched his phone to explosive gun mode and raised it. Pulling the trigger towards the sky, whoosh, bang, the laser beams surged into the air, instantly bursting forth like fireworks. The patrolling police units were immediately captivated by this spectacle. Officer Nakamori, unidentified fireworks have appeared in the vicinity of the Kudo City Hotel. Should we initiate a search? Of course, this must be the work of Phantom Thief Kid. Quickly, everyone mobilized to capture him. Understood. After issuing the command, Nakamori Ginzo swiftly took the driver's seat of the police car. His eyes ablaze with determination. You foul kid. Today I will capture you at all costs and expose your true identity. With his resolve firmly stated, Officer Nakamori pressed the accelerator to the floor and sped toward the Kudo City Hotel. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the Kudo City Hotel, Conan faced off against Phantom Thief Kid. A slight smile crept across Conan's lips. I've been waiting for you. Phantom Thief K, ID'd I in the face of this unexpected turn of events. Phantom Thief Kid remained utterly composed, exuding an air of calm. It seems you've come to welcome me. Little boy, I didn't expect you to decipher the code I left behind. You must not be an ordinary child. May I ask your name? I am Edogawa Conan, a detective doe. A detective? Upon hearing Conan's brief introduction, Phantom Thief Kid expressed mild astonishment, then gently clapped his hands. Little detective. You are indeed remarkable. At least your intellect completely surpasses that of those self-important adults. After saying this, Phantom Thief Kid elegantly performed a bow. Observing Phantom Thief Kid's nonchalant demeanor, Conan felt a surge of frustration. Are you not planning to do something? If you continue to linger here, I firmly believe that the police will soon encircle this place, and at that moment, escape will be utterly impossible for you. Thank you for your concern, young detective. But an exceptional magician never worries about the number of spectators present. It is now time for the audience to take their seats. Nanny? Amidst Conan's puzzled gaze, the elusive Phantom Thief Kid conjured a walkie-talkie from thin air, and after a light cough, raised it to his lips. I am Officer Tamaki. Phantom Thief Kid is currently on the top floor of the Kudo City Hotel. All police helicopters proceed immediately to secure the target airspace. Upon witnessing Phantom Thief Kid's actions, Conan's expression shifted dramatically, for the Phantom Thief Kid had the uncanny ability to mimic others' voices without any tools, flawlessly, and without a trace of a flaw. What's the matter, little brother? You seem quite astonished. After stowing the walkie-talkie, Phantom Thief Kid deftly concealed his body with his cloak, a faint smile gracing his lips. There is no need for surprise. There is nothing a magician cannot accomplish in this world. Allow me to share one more piece of information. If the thief is a masterful artist, skilled in the art of stealing treasures, then the detective is merely a pedantic critic trailing behind him. What did you say? Upon hearing the disparaging remark about his esteemed profession, Conan's anger flared. His face even bore the faint pattern reminiscent of Ophi Enos. Splash! The Phantom Thief Kid has been spotted. Just as the situation grew dire, several police helicopters began to circle above the hotel, their searchlights locking onto Phantom Thief Kid. Yet, it felt akin to a spotlight illuminating the protagonist on stage. Do not move, Phantom Thief Kid. At the same moment the helicopters had him in their sights, Officer Nakamori and his team stormed onto the rooftop, with a dozen guns aimed squarely at Phantom Thief Kid. Faced with the ominous muzzles of the firearms, Phantom Thief Kid remained unfazed, waving cheerfully at Officer Nakamori at the forefront. Officer Nakamori, it has been a while. Officer Nakamori retorted tersely. Humph, no need for pleasantries. Phantom Thief Kid, you are now completely surrounded by the police, and you shall not lay your hands on the Dark Star. Fear not, I had no intention of acquiring the Dark Star today. What? Did I not mention in the prelude that April 1st is, of course, April Fool's Day? As soon as the words left his mouth, Phantom Thief Kid's glider unfolded behind him, prompting Officer Nakamori to urgently call to his subordinates. Quickly, apprehend him. Do not let Phantom Thief Kid escape. Yes. Just as the officers were preparing to rush forward and subdue Phantom Thief Kid, he suddenly threw a small iron ball from his pocket. Whoosh! In the next moment, the iron ball erupted with blinding light and thick smoke. causing everyone present to instinctively shield their eyes. Approximately 5 seconds later, as the light and smoke dissipated, the crowd opened their eyes, only to find that Phantom Thief Kid had vanished without a trace. What happened? Where did Phantom Thief Kid go? He couldn't have run far. Search quickly. Headquarters, requesting backup. Please send more officers to assist, as the police commenced a thorough search. Conan also sought to leverage his keen sense of smell to locate Phantom Thief Kid. However, the lingering acrid gas in the air forced him to abandon that notion. Damn it, he managed to escape. Conan, furious, struck the wall with such force that it left a spiderweb of cracks. The next day, "Hey, Shinichi, did you see Phantom Thief Kid last night? Indeed, that guy is nothing but an arrogant egomaniac. Just listening to him makes my blood boil." Reflecting on the experience of being toyed with the previous night, Conan felt a surge of frustration and plopped down in Kagoro's office chair, throwing darts to vent his emotions. Noticing Conan's irate demeanor, Rand didn't question why he didn't transform into Fui's to apprehend Phantom Thief Kid. After all, if Phantom Thief Kid were to expose Conan afterward, even if he eventually got out of prison, Conan would likely have to spend decades in the lab first out of course. Conan realistically had only about 20 years of life left. By the way, Shinichi, why didn't you call me to join you? If I had been there, perhaps I could have helped you capture Phantom Thief Kid. Conan shook his head gravely. It would have been futile. That guy, while infuriating, is undeniably skilled from the very beginning. Nakamori and the others were completely outwitted by him. Conan paused for a moment, then teased Rand. It was already past midnight, and you were sleeping like a pig. I called you for ages, but you wouldn't wake up, so I had no choice but to go alone. Is that so? Rand blushed, looking down and muttering. I'm not a pig. You are, Shinichi. Your whole family are pigs. Humph. Conan playfully snorted like a pig, causing Rand to stifle a laugh. Ding ding. Just then, Rand's phone rang. She quickly answered it, placing the phone to her ear. Hello, it's Sonoko. What's happening over there? Phantom Thief Kid has sent another prelude. On April 19th, the SS Shalabeth will set sail from Yokohama Harbor, and I intend to secure that genuine Dark Star Pearl on board. Signed, Phantom Thief Kid. What an arrogant fellow, planning to make another appearance. After carefully reading the announcement, a knowing smile crept across Conan's lips, sensing a thrilling rivalry akin to the clash between Sherlock Holmes and Professor Moriarty as both sides awaited the other's move. While Conan perused the prelude, Rand was perplexed as she asked Sonoko, since we already know Phantom Thief Kid will come again, why not simply cancel the sailing event? After all, the ship belongs to your family, right? To which Sonoko replied, exasperated, my father and I both think so, but my mother disagrees, saying that canceling the sailing would mean the Suzuki Group is conceding to Phantom Thief Kid, even if it means risking the Dark Star. We must compete with Phantom Thief Kid. Your mother truly is a remarkable woman. Indeed, at home, my mother has the final say. After all, my father loves her to the core. As she spoke, Sonoko's gaze casually drifted toward Conan, who was still engrossed in the announcement. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was April 19th, the day of the SS Shalabeth's departure. The distinguished guests invited by the Suzuki family began boarding, and Conan and his companions were notably among them. Are you kidding? Such a level of scrutiny is child's play for Phantom Thief Kid. This sailing event should be immediately canceled. Officer Nakamori, the attendees of this event are all prominent figures in society. We cannot act rashly. Moreover, if we forcibly interrupt it, it would also be a loss of face for our police force at such a time. How can you still be concerned about appearances? Just as Officer Nakamori and Officer Tamaki were embroiled in a heated debate over the event, Tomoko Suzuki, dressed elegantly in evening attire, approached them. There is no need for concern, officers. I have devised a foolproof plan regarding this sailing event. Upon hearing Tomoko Suzuki's confident declaration, the two arguing officers turned to her, only to see a knowing smile forming on her lips. Phantom Thief Kid desires the Dark Star, does he? Very well. If he can find it within the 3 hours of our voyage, he may have it. But only if he can indeed locate it. Meanwhile, aboard the Esta Shalabeth, the invited guests indulged in gourmet delicacies while engaging in lively discussions, each attendee holding a significant position in society. What a magnificent top-grade snowflake steak. Let us indulge a little more. Amidst the assembly of distinguished guests, there is no doubt that Goro stands out as the most unconventional of them all, while others feign a culinary engagement as a pretext for their own agendas. He is genuinely devoted to relishing the exquisite delicacies before him, as if he had starved in a previous life. Goro transforms into the ancient beast known as Taotai, devouring every morsel within his reach. Witnessing her father's unrestrained behavior, Xiaolan's expression falters. Dad, could you please be a bit more discreet? Everyone is watching us. Let them observe. We shall enjoy our meal undisturbed. There is no need to compromise our appetites for their gaze. After downing a glass of red wine, Goro promptly delivers a heaping plate of delectable dishes to Xiaolan. Eat up, Xiaolan. These are all nutritious delights. Allow me to procure some more for you. Dad? Wait a moment. Xiaolan attempts to rein in her father, but his speed is astonishing, and he vanishes among the crowd of guests in the blink of an eye. Beside them, Conan observes this spectacle and muses internally. How should I even begin to describe my uncle? Hello there, young one. HM? Hearing someone call out to him, Conan instinctively turns to see a middle-aged man with a gleaming forehead and a broad smile. Excuse me, may I ask if you enjoy acting? My latest manga is being adapted into an anime titled Death God Elementary Student, and you resemble the character I envision almost perfectly. That if you're willing, I would love for you to portray the lead role. Acting? Upon realizing the man's intentions, Conan is instantly reminded of the rigorous training he endured under Yukiko, which felt like a nightmare. But I'm just a child, and I don't understand acting. Goodbye, uncle. Without a moment's hesitation, Conan bolts away, swiftly disappearing from sight. Hey, young man, please reconsider. The filming will take quite some time, and this could serve as your stepping stone into the entertainment industry. However, despite the middle-aged man's earnest pleas, Conan remains resolute in his decision, leaving the man to sigh in resignation that it seems the original plan to pursue an animated route must proceed. Let us hope the production team does not radically alter my work. Aoyama, why are you standing there in a daze? Come over here. Jing Chong, if you keep dawdling, be careful that Nan will have you kneeling on a washboard when we return home. Upon hearing his companion's call, Aoyama, the middle-aged man, hastily waves and jogs over that I'm coming. I'm coming. Let us speak civilly instead of threatening to make me kneel. His companions burst into laughter, filling the air with a jovial atmosphere. By the way, Aoyama, it's been confirmed that Nan will be voicing the lead character. You can rest easy now that Aoyama's face lights up with joy as he nods vigorously. That's wonderful, with Nan leading. The role is secured. However, there is another crucial character about to make an entrance, and I'm concerned. Fear not. I am aware of your requirements, and I have already brought someone along. Miss Hayashihara, would you kindly step forward? Certainly that I in the next moment. A warm and gentle-faced woman approaches Aoyama and introduces herself. My name is Emi Hayashihara. I look forward to working with you. Meanwhile, after successfully escaping from Aoyama, Conan suddenly feels his stomach rumble. Consequently, he orders a steaming bowl of noodles, but as soon as the noodles touch his tongue, he lets out a yelp. Too hot, too hot. While fanning his tongue, Conan dons a mask of agony. Little one. It seems you're in a bit of trouble. As Conan attempts to cool his tongue, a handsome young man approaches, offering him a glass of water, soothing his discomfort. Thank you. Let me show you how to handle such hot food. The dashing young man takes the cup, pours water into the bowl, and lets the noodles soak briefly before retrieving them. Just a quick dip in cold water will suffice. The flavor may be milder, but at least it won't scorch your tongue. Thank you, big brother. With a charmingly innocent expression, Conan gratefully accepts the noodles. Hey, Ken, come over here. You finally found something suitable for you. Wangzai steamed buns. Say, you rascal. Was that intentional? You could have simply called me Hantian. Upon hearing his companioness address, Hantian feigns annoyance, but cannot suppress a glimmer of joy in his eyes. That I'm off, little one. Be cautious while eating. Yes, goodbye. Conan waves farewell as he observes Hantian linking arms with a kind-faced young man. Come on, say, to celebrate your successful recovery, let us indulge in a feast and aim for collaboration in our next project. Absolutely. For the next project, let us ensure that Kohei continues his role as the beach guardian. Absolutely. Thus, after navigating through a series of minor incidents, and after nearly an hour of sailing aboard the Shalabais, the elegantly dressed Tomoko Suzuki steps into the spotlight. Welcome, everyone, to this auspicious departure event. On behalf of the Suzuki Foundation, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the friends present, like a queen addressing her subjects. Tomoko delivers a grand opening statement, prompting a wave of enthusiastic applause from the attendees. The old adage states that wealth seldom lasts beyond 3 generations, yet in the face of the Suzuki Foundation, this saying loses its potency. From the time of Shiro Suzuki's grandfather, who laid the foundation for their fortune, to the present, the Suzuki Foundation has become a formidable commercial powerhouse, compelling even heads of state to show them deference. This success is inextricably linked to the family's values and teachings, with Yoko serving as a living testament. As the daughter of a business magnate, Yoko possesses none of the arrogance typically exhibited by the scions of wealth. She is devoid of vices, save for her penchant for delicious food and her admiration for handsome men. Rather than relying on wealth to intimidate others, she upholds steadfast principles, making her a rarity among the elite. Moreover, not just Yoko, but nearly all members of the Suzuki family have undergone rigorous education, ensuring they learn how to be proper individuals before graduation. It is precisely because of this familial ethos that the Suzuki clan has flourished to its current stature. With no signs of diminishing momentum, gazing upon the multitude of guests seated before her, Tomoko maintains an elegant yet warm smile as she raises her glass in salute. I appreciate each of you for taking the time from your busy schedules to join us today. Here's to the hope that the Suzuki family and all of you can sustain a stable friendship in the days to come. Cheers. As her words conclude, Tomoko tilts her head back and drains her glass, prompting the guests to follow suit. Yoko, your mother was simply magnificent. She resembled a queen. Yoko proudly puffs out her chest. Of course. Just look at who my mother is. However, you don't quite possess half of Tomoko's commanding presence. Conan silently critiques to himself that I believe everyone here is aware that the infamous thief, Kaido Kuroba, has set his sights on our family heirloom, the Dark Star, boldly leaving a notice that he intends to steal it during this voyage. Therefore, I have prepared a special gift for this gentleman thief. At this juncture, Tomoko pauses for effect, then, with a smile, retrieves a beautifully crafted small gift box. I trust that each of you received this gift box upon boarding. Now, please, let us open it together. Tomoko's words resonate. The guests eagerly unwrap their previously received gift boxes, and gasps of astonishment fill the air. It's the Dark Star. Mine too. What on earth is happening? Seeing the guests whispering in shock, Tomoko takes the microphone and addresses them. Isn't Kaido Kuroba renowned as the illustrious jewel thief? Given the circumstances, I am eager to witness the prowess of this magician under the moonlight. To see how he can discern the true Dark Star amidst countless replicas. Of course, the genuine Dark Star is currently possessed by a woman who complements it perfectly, though her identity must remain a secret for now. As the final word fell, Suzuki Tomoko first adorned herself with luxurious silk gloves, then retrieved the Dark Star from its ornate box to wear it upon her chest. The guests present, inspired by her example, began to don their own dubious Dark Stars. Once adorned, Xiaolon, somewhat perplexed, inquired, Yuenzi, is this truly just a replica? Why does it feel so much like a real pearl? Because it is indeed a genuine pearl. Yuenzi replied that my mother acquired several pearl farms, selecting pearls of the same size as the Dark Star to create this. What? Xiaolon was astounded, her mind struggling to comprehend the extravagant lengths the wealthy would go to for such a creation. As Xiaolon was left speechless, Conan opened his own gift box, and upon seeing the gleaming Dark Star within, promptly closed it again. Yuenzi, bemused, asked, What are you doing, little brat? Why won't you wear it? Yours might very well be the true Dark Star. Yuenzi, do you know where I might find the list of attendees for this event? Conan bypassed her question, directing his own. Yuenzi, slightly confused, replied, I have it on my phone. What do you need it for? Conan reached out, requesting, Let me see it. Not unless you call me the beautiful and charming Yuenzi, she teased. Ultimately, Conan begrudgingly complied with Yuenzi's demand, and only then did he receive the list of attendees from her, who was now laughing uncontrollably. After approximately 5 minutes of perusing the information, Conan's lips curved into a slight smile, as he had finally confirmed the presence of the true Dark Star. Suddenly, several Dark Stars tumbled to the ground, rolling to the feet of fortunate guests, whose Dark Star has fallen. Without a second thought, the lucky attendees bent down to retrieve the Dark Stars at their feet. However, the moment their hands made contact, the Dark Stars released a thick cloud of smoke. Cough, cough. What is happening? Is it a terrorist attack? Run. In the face of the suddenly billowing smoke, the guests erupted into chaos, desperately trying to escape through the exits. Everyone, remain calm. There is no need for panic. This is merely a trick by Kid the Phantom Thief. In response to the frantic guests seeking to flee, Officer Nakamori immediately ordered his officers to secure the exits. Aware that only Kid could employ such tactics at that moment, amidst the chaos, Suzuki Tomoko, who had been toasting with guests, lost her balance and fell to the ground. Mrs. Suzuki, are you all right? I'm fine, thank you. Officer Takagi, responsible for patrolling the venue, hurried to assist her, just as Xiao Lan and her friends rushed over. Upon reaching her mother, Yuenzi exclaimed, "Mom, where has your dark star gone?" startled by the unexpected question. Tomoko quickly touched her chest, only to find the dark star missing. In an instant, she let out a piercing scream. "Kid, the Phantom Thief has stolen my dark star. That was the genuine dark star." "What?" Kid succeeded. Officer Nakamori froze at Tomoko's scream, and the guests seized the opportunity to surge past him, trampling him in their haste to escape. Ouch. Officer Nakamori, are you all right? Several officers rushed to help him up, wanting to assist in cleaning the shoe prints off him. Grabbing two officers attempting to wipe his shoes clean, Nakamori bellowed, "What are you doing? Hurry and catch those who have fled. Kid must be among them." Yes, the officers, not daring to delay, sprinted out to retrieve the escaping guests, while Officer Takagi also hastily pursued them. Meanwhile, inside the venue, Suzuki Tomoko sat in despair. What now? How could I let Kid get away with this? How will I explain this? Seeing her distress, Yuenzi quickly reassured, "Mom, don't panic. There may still be a way." Wait, where did Xiao Lan and Conan go? Yuenzi looked around and realized that both Xiao Lan and Conan had vanished without a trace. On the deck, Officer Takagi was scanning the surroundings, and upon confirming he was alone, he removed the dark star from his chest and held it up to the moonlight, under the moon's glow. The deep-hued dark star emitted a faint shimmer, though it was quite subtle. Hearing a sudden sound, Officer Takagi turned to see Conan standing behind him, the lenses of his glasses reflecting a bright light. "Oh, it's just you. Little boy, I'm not admiring the moon. I'm just a bit tired and seeking a moment of respite. I didn't expect you to notice." Officer Takagi smiled and approached Conan, handing him the dark star. "Please convey my gratitude to Mrs. Suzuki on behalf of all officers. However, such a precious item as a pearl is not quite fitting for us police officers, so I entrust you to return it to Mrs. Suzuki." After delivering this message, Officer Takagi began to leave. Kid the Phantom Thief truly lives up to his reputation, returning stolen jewels in unexpected ways that I never imagined I would have the honor of witnessing it firsthand. At this, Officer Takagi halted abruptly, glancing back to see Conan mimicking his earlier pose, holding the dark star towards the moon. "What do you mean by that, young man? Are you suggesting this dark star pearl is genuine?" "How could that be?" Conan smirked coldly. "If it weren't genuine, how could it possibly be in your possession, Xiao Lan?" Suddenly, a gust of wind whooshed by as Xiao Lan executed a high kick toward Officer Takagi. Faced with her fierce advance, Officer Takagi's expression changed immediately, and he quickly leaped back to distance himself from her. "Don't move." Just as Officer Takagi landed, Conan's youthful yet remarkably mature voice rang out from behind him, accompanied by the sensation of something akin to a gun pressed against his back. "Is that the dangerous toy from last time? You really are bold, little detective. What if you accidentally shot this lovely lady in front of me?" Upon realizing his predicament, Officer Takagi refrained from any rash movements. Instead, he cooperatively raised his hands, then began to speak in a voice reminiscent of the charming Kid the Phantom Thief. Conan smirked, explaining, "Don't worry. I've adjusted the output frequency beforehand. It will only cause you minor injuries and won't harm anyone else. After all, while I find you quite detestable, you aren't a truly vicious criminal, so I won't go overboard." Kid the Phantom Thief tilted his head slightly. "Then I thank you for your restraint, little detective. If the opportunity arises, I will repay this favor. No need for that. Just make sure you obediently end up in jail. And that will be the greatest reward for me." Soon as he finished speaking, Conan exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Lan, who nodded in understanding and approached Kid the Phantom Thief. "I've long heard that Kid the Phantom Thief's disguise skills are unparalleled. No one has seen your true face for 18 years. Now, let us discover who this magician under the moonlight truly is." As the final word fell from Conan's lips, Ran immediately reached for the disguise mask on Kid the Phantom Thief's face. "However, is it truly of no concern? Are you both not worried about the fate of the real Officer Tamaki?" At this utterance, Rant's movement came to an abrupt halt, and Conan hastily inquired, "What have you done to Officer Tamaki?" "Oh, nothing much. I merely left him alone with the most terrifying creature on Earth. Right here on this ship. So you two should hurry and find him." The moment the last word was spoken, several small black balls suddenly appeared between Kid the Phantom Thief's fingers. Followed by a swift squeeze, a dense cloud of smoke erupted instantaneously. Cough, cough. Ran and Conan were seized by a fit of violent coughing. When the smoke finally cleared, it was indeed as expected. Kid the Phantom Thief had vanished without a trace. "Damn it, he got away again," Conan exclaimed, shaking his fist in frustration. "Shinichi, we should quickly search for Officer Tamaki. That I can't help but wonder what that so-called most terrifying creature on Earth really is." Noticing Ran's anxious demeanor, Conan reassured her. "Ran, there's no need to worry. This ship is not that large. If we search carefully, we will surely locate Officer Tamaki." Ran nodded earnestly. "All right, let us get moving." Later, with Conan's extraordinary sense of smell, they finally found Officer Tamaki in the kitchen pantry, sound asleep while embracing a tuna taller than himself. "Hey, the most terrifying creature on Earth, just this." As Conan dragged the tuna from Officer Tamaki's grasp, he couldn't help but smirk internally. This little thief really doesn't tell the truth. What kind of terrifying creature is this? Meanwhile, in the ocean, Kid the Phantom Thief had shed all his gear and was swimming freely. "Wow, this seawater is freezing. I can hardly move my hands and feet. Master Kaido, I'm coming. Grandpa Terai, I'm over here." A speedboat cut through the waves, and soon the elderly Terai Kojiro pulled Kid the Phantom Thief, or rather, Kaido Kuroba, aboard, providing him with a dry towel. "Please use this, Master Kaido. The ocean is quite cold at this late hour. You must be careful not to catch a cold." "Thank you, Grandpa Terai." Accepting the towel, Kaido began to dry himself off, while Terai steered the boat and inquired about his young master's latest escapade. "Master Kaido, how was the haul this time?" "Don't even mention it. It was just an ordinary black pearl. Nothing like the fabled Pandora gem. I wasted so much effort for nothing. He dried himself. Kaido grumbled about the hardships he had endured recently, and after changing into clean clothes, he turned his gaze toward the direction of the Cerebus. In the next moment, a curious smile appeared on Kaido's face, so reminiscent of Shinichi Kudo's. "To have made me look so foolish. I won't forget you, little detective. Next time, I shall show you the true prowess of Kid the Phantom Thief." Splash! Just as Kaido silently vowed, a large fish, weighing over 3 pounds, leaped from the sea and landed squarely in his hands, its dark, lifeless eyes locking onto Kaido's. In an instant, Kaido's expression turned ghastly. "A fish. Ah, start the boat. Hurry, do not panic, master. I, Terai Kojiro, am here. No fish can harm you." Thus, amidst the shouts of the elder and the younger, the small yacht erupted into a flurry of commotion. On the other side, after confirming Officer Tamaki's safety, Conan and Ran returned to the venue, returning the genuine Dark Star to Tomoko Suzuki. Upon regaining her family's treasured heirloom, Tomoko was elated. "Thank you, Ran. Thanks to you, our Suzuki family's heirloom was not taken by that despicable thief." "Oh no, Auntie, you misunderstand. It was primarily Conan's merit. It was he who deduced that Officer Tamaki was disguised as Kid the Phantom Thief. I merely assisted him." Conan. Upon hearing this, Tomoko's aristocratic features displayed a hint of surprise, and she knelt beside Conan to inquire, "Conan, how did you know that Kid the Phantom Thief was disguised as Officer Tamaki? Could you share the reason with Auntie?" Conan smiled and replied, "It's quite simple. Because, Aunt Tomoko, you were wearing the genuine Dark Star. Therefore, I kept a close watch on you. When Officer Tamaki helped you up, the Dark Star vanished, leading me to realize that it was Kid the Phantom Thief in disguise." Tomoko's confusion deepened. "How did you know I was wearing the genuine Dark Star? Everyone present was wearing the replicas I had meticulously crafted. Why didn't you suspect them?" "Because those pearls were simply too dazzling, and their luster can only last a few decades. Hence, the genuine Dark Star must be comparatively dull. Furthermore, Aunt Tomoko, you have already revealed the truth yourself." Tomoko gasped. "The truth? When did I say that?" A subtle smile graced Conan's lips as he replied, "Hands in pockets. The pearl symbolizes femininity and the moon, so the Dark Star must belong to a woman associated with the moon. Among all the female guests present, only your name, Aunt Tomoko, contains the character for moon. Additionally, I believe you wouldn't easily entrust such a precious heirloom to someone else. Therefore, I concluded that the one you wore was indeed the genuine Dark Star." After hearing Conan's flawless reasoning, Tomoko's expression was filled with profound astonishment. She had never anticipated that this seemingly charming young boy possessed such insight. Meanwhile, Ran noticed that Conan had become so engrossed in his deductions that he had forgotten his surroundings. She quickly shot him a warning glance. And Conan, upon noticing, promptly attempted to feign innocence. Well, you see, I learned all this from television dramas that I never expected it would actually come in handy. It's truly miraculous, seeing Conan display a naive smile akin to that of an ordinary child. Tomoko couldn't help but smile knowingly. Regardless, thank you, Conan, that it's thanks to you that I safeguarded the Suzuki family's heirloom, that I won't let your efforts go unrewarded. But now, it's getting late. You should go rest. Yes, grateful to hear he could leave, Conan was indifferent to any notions of reward, quickly responding in a childlike manner. Yeah, let me show you to your rooms for some rest. We can discuss any matters tomorrow once we dock. Just as Yayoi was about to lead Conan and ran away to rest, Tomoko suddenly interjected. Yayoi, please stay for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Huh? All right. Yayoi was momentarily taken aback, but soon responded obediently. Thus, Conan and Ran followed the server to rest, leaving only Yayoi and her mother in the venue. Yayoi, looking bewildered, asked, Mom, what is it that you want to say? Tomoko crossed her arms and suddenly spoke. Yayoi, regarding your previous thoughts, I have agreed. Really? Yayoi was instantly overjoyed, rushing to embrace her mother and shower her with kisses. Thank you, Mom. I knew you would support me, but why did you suddenly agree? Didn't you say I was being immature? Indeed, compared to you, you do seem rather immature. Mom, am I even your real daughter? Yayoi exclaimed, hands on her hips, clearly displeased. All right. My daughter is the smartest and most beautiful, the perfect little princess. Seeing Yayoi's sulky expression, Tomoko could only soothe her like a child. After a moment, Tomoko became serious. But Yayoi, have you truly thought this through? 11 years is not a short time. You won't have the chance to regret it later. In response, Yayoi, unusually serious, declared, no need to say more. Mom, that I've made my decision. I won't regret it. I am willing to wait 11 years, fully aware of her beloved daughter's temperament. Tomoko Suzuki let out a deep sigh. Since it is thus, I shall refrain from further comment. Just be mindful of your boundaries. Additionally, you must alter your usual habits. Do not let your gaze linger too long on those handsome young lads, lest that little fellow grows envious. Yuanzi expressed her surprise. Really? That little rascal appears quite mature. He shouldn't be bothered by such trivial matters, right? Oh, Yuanzi, you are still too young. As the saying goes, a man remains a boy until death. Even someone as laid back as your father once engaged in peculiar antics. It goes without saying that the current generation is even more susceptible. Yuanzi, intrigued, asked, what peculiar things did my father do back in the day? Please tell me, Mom. I promise I won't breathe a word. Noticing her daughter's eager curiosity, Tomoko Suzuki's eyes flashed with a hint of exasperation before she gently rested her hand on her cheek and began to recount. Your father and I were childhood sweethearts. Back in elementary school, a boy from our class persistently tried to engage me in conversation, which made your father extremely angry that he skipped school, returned home with a sack full of gold bars, and demanded that the principal allocate a classroom exclusively for the two of us. When your grandfather learned of this, your father was quite the spectacle. Time has flown since then. As she reminisced about her youthful days, Tomoko Suzuki's face radiated with happiness. Observing her mother's beaming expression, Yuanzi couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. The beauty of childhood love is truly wondrous, yet I find myself lacking. It's not that you lack it. Rather, you failed to grasp it in time. The very reason you harbor such thoughts now is due to a desire to rectify past regrets. Mom, I'm off now. Goodbye. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuanzi vanished from the gathering, leaving Tomoko Suzuki alone. Sigh. When will this child ever mature? Tomoko Suzuki reflected deeply. The following morning, shortly after 7, the Shiribasu arrived at its destination as a significant contributor to the safeguarding of the Dark Star. Tomoko Suzuki did not hesitate to reward Conan with a staggering sum of 1 billion. Naturally, this amount would be managed by his guardians, Kagoro and Ran, with Ran primarily overseeing it. After all, entrusting Kagoro with finances was akin to placing Sun Wukong in the elixir chamber of Taishang Laojun, an endeavor fraught with peril. Despite this, Kagoro couldn't help but beam with delight. internally praising Conan as a reincarnation of the god of wealth, someone from whom money would fall like rain. However, Conan remained indifferent to the billion. For he was no avaricious soul, and in comparison to that vast sum, he was preoccupied with far weightier matters. The residence of Dr. Agasa. Doctor, have there been any developments? Ah, Shinichi, just in time. I have finally made progress regarding the Ophanor factor within you. Upon Conan's arrival, the already fatigued Dr. Agasa quickly stood to welcome him, presenting the results of his recent research. However, upon seeing the fruits of Dr. Agasa's labor, Conan was momentarily taken aback. Doctor, what do you mean by showing me a photo of you bathing? He gazed at the image of a jovial Dr. Agasa enjoying a bubble bath, utterly perplexed. Oh dear, my apologies, that must have been an accidental inclusion. Quite the blunder, realizing his faux pas. Dr. Agasa's face flushed crimson as he hastily reclaimed the photograph. Why would you even take a photo while bathing? Conan internally scoffed at Dr. Agasa's eccentricities before perusing the research findings, his expression growing serious. Doctor, are you certain these data are accurate? Dr. Agasa nodded affirmatively. Absolutely. I utilized the blood sample extracted from you previously to conduct my analysis. After considerable effort, I managed to isolate the Ophanor factor, which fundamentally represents a form of evolution. Evolution? Indeed, the Ophanor factor can fuse with the cells of a select group of individuals, enabling humanity to evolve into Ophanors and acquire formidable powers. However, the intensity of this evolution far exceeds what the human body can withstand, and each transformation consumes a portion of the Ophanor factor. Once the factor is entirely depleted, the individual will turn to ash. After absorbing Dr. Agasa's explanation, Conan gazed solemnly at his hands, contemplating the possibility that one day he too might succumb to ash. Much like those Ophanors he had previously defeated, at least I'll save on cremation costs. I just need to keep a urn handy, lest the wind scatter my remains, he mused, attempting to find a silver lining amidst his dark thoughts. Noticing Conan's self-deprecating tone, Dr. Agasa felt a pang of concern. Yet, he mustered a warm smile to offer reassurance. Do not be so despondent, Shinichi, that we still have ample time ahead of us, and we will undoubtedly find a solution in the future. For now, why don't you try out this new machine I've developed? It can measure the Ophanor factor levels in your body. Thank you for your hard work, Doctor. Obediently, Conan followed Dr. Agasa into the lab, where a large machine reminiscent of an MRI scanner awaited. He promptly removed his shoes and laid down for the examination. After about 3 minutes, the test concluded successfully. The results are in, Shinichi. They indicate that your Ophanor factor is quite abundant, and you have at least 20 years left without issue. That's good to hear. That I hope to dismantle that mysterious organization within these 20 years and eliminate those destructive Ophanors as well. That way, if it comes to that, I will have no regrets. Jumping off the machine and stretching his limbs, Conan waved farewell to Dr. Agasa. I must be on my way. Doctor, I need to meet with Ran and Uncle to deposit this money at the bank. If anything arises, feel free to call. Wait, Shinichi, there's one more thing. What is it? Noticing Dr. Agasa's serious demeanor, Conan turned back, and Dr. Agasa began. Shinichi, based on my current understanding of the Ophanor factor, it appears that Ophanors can assimilate ordinary humans through certain methods. However, the probability of awakening as an Ophanor is quite low. Furthermore, if the Ophanor factor is extracted through special means and injected into a deceased body, it seems possible to grant the deceased a new life. But this area of research is still in its infancy. Assimilation and resurrection? As Dr. Agasa spoke, memories of those who had been attacked by the Ophanors flashed through Conan's mind. Without exception, they had turned to ash. Their luck decidedly lacking, with none successfully assimilated. Could it be that I, too, was attacked by an Ophanor at some point? Understanding dawned on him. Rest assured, Doctor, I would never abuse such power if I were to do so. I would no longer be worthy of being a detective. Though filled with questions, Conan brushed them aside and waved goodbye to Dr. Agasa once more. Watching Conan depart, Dr. Agasa's expression turned complex. He harbored a revelation he had yet to disclose. The Ophanor factor within Conan did not appear to be the result of assimilation, but rather seemed to be self-generated, with the condition that the host must be in a state of death. That I hope this is just a miscalculation on my part. Otherwise, how will I explain this to Shinichi? Dr. Agasa silently prayed that the situation would not prove dire. Before turning back to continue his research on the Ophanor factor, if the detective's duty is to uncover the perpetrator through discovered clues, then the scientist's duty is to explore relentlessly, revealing and proving the truths hidden beneath layers of mist. The truth is forever singular at the Miwa First People's Bank. Oh, so you are the esteemed clients. Please, take a seat. Upon learning that Conan and his companions were indeed the owners of the 10 billion. The bank staff could hardly afford to be casual. Even the president personally served them tea, a treatment that likely surpassed that reserved for VIP guests. Thus, Kagoro's vanity was once again satisfied, his face nearly contorted with joy. Ha! President, you are far too courteous. It's merely a trifling sum of 1 billion for me, the illustrious detective Muri Kagoro. It is a piece of cake. Ha! Uncle, could you please be more mindful of your image? This is quite embarrassing, you know. With a hint of exasperation, Conan silently criticized Kagoro, and feeling rather bored, he casually found an excuse to wander around the bank. To his surprise, he stumbled upon a familiar face and waved in greeting. Yamamoto-san, so it's your turn to work today. Oh, Conan, it's you. Upon hearing Conan's call, the receptionist, Hiromi Yamamoto, immediately broke into a warm smile and stood up to greet him. It's been a while, Conan. How have you been? Very well. Thank you for your concern. Hiromi-san. In truth, Conan and Hiromi could only be considered acquaintances, as during his recent visits to the bank with Ran to withdraw money, it was Hiromi who attended to them. She was quite talkative and cheerful, which led to their friendly exchanges over time. Gazing at the amiable Hiromi Yamamoto, Conan couldn't help but smile back and suggested, by the way, Hiromi-san, Uncle is planning to deposit a substantial amount of money here. Why not let you handle the reception? That way, you might earn a nice commission, right? Considering 10 billion, how much commission could that possibly yield? If only a kind soul could calculate it for me. As my math skills are lacking. Thank you, Conan, but my shift is about to end, and I'm quite hungry. I think it would be better to leave this task to my colleagues. Politely declining Conan's offer with a smile. Hiromi took out a sign indicating she was taking a break and headed out. How very open-minded of her, to refuse such a sizable commission, if that's certainly admirable compared to Uncle. Although Conan was somewhat surprised by Hiromi's decision, he chose to respect it. After all, everyone has different aspirations, and he couldn't force someone to work against their will. Meanwhile, Kagoro was still engrossed in conversation with the bank president, making it increasingly difficult for Conan to tolerate. Ran, shall we step out for a bite to eat? It seems Uncle could go on for quite some time. You're right. I think I'm getting a bit hungry too. Thus, Ran and Conan tacitly decided to leave Kagoro behind in the bank to continue his boasting, and made their way out together. With her hands clasped behind her back, Ran turned to Conan with a beaming smile. By the way, Shinichi, I feel like having teriyaki chicken rice. What about you? Conan pondered for a moment before responding. I don't have any particular cravings. I suppose I'll also have a bowl of teriyaki chicken rice. Great. They say the second serving is half price. We might even get a discount. Clang, just as Ran and Conan were passing the bank's parking lot. A sharp metallic sound suddenly caught Conan's attention. What was that sound? It seems to be coming from the parking lot. After confirming the direction of the noise, Conan hurriedly dashed into the bank's parking area, cautiously positioning himself behind a wall to take a look inside. Before him stood two masked gunmen, guarding either side of an armored truck, while a staff member dressed in a security uniform was busy unloading an aluminum box filled with cash. In a nearby corner, two security personnel lay unconscious on the ground, their safety uncertain. Robbers targeting the cash truck? I never expected to encounter such a scene here. That moment, Ran arrived just in time. Upon witnessing the armed robbers attempting to seize the cash truck, her pupils widened in shock, though she quickly regained her composure. This reaction was not due to a lack of concern on her part. Rather, after her recent experiences with her childhood friend returning to their youth and transforming into a masked hero, as well as witnessing the actions of the villainess of Fano, her mindset had shifted, rendering her unfazed by the sight of two petty thieves. Without waiting for Conan to give instructions, Ran took the initiative. Shinichi, should I call the police now? Yes. Following Conan's command, Ran immediately pulled out her phone to report the incident. Just then, however, an annoying telemarketing call interrupted her. Bad news. Bad news. We're having a clearance sale. Oh no. The sudden phone call startled Ran. Although she quickly ended the call, the robbers, unless deaf or blind, would certainly not remain there obediently. Crash. One of the robbers shoved the security guard to the ground, and both masked assailants swiftly jumped into a nearby Wuling Hongguang, speeding away before anyone could react. Robbery. Someone help. In broad daylight, a robbery is happening. Only then did the security personnel muster the courage to call for assistance. Ran, Keep calling for help. I'll pursue them. After fastening his Fui's belt, Conan swiftly took out his Fui's phone and commanded, Kamen Rider, deploy immediately. With a succinct order given, Conan turned his gaze towards the direction the robbers had fled and prepared for the next step. 555 enter, I'll let you have a moment. Let us see who is faster. Transformation. With those final words, Conan inserted the Fui's phone into the belt slot. Standby complete. Meanwhile, at the intersection, Officer Yumi was monitoring for any speeding vehicles. However, in the tranquil town of Mihon, instances of speeding were exceedingly rare, leaving Yumi with little to do. Yawn, what a boring day it's been again. I wonder what I should do when my shift ends. Just as Officer Yumi began to drift off, a Wuling Hongguang sped past her. The speed detection device in her hand instantly registered an outrageous number. Nanny. Finally, some action. Faced with the unexpected speeding vehicle, Officer Yumi was momentarily stunned before her excitement became palpable. All right, let me bring you to justice. Virum. Just as Officer Yumi was filled with determination, Conan's Kamen Rider whizzed past her, creating a gust of wind that briefly lifted her police skirt, quickly tossing her speed detector to the ground. Yumi instinctively pressed down her skirt to avoid an embarrassing situation. Thank goodness I wore white today. It would have been mortifying if someone had seen. With a sigh of relief, Yumi glanced angrily in the direction the Kamen Rider had gone. Oh, so two of them decided to show up today. I absolutely must ensure you both end up in the station for a good long while. In a flash, Officer Yumi jumped into her patrol car, activating the sirens and flooring the accelerator. This is Officer Yumi of the Traffic Enforcement Division. The vehicle's ahead. Please pull over for inspection immediately. Otherwise, you will face the consequences. However, in reality, Officer Yumi had not seen anything and was merely hoping her loud voice would compel the drivers to stop. Unfortunately, her plan was destined to fail. Meanwhile, bolstered by the immense power of the Kamen Rider, Conan finally spotted the Wuling Hongguang driven by the robbers. All right, let us close the distance and catch up. Bang! Bang! Just as Conan was narrowing the gap between them, a hand suddenly emerged from the driver's seat, brandishing a gun, followed by a flurry of gunfire. Yet perhaps due to the robbers' focus on driving, their aim was off. Only 2 bullets struck the Kamen Rider, while the rest flew harmlessly away. Even so, this incited a surge of anger within Conan. How dare they not surrender and have the audacity to shoot back at me? Draw. 106 Enter. Conan swiftly retrieved the Fui's phone from his belt, switching it to explosive gun mode, and aimed it at the Wuling Hongguang driven by the robbers. Whoosh, whoosh. 3 beams of laser light shot out instantaneously, 2 striking the taillights of the Wuling Hongguang, while 1 hit the left rear tire. Under normal circumstances, halting the vehicle would be the only option. However, the Wuling Hongguang before Conan exceeded all expectations. Despite having a damaged tire, it not only maintained its speed but accelerated further, swiftly navigating a drainage ditch and barreling past an oncoming train track. Damn it, you won't escape. Though baffled by the vehicle's strange behavior, Conan was determined not to let it get away. Thus, he floored the accelerator, intending to break through the blockade. Hey, come chase me. Over here. Just as Conan prepared to charge through, he caught a glimpse of 2 mischievous children playing nearby on the railway, oblivious to the approaching train. Buzz. In a moment of urgency, Conan instinctively swerved onto the tracks and yanked the 2 children to safety. Approximately 3 seconds later, a seemingly endless train thundered past. Oh dear. The 2 children remained momentarily stunned, but upon spotting the technologically advanced design of Fui's, their expressions transformed into sheer excitement. So cool, instantly forgetting their brush with danger. The 2 children began to eagerly touch Fui's sleek exterior. Conan could only helplessly pull the unfortunate kids down from the ride. Turning to observe the train still in motion, Conan had to admit he had lost the chase. Continuing the pursuit could lead to unwanted attention. Complicating matters further, the locomotive ahead remained stationary. This is Traffic Enforcement Officer Yumi Kawai. Please comply with the inspection. At that moment, Officer Yumi's mini patrol car arrived on the scene. Without hesitation, Conan pressed the accelerator to the floor. After all, he was not keen on dealing with law enforcement, at least not at that moment. Thus, propelled by the formidable power of the ride, Yumi's patrol car stood no chance, even as it ran low on fuel. Failing to catch up? Damn it, this is infuriating. I've run out of gas. Staring at the empty fuel gauge, Officer Yumi furiously banged her head against the steering wheel, finally stopping only when a sizable bump appeared on her forehead. Ouch! Boo-hoo! Cradling her throbbing head, a mix of anger and grievance, Officer Yumi burst into tears. What? The stolen amount is 1 billion. Does that mean? Mr. Muri, you need not worry. The 1 billion taken was the cash reserve distributed from our headquarters to other branches today. Your 1 billion will arrive the day after tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Kagoro Muri let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, that's good to know that I almost thought 1 billion had just vanished, just as Kagoro celebrated the preservation of his funds. Officer Megier was questioning the guard, Arai, who had assisted the thieves in moving the moneyed AT that moment. I was about to contact my colleagues to move the cash, when suddenly a bullet shattered the window and struck the bag containing coins. The robbers warned me that if I didn't cooperate, I would have to find 2 colleagues to join me. I was terrified, so I complied. Thank you very much for the information. After a brief inquiry, Officer Megier turned to Takagi, asking, So, Takagi, how are the 2 guards faring? Yes, according to the medical staff, both guards suffered concussions from blunt force trauma to the back of their heads, but there is no life-threatening danger, and they should regain consciousness soon. Well, as long as they are safe. But by the way, why is Conan here? Looking at Conan's adorable smile, Officer Megier's expression conveyed sheer exasperation. It felt as if Conan was always present whenever a case unfolded, and seeing him meant trouble was imminent. Never mind, I'll get a master to check if you've been cursed. For now, Conan, can you tell us the license plate number of the vehicle the criminals were driving? Sure. Conan cooperatively provided the license plate number while subtly eyeing the guard, Arai, not failing to notice a glint of suspicion in his gaze from the moment I heard the noise and rushed over. Only a few seconds had elapsed. By then, Mr. Arai had already begun transporting the cash boxes, appearing remarkably calm and far from coerced, indicating he was certainly not being truthful. Although Conan sensed something amiss with Arai, he refrained from voicing it. After all, even if Arai was indeed part of the criminal group, he likely played a minor role as an inside man. Acting rashly would only disturb the nest. Miss Yabe, could you explain why you left your post during working hours? I'm so sorry, Supervisor, that I thought it was around noon, so I went out for lunch. Do you even know what time it is? While everyone is busy, you decide to go eat. Do you have any regard for this team? I sincerely apologized. That moment, Yabe was being scolded harshly by her furious supervisor at the counter. Yet, facing the tirade, Yabe merely bowed repeatedly, her demeanor almost indifferent. Witnessing this, Conan felt an inexplicable unease. Though he couldn't pinpoint what fell off, perhaps it was a possibility worth considering. Just then, Chiba rushed in, breathless, delivering good news. Officer Megier, we found it. The vehicle the criminals fled in has been located on the banks of the Defen River. Great. Everyone mobilized immediately. With police cars roaring, they soon arrived at the riverbank, where the Wuling Hongguang sat motionless. Even with its doors left ajar, Conan, Ran, could you both confirm if this is the vehicle the criminals were driving? Yes, that's the one. After a quick glance, both Conan and Ran affirmed, with Conan particularly confident since the hole he had made earlier was still evident. Officer Megier, the entire vehicle has been thoroughly cleaned. No fingerprints or similar evidence could be retrieved. However, we found these items, which appear to have been inadvertently left behind by the criminals. The officer in charge of examinations saluted and produced 2 evidence bags, revealing the hood and gloves worn by the perpetrators during the crime. Yet, despite this discovery, no fingerprints could be extracted, rendering them of little use. Officer Megier nodded, slightly disheartened. That makes sense. If they had left fingerprints, they wouldn't have been careless enough to drop such items. Wait. Officer Megier, there seems to be something peculiar inside the mask. Suddenly, Conan exclaimed dramatically, pointing at the hood in Officer Megier's hand. Something strange, prompted by Conan's alert. Officer Megier hastily inspected the hood and discovered a pink mark resembling a lip print. Could this have been inadvertently left by the criminal? Show me. Hey, Conan. Conan swiftly snatched the evidence bag containing the hood from Officer Megier's grasp. Examining it closely, no, this definitely isn't something the criminal accidentally left behind. Just as Conan reached a conclusion regarding the hood, Kagoro descended from above, landing a blow on Conan's head. Ouch. How could you be so reckless with such crucial evidence? What if it jeopardizes the case? With a swift motion, a bag containing evidence adorned with a hood was snatched from Conan's grasp by Kagoro, who then unceremoniously tossed Conan into Rant's arms. He proceeded to return the evidence bag to Officer Megier, repeatedly bowing in apology. I sincerely apologize, Officer Megier. This little rascal's insatiable curiosity often leads him to behave inappropriately, I assure you. I will reinforce his upbringing upon our return. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive him. Not at all. It is perfectly natural for children to be curious. You needn't be so overly concerned, Kagoro. What if Conan were to get hurt? After all, he is still just a child. The good-natured Officer Megure was not easily angered. Rather, he found it necessary to counsel Kagoro against being so hard on Conan. While Kagoro and Officer Megure were engrossed in their conversation, they remained oblivious to the glimmer of determination in Conan's eyes as the lenses of his glasses began to reflect a blinding light. Later, around 8 o'clock in the evening, understood, Officer Megure. Thank you. Utilizing a voice-changing tie to mimic Kagoro's tone, Conan discreetly inquired about the residence of Masami Hirota from Officer Megure. Without uttering a word, he exited the office and set off, his mind racing with thoughts and deductions. There was no doubt that Mr. Isue, the guard, was an accomplice of the criminals. Yet, while Miss Masami Hirota appeared somewhat suspicious, the lip print found within the hood was decidedly unsettling. That it lacked the distinct scent of women's cosmetics and was positioned far too low, nearly at the chin, suggesting it had been deliberately placed there. Could it be a setup? As he mentally catalogued all the suspicious elements of the robbery case, Conan leisurely made his way toward Masami Hirota's apartment. However, just then, bang, bang, 3 muffled gunshots rang out, faint yet distinctly jarring in the stillness of the surroundings, and particularly piercing given Conan's acute senses. Gunshots. Could it be? Rushing to the entrance of the alley from which the sounds emanated, he peered inside only to find the guard, Mr. Isue, lying lifelessly on the ground from Mozambique shooting technique, while in front of Isue's unblinking corpse, Vodka sported a triumphant grin as he wiped down a silenced pistol. Dressed in a black hat, sunglasses, and a black uniform, his appearance mirrored that of Tequila. Could he too be a member of that mysterious organization? Just as Conan processed the shocking presence of Vodka, the latter unexpectedly removed his hat and offered a slight bow to Isue's corpse. That I apologize, but my orders require me to leave your body behind. Thus, I must resolve this with a bullet. Please, do take your rest. After this brief farewell, Vodka turned and took his place in the driver's seat of a Porsche, accelerating away without a second glance. Damn it. Witnessing Vodka's retreat, Conan swiftly retrieved his foe's phone to summon the mobile horse. Securing his belt in preparation for transformation, 555 enter standby. Transform. The crimson energy of photon blood surged forth from the belt, enveloping Conan entirely, and with a flash of red light, he transformed into Kamen Rider Foes. Virum. The powerful roar of an engine echoed as the mobile horse arrived at Conan's side post-transformation. After a quick warm-up shake of his hands, Conan mounted the mobile horse and twisted the throttle to its limit. Virum. Meanwhile, Vodka continued driving, simultaneously reporting to Jin over the phone. Boss, I've dealt with the target here. I have yet to receive word from Vermouth. However, I believe she will successfully complete her mission. Well done, Vodka. If Vermouth inquires, play dumb and say nothing. This matter must remain confidential for now. Understood, boss. Just as Vodka was about to end the call and resume his role as a responsible driver, he caught sight of Foes speeding towards him in the rearview mirror, causing his composure to shatter. Boss, it's Foes. Foes is chasing me. I found him. Nanny. Jin's typically unflappable tone betrayed a hint of surprise, but he quickly regained his composure and began issuing orders. Do not engage him directly. Find a way to stall for time. That I will arrive shortly. Understood. As Vodka complied with Jin's directives, the two found themselves on the bridge over the Defen River. Conan, now riding the mobile horse, approached the driver's window and raised his Foes phone, which had been switched to explosive gun mode. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a rapid succession of shots, the driver's side window shattered without surprise. Vodka, in a desperate maneuver, swerved the steering wheel to collide with Conan, who promptly executed an emergency brake. Coming to a halt behind the Porsche, Vodka's vehicle crashed violently into the bridge's guardrail. Crash. In the aftermath of the violent collision, the Porsche was instantly mangled, leaving Vodka uncertain of his condition. Seeing the now motionless Porsche, Conan dismounted from the mobile horse, drawing the Foes blade in his right hand while gripping the Foes phone, still set to explosive gun mode, in his left hand, adopting a stance ready for both close and ranged combat as he cautiously advanced. Crash. Just as Conan traversed halfway towards the wreck, Vodka erupted from the nearly destroyed Porsche, his face marred by the patterns of the Ophiuchus. Roar! In a twist of his body, Vodka transformed into the formidable bull Ophiuchus. Why do you possess the Flea's belt? Who are you? Are you in league with those intruders? Conan, maintaining his composure, responded with a voice altered by the voice-changing tie, projecting a mature and neutral tone. I could ask you the same. What is the true nature of your organization, and what other schemes do you have? Die? Without answering Conan's inquiry, Bull Ophiuchus charged forward with lethal intent. Conan, unhesitatingly, pulled the trigger in response. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Conan's 3 shots rang out, Bull Ophiuchus raised his massive fists as shields, completely disregarding the laser assaults. Realizing his ranged attack was ineffective, Conan swiftly switched the explosive gun back to the Flea's phone, inserting it into his belt before leaping over Bull Ophiuchus's head, narrowly avoiding the deadly charge. Upon landing, Conan wasted no time in sprinting to Bull Ophiuchus's rear, seizing the opportunity before the beast could pivot, and unleashed a flurry of slashes with the Flea's blade. Clash, clash, ugh. Under the onslaught of Conan's fierce strikes, sparks erupted from Bull Ophiuchus's back, prompting a furious roar from the creature. The next moment, a colossal fist swung back, crashing into Conan. Sent flying, Conan collided with the bridge's guardrail, losing grip on the Flea's blade. Damn, this guy is incredibly strong. Shiny Eye. After sending Conan sprawling, Bull Ophiuchus howled to the heavens before charging again. As the beast barreled towards him like a freight train, Conan grit his teeth against the pain radiating through his body. He swiftly donned the Flea's camera on his right hand, inserting the Flea's indicator into the camera with remarkable speed before pressing the enter button. Ready. Exceed charge. In that instant, as Conan finished charging, Bull Ophiuchus was nearly upon him, his massive fists descending like meteors. Summoning every ounce of speed, Conan's right fist, now equipped with the Flea's camera, collided with Bull Ophiuchus's enormous fists. Boom! A powerful shockwave erupted from the collision of their fists, sending Bull Ophiuchus flying a considerable distance. When he landed, he struck the bridge surface, creating a gaping pit filled with spiderweb-like cracks. Ugh! Bull Ophiuchus emitted a weak groan, only to be forcibly stripped of his Ophiuchus state and revert back to vodka. The assault he had just endured could have easily claimed his life, yet it was evident that his most prized fist had absorbed a significant portion of the force. Nevertheless, Vodka was still grievously injured. That moment, Conan, clutching his chest, shakily stood up and retrieved the fallen Flea's blade from the ground. He then moved to stand before Vodka, raising the Flea's blade to point at his throat. You have lost. Confronted by Conan from his elevated position, Vodka exhibited no sign of fear. Instead, a smug smile curled upon his lips. The one who is truly defeated is you. My elder brother will arrive shortly, and then your demise will be imminent. Your elder brother? Who is he? Speak quickly. Conan pressed urgently, sensing the potential for valuable information. In response, Vodka defiantly declared, Even if you torture me, I shall not reveal that my elder brother's code name is Jin, the most formidable character within our organization. Conan. Very well. Then enlighten me further about your so-called elder brother. Jin. Vodka's expression shifted to one of alarm. How do you know my elder brother's code name is Jin? Could there truly be a traitor within the organization? Or are you capable of mind reading? Conan, observing Vodka's astonished visage, found himself momentarily uncertain whether the man was genuinely foolish or merely pretending. As he pondered how to continue his interrogation, a sudden sharp sound of slicing wind erupted from behind him. Bang! Unprepared, Conan felt sparks fly from his back. The onslaught was as fierce as a tempest, forcing him against the bridge's railing in a matter of moments. It was only then that he beheld the true identity of the assailant, an Ophiuchus resembling a lobster, distinctly feminine in form. Upon witnessing the arrival of Lobster Ophiuchus, Vodka's face brightened with evident delight. Absinthe, you arrived just in time. Quickly, capture this fellow. My brother will be here soon, and we can claim our victory. Lobster Ophiuchus offered no reply. Instead, she brandished her sword and charged at the injured Conan. Her speed was astonishing, leaving Conan no time to react. With no other option, he gritted his teeth and grasped the Flea's blade to defend himself. Yet, despite his efforts, he was overpowered by her sword, forced into a half-kneeling position, struggling to maintain his stance. Quick, shoot me, and find a chance to escape. Hearing a familiar voice, Conan looked up in disbelief at Lobster Ophiuchus. Do it quickly. If you delay any longer, you won't be able to escape. Detecting a hint of urgency in her tone, Conan gritted his teeth, retrieved the Fui's phone, and switched it to explosive gun mode. He then pulled the trigger towards Lobster Ofino. Swish, swish, swish. Ugh. Struck by the powerful blasts, Lobster Ofino staggered back. However, in her retreat, her sword sliced through Conan's chest armor, the immense force propelling him off the bridge and into the turbulent Defen River, where he vanished almost instantaneously. At the same moment, the agile Pegasus leapt into the water without a moment's hesitation. Standing at the bridge's edge, gazing down at the relentless Defen River, Lobster Ofino let out a heavy sigh before reverting from her Ofino form back to vermouth. Are you all right, Vodka? You aren't planning to pledge your loyalty to the organization that quickly, are you? The moniker the Chameleon was not mere embellishment. Vermouth swiftly regained her composure and began to tease Vodka in her characteristic mocking tone. Unaware of the deception he had fallen victim to, Vodka struggled to his feet and gratefully addressed Vermouth that I truly appreciate your timely arrival. Absinthe, by the way, you've dealt with that racer, haven't you? Vermouth smiled alluringly, her fingers playfully toying with her silky golden locks. Of course, I perfectly pierced his heart. He didn't even realize what happened before he arrived in hell. Truly worthy of Absinthe. As always, you are formidable. Step, step. Just as Vodka was accustomed to showering her with praise, a sudden, powerful sound of footsteps echoed, prompting both Vodka and Vermouth to turn towards the direction of the noise. There, Jin approached, cigarette between his lips, each step resonating like a heartbeat. Where is he? Without any preamble, Jin directly inquired about the matter at hand. Brother, Vodka, feeling uneasy, lowered his head, unsure of how to explain the situation to Jin. If you are referring to Fui's, he just fell into the river, and he might well be swept into the Pacific Ocean by now. In contrast to Vodka's timidity, Absinthe answered briskly, leaving no room for ambiguity. Jin's brow furrowed sharply upon hearing this, his gaze locking onto Vodka with the precision of a blade. Why did you not detain him? I explicitly instructed you. I am sorry, brother, but that fellow was truly formidable. If Absinthe had not intervened in time, I fear I would have. So you were saying it was you who allowed him to fall? Why did you not capture him alive? Before Vodka could finish, Jin's attention shifted to Vermouth. Confronted by Jin's chilling scrutiny, Vermouth maintained her usual nonchalance. That I fully comprehend that capturing him alive would hold greater value, but a cornered rabbit is not easily caught. That I happened to be bitten rather severely, leaving me little room to pursue an arrest. Vodka hastily added, Brother, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Absinthe was indeed ambushed by that individual, and he even knows your codename. Clearly, there is a spy within our ranks. Nanny, upon hearing the word spy, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Jin's eyes, and an overwhelming aura emanated from him. Even Vermouth, known for her carefree demeanor, displayed a flicker of apprehension. Humph, no matter how much a bug might struggle, it remains a bug. Let him live a little longer. It is time to clean house, starting with that woman tomorrow. Issuing the cold command, Jin turned to leave. However, upon noticing his nearly wrecked Porsche, he paused momentarily, retrieving a grenade from his pocket and tossing it aside. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the expensive Porsche was engulfed in flames, reduced to a pile of rubble. Nothing related to the organization must leak. Everything must be cleaned thoroughly. Vodka, what are your orders, brother? I give you 3 days. Return me a car identical to this one, or face the consequences. Understood. After eradicating all suspicious leads, the trio from the organization finally departed the bridge. Just as they were about to leave, Vermouth cast a casual glance at the rushing Defen River. May you find peace, my dear Silver Bullet. Meanwhile, downstream in the Defen River, plop, with the assistance of the agile Pegasus, Conan, forcibly stripped of his transformation, finally managed to reach the shore. The little detective appeared utterly disheveled, drenched from head to toe, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. I survived. Vroom, vroom. The headlights of Pegasus flashed in a double blink, and the engine roared, seemingly checking on Conan's condition. Struggling to maintain a smile, Conan nodded. Don't worry. I'm fine. Thank you, Pegasus. Who is there? At that moment, a puzzled female voice suddenly echoed from the shore, followed by Conan's vague perception of the flashlight's beam and hurried footsteps. Fearing that the mechanical Pegasus might be discovered, Conan hastily summoned the last of his strength to issue a command. Hide. Quickly conceal yourselves. Buzz, Obediently complying with Conan's order, the mechanical Pegasus swiftly sought refuge in the shadows. Meanwhile, the utterly exhausted Conan collapsed onto the ground, having endured a grueling battle and spent a considerable time submerged in the river. Even the physical prowess of O'Fine could scarcely withstand such strain. "Conan, is that you?" Upon hearing the familiar voice nearby, Conan intended to raise his head to discern the identity of the speaker, but instead, the world around him spun wildly, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Ugh! After an indeterminate period, Conan finally opened his eyes, awakening to a monochromatic ceiling. Where am I? Struggling to sit up, he discovered that he was in a warmly decorated room. Moreover, his previously damp clothes had been replaced with clean, refreshing children's pajamas, and he had even been covered with a blanket. "Conan, you're finally awake. I was nearly frightened to death." Just as Conan's mind was engulfed in confusion, the door to the room gently swung open, revealing Masami Hirota, who entered with a cup of hot coffee. "Miss Hirota, what brings you here? I was just about to ask you. Last night, on my way home from the convenience store, I stumbled upon you by the riverbank. I was genuinely startled, so I brought you home." Handing the hot coffee to Conan, Masami Hirota smiled and explained the situation, and Conan suddenly realized why the voice had sounded familiar. Just as Conan began to breathe a sigh of relief, he noticed a sense of urgency flash in his eyes as he glanced at his waist. "Miss Hirota, have you seen my belt and phone? They were gifts from my mother from abroad, and they are very precious. The belt and phone. Are these what you mean?" Masami Hirota stood and walked to the balcony, returning shortly with the Freeze phone and Freeze belt in her hands. "I am not sure what these are, but they look quite valuable that I wiped them down and left them to dry on the balcony to prevent water damage. Arigato, Miss Hirota." Conan quickly accepted the Freeze belt and phone from Masami Hirota, inspecting them for any damage before finally relaxing. "Phew, it seems the transformation device is waterproof. By the way, Conan, why were you lying damp by the riverbank at such a late hour? Did something happen?" "Hee. Well, I happened to see a little bunny on my way home, and, in my excitement, I accidentally fell into the river while chasing it that I nearly got swept away." Feigning a fearful demeanor, Conan recounted his tale, even managing to squeeze out a couple of tears. Seeing this, Masami Hirota exhibited no suspicion and gently patted Conan's head in a comforting manner. "It's all right. Conan, just remember to avoid playing near the river next time. It can be quite dangerous." "Yes, I'll remember." Like a soft, adorable creature, Conan nodded obediently. Masami Hirota then gently laid him back down on the bed. "Rest well for now, Conan. I have some errands to run. When I return, I'll bring you some delicious cake. How does that sound?" "Thank you, Miss Hirota, I'll be good." Conan nodded adorably, snuggling under the blanket. "Such a good boy." Masami Hirota beamed with an angelic smile before rising and heading towards the door. As Conan watched her depart, the innocence in his gaze quickly vanished, replaced by a profound maturity. "Am I overthinking this? It doesn't seem like there's anything amiss." Just as Conan pondered whether he might have misjudged the situation, he inadvertently caught sight of a phone on the dresser not far away, seemingly left behind by Masami Hirota. A phone. Perhaps it might hold some information. Driven by curiosity, Conan rose from the bed and approached the dresser. Picking up the phone. To his astonishment, he discovered that Masami Hirota's phone was unlocked without a password. It was indeed rare to encounter someone who didn't secure their phone. After unlocking the device, Conan immediately accessed the email, scanning through the messages. "I have secured 1 billion yen. Tell me where to send it." "Huh?" Upon reading this message, Conan's expression shifted to one of shock. He quickly continued scrolling down. "I hope you will honor our agreement. After receiving the 1 billion yen, please release my sister and me from the organization. Why must you kill? This is not what we agreed upon. Jin, you monster." Jin. The moment he laid eyes on these two words, Conan felt a jolt of realization. He distinctly recalled the information Vodka had revealed yesterday. Could it be that Masami Hirota was also a member of this organization? Conan took a deep breath to steady himself before continuing to browse, discovering one final message. "Abandoned factory in the Sanchome outskirts. Noon. Bring the 1 billion yen." Noon. Conan glanced at the clock on the wall, which read 11:45, indicating that only 15 minutes remained until the appointed time. This was bad. Miss Hirota was in danger. Though Conan hadn't fully grasped the situation, he could ascertain that even if the organization acquired the 1 billion yen, the ultimate outcome would likely be murder to silence any witnesses. With this thought in mind, Conan sprang into action, neglecting to change his clothes as he fastened the belt around his waist, and called for the mechanical Pegasus. Initiating his transformation process, 555 enter standby. Transform. Complete. After transforming into foes, Conan shook his hands to loosen up before leaping from the 6-story balcony. Thud. Landing with a thud, Conan crashed onto the ground, causing the surface to fracture in a spiderweb pattern. Buzz. The moment he landed perfectly, the mechanical Pegasus was already in position. Conan swiftly mounted the mechanical Pegasus and twisted the throttle to its maximum, speeding away in haste. Sir, you are exceeding the speed limit. Please cooperate and pull over to pay the fine. Thank you. Bakayuru, why am I being accused of speeding? Do you have any evidence, you filthy cop? At this moment, Officer Yumi was diligently performing her duties on the highway. Unfazed by the irate driver's outburst, the seasoned officer calmly issued the ticket and presented it to the driver. Sir, not only were you speeding, but your vehicle is also missing a license plate. And you weren't wearing your seatbelt. Additionally, you were driving against the flow of traffic. Therefore, you will incur fines and your license will be revoked. You bastard, say that again. Upon hearing Officer Yumi's summary of the penalties, the driver exploded in rage, leaping from the driver's seat to threaten her. I'll give you a chance. Pretend nothing happened and scram. Otherwise, you'll pay the price. Humph. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Who are you trying to scare? Unperturbed by the threat, Officer Yumi assumed a combat stance that I'm one of the top 10 contenders in the Kyoto Female Police Martial Arts Competition. If you want to assault an officer, then feel free to try. Then let us see how far you get. The driver's expression darkened, and soon, the Ophion pattern manifested on him, transforming him into the cactus Ophion. What the hell? Seeing a perfectly normal person morph into a monster sent Officer Yumi reeling in shock, prompting her to hastily reach for her radio to request backup. Headquarters, this is Miyamoto Yumi. I need assistance. However, the cactus Ophion had no intention of allowing her to call for help, swiftly swatting the radio from her hand and knocking her to the ground. That hurts. I offered you an opportunity, yet you failed to appreciate it. Thus, perish. The cactus Ophuino forcefully waved his arms and intended to inject Ophuino energy into Miyamoto Yumi, rendering her to ash. Virum. Just then, the roar of a motorcycle engine erupted, causing both Cactus Ophuino and Miyamoto Yumi to instinctively turn their heads. They beheld Fees riding the mechanical Pegasus, racing towards them from a distance. It was Ophuino. Conan immediately fixed his gaze upon Cactus Ophuino, hastily accelerating while lifting the front of his bike. Crash. With the front wheel of the mechanical Pegasus colliding with him, Cactus Ophuino was sent flying. It's you, the street racer from yesterday. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of Fees, Miyamoto Yumi, who lay on the ground, exclaimed in astonishment. Nevertheless, Conan paid her no heed, dismounting swiftly and approaching Cactus Ophuino. Who are you? Cactus Ophuino had just managed to stand and he let out a furious roar at Conan, who was striding toward him. However, in the next moment, Conan unleashed a powerful punch. Wham! Ugh! Struck by the blow, Cactus Ophuino stumbled backward, while Conan relentlessly pursued him, launching a flurry of sweeping punches. Bang! Bang! Damn it! Why did you have to show up now? I'm in a rush. At that moment, Conan's heart was ablaze with frustration. Thus his punches were delivered with greater force than usual. Cactus Ophuino, on the other hand, was left in tears, utterly bewildered as to how he had incurred the wrath of this formidable opponent, subjected to such a relentless beating. Following a wild flurry of punches, Conan executed a swift sideways kick. Cactus Ophuino was hurled once more, colliding with the SUN.in that instant. Conan swiftly inserted the Foi's command memory into the Foi's cursor, promptly affixing it to his right leg, while simultaneously activating the Foi's phone at his waist and pressing the enter key. Ready.exceed charge. The moment the energy was charged, Conan leaped high into the air. He then struck a flying kick pose directed at Cactus Ophuino. As the red cone pointer on his right leg locked onto the staggering Cactus Ophuino, deep red drill. Without any surprises, the deep red drill pierced through Cactus Ophuino's body, and in the next moment, he collapsed to the ground, his body engulfed in azure flames, swiftly transformed into ashes carried away by the wind. Meanwhile, in a nearby safe zone, Miyamoto Yumi, who had witnessed the entire confrontation, was filled with shock, struggling to stifle her gasp with her hand. After vanquishing Cactus Ophuino, Conan wasted no time and hurried to the mechanical Pegasus, ready to head towards the abandoned factory in Sandingmu. Stop right there. Just as Conan was about to accelerate and set off, Miyamoto Yumi blew her whistle and blocked his path. What just happened? What was that creature, and what is your involvement? Also, you were speeding yesterday. Don't forget to pay the fine? Faced with the persistent police officer, Conan sighed deeply, then dismounted and approached Miyamoto Yumi. Gazing up at the nearly 1.9-meter-tall fuyas, she felt a wave of apprehension wash over her. You aren't planning to resort to violence, are you? Assaulting a police officer is a crime. Conan, using his pre-adjusted voice-changing tie, replied, I hope you can keep today's events confidential. It's for your safety, regarding the speeding issue. My apologies. You may issue me a ticket, and I shall find an opportunity to settle the fine later. Right now, I am in a hurry to save someone. Okay. Surprised by his willingness to cooperate, Miyamoto Yumi quickly wrote a ticket and handed it to Conan. After accepting the ticket, Conan turned on his heel and boarded the mechanical Pegasus. By the way, when you mentioned saving someone, is someone in danger? Do you need me to call for reinforcements? Ignoring Miyamoto Yumi's offer of assistance, Conan twisted the throttle and sped away, leaving her with nothing but his receding silhouette. Hey, I still don't know your name. This officer is Miyamoto Yumi. What a strange person to as she watched Conan depart. Miyamoto Yumi kicked a small stone on the roadside in displeasure. Yumi, what's the situation on your end? What just happened? At that moment, the intercom, previously knocked to the ground, crackled with urgent calls from headquarters. Miyamoto Yumi pondered for a moment before lifting the intercom to her mouth. This is Miyamoto Yumi. The patrol vehicle experienced a sudden malfunction, but it has now been resolved. Please reassure headquarters over at the abandoned factory in Sandingmu. Hirota Masami parked her vehicle at the designated entrance. Gazing at the dilapidated scene before her, an ominous cloud enveloped her heart, making even breathing feel laborious. Calm down. This is a make-or-break moment. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Hirota Masami retrieved a handgun from her handbag, already disengaged from safety. Feeling the cold metal of the firearm settled her nerves slightly. She stepped forward into the factory entrance. Tap, tap. Having been abandoned for years, the factory was nothing but a hollow shell. Even the slightest footfall echoed ominously. As Hirota Masami surveyed her surroundings, an unsettlingly cold voice suddenly pierced the air. Long time no see, Miss Hirota Masami. Or perhaps I should now call you by your true name, Mayano Akemi. Vodka. Hirota Masami swiftly turned to the source of the voice, finding Vodka and Jin standing side by side, both wearing cruel smiles. Taking a deep breath to steady her racing heart, Mayano Akemi retrieved a key from her pocket. As agreed. I have prepared 1 billion yen. Now you should honor your end of the bargain and let my sister and me leave the organization. Vodka scoffed dismissively. Are you an idiot? Why would the organization care about a mere billion yen? Mayano Akemi's heart sank, yet she forced herself to maintain composure as she questioned. What do you mean? Are you trying to breach the contract? Since the organization's inception, no one has ever left alive with its secrets. Only the dead can leave the organization. Jin, you truly are untrustworthy. Realizing she had been deceived, Mayano Akemi swiftly drew her prepared handgun, aiming it at Jin and Vodka. I anticipated you would never let my sister and me leave so easily, which is why I specially prepared this. With her finger resting on the trigger, Mayano Akemi threatened Jin. If you do not allow us to leave the organization today, then we shall all perish together. Facing the gun-wielding Mayano Akemi, a disdainful smirk crept across Jin's lips. Truly, a dispensable peripheral member, foolish enough to threaten me with such a wide no wonder you thought to escape the organization with Sherry. Mayano Akemi questioned. What do you mean? Humph, because I must ensure the police discover your corpse and allow Sherry to witness your final moments. So, let us send you on your way in the traditional manner. No sooner had he spoken than Jin vanished like a specter. Vodka, meanwhile, produced a submachine gun from seemingly nowhere. Goodbye. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Meanwhile, 2 kilometers away. Gunfire? No, this cannot be. Speed up. Thanks to the equipment of the Foy's armor, Conan clearly heard the barrage of gunfire, an ominous sensation blossoming in his heart. Moreover, the originally clear sky was suddenly engulfed by dark clouds, as if it were on the brink of a torrential downpour. At last, propelled by the full-speed charge of the mobile Pegasus, Conan arrived at the designated abandoned factory. Upon spotting the cars parked outside, a sense of foreboding intensified within him. Swiftly switching the Foy's phone to explosive gun mode and drawing out the Foy's blade, Conan dashed into the factory. Miss Ayami, No sooner had he taken 2 steps inside than the sight of Akemi Miyano, lying in a pool of blood, struck him like a lightning bolt. In that moment, Conan's mind went blank, and without a second thought, he rushed over to hold Akemi in his arms, gazing at the multitude of penetrating wounds on her body. Conan shed all semblance of maturity, instinctively calling out, "Miss Ayami, Miss Ayami, please wake up. You are..." Akemi Miyano struggled to open her eyes, and upon seeing Fui's holding her, confusion filled her beautiful gaze. "It's me." Conan pressed the end button, reverting to his true self hidden beneath the guise of Kamen Rider. "Conan, cough. Miss Ayami, don't speak. Conserve your strength. I'll call an ambulance right away." Conan fumbled to dial the emergency number. However, Akemi, with her bloodied hand, grasped Conan's arm. "No, don't. This is for you." She mustered the strength to pass the key to Conan. Then, in a barely audible whisper, she weakly spoke, "The money is in the safe at Miwa Station. Retrieve it and hand it over to the police. Also, I'm sorry, I can't buy you that cake anymore. I beg you, Miss Ayami, conserve your strength and don't talk. I'll take you to the hospital with the mobile Pegasus." Seeing Conan's anxious expression, Akemi managed a reassuring smile. "Actually, my name is Hiromi Ayami. My name is..." Before she could finish, her eyes closed completely, and the hand that had gripped Conan's arm fell lifelessly to the ground. "Miss Ayami." Conan stared in disbelief at the lifeless Akemi in his embrace. The warm-hearted older sister who had always greeted everyone with a smile had just drawn her last breath in his arms. Boom! The darkened sky rumbled ominously, and the next moment, a torrential rain began to pour, as if mourning Akemi's departure. The dilapidated factory ceiling was powerless to halt the deluge, and Conan and Akemi's lifeless form were mercilessly engulfed by the rain. "Miss Ayami." Conan gazed down at Akemi in his arms, an unending stream of raindrops cascading down his face, making it impossible to discern how much of it was truly rainwater. "Jin." Clutching Akemi's body tightly, Conan gritted his teeth and shouted Jin's name, then tilted his head back and unleashed a roar that rivaled the thunder. Ah! In the throes of his roar, Conan uncontrollably transformed back into Wolf Ophiuchus, his cries echoing through the heavens. Subsequently, following Conan's call, the police and medical personnel arrived to take away Akemi's body and also located the stolen 10 billion yen in the safe at Miwa Station. Ultimately, the police concluded the case, determining that the bank employee Hiromi Ayami had colluded with criminals to rob the cash transport, and after murdering her accomplice, took her own life in remorse. As Conan watched Akemi's body being loaded onto the ambulance, his fists clenched tightly. At 11:30 that night, yawning, "Let us call it a day." Having concluded a day of experimental endeavors, Dr. Agasa stretched widely, then exited the laboratory, intending to return to his room for rest. Bang! Bang! Huh? Just as Dr. Agasa reached the living room, a powerful banging echoed from the door. As he wondered who would visit at such a late hour, the door was suddenly smashed to pieces. Dr. Agasa jumped in fright. "What is going on, Doctor?" Just as Dr. Agasa was bewildered, Conan, transformed into Wolf Ophiuchus, strode in, carrying the already cold body of Akemi Miyano on his back. "Shinichi, what s? We can talk later. Didn't you say that by injecting the Ophiuchus factor into a body through special means, we can bestow new life upon the deceased? Let us begin." Gently placing Akemi's body on the sofa, Wolf Ophiuchus swiftly reverted to Conan, gazing at Akemi's pale form on the sofa and Conan's complex expression. Dr. Agasa felt as though the Mediterranean Sea had expanded atop his head. What on earth is happening? "Shinichi, at least explain things to me." After about 10 minutes of Conan's explanation, Dr. Agasa reluctantly grasped the situation's intricacies. "I see. This bank robbery perpetrator, Miss Hiromi Ayami, was a member of that mysterious organization. However, she sought to escape with her sister, which led to her demise. Indeed, although I rushed over with utmost speed, I still arrived a moment too late." Staring at Akemi's pale body, Conan's fists tightened, and he turned to Dr. Agasa, bowing deeply. "I implore you, Doctor, extract the Ophiuchus factor from my body to save her." "Shinichi." Dr. Agasa regarded Conan's solemn demeanor with a complex expression, taking a while before he spoke. "Do you understand what this entails? The Ophiuchus factor is now the foundation sustaining your life. Losing too much could significantly shorten your lifespan." Conan nodded seriously. "I understand. But I would rather die 2 years early than spend the rest of my life in regret. I must save her." Recognizing Conan's unwavering resolve, Dr. Agasa realized that no amount of persuasion would sway Conan's decision. So he could only nod helplessly. Very well. Bring her to the laboratory. I will handle the rest. Thank you, Dr. Agasa. An hour later. How is it, Dr. Agasa? What is the status of Miss Ayami? Dr. Agasa scrutinized the data on the computer. Reporting, the cells within her body have begun to metabolize anew. All signs of decomposition have vanished, and brain waves are starting to exhibit activity. However, both the heartbeat and pulse rates are considerably below normal levels. It seems she is still in the acclimatization phase and will not awaken immediately. Further observation is necessary. After delivering the current findings, Dr. Agasa turned to the pallid Conan on the examination table. Expressing concern, I say, Shinichi, you should rest properly for a bit. Although the required Ophiuchus factor was much less than anticipated, it still poses significant harm to you. I apologize, Dr. Agasa. I'll just take a moment to rest here. Yawning, Conan, utterly fatigued, prepared to close his eyes and drift into slumber, but suddenly jolted upright, wide-eyed doe. I need to cover Miss Ayami with a blanket. It's windy at night. She might catch a cold. With those final words. Exhausted Conan could no longer hold on and slumped back into sleep. Why don't you cover yourself with a blanket before worrying about others? Observing Conan asleep in a sitting position. Dr. Agasa shook his head in exasperation and gently carried Conan to his own room for rest. As for Akemi, who was in recovery, she could not be moved lightly. Nevertheless, Dr. Agasa did his utmost to lay a mattress on the examination table and followed Conan's instructions to prepare a blanket and pillow for Akemi. After completing this entire process, it was nearly 3 a.m. Yawn, I'm tired, time for bed. Having lived a single life for most of his days, Dr. Agasa's home had only one bed, and it was now occupied by Conan. Thus, the nearly 300-pound Dr. Agasa could only squeeze onto the sofa for the night. That I should have bought a bigger sofa back then. This is way too cramped. For several consecutive days, Mihua seemed to be under the spell of the rain god. Experiencing downpours almost every day, morning, noon, and night. Much to the chagrin of the housewives, especially for those with human infants at home, there is no place to dry the urine-soaked sheets, leaving them to remain damp indoors. However, regardless of the torrential rain, Conan resolutely visits Dr. Agasa's house every day to check on the condition of Akemi Mayano. Although her vital signs have barely stabilized, her heartbeat and pulse remain alarmingly below normal levels. Leaving uncertainty about when she will awaken again, that I'm heading to Dr. Agasa's to play video games. I will return shortly. Conan, hold on a moment. It's still raining outside. Ran intended to call Conan back. Yet, Conan's speed was astonishing. Disappearing in the blink of an eye. Glancing up at the continuous drizzle outside, Kagoro resumed watching the horse racing broadcast, uttering a sigh. That kid really has perseverance. He would rather brave the downpour to play video games than indulge in my marbles. Pausing momentarily, Kagoro then suggested to Ran, how about we buy him a gaming console? It's not wise for him to be running outside every day. It could lead to trouble. That I will consider it. Ran picked up a mop, pretending to clean. Though her eyes betrayed a deep complexity and gravity, Kagoro remained oblivious to Conan's true identity, allowing him to maintain a more relaxed demeanor. However, Ran was acutely aware that Conan was actually Shinichi Kudo and knew he held no genuine interest in video games, indicating there must be another reason behind his actions. Shinichi, what exactly are you hiding from me? Meanwhile, Conan, holding an umbrella, set off towards Dr. Agasa's house, gazing at the thick clouds above with a sense of helplessness. I hope Miss Akemi awakens soon. Otherwise, just as Conan neared Dr. Agasa's residence, he noticed something peculiar at his own doorstep. A white lab coat draped over something, with small feet protruding from its hem, suggesting it belonged to a child. What is going on? In a hurry, Conan rushed over and gently cradled the figure, calling out, Hey, are you all right? Please wake up. Instinctively, he glanced at the face of the child. And to his astonishment, it was a girl who had succumbed to unconsciousness, clad only in the lab coat. What captivated Conan's attention further was the girl's short, coffee-colored hair, staring at her sleeping visage. Conan's expression turned oddly complex. How beautiful you are, Sherry. This is the consequence of opposing the organization. How foolish. You and your sister are both so naive before deciding how to deal with you. Reflect here for a moment. Sister, enveloped in a chilling darkness, Shiho Mayano exerted all her strength to escape. Yet, no matter how fast she ran in any direction, she remained ensnared in that darkness. No, I can't do this. Finally, in despair, Shiho knelt helplessly, resigning to the darkness's embrace. However, at that moment, a radiant beam of light pierced through the darkness, revealing a small boy emanating a gentle glow before her. "Who are you?" Just as Shiho began to inquire. The boy grasped her hand firmly and sprinted towards the source of the light with remarkable speed. Shiho was taken aback by the child's strength, having no chance to react as she was pulled along. As the light enveloped her, she felt an unprecedented sense of relief. As they approached the light, Shiho discerned two grand doors, and when the boy brought her before them, the doors swung open, enveloping her completely in light. Ugh! Upon reopening her eyes, Shiho found herself gazing at a pristine white ceiling, feeling the warmth of a blanket covering her. "Where am I? Shinichi, what is the story behind this girl? Where did you find her?" "I have no idea. I just happened to see her collapsed at my doorstep, clad only in this lab coat. She seems to have a fever from being caught in the rain." Hearing the voices nearby, Shiho turned her head to see Conan and Dr. Agasa examining the lab coat she had escaped in. "Shinichi? Could it be him?" Cough, cough. Just as Shiho began to piece together the answer in her mind, a sudden sweetness filled her throat, leading to an uncontrollable coughing fit. "Are you all right?" Hearing Shiho's cough, Conan quickly set aside the lab coat and rushed to her side, lifting her gently while retrieving a cup of warm water from the table. Blowing on it before offering it to her lips. "Drink some water. Be careful. It's hot." Cough, cough. As Shiho attempted to reach for the cup, another bout of intense coughing seized her. Observing this, Conan urged her to lean against his shoulder while carefully feeding her the water. "Take your time. Don't burn yourself." After considerable effort, Conan finally managed to ensure Shiho drank all the warm water. "How do you feel? Are you better?" Shiho wiped her mouth with her hand. "Yes, thank you." "Shinichi Kudo, you're welcome." But Conan abruptly realized her address, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. "You." It appeared my suspicions were correct. After ingesting APTX 4869, you did not perish but, like me, reverted to childhood. However, I never anticipated we would meet in this manner. Upon hearing Shiho's words, Conan's expression turned grave. "Who exactly are you?" "Heh." Shiho gently brushed aside her bangs, revealing a meaningful smile. "Shirley is my code name within the organization, or you may call me by my real name. Shiho Mayano. The drug that transformed you into a child was developed by me. Oh, it was you." Conan's realization sparked a sudden fury within him. He immediately distanced himself from Shiho, his gaze wary. "What are your intentions? Are your associates sending you to scout? Oh dear, is your brain malfunctioning? If I were truly sent by the organization to scout, do you think I would remain silent until now?" Although Conan felt some uncertainty, he had to concede that Shiho's point held merit. After all, if the organization had confirmed Shinichi Kudo was still alive, there would be no need for reconnaissance. They could simply unleash a few assassins. With this thought, Conan felt a slight sense of relief. Yet he remained vigilant, eyes fixed on Shiho. "Then what is your purpose? Why did you faint at my doorstep?" Shiho rested her hands on her legs, calmly explaining, "It's simple. I have defected from the organization and have no place to hide, so I took a chance and came here to find you, knowing that the high school detective Shinichi Kudo is indeed alive." Conan was taken aback. "What? Defected?" "Yes, the organization recklessly administered APTX 4869, which was still in the experimental phase, to humans, and I found it utterly repugnant. However, the definitive reason for my decision to defect stems from the fact that they killed my sister." "Your sister?" "Indeed. To oppose the organization's actions, I unilaterally halted the drug research, resulting in my confinement in a small room within the research facility. Perhaps I would have faced execution before receiving a formal order from the organization. Thus, I resolutely swallowed the APTX 4869 I carried with me, opting for self-termination. To my astonishment, my body shrank instead, and as a result, I successfully escaped from the refuse. The subsequent events, I trust you are already aware of." At this juncture, a certain part of Conan's heart was sharply stirred. He recalled that the email inbox of Masami Hirota displayed her motive for seizing that 1 billion yen. She aimed to ensure that she and her sister could depart from the organization together. He could not help but wonder about the current state of Miss Hirota's sister, hoping fervently for her safety. After silently praying, Conan's vigilant gaze shifted back to Shiho Mayano, though it no longer bore the previous hostility. "Conan, however, I am quite curious about how you came to know I was not dead. Furthermore, how many individuals within your organization are aware of this matter?" In response to Conan's inquiry, Shiho Mayano closed her eyes, smiled, and tilted her head slightly before stating candidly, "You may not be aware, but I have led 2 searches at your residence to ascertain whether Shinichi Kudo was truly deceased. The first time yielded no findings, and thus we returned empty-handed. However, during the second search, I made an unexpected discovery. All of your childhood clothing had vanished, coupled with the earlier analysis of the small white mouse that reverted to its juvenile form post. APTX 4869 Administration. I deduced that Shinichi Kudo must have transformed back into a child and is currently hiding somewhere." Upon hearing this, Conan was taken aback. He had never imagined that his lair had been breached without his knowledge. In the next moment, his gaze turned toward Professor Agasa, who stood behind him. "Professor," he addressed. Professor Agasa, lowering his head in shame, explained, "I'm sorry, Shinichi, I had been engrossed in research at the lab for a while and didn't pay much attention." "That's all right, Professor. In fact, it may have turned out for the best." Conan had no intention of being angry with Professor Agasa. In truth, he felt relieved that the professor had not noticed the intruders rummaging through his home. After all, Professor Agasa lacked professional training, and the probability of being discovered by those individuals would have been exceedingly high. Thus, this was indeed the most favorable outcome. Noticing Conan's reaction, Shiho Mayano revealed a meaningful smile and continued, "But rest assured, I find you quite intriguing. Therefore, I marked you as confirmed deceased on the list. However, if the organization continues to misuse the APTX 4869 drug, we cannot predict how many cases like ours may arise." At this point, a mature and alluring smile graced Shiho Mayano's face as she rested her chin on her delicate hand, gazing at Conan. "Now, I am curious to hear your plans. Do you intend to expel me? This troublesome presence, or is it something else? What will it be? Will you cast me out? High school detective Shinichi Kudo, to you, I am undoubtedly a detestable and perilous nuisance, and you should have no reason to allow me to remain by your side." "Not necessarily. Having you here may actually be the optimal choice for me." Conan, hands in pockets, displayed a resigned half-moon expression. Currently, the organization is unaware that both of us have reverted to childhood. If you were to roam about carelessly and attract their attention, it would only be a matter of time before my exposure followed. Therefore, I must insist that you stay, even if it requires binding you. Shiho Mayano appeared slightly taken aback by his words, but swiftly adopted a teasing smile. "Oh my, you are unexpectedly domineering, aren't you? Well then, thank you, high school detective Shinichi Kudo." Ignoring her jest, Conan turned to Professor Agasa. "Though I feel somewhat guilty, could you prepare a room for this individual to stay in? After all, you are the only one I can trust completely." Professor Agasa nodded with a smile. "Of course, that is no problem. However, since this young lady has taken on her current form, her previous name can no longer be used. How about we give her a new name?" "Indeed, it seems necessary. You have no objections, do you?" Conan inquired, receiving an affirmative nod in response. He then turned his gaze toward Shiho Mayano for her thoughts. Shiho Mayano, appearing indifferent, replied, "Do as you please, it's just a name. After all, I have no particular attachment to it." "Wait, I have an idea," Professor Agasa exclaimed. Clapping his hands, he proceeded to share his suggestion. "How about combining the names of the female detectives Cotilia Gray and V. Ida Walsh? We could call her AI Hybera, which sounds both cute and endearing." "Absolutely not." Shiho Mayano immediately rejected the idea without a moment's thought. "The concept of love is utterly incompatible with me, and I can hardly bring myself to utter it." Conan sighed in exasperation. "You are quite a nuisance. You claim to accept anything, yet you are changing your tune now. That is a different matter. All the love is off the table. I can accept the I sound." Shiho Mayano contemplated for a moment, and upon noticing Conan's presence, a slight smile graced her lips. "Let us go with AI for sorrow. AI Hybera will be my new name." Conan, bewildered, remarked, "What kind of taste is that? To use sorrow as a name hardly seems fitting for a normal girl." "Mind your own business. Is there a law that states names cannot have personality?" She retorted that in fact, I believe it suits me best, considering my life is a tragic tale filled with sorrow. Shiho Mayano, now AI Hybera, held her ground firmly, rendering Conan momentarily speechless. "Whatever, it's your name, not mine." Conan found himself unable to counter her assertion, ultimately stomping his foot in frustration and dismissing the matter. Observing Conan's agitation, a triumphant smile danced in AI Hybera's eyes as she crossed her arms and said calmly, "Well then, let us discuss more pressing matters." Conan, puzzled, asked, "What pressing matters? I recall that when I escaped, I was clad merely in a white lab coat, yet now I find myself adorned in a clean and tidy children's outfit. Thus, I would like to inquire who was responsible for changing my clothes. Upon this revelation, an awkward silence ensued. It was Shinichi. He was the one who did everything. Just as Conan pondered how to gently explain the situation, Professor Agasa unhesitatingly threw Conan under the bus. Shinichi instructed me to purchase children's clothing, clean you up, and change your outfit. I had no part in it. Professor. Conan was taken aback, never expecting Professor Agasa to betray him so swiftly. Especially since he had genuinely believed AI Hybera was simply an ordinary child at the time and had not considered the implications. I see, AI Hybera remarked, crossing her arms and adopting a regal posture as she fixed her gaze on Conan. Hentai, pervert, hey. Conan's face flushed with embarrassment at the label, and he could only jump up and down in frustration. After all, from a certain perspective, it did seem somewhat accurate. 20 minutes later, Professor Agasa drove his little Volkswagen Beetle along the road with Conan and AI Hybera in tow. Say, AI Hybera, are you certain this is the correct direction? AI Hybera nodded confidently. Absolutely. The organization's drug research facility has been here for nearly a year. I could recognize it even with my eyes shut. I never anticipated it would be established in such a bustling area. I assumed you would at least choose a remote, desolate location. As Conan gazed out at the passing shops and pedestrians, a sense of dread washed over him, deepening his understanding of the mysterious organization's influence. AI Hybera retorted without hesitation. Are you foolish? Placing an important research facility in a remote area would not only attract undue attention, but also significantly disrupt the daily lives of the staff. Besides, if confidentiality measures are sufficiently stringent, there is no reason to fear detection, even in a bustling district. Conan. True enough. But could you perhaps shift over a bit? I'm nearly squished out, AI Hybera replied. I have no space to move. And if you feel cramped, why not sit in the back? No way. Who knows what tricks you might play? To be safe, I must keep an eye on you. So do shift over. Your backside takes up too much space. Who are you calling big-bottomed? What did you hear? I merely mentioned natural birth and did not directly state that your backside is large. You think I can't tell? It's clearly the same meaning. You hentai. I am not. In the passenger seat, Conan and Hybera were embroiled in a heated argument over who could occupy more space. Meanwhile, the driver, Dr. Agasa, observed the scene with an amused smile, having not seen Shinichi so lively in quite some time. It appeared that Hybera's sorrow was perhaps intertwined with her true identity as Eri. Amidst their bickering, Dr. Agasa, following Hybera's directions, drew ever closer to the mysterious organization's pharmaceutical research facility. However, at that moment, a multitude of ambulances, police cars, and fire trucks suddenly appeared ahead. Attention all drivers, please take an alternate route, as this road has been blocked and is currently impassable. Excuse me, may I ask? Dr. Agasa slowly approached the police officer directing traffic and inquired politely. Officer, could you please tell me what has happened ahead? Why has the road been suddenly closed? The officer explained, I apologize, sir, but there has been a fire at the pharmaceutical company ahead. For safety reasons, we have no choice but to temporarily close the road. We appreciate your understanding of the fire. Upon hearing this, both Dr. Agasa and Conan were immediately alarmed. It seemed that the organization had discovered Hybera's absence and had set the fire to eliminate any evidence. What was wrong with that little girl? Why was she trembling so? Conan and Dr. Agasa turned to see Hybera curled up, shivering, her face reflecting sheer terror, a stark contrast to her earlier spirited banter with Conan. Noticing this, Conan quickly wrapped his arms around Hybera, adopting an innocent child's demeanor as he urged, Grandpa, it seems my sister can't hold on much longer. We should take another route home quickly if we delay. I'm worried she might wet her pants. You have a point. Let's take another road home then. Goodbye. Officer Dr. Agasa hastily followed Conan's lead and, after bidding farewell to the officer, took a detour. However, as they turned the corner, Dr. Agasa abruptly ceased the vehicle. Hey, are you all right? Gently patting the trembling Hybera, Conan asked with concern. Let's hurry. Hybera's eyes were filled with palpable fear as she clutched Conan's collar tightly, urgently insisting. We need to go quickly. The organization might still be searching for me. We must hurry back. Calm down. Hybera, calm down. Seeing Hybera in such a panic, Conan swiftly grasped her shoulders and raised his voice. Don't be afraid. Those guys probably don't know you've turned into a child. They're likely just as confused about your whereabouts, which is why they set the pharmaceutical research facility ablaze. So, you really have no reason to be frightened. But, rest assured, I'm here, removing his glasses and placing them on Hibara. Conan softly reassured her. Glasses can alter a person's appearance. Even superheroes use them to conceal their true identities. Therefore, you need not worry about your identity being exposed. As Hibara sensed Conan's gesture, she momentarily froze. Then teased, "Oh, so without your glasses, you're a superhero then? Just one who can't fly?" With a gentle smile and a tilt of his head, Conan responded before turning to Dr. Agasa, advising, "Doctor, just in case, find a coat to cover Hibara. Let her lie down in the back seat and pretend to be resting. This way, we won't raise any suspicions. I'll go check on the situation at the pharmaceutical company and return shortly." Dr. Agasa nodded, saying, "Understood. Shinichi, please be careful. Okay." After signaling, Conan swiftly exited the vehicle, dashing toward the burning pharmaceutical company. Following Conan's prior instructions, Dr. Agasa began to act, covering the prone Hibara with his coat, slightly reclining the seat to feign sleep while keeping a vigilant eye on the surroundings. At that moment, the environment was eerily silent, quiet enough to evoke fear. The tension in Hibara's body was palpable under the coat. Sister, recalling a photo shown to her by Jin, Hibara felt a profound, indescribable pain, and the scene before her began to blur. This atmosphere persisted for nearly a quarter of an hour until the sound of the car door opening broke the silence. "I'm back." Upon hearing Conan's reassuring voice, Hibara cautiously peeked out from beneath the coat, only to see Conan back in the passenger seat. Relieved, she removed the coat and, taking off her glasses, asked, "How was it? What's the situation?" After receiving the glasses, Conan reported the information he had gathered. The fire started about 20 minutes ago. The firefighters said there were ignition points in nearly every room, clearly indicating arson. Moreover, neither the police nor the firefighters have found a single employee. It seems they all vanished before the fire. Hibara's expression turned grave. Arson to destroy all evidence, leaving no traces behind. This is precisely the kind of thing they would do. Conan leaned back, cradling his head in frustration. "Yes, I was hoping to rush in and retrieve the information on that drug, but it seems we were one step too late and let them escape." Dr. Agasa comforted him. "Don't be disheartened, Shinichi. We'll find another opportunity next time. For now, that's all we can do." Conan nodded wearily, begrudgingly accepting Dr. Agasa's consolation. "If you're looking for detailed information on APTX 4869, there may be another way." Just as Conan decided to head back, Hibara, sitting in the back seat, suddenly spoke up, instantly revitalizing Conan. "Are you serious?" "Yes," Hibara nodded gently, explaining, "My sister once sent me some discs containing her travel photos. I viewed them on the Institute's computer before mailing them back. However, I later discovered that one of the discs containing information about APTX 4869 was missing. So, you inadvertently sent the disc with the drug information to your sister. This is an unexpected turn of events that the organization certainly did not anticipate." Faced with this sudden good news, a smile returned to Conan's face, the light reflecting off his glasses. Noticing Conan's expression, Hibara couldn't help but smile as well, crossing her arms and slowly stating, "That's correct, but after my sister was murdered by those in the organization, her apartment was demolished almost immediately, and everything inside was surely cleared out. Therefore, we need to find another way." "What way?" "My sister mentioned that the university professor who helped her save the photos onto the discs was a professor from Nanyang University, Masaki Hirota, but I'm not sure of his home address." "Leave this to me." Dr. Agasa promptly took on the task, picking up his phone to reach out for assistance. "Hello, this is Dr. Agasa. Could you please provide me with Professor Masaki Hirota's contact information and home address?" "Thank you." Leveraging his connections, Dr. Agasa quickly obtained the necessary information and began contacting Professor Hirota. After some time, "What? A disc containing travel photos. May I ask who you are?" "Well?" Dr. Agasa quickly covered the phone's receiver and quietly asked Hibara, "What is your sister's name?" "Mayano Akemi." "All right. I'm a friend of Mayano Akemi. She mentioned that you were responsible for the discs containing her travel photos, so I wanted to inquire if you have any extra backups." "Oh, so you're a friend of Akemi. I no longer have the previous travel discs, but I did keep one strange disc that she had. Out of curiosity, I held on to it. That's the disc." Upon hearing the voice on the other end of the line, Conan's expression instantly turned grave, and he quickly signaled Dr. Agasa with a glance. Dr. Agasa, understanding the implication, promptly continued, Yes. It must be that magnetic disc. Miho mentioned she had been searching for it for quite some time without success. Therefore, I hope it's not too presumptuous of me to inquire whether it would be convenient for us to come by and retrieve it now." Professor Hirota readily responded, "Of course, if it's convenient for you at this moment, Please do come over. I have no pressing matters today, and your company for tea would be quite delightful. Thank you ever so much. We shall head over right away, they replied. After concluding the call, Dr. Agasa nodded at Conan and AI, stating, "It appears we were correct. The disk that AI inadvertently sent to the wrong address is currently in the possession of Professor Hirota. We must hasten our visit. If those individuals from the organization discover such a crucial disk in Professor Hirota's hands, I fear for the safety of his entire family. As Dr. Agasa articulated the gravity of the situation, AI shifted from the back seat to the front passenger seat, inadvertently causing Conan to collide with the door. "Conan, what on earth are you doing? Get back there," he exclaimed. "In no way. I refuse to sit alone in the back. Being in the passenger seat gives me a sense of security," she retorted. Ignoring Conan's protests, AI fastened her seatbelt, securing both herself and Conan, and then nodded to Dr. Agasa. "Let us set off. Doctor, the sooner we obtain the disk, the more favorable the situation will be for us." "Understood," Dr. Agasa replied, not daring to delay any further as he started the car and sped off. "Hey, could you please make some room? Your ample posterior is taking up too much space." Conan complained to Tio say such things in front of a girl. "How lewd. Pervert. Scoundrel." AI shot back. After nearly 40 minutes of reckless driving, Dr. Agasa's group finally arrived at Professor Hirota's residence. "At last. I thought I might suffocate back there," Conan exclaimed as soon as the beetle came to a stop, leaping out and stretching his sore muscles. With a satisfying series of cracks emanating from his joints, Conan felt the weariness dissipate significantly. And he couldn't help but grumble to AI, who had just exited the vehicle. "How could you be so inconsiderate? There was ample space in the back, yet you insisted on crowding me in the front." AI retorted without hesitation, "I've already stated that I prefer the passenger seat. The view and light are much better here. Besides, why don't you, the lecherous one, go sit in the back?" Conan, infuriated, felt as though he might crash into a wall in frustration. He never anticipated that his esteemed reputation would stoop to such depths. Just as his face reddened with indignation, Dr. Agasa intervened to halt their quarrel. "All right, enough of that. Shinichi and AI. The priority right now is to retrieve the disk from Professor Hirota. If possible, you two can argue later. You're right. Let us hurry to get the disk," AI conceded, displaying a surprising degree of consideration as she confidently approached Professor Hirota's front door, leaving Conan fuming in place. "This is outrageous. It's as if all the blame lies with me." Noticing Conan sulking like a petulant child, Dr. Agasa attempted to soothe him. "Calm down. Shinichi, a distinguished high school detective, should not be quarreling with an ordinary girl. Try to be a bit more magnanimous. Is she really just an ordinary girl?" Conan mused, casting a sidelong glance at AI. At that moment, AI had reached the front door of Professor Hirota's house and was about to ring the doorbell when suddenly a young man leaped out from a window beside the wall, colliding directly with her as he landed. Their eyes met, and an awkward silence enveloped them. But then AI noticed that the young man was clutching a stack of magnetic discs, some of which were stained with blood. "The discs, this is bad." After a brief moment of shock, the young man suddenly seized AI and dashed out. Conan and Dr. Agasa, caught off guard, were pushed aside as the man hastily bundled AI into a car parked by the roadside. "AI, Shinichi." Just as Conan and Dr. Agasa intended to rush forward to rescue AI, the man slammed the accelerator and sped away. "What is happening? Have those organization members found us? Doctor, call the police. I'll bring AI back," Conan exclaimed, hastily unbuttoning his coat to reveal the freeze belt he had preemptively donned. He sprinted after the fleeing vehicle, extracting the freeze phone in preparation for transformation. 555 Enter standby. Transform. With a swift motion, he inserted the freeze phone into the belt, completing the transformation into freeze. And the next moment, the motorcycle, Keita Tenma, arrived at his side. "Virum. Ha." Conan leaped onto the motorcycle, twisting the throttle to full speed. Meanwhile, AI, unsure of the identity of the anxious young man driving, felt a surge of certainty that he was not affiliated with the organization. Otherwise, he would not have allowed her to witness his actions. Glancing at the driver, AI's gaze shifted to the stack of discs. Among them was a disc containing detailed information about the APTX 4869 drug and a comprehensive list of its investors. Quietly, AI extended her hand, attempting to take the discs for herself. However, upon noticing her movement, the young man drew a screwdriver, threatening her fiercely. "Keep your hands away from those discs. Otherwise, I'll kill you. I've already killed Professor Hirota. I don't care if I take another life." Recognizing the heightened agitation of the young man, AI understood that she must not provoke him further and silently withdrew her hand. The young man, seeing her compliance, also put away the screwdriver, continuing to drive with a look of fear and anxiety. Muttering to himself, "What do I do? I can't believe I killed Professor Hirota. Should I turn myself in? My future will be ruined." Just then, as the young man spiraled into panic, the powerful roar of an engine echoed nearby. And Fuiz appeared beside the car. "Fuiz, I thought the belt was lost," AI gasped, her eyes widening in astonishment. As Conan aimed the Fuiz phone, switching to explosive gun mode at the driver's window. He noticed AI in the passenger seat. Ultimately, he opted to revert the gun back to the Fuiz phone, reducing his speed and creating distance from the vehicle before surging forward to pull alongside AI's window. "AI, buckle your seatbelt." Edogawa. The shock in AI's eyes intensified at the sound of Conan's voice. Yet, despite her surprise, she quickly grabbed the seatbelt and secured it. Seeing this, Conan nodded and executed a nitrogen boost. Propelling himself to the front of the car, once he had gained a lead of 1,000 meters, he came to a stop and prepared for the next move.